Gurgle gurgle in the dim room. The sound of a hungry stomach broke the silence. Qian Yufei rubbed her dizzy head, then her flat belly, and slowly opened her eyes. Through her blurry vision, she saw a scene that looked just like her grandmother's old mud brick house, which had been torn down years ago. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and saw the cracked walls and a yellowed calendar hanging on them. The date clearly read 1957. She looked down and found that the bed was covered with coarse sheets, and underneath was a hard wooden board. For a moment, she thought she must have read too many time travel novels and was now dreaming about one. With that thought, she lay back down, ready to sleep again. But just as she was about to drift off, a flood of memories rushed into her mind. The life of a 17-year-old girl who shared her name. From birth to school, to high school graduation, every moment of growing up, every memory with family and friends, flashed before her eyes like a movie. Just yesterday, the girl's parents had told her they wanted to introduce her to someone, the son of her father's boss. Her parents thought the family was well off and that the two were a good match, so they wanted her to meet him. The girl refused. She believed her father was using her marriage to gain a promotion. Upset, she skipped dinner, cried on her bed, and eventually fell asleep. When all the memories faded, Qian Yufei carefully opened her eyes again. The scene hadn't changed. The same cracked walls, the same calendar marked 1957. She didn't want to believe it was real. She pinched her arm hard.
Ouch.
That really hurts. This doesn't feel like a dream. She got up and looked around, touching everything she could. Finally, she had to admit it. She had really traveled through time. But she couldn't accept it. If I had a time travel, couldn't it be to a better time? Why 1957? She liked reading novels, especially ones set in past eras, and had often imagined herself being powerful and admired in another time. But that didn't mean she actually wanted to come here. This was not an easy time to live in. She was just a fresh college graduate, completely inexperienced in life. Even if she had to time travel, couldn't she at least have had some time to prepare? Then she thought about the special ability that people who travel through time usually have. She tried calling out system in her mind again and again, but there was no response. She checked herself carefully, searched around, and even recalled what the original owner of this body had collected. In the end, she found nothing. No jade pendant or anything similar. What she did notice, however, was that this body was far too thin. Sitting helplessly on the bed, she sighed. Looks like there's no secret space either. Qian Yufei thought to herself. She wasn't sick, hadn't had an accident, and no one had taken advantage of her. She was just a recent college graduate. So, how did she end up here? She began to recall what happened last night. It seemed she had been celebrating her successful interview and the job offer she received. Excited, she had a few extra drinks with her friends. Thinking of that, she rubbed her forehead. Drinking really causes trouble. Qian Yufei stood up and picked up a small hand mirror from the table, planning to see what she looked like now. The person in the mirror looked very thin, with a pale face. Her eyes were large, dark, and bright enough to reflect her own image. When she smiled, her eyes curved gently, as if they could speak. Her eyelashes were naturally curled, her nose slightly upturned. She wasn't stunning, but she was a delicate and pleasant-looking young woman. She studied the face carefully, trying to find something familiar. But except for the slightly widened eyes showing surprise, she could hardly recognize herself. Putting down the mirror, she felt a mix of emotions. Something that only happened in novels had actually happened to her. She didn't know what to do next or whether she could adapt to this unfamiliar time. Still, since she was already here, she decided to stay calm. She had always been someone who could adjust easily, so she chose not to overthink and to deal with the situation first. She gathered her thoughts and began to plan. First, she needed to understand where she was, who the original person was, and how to talk to others without revealing her secret. Luckily, the original owner's personality seemed somewhat similar to hers, so pretending wouldn't be too hard. Otherwise, if she accidentally gave herself away and people thought she was strange or possessed, she might be in real danger. Yikes. Just thinking about it is scary. She looked around and found the room very simple. Other than a bed and a table, there was almost no furniture at all. She stood up and walked toward the door, but suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell. It felt like low blood sugar. Holding onto the table to steady herself, she thought, this body is really weak. It doesn't feel like I just skipped one meal. It's more like I haven't eaten for 3 days. I need to find something to eat first. Qian Yufei forced herself to move, step by step, to the doorway. She gently pushed the door open and saw a large courtyard outside. Directly ahead was a wooden gate leading to the outside world. The yard was neatly planted with eggplants, beans, cucumbers, and other vegetables, full of the warmth of daily life. There were houses on both sides. Looking back, she saw 3 main rooms facing south, all made of earth. The one she came out of was the west room, which she used to share with her sister. After her sister got married last year, she had been living there alone. She took a deep breath, and the fresh air filled her lungs, making her feel a little better. Following the path in her memory, she made her way to the room on the east side, which should be the kitchen. The kitchen was simple. A table stood by the door, surrounded by roughly made wooden chairs. Clearly, this was where meals were eaten. On the right side of the room was an old-style clay stove with a large iron pot on top and a pile of firewood beside it. On the left were a water jar, a table with some basic cooking tools, and an old wooden cabinet, the very thing she was looking for. She opened the cabinet and found a few hard cornbread buns. Picking one up, she took a bite. She thought it would be hard to eat, but perhaps the body was used to it, so it wasn't difficult to chew or swallow. After finishing one bun in a few bites, she took another and poured herself a cup of water. This time she ate slowly, and surprisingly, it tasted quite good, though a bit dry. Feeling some strength return, she began walking around the yard. What she had seen earlier was the front yard, but she remembered there was another one behind the house. She walked around the kitchen to the back and saw a large vegetable garden. In the southeast corner stood a simple shed. From her memories, she knew that the small structure covered with straw and built from stones, grass, and earth was the toilet. She forced herself to ignore the discomfort, hurried to the restroom, and to be honest, she took a deep breath outside before rushing in, holding her breath the whole time. Only after finishing and walking far away did she dare to breathe again. When she was little, she had used similar outdoor toilets at her grandmother's house in the countryside, so she had some experience. After calming her breathing, she decided to return to the room to see if the original owner had left anything behind. Back at the place where she had woken up, she first took down the calendar. June 18th was circled. That was her exam date. If her memory was correct, today should be the 5th day after the exam, June 23rd, 1957, which matched the modern date. She wasn't sure if it was just a coincidence or something else. Next, she opened a wooden box under the bed, which held all her belongings. She first found a small handkerchief bundle containing the original owner's private savings, mostly coins and small bills, adding up to 87 cents. Not even a single full yuan. Qian Yufei sighed as she counted. After checking, she carefully wrapped the money again and set it aside, then continued to look through the rest. The box was quite large and mostly filled with schoolbooks, all well kept, showing that the original owner had cherished them. There were also a few sets of clothes, 2 for spring and autumn, 2 for winter and summer, along with some old cotton-padded garments that had faded and even had patches. From this, she guessed that the family's financial situation was modest. Although both parents worked, her father at a steel factory as a mechanic and her mother at a textile mill, they were still a working-class family. Her father, Qian Difu, had only been working for a few years. Before that, he farmed in their hometown. 3 years ago, he came here to sell vegetables and saw that the steel factory was hiring many workers. With his strength and some basic education, he hadn't finished primary school, he seized the opportunity and became a worker. Her mother, Zhang Yulan, had started working here just a year ago. Later, they bought the house they now lived in. Qian Yufei also had an older brother, Qian Yuhua, and an older sister, Qian Yufan, both recently married. Their weddings had used up most of the family's savings from the past 2 years. There were also twin younger brothers, only 16 years old. Qianyuan was still in school, while Qianyuman didn't like studying and was currently unemployed. In a couple of years, these two would also face marriage expenses. Because every part of the family needed money, they lived very frugally. Qian Yufei was the middle child in her family, the kind who often went unnoticed and received little attention from her parents. In her memories, her older sister, being the first child, was deeply loved by their parents. Later, even after their brother was born, the affection for the sister didn't fade. But when it came to her, things were different. With 2 children already in the family, her parents had lost the excitement of being new parents, so they didn't pay much attention to her. She was mostly raised by her grandmother or looked after by her sister. Later, her mother gave birth to twin boys, who quickly became the center of everyone's love. As a result, the family almost completely ignored her, even though she was only a year older than the twins. In this family, she seemed invisible, as if her presence didn't matter much. Fortunately, Qian Yufei wasn't a sensitive person. Over the years, she had grown up cheerful and optimistic. Although her parents didn't show her much affection, they didn't treat her badly either. They supported her education just like her siblings, and now that she had graduated from high school, she was about to receive her diploma and start looking for a job. Finding a job for a high school graduate wasn't too difficult, so she planned to go out in the afternoon to look around and see who was hiring. It was almost noon. Since finishing her exams, she had been the one cooking lunch at home, so she couldn't go out yet. Because she wasn't used to cooking on a traditional stove, she needed to prepare early. She went to the kitchen, found some cornmeal, and started making steamed cornbread. As soon as she began, her mind seemed to know exactly how much flour and water to use and how to knead the dough. Her hands moved naturally, as if they remembered the process. To her surprise, she realized she could actually handle cooking quite well. It felt almost magical. Next, she decided to make a dish she had recently cooked and still remembered clearly: braised eggplant with potatoes. She went to the garden to pick some eggplants, added a few potatoes from the kitchen, washed and cut them, and cooked them together with the cornbread. The cornbread steamed on top while the vegetables simmered below, saving both time and fuel. Lighting the fire took some effort. She tried several times and used up quite a few matches, but in the end, she managed to get it going successfully. Qian Yufei sat in front of the stove, adding firewood again and again. At some point, she suddenly felt that something was off. Based on the original owner's memories and the familiar dishes, she guessed that this place should be somewhere in the northeast region. But Qian Yufei had also lived in the northeast before she traveled here, so why had she never heard of the province or city she was in now? There were many cities, so maybe she had forgotten one, but she was sure she wouldn't mistake a province. There were only a few in the country, and she had paid attention in geography class. Could this be a completely fictional world? She wondered. If it was, then her knowledge of geography and history might not be useful anymore. Even though she was curious, her hands didn't stop working. She continued her task step by step. Soon, the whole family would be back, and she had a tough situation to face. But she had already made up her mind. Today she would pretend to be upset, eat quietly, and speak as little as possible. After all, she hadn't eaten yesterday because she was angry, so being unhappy again today wouldn't seem strange. Hopefully, she could get through the day without drawing attention. By noon, everyone had returned home. Even Qian Yuman, who was always running around, came back. Except for her married sister, she finally saw all the family members together. She quietly set the dishes and utensils on the table, unsure what to do next. Then her father spoke. Qian Difu had a serious face, which made everything he said sound important and commanding. All her brothers were afraid of him, and the original owner had been no different. Everyone sit down. I have something to say. Once everyone was seated, he continued, your grandfather sent a message today. He said the family will be dividing property this weekend, and he hopes everyone can come back. Does anyone have a problem with that? The twins didn't even think about it or ask why. They immediately said in unison, no problem. One had just finished exams, and the other had plenty of free time, so they had nothing to worry about. Qian Yufei certainly wouldn't ask, "Why are we dividing the family all of a sudden?" The less she said, the better. So she simply echoed, "No problem." Then her older brother spoke up. "It might be a bit hard for me to take leave. I'll ask my supervisor this afternoon. If I can't go, Wenxiu can go in my place." Wang Wenxiu, his wife, nodded in agreement. "Yes, I don't have much to do here, so I'll go back with you." Qian Difu nodded. "All right then, let's eat first." Qian Yufei was surprised that no one asked the question she was most curious about. She was dying to know why the family was splitting up. Had something serious happened that made it necessary? During the meal, everyone truly followed the rule of no talking while eating. No one spoke, and even the sound of chopsticks and bowls was rare. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of people chewing. Just as Qian Yufei was admiring everyone's good table manners, she noticed her younger brother had already finished one cornbread and was reaching for a second. She quickly sped up her eating. The meal ended quickly. Less than 10 minutes later, everyone was done. Even though Qian Yufei tried to eat faster, she was still the last to finish. She almost choked from eating too fast and couldn't help complaining in her mind. "Why does eating feel like a battle? I spent almost an hour cooking and you all finished in 10 minutes. What's the rush?" After the meal, she and her sister-in-law cleaned up the table. Her sister-in-law washed the dishes while Qian Yufei didn't do much. Since her sister-in-law didn't have a job and often wandered around, most of the housework was shared between the two of them. Qian Yufei went back to her room, planning to go out for a walk once everyone else had left. She wanted to take a look at the buildings and people of this era. She didn't want to spend too much time with her family right now. Since she had taken the place of the original person, even though their personalities were somewhat similar, their habits and small details were different. People who knew the original her might notice something was off. So she decided to stay out of sight for a while. Less contact meant fewer mistakes. It would be best if everyone continued to ignore her as before. Sitting on the bed, Qian Yufei flipped through the old school books that once belonged to the original person. They had a strong sense of the past, but she only skimmed through them absent-mindedly. Her thoughts had already drifted away. She was deeply curious about what her father had said earlier about dividing the family. Family divisions were always dramatic, no matter the time or place, whether in real life or in stories. Being someone who loved gossip, Qian Yufei couldn't help feeling excited. After all, this might turn out to be quite a show, and she might even be part of it. A family division like this not only gave her a chance to learn more about the local customs and way of life, but also helped her understand the financial situation of ordinary families and get to know her relatives again. Although she had the original owner's memories and could recognize the relatives, memories were still just memories. Seeing things with her own eyes was much clearer. She also wanted to personally confirm their personalities and situations. She didn't fully trust the information passed down from the original owner. She had her own standards. For example, in the original owner's memory, her father seemed very cold and never smiled at her, so she assumed he didn't like her. But Qian Yufei later realized that he rarely smiled at anyone. He was simply a serious man by nature. Perhaps because of his personality, he wasn't good with words and didn't know how to communicate with his children, but he still did his best to fulfill his duties as a father. He made sure she could finish high school, which was already quite rare in a time when sons were often valued more than daughters. Around 2 in the afternoon, when most of the family had left, Qian Yufei changed into clean clothes, carried a small shoulder bag, took the little money she had, and went out. When she opened the door, she saw a 3 or 4 meter wide path in front of the house. It was a crossroads of alleys leading in different directions. She chose the left one, which was closer to the main road. At the end of the alley, she saw rows of neat, square houses. Each home had a yard with low walls, and she could see vegetables growing inside. Most houses were made of earth or stone, with only a few brick ones. Following her memory, Qian Yufei walked toward the nearest department store. In her mind, that building was the only 3-story structure in the city. Most others had no more than 2 floors. That area could be considered the city center. Then she suddenly realized that her family's location was actually quite good. She wondered how her father had managed to buy a house there. With a normal salary, it would have been almost impossible to save enough money so quickly, especially for a house in such a prime spot. As she walked north, the closer she got to the department store, the more small shops lined both sides of the street. They sold everyday goods, clothes, food, and other necessities. Maybe because it was work hours, there weren't many people around. The shop owners either sat at their doors enjoying the sun or chatted leisurely with their neighbors. Life here seemed unusually relaxed. She couldn't help but wonder how long these shops could stay open. Qian Yufei took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the unique charm of this era. She walked slowly along the street, her eyes occasionally stopping on the small stores. But she didn't go inside any of them. One reason was that she didn't have much money, and another was that she didn't know what to buy. Besides, she didn't want to spend the savings the original owner had worked so hard to keep before she even understood the situation. That would be unwise. After walking and stopping along the way, she finally stood in front of the department store. The three-story building looked simple compared to modern shopping centers, but for this time period, it was already quite grand. The main doors were wide open. Standing at the entrance, Qian Yufei watched the people coming and going, then stepped inside to take a look. The interior was bright and spacious, with shelves full of all kinds of goods, from clothes and shoes to household items. She walked among the crowd, curiously observing everything around her. Each section had neatly dressed staff ready to help customers at any time. She often stopped to pick up an item, examined it carefully, then gently put it back. Although she didn't have much money, that didn't stop her from enjoying window shopping. Looking didn't cost anything, and no one would know she was short on cash. It was a habit she had kept from modern times, browsing even without buying. She then went up to the second floor, where fabrics, ready-made clothes, watches, appliances, and some furniture were displayed. The third floor was different. It was filled with imported goods that ordinary people couldn't afford. The prices were high, so she only looked around before going back down. It felt just like visiting luxury stores in modern times. She could walk in freely, but since she couldn't really buy anything, it wasn't that exciting, just something nice to look at. After leaving the department store, she walked east and found that the supply and marketing cooperative, hospital, police station, and bank were all located in the same area. In front of the supply and marketing cooperative, people came and went, and inside it was full of activity. Some windows even had lines of people waiting to buy what they needed. It was much livelier than a department store. At the hospital entrance, a large red cross hung above the door, giving people a sense of comfort. From time to time, people went in and out, some in a hurry, others more relaxed. Qian Yufei walked slowly, stopping now and then to observe how people lived in this era and to feel its unique charm. It gave her a clearer understanding of the time she was in. On her way back, she passed by the high school she attended. Some students who hadn't started their vacation yet were playing and laughing on the playground, full of energy and youth. Near the school was a large residential area. Under the big trees, elderly people sat together chatting, while children ran and played in the alleys, their laughter echoing in the air. The houses looked old and worn, but they gave off a warm and friendly feeling. On some walls, hand-painted posters could still be seen, preserving the memories of that time. As Qian Yufei strolled through the neighborhood, she found the elders' conversations interesting. She sometimes stopped to listen, catching glimpses of the era's lifestyle and changes through their words. Further south were the steel and textile factories where her parents worked. It took about half an hour to walk there from home. To the west were a cannery and a meat processing plant. Because there were many factories nearby, especially the large steel plant, most of the residents were factory workers and their families. This made the local living standards relatively high, and people were generally better off. That was also why the supply and marketing cooperative she had passed earlier was so crowded. Qian Yufei didn't continue walking south, as it was getting farther away, and it was time to head home. She needed to prepare dinner soon and wondered if her sister-in-law could manage it if she wasn't there. Just to be safe, she decided to start heading back. Her parents worked from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening, a standard 8-hour schedule. But sometimes when there was urgent work, they had to stay late. Her father earned 37.5 yuan a month, and her mother earned 23.5 yuan. With a total monthly income of 60 yuan, their family was considered middle income for that time. Her older brother also started working at the steel factory this year. Although his salary is only 18.5 yuan, it will increase later. Because of this job, he was able to marry his current wife, Wang Wenxiu, in April. As far as she knows, her brother doesn't have to hand over his wages to their mother. He only needs to give 5 yuan each month for living expenses. She feels their parents are quite open-minded. The family's finances are stable, the house is big enough for her 2 younger brothers to use when they get married, and there are few arguments at home. Life feels peaceful and happy. She has no complaints about her family. However, she hasn't seen any job openings along the way, which makes her a bit anxious. Even though this might be a fictional time period, based on the original person's memories and what she saw today, she feels it's very similar to the era she knows. If history develops in a similar way, jobs will become more valuable in the future, and there will be fewer positions available. In 7 or 8 years, even the cities might not have enough space for everyone, and people may need to move to the countryside to help with construction. So, she plans to find a stable job as soon as possible while it's still not too difficult. As for marriage, she's only 17, just turned 16 by full years. But in this era, people tend to marry young. She needs to be mentally prepared for that. Most people get married before 20, often at 18 or 19. If someone remains single past that age, others might think there's something wrong with them. When she got home, she found the door locked. Her sister-in-law really wasn't there. Luckily, she came back early. Otherwise, when the others returned from work and found no dinner ready, she would probably get scolded. Where did she go at this hour? Don't tell me she's avoiding work on purpose, Qian Yufei muttered to herself. Then she started a fire and began cooking, relying on muscle memory. After a while, people began coming home. The first was her younger brother. Before she even saw him, she heard his voice. "Sis, what's for dinner?" Sitting by the iron pot, adding firewood, Qian Yufei replied, "Braised beans." Her brother squatted beside her and sighed. "When can we have a meal with some meat again? I feel like I haven't eaten meat for a whole month." The original girl had the cheerful and lively personality typical of young people, full of energy, with a bit of innocence and simplicity. So it was easy for her to act naturally, almost like being herself. When Qian Yufei heard him mention meat, her body reacted instinctively with longing, and she almost started drooling. Resting her hands on her knees, she looked at the burning fire and said, "I want to eat meat too." Then she looked up at Qian Yumin with a playful smile. "Why don't you ask Mom? Maybe she'll agree. Telling me won't help. I only cook. I don't have money to buy meat." Qian Yumin seemed tempted and nodded, planning to give it a try later. Seeing how easily he agreed, Qian Yufei felt a little hopeful, though she didn't expect much. Her family was still saving money, and there were many expenses. Her mother was also very careful with money, so it was unlikely she would agree. Sure enough, one day passed, then 2, and the long-awaited meat never came. Instead, the weekend arrived, and the whole family was going to visit their grandmother in the countryside. They didn't own any big items, no bicycle, sewing machine, or radio. At that time, bicycles were still rare and hard to buy. It would take a few more years before they were mass-produced, but even then, you'd need special coupons to get one. So for the next 10 or 20 years, anyone who owned a bicycle would be the most eye-catching person on the street. Carrying large bags, the family walked toward the countryside. Their grandparents lived in a nearby village called Kaoshan, named for its location near a big mountain. They had to walk under the blazing sun, passing the steel factory, and continuing south for more than 2 hours. The sky was perfectly clear, with no pollution, just blue skies and white clouds. The sunlight was strong and hot. For Qian Yufei, it was quite a challenge, but thanks to the original girl's strong body, even though she thought it would be tough, her body told her she could handle it just fine. On both sides of the road stretched endless green fields filled with crops. At first, they passed cornfields, then near the river there were rice paddies. Scattered among them were patches of soybeans, millet, and sweet potatoes. These things weren't something Qian Yufei figured out herself. They were already part of the original owner's memories from this time period. She didn't even need to learn them. She knew which plants were weeds, which ones could feed chickens, which kinds pigs liked, and which ones she had eaten before. Compared to her modern self, who could barely tell grains apart, this version of her was much more capable. For someone who had grown up in the countryside, this was just common sense. She had only moved to the city 2 years ago, and before that, she had always lived here. Sometimes she had to work in the fields, and even when she didn't, she still had to go out to gather grass for the pigs. She was very familiar with all of it. On the way, they met some familiar villagers. Everyone greeted them warmly and asked about each other's lives. Her father's usual serious expression softened as he chatted kindly with the neighbors. From this, Qian Yufei saw a different side of him. As they got closer to Kaoshan village, more houses began to appear. Once they entered the village, rows of connected homes came into view. Since the land was now collectively owned, each family only had a small private plot. Because of that, people liked to build large yards so that the land inside could also be used as their own. They could grow more fruits and vegetables that way. Soon, the family arrived at a wide-open courtyard. Qian Yufei knew they had reached her grandparents' house, her own home as well. The courtyard was large, and its layout was similar to their house in the city. From the main gate, 5 rooms stood directly ahead. Her grandparents, her eldest uncle's family, and her second uncle's family each had a room, along with a main hall and a kitchen that also served as a dining area. On the left side were 2 smaller rooms. One used to belong to her family and the other to her youngest uncle's family. Now, her family's room was empty, only used when they came back to visit or during the new year. On the right side, a large area was planted with vegetables. In the backyard were the pigsty, chicken coop, and toilet. The smell there wasn't pleasant, so even though she wanted to see if it looked the same as in her memories, she decided not to go. After entering the courtyard, her mother first took some things to the house where they used to live, while the others followed her father into the main hall. The hall was already full of people. Her eldest and second uncle's families were there, and her youngest uncle had also returned. The younger ones quietly went to a corner, listening to the adults talk. But it wasn't really just talking. There were hidden meanings in their words, sharp tones, and sometimes even arguments broke out. Grandpa, uncle, second uncle, and youngest uncle were still smoking cigarettes made from homegrown tobacco leaves. When her father came in, he joined them, filling the room with smoke. Her youngest uncle worked at a canning factory. Early this year, her father heard they were hiring and told the family. Many of them went to apply, but only her youngest uncle, along with her eldest and second cousins from her uncle's families, were accepted. The 3 of them now worked in the city and could be considered city people. Her eldest aunt married her childhood sweetheart from the same village. The second and third aunts married men from nearby villages, and it seemed they would all settle down soon. In the original memories, her third aunt was quite capable. A few years ago, she found a job in the city as a teacher at Yuanshan Primary School in Anfeng Town, not far from here. She was considered the most educated person in the family. Qian Yufei listened for a while as they argued. The main issue was that the children were old enough to get married, but there weren't enough houses. When the eldest cousin was about to marry, the family had planned to build a house, but they couldn't agree on how to build it or how many rooms to make. The arguments went on until Grandpa finally said each family should handle it themselves. But all the money earned over the years was kept by the grandparents, and the others had almost nothing. How could they solve it on their own? Last year, the eldest and second cousins from the eldest uncle's family couldn't wait any longer. They were anxious to get married, afraid their fiancés might leave. With no other choice, they used the money they had saved from working odd jobs and borrowed some from relatives and friends. After getting 2 plots of land in the village, they built simple houses, 3 rooms each. That's how they finally managed to get married. The eldest and second cousins were married, but the third cousin from the second uncle's family had also reached marriage age. His family was now facing the same problem: no house to live in after marriage. They had thought about letting him stay in Qian Yufei's family house for a while, but since so many people needed a place, it was impossible to decide who should use it. And one house couldn't solve everyone's problem anyway. So they kept coming to Grandpa, asking what his plan was. Did he not want his grandsons to have good lives? He was holding on to the money but refused to build houses. What exactly did he want? The second aunt was the loudest in the argument. Her 2 daughters were already married, but her 2 older sons were still single, and the youngest was almost old enough to marry too. The eldest uncle's family could still manage for another 2 years. Fortunately, his 2 sons already had jobs, so building a house wouldn't be a problem. The second uncle's family was different. All their money was kept by the grandparents, and they didn't get to use any of it. She suspected that the grandparents had given most of their savings to the daughters who had married out, so they probably didn't have much left. At first, the second uncle's wife only argued about building a house, but later it turned into a demand to divide the family property. Before long, the eldest aunt's family arrived. She came with her husband and their 4 sons, all of whom were married and had children. Because she had 4 sons and lived close to her parents' home, she had a strong voice in her husband's family and carried herself with confidence. She also couldn't understand the grandparents' behavior and had tried to persuade them to help. Many people in the village had also advised them to give money to the grandchildren who were ready to marry and build houses, but it didn't seem to work. The reason for this family meeting, as Qian Yufei just learned from their conversation, was that the grandparents had a big argument some time ago. After that, the grandmother fell seriously ill and stayed in bed for several days. The eldest and second uncles were very disappointed in their parents. When the grandparents argued, no one tried to stop them. When the grandmother got sick, it was the eldest uncle's little grandson who took her to the clinic. Neither the uncles nor their wives went to visit her. Now, the 2 uncles no longer spoke to the grandparents. They had already told the village head that when the village distributed money at the end of the year, their families would be counted separately from the grandparents. Otherwise, their sons might never be able to afford to marry. The grandparents seemed to realize how serious the situation had become. It was time to solve the problem, so they called everyone home today to discuss it. In fact, building a house in those days didn't cost much. The mud bricks could be made by hand, stones could be collected, and wood could be requested from the village. If that wasn't enough, they could buy a little more. There were enough family members to help, and neighbors would also come to lend a hand if needed, as long as they were given some food. The only things that really needed to be bought were bricks and tiles, and if money was tight, even the bricks could be skipped. There would be some other small expenses, but nothing too heavy. Around 11 o'clock, the second and third aunts finally arrived, along with their husbands. Their children didn't come. Once everyone was there, they began to discuss the main issue. Grandpa Qianwei put out his cigarette, looked around the room, cleared his throat, and said, "Is everyone here?" The room was silent. He continued, "You all know why I called you here today. We need to talk about dividing the family property." He paused, glanced at second aunt and third aunt's families, and added, "And I also need to explain why we haven't used the money to build new houses yet. Because of that, some of the children couldn't get married on time, and it's caused a lot of tension in the family." Everyone turned their eyes to Grandpa. They had all been wondering about this, but he had never explained it before. Grandpa Qianwei looked at everyone, sighed softly, held Grandma's hand, and said, "Your grandma and I made a wrong decision back then, and that's what led to this situation. Here's what happened. 5 years ago, your second aunt's son, Li Jie, got into a fight and injured someone. They had to pay a large amount of money, but their family couldn't afford it. The other family had influence, and if they didn't pay, Li Jie could have been sent to prison for several years. That would have ruined his future." Grandpa looked at his grandchildren and went on, "Your second aunt came to me crying and begging for help. She only has one son, and I couldn't bear to see her like that. I kept thinking, if Li Jie went to prison, what would happen to them? So your grandma and I discussed it and decided to lend them 800 yuan. Your second uncle promised to repay it as soon as possible." Everyone's eyes turned to second aunt and her husband. So this was the reason. The looks from the other aunts were sharp and cold, fixed on second aunt. Second aunt and her husband kept their heads down, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. But everyone was still wondering, was that really all the money they had saved over the years? With so many people working hard, it seemed too little. Grandpa Qianwei continued, "You're probably thinking that the family should have more savings, right? You're correct. We do have more than that." Then, as if lost in thought, he said, "Not long after that incident, one of my old friends, your Uncle Lu from Lu Village, was badly injured when a bull hit his leg. But you all know their village was very poor. His family only asked the village doctor to do a simple bandage and didn't take him to the hospital. He stayed at home like that. When I heard about it later, I lent him 200 yuan so he could see a doctor. But it was already a bit late. The wound got infected, and even though his leg eventually healed, one leg became shorter than the other, which made walking and working difficult. I thought that was the end of it. Unexpectedly, 2 months later, your Uncle Lu's son, Lu Gang, came to me and said his father had fallen into the river and almost drowned. Although he was rescued and woke up, his lungs had some problems. The doctor said he needed imported medicine, which was very expensive. He wanted to borrow more money. I thought it was a matter of saving a life, so I lent him another 200 yuan. Not long after, he came again asking for 300 more. I thought since I had already helped, I shouldn't stop halfway, so I gave it to him. But I never expected that 2 months later, his father still didn't make it. In the end, their family owed us 700 yuan. At that time, everything happened so quickly that I didn't ask for an IOU. When I later went to find Lu Gang to ask for the money, I discovered he had already left long ago. The whole family looked at each other in silence. In such situations, most people would help if they could, but no one expected to lose both money and hope. Grandpa paused, lit another cigarette, took a puff, and continued, "Your grandma knew about the first 200, but she didn't know about the other 500. So, she thought we still had some money left. Without telling me, she lent your third aunt's family 300 yuan to help them get a job connection. That's probably how she got her teaching job now. Because of that, our family really didn't have much money left for a few years. I knew that if we were going to build a house, it couldn't just be 1 or 2 rooms, and the remaining money wouldn't be enough. So I decided to wait until your second and third aunt's families paid back what they owed before starting construction." Grandpa Qianwei then looked at the second and third aunt's families. "But I really didn't expect that only a few days ago, your third aunt's family finally paid back the 300 yuan. Your second aunt's family has only paid back 200 so far." Then he turned to Qian Liang and her husband, Li Xiaofeng. "Li Xiaofeng, give me a clear answer. When will you pay back the remaining 600 yuan? Second aunt's husband stayed silent, keeping his head down. Grandpa Qianwei looked at him, then turned to everyone. "See? Every time I ask him, he just acts like this. Won't talk, won't pay back the money. I really don't know what to do anymore." At that moment, first aunt and second aunt couldn't hold back any longer. One grabbed second aunt's hair, the other slapped third aunt. The attack came so suddenly that second and third aunt were caught off guard. Once they realized what was happening, they started fighting back, and soon the 4 of them were in a full brawl. While fighting, they shouted angrily, "You've owed money for 4 or 5 years and only paid back a little. Where did the rest go? You deserve it. You never take things seriously. And you, using our parents' money to get a job, earning your own salary now but still not paying back, for 3 years. Do you even have a conscience? Has your sense of responsibility disappeared completely?" Second and third aunt didn't say a word the whole time, just fought back quietly. They probably knew that arguing would only make things worse and anger everyone even more. First aunt kept scolding from the side. "Li Jie isn't any better. No wonder he hasn't come home for New Year these past few years. He must be too ashamed. If he's so ashamed, how did he still have the nerve to get married?" Second aunt got even angrier and slapped second aunt again. "Your son has money and a house now, but he delayed my son for years." The more she spoke, the angrier she became and the harder she hit. "Do you even realize how many kids in the family are waiting to get married? We need money to build houses. And you still have money for new clothes? She shouted, tearing third aunt's clothes in the process. Seeing that, third aunt's husband rushed over to stop the fight, worried she might be embarrassed. But once he stepped in, things only got worse. The two uncles, who had been angry for years without knowing the reason, finally understood everything. They realized the ones who owed money had been living comfortably all this time, eating well and dressing nicely, without any thought of paying back what they owed. Meanwhile, the families who had lent them money had been living frugally, saving every bit to build houses. How could they not be furious? Of course, they couldn't hold it in any longer, so the uncles joined the fight too. No one dared to step in and stop them. Everyone knew they needed this fight to let out years of frustration. Qian Yufei thought to herself that if her second and third aunt's children came today, they probably wouldn't have a good time either. They might get scolded or even hit. Actually, the younger uncle's eldest son was also affected, but since he was younger than the older cousins, and his father had started working and saved some money, he planned to build his own house this year if the family still refused to help. He wanted to prepare it for his son's future marriage. Because of that, the younger uncle wasn't as angry as the older uncles. He just stood by, watching quietly with his father. At first, it was a chaotic fight among 8 people, but later it turned into a one-sided beating. The second and third aunts and their husbands either felt guilty and didn't dare to fight back, or the older uncles were simply stronger. In the end, the 4 of them were pinned to the ground and beaten. When everyone was too tired to continue, Grandpa Qianwei finally spoke. "All right, stop fighting." He turned to the eldest aunt. "Li Juan, help them up. I have something to ask." The 4 stood up slowly, their faces bruised and their arms and legs sore. No one paid much attention to their injuries. Honestly, they had gone easy on them. If they hadn't, with the strength of farmers in those days, someone could have ended up with a broken leg. Grandpa asked the second aunt and her husband again, "Qian Liang, Li Xiaofeng, I'll ask one last time. When can you return the remaining 600 yuan? His expression was serious, and he called his daughter by her full name. It was clear he meant what he said, though no one knew what he would do next. The second aunt hesitated, but said nothing. It seemed she wasn't the one in charge at home. Li Xiaofeng also stayed silent, keeping his head down. Seeing their attitude, Grandpa didn't get angry. Maybe he had been angry for so many years that he was used to it, he couldn't even feel it anymore. "If you two keep acting like this," he said calmly, "I won't go to your village to talk to your village head, and I won't go to Li Xiaofeng's parents to argue. But from now on, Qian Liang and Li Xiaofeng, you have nothing to do with the Qian family. When you go out, don't say I'm your father. The Qian family no longer has children like you." Everyone was shocked by his words, especially Qian Liang. Her eyes filled with tears, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Grabbing her grandparents' pant legs, she cried, "Dad, Mom, I was wrong. I'll pay the money back. We still have a little over 300 at home. I'll go get it right now, and I promise to pay the rest within 2 years." When her second aunt heard there was still more than 300 left at home, she wanted to scold her again, but her husband stopped her. She stayed silent, though she glared at her sister-in-law and her husband. Li Xiaofeng stepped forward, wanting to say something, but before he could finish the word no, Qian Liang stood up and slapped him. She shouted, "When Li Jia was in trouble, your parents clearly had money, but they only gave 500. They could spend money for Li Ming's wedding and for Li Yu's clothes, but not to help my son. I had to beg relatives to borrow 200, and the rest came from my own home. Isn't Li Jia also their grandson? In the past few years, your parents did give some money, but wasn't it all to repay your relatives first? When it came to my family, you didn't want to pay anymore. What do we owe you something? The money I have now is what I earned and what Li Jia gave me. It's none of your business. Let me tell you, Li Xiaofeng, if you dare to make my parents turn against me, even if I divorce you, I'll make sure your family falls apart. Let's see who the child will stay with after that." You have to admit, for a woman in that time to say the word divorce showed she wasn't an ordinary rural woman. Still, no one knew why she had held onto the money for so long without paying it back. Then she turned to her father and said, "Dad, I'll go home and get the money right now. I'll be back soon." Wiping her tears, she ignored Li Xiaofeng and walked out the door. Li Xiaofeng wanted to follow her, but his older cousin blocked his way. Of course, if he went after her, who knew if the money would really come back in full? Grandfather Qian Wei's expression softened a lot. He no longer looked as stern as before, and even lit a cigarette. "All right," he said, "we've talked about why we didn't build a house these past few years. Now it's time to discuss dividing the family property. Actually, the family has made some money in recent years. If we wanted to build a house, we could have built a smaller one. But I thought we should wait until they paid back the money, and then we could divide the family properly. If we built the house first, it would be hard to divide things fairly later, and that could cause tension between the brothers. But I never expected we'd have to wait this long. We really can't wait any longer. Let's just divide the family now." Then they saw Grandma take a small wooden box from the cabinet by the bed. It even had a lock, and there seemed to be faint patterns on it. It clearly wasn't an ordinary box. Grandma Chen Xiumei opened the box and took out a thick stack of money. Everyone's eyes lit up with surprise. They couldn't help but think, with so much money, why didn't we build the house earlier? Why wait so long? Even building a small one would have been something. Did we really have to delay everything until the children's futures were affected? Grandma ignored their eager looks and said calmly, "After we lent out the money back then, we only had a little over 300 left. At that time, several girls in the family were getting married, and we needed money for that, so we couldn't use it all to build a house. Later, whenever a girl got married, we gave her 50 yuan as a dowry. You can figure out how many girls have married over the years. Also, when the eldest son's sons, Xiaoliang and Xiaoqiang, and the third son's son, Xiaohua, got married, each family received 50 yuan as a wedding gift." Everyone quickly did the math. The eldest uncle's family had one daughter married, the second uncle's family had two, Qian Yufei's sister had just married recently, and the youngest uncle's family had two as well. Altogether, the dowries for the girls alone cost 300 yuan. The weddings for the sons cost another 150. They couldn't help but be impressed. What generosity! In those days, most families gave only 10 yuan or so and made a new dress for the bride. Grandma's family was truly different. After they finished calculating, Grandma continued, "That doesn't even include the cost of gifts and the wedding banquets. Altogether, marrying off the girls and arranging the weddings cost about 450 yuan. After daily expenses, we've saved around 500 yuan over the past 4 years. Lai Ying and Li Mei have repaid 500 yuan, and with the 300 we had left before, our family now has a total of 1,383 yuan. Later, we'll see how much Lai Ying can bring back, and then we'll discuss how to divide it among the families. The family property will be divided among the sons and grandsons, but I also have some old jewelry. I plan to give those to the daughters and granddaughters so that everyone receives something." As she spoke, she went back to the cabinet and took out another wooden box, similar to the first one. While unlocking it, she said, "I've counted. There are 3 daughters and 7 granddaughters." She looked around the room. The married granddaughters weren't there today. Only Qian Yufei was present. Grandma waved her hand at Qian Yufei and said, "Yufei, come here and pick one first. You're the youngest, so you choose first. After you, your aunts can pick. The ones who didn't come can come to me later if they want something. Whoever comes first gets to choose first. I won't send anything to them, and no one else can bring it for them." Then she looked around at everyone and added, "Did you all hear that? If they don't want to come see me, they don't get anything for free. They have to come visit me." Qian Yufei thought to herself, "Grandma is really something. Look at that attitude." Smiling, she walked forward and looked into the box filled with beautiful things, a pair of jade bracelets, a jade pendant, 2 gold locks, 3 gold necklaces, 4 gold bangles, and 2 gold rings with gemstones. There were clearly more than 10 items, so even the last person to choose would still have plenty of options. Qian Yufei was dazzled. She rubbed her eyes, hardly believing she could have one of these. Grandma teased her, "Aren't they all pretty? Do you want them all? Too bad, you can only pick one." She held up one finger and smiled playfully. Qian Yufei was speechless. She finally realized how wrong the original impression of her grandmother had been. This wasn't a cold or unfair woman at all. She was a wise old lady with a bit of a childlike personality. Where did that idea of favoritism or dislike even come from? So far, Yufei hadn't seen any sign of it. She hesitated for a moment. She really liked the jade bracelet, but something inside told her she must choose the jade pendant, or she would regret it later. She hated feeling regret, so in the end, she chose the jade pendant. It was a fine piece of Hetian jade, smooth and simple, hanging from a string. After choosing it, Yufei immediately put it around her neck, not giving herself a chance to change her mind. Next, her eldest and third aunts each chose a gold bracelet. At that time, it was hard to say whether jade or gold was more valuable. They each had their own worth. Gold could be easily exchanged for money when needed, and its price was clear. Jade was different. It depended on finding someone who understood its value and was willing to trade for it. The more anxious you were to sell, the lower the price you'd get. As the saying goes, gold has a price, but jade is priceless. After the three of them had chosen, Grandma closed the box and set it aside. Next came the following step. Grandfather brought up another topic. Now, let's talk about our retirement. Your mother and I have discussed it. For now, we won't live with any of you. We can still work in the fields, even if we earn a little less. When the day comes that we can't work anymore, we'll move in with the eldest family. But for now, we'll live on our own, so when dividing the money, we'll also take one share. If either of us gets seriously ill, the medical costs will be shared equally among the 4 families. But don't worry, for small illnesses, we won't trouble you. As for our living expenses, we've decided that those who have money can contribute money, and those who don't can give grain. Just like the 3rd family did a few years ago, if you give money, it's 30 yuan per year per family. If you give grain, it should be 200 jin, with at least 80 jin of fine grain. At that moment, Qian Yufei realized that her family had already been paying for her grandparents' support in previous years. No wonder no one had argued about whether her family had contributed or not. Just then, Qian Lying hurried back. She walked past everyone, went straight to her grandparents, handed grandfather 300 yuan and said, "Dad, here's 300 yuan. There are only a few dozen left at home, but I kept that just in case we need to buy something. Don't worry, I'll return the remaining 300 yuan to the family as soon as possible." Grandfather took the money, checked it, and then handed it to grandmother. Grandmother put the money into the wooden box and said, "All right, go sit over there. We're about to start dividing the family." Grandfather continued, "Now, the total amount of money is 1,683 yuan. But we still need to set aside money for the children's weddings. There are 11 boys in total, 3 are already married and 8 are not. Each unmarried boy will have 50 yuan set aside. As for the girls, only Yufei isn't married yet, so we'll set aside another 50 yuan for her." As grandfather spoke, grandmother counted the money and placed the set-aside amount separately. Then grandfather paused, as if thinking of something, and asked, "Do you think this money should go directly to you, or should it first be given to your parents?" He sighed and said, "Well, every generation has its own fortune. Since we're dividing the family, I won't interfere anymore. The money is yours now. You can decide how to handle it." After setting aside 450 yuan, there's 1,233 yuan left. He then took out 33 yuan in change and said, "I'll keep this 33 yuan for now. Since our family doesn't have a great-grandchild yet, I plan to give this money to the first one born." Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward the eldest cousin, the second cousin, and her brother, Qian Yuhua. The 3 of them stiffened under the gaze, and the second cousin's ears turned red before everyone finally looked away. Grandpa continued, "The remaining 1,200 yuan will be divided into 5 parts, 240 yuan for each family." Grandma had already sorted the money into neat stacks. Smiling, she waved them over and said, "Come and take your share." As she handed out the money, she reminded them, "Take the money home, finish building your houses, and get married soon. Don't delay important things." Grandpa nodded in agreement. Yes, by now each family should have saved enough clay bricks. Once you get the money, Go apply for a housing plot quickly. The sooner you choose, the better the location you'll get. There are many young men getting married in the village these years, and large plots are getting scarce. If you wait too long, you might end up with land near the foot of the hill. Qian Yufei could clearly see her two aunts rolling their eyes at that comment, probably complaining silently in their hearts. Grandpa went on, when lying exchanges the remaining 300 yuan, we'll still divide it into 5 parts. So lying, you only need to save up 240 yuan yourself, and you won't need to take a share when we divide it later. Alright, that's all for the money. Now, let's talk about the grain. Since there are no children at home now, only adults, we'll divide it per person. The third family won't get any grain, and neither will the fourth family or the 3 who work in the city, Xiaoyang and Xiaoqiang from the eldest family. The rest will share equally. As for the houses, each family keeps the one they live in, along with everything inside. No need to divide those. The vegetables in the yard, anyone can pick what they need. The private plots will be divided again after the autumn harvest. Then there are the 2 pigs and 12 chickens in the backyard. Each family gets 2 chickens, and we'll cook the remaining 2 later. You can take your chickens home or leave them in the backyard, but remember to feed them and give them some grass. As for the pigs, we'll keep raising them for now. At the end of the year, we'll decide whether to sell them or divide the meat.
All right.
Grandpa had just said one word, probably meaning that the family division was finished. Grandma then spoke. It's almost 1 o'clock. Let's make a meal before everyone leaves. We'll call it a family separation dinner. After eating, each family can take some bowls and chopsticks home. From now on, everyone will cook separately. I can finally rest a bit. I've been cooking for so many years, and it's really tiring. Aunt looked like she wanted to say something, but decided to stay quiet. She probably thought it was better this way. Otherwise, the separation wouldn't be complete. The family division was done. Everyone started getting busy. The uncles and cousins stayed in the main room, discussing which piece of land they wanted for their new houses, when to start building, whose house should be built first, and whether they should choose plots close to each other. The aunts went to the kitchen to cook. Grandma brought out plenty of good ingredients, then went to the backyard to pick 1 rooster and 1 hen that didn't lay eggs often. She prepared to cook them both. Qian Yufei wandered around for a while, then sat in the yard watching her grandma prepare the chickens. She thought, I thought there would be some arguing when dividing the family, but it went so smoothly. It's not like in the novels, where there's always drama and they have to invite the village head or elders to settle things. Our family separation seems too simple, just a few words, divide the money, and that's it. No written agreement, no signatures, nothing like I imagined. After the chickens were prepared, Yufei helped pluck the feathers. The small down feathers had to be pulled out one by one. It was quite a task, but perfect for someone like her who wasn't busy and had good eyesight. While she was working, she saw a woman enter through the gate, holding a baby. Yufei looked up and recognized her cousin, Qian Yuhong, her eldest uncle's daughter. She had been married for years to the Liu family in the same village. The baby in her arms was her second child, a boy about 4 months old. Yufei wondered why she had come. Surely not just to join the meal? When she looked at her cousin, Yuhong didn't glance her way, but walked quickly into the main room, looking anxious, as if something important had happened. Yufei was curious about what was going on, but she still had feathers to pluck. She didn't want to miss her chance to eat meat at lunch. She hadn't had any since she arrived, and she was really craving it. She wished she could take a bite of that chicken drumstick right now. Even though she couldn't go inside, she still moved the bowl of chicken under the window of the main room, planning to listen to what they were talking about. She arrived a bit late and didn't catch what they were saying at first. Later, from their conversation and her uncle's scolding, she realized that her cousin had come to borrow money. Her cousin's husband had heard that the steel factory might be hiring, so he wanted her to borrow some money from home to pull some strings and try to get a job there. Qian Yufei also heard her father and brother's voices. They clearly told her cousin, the steel factory isn't hiring right now. Even if they do, it'll only be for a few months as temporary workers. They just got news that production will increase in July and August. They'll need to work overtime, and if they still need more people, they'll hire some temporary workers for a short time. How long they'll work depends on how quickly the factory finishes its tasks. Once this busy period is over, the temporary jobs will end too. It could last just a few days or maybe a month or two, so it's really not worth spending money to get such a job. Her cousin didn't believe them and insisted on trying anyway. After that, her father and brother stopped talking, and only her uncle's angry voice could be heard. "There's no money in the house to lend you." Her cousin, Qian Yuhong, said, "Didn't you just divide the family property? How can there be no money?" Her uncle replied, "That money is for building a house. Your brother is almost old enough to get married. Xiao Wei is only 17. What's the rush?" Xiaoqiang and Xiaoyang didn't get married until they were over 20. Her cousin argued. Her uncle got even angrier. His temper, which had just cooled down, flared up again. His voice grew louder. "You've got some nerve saying that. When Xiaoyang and the others needed money to build their houses, they asked you for help. You had money, but refused to lend it. And now you want to borrow the money they saved for their houses? No way." Qian Yuhong said, "I only had about 80 yuan back then. What was I supposed to do if I lent it out?" Her uncle snapped, "What do you mean, what were you supposed to do? You didn't have many expenses. If something urgent came up, I would have paid you back." At that moment, her aunt came out of the kitchen. She glanced at the girl crouching under the window, half plucking chicken feathers and half listening to the gossip. She didn't say anything, probably too busy to bother with her. She walked straight into the house and slapped her older cousin so hard that the baby in her cousin's arms almost fell. Their younger uncle quickly took the baby to keep it safe. The little one was quite brave, not scared at all, even giggling happily. Then they heard their aunt say, "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Your grandmother said each of you could pick one piece of jewelry. Go pick one, sell it if you want, and you'll have money. Why bother borrowing?" Qian Yufei didn't really understand what her aunt meant by that little plan, but she knew it wasn't anything good. When her cousin heard that she could get a piece of jewelry, her eyes immediately turned toward their grandmother. Grandmother said, "Your mother's right. The family property will go to the sons and grandsons. You girls will each get one piece of jewelry." She opened the cabinet, took out the jewelry box she had just put away, unlocked it, and said, "Pick one. I don't suggest selling it, but since it's yours, I won't stop you if you do." Yufei didn't see which piece her cousin chose, only that after she picked one, grandmother locked the box again. Her cousin kept looking down at the jewelry in her hand. Then her cousin said, "Since it's from grandma, how could I sell it? I'll keep it as a family treasure." She slipped the jewelry into her pocket, took the baby back from their uncle, and smiled at her aunt. "Since third uncle said that job isn't reliable, I'll go home and talk to Jiaxing. Money doesn't come easily, we should be careful." Her sudden change of attitude was unbelievable. Yufei was stunned and even a little impressed at how smoothly she could talk. Yufei still couldn't figure out why her cousin had come. Maybe she wanted a share of the family property, first asking to borrow money, and when that didn't work, happily taking the jewelry instead. Yufei watched as her cousin, holding the baby, slowly left the yard. She didn't even stay for dinner. "We cooked 2 chickens today," Yufei thought. By then, the feathers were almost all plucked. Her mother came over, took the chicken, and got ready to chop it up for cooking. There was nothing for Qian Yufei to do here, so she washed her hands and planned to go back to her room to wait for dinner. She also wanted to take a closer look at the jade pendant her grandmother had given her. She was very familiar with this house. She had lived here for more than 10 years. It was divided into 3 small rooms, each about 10 square meters. She shared one with her sister, her parents had one, and her brothers shared the last one. Without paying much attention to the room, she sat down on a chair, took off the pendant from her neck, and turned it over in her hands again and again, but she couldn't see anything special about it. Then why, when I wanted to take the jade bracelet, did something inside me tell me to choose this pendant instead? Was it just my imagination? Qian Yufei began to doubt herself. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes widening as she remembered the traveler's rule. She muttered to herself, could this pendant be one of those legendary space pendants? I have to try. She quickly stood up and started searching for tools. After rummaging through some boxes, she finally found a needle stuck in a ball of thread. With no disinfectant, she lit a match and briefly heated the needle. Then, holding the needle in one hand and pressing her fingertip with the other, she placed the pendant on the table. Taking a deep breath, she pricked her finger. A drop of blood appeared, and she quickly let it fall onto the pendant, pressing her finger firmly against it. Qian Yufei felt nervous, afraid that nothing would happen. She closed her eyes and silently repeated, "Space, space. Please be a space." After waiting for a while, nothing happened. The bleeding had almost stopped, and the pendant looked the same as before. Just as she was about to give up, the pendant began to glow faintly. Her finger felt warm, as if something had entered her body. She opened her eyes wide and saw the blood on the pendant disappearing quickly. The glow faded until it was gone, and the tiny wound on her finger had healed completely. Qian Yufei froze. Was this real? For a moment, she thought she saw a small space appear before her eyes. Then she focused her mind on that space and picked up the ball of thread from the table. She silently said, "Store." To her surprise, the thread disappeared from her hand. At that moment, she could sense the space again. It seemed to exist inside her mind, yet also apart from it. It was an independent space, about 30 square meters in size. Not very big, but definitely real. But she was already very satisfied. After all, in this era, without some kind of special advantage, life would be really hard. Fortunately, fate had not treated her badly. Her special ability came late, but it finally arrived. Qian Yufei held the jade pendant in her hand, smiling foolishly. She tried placing the pendant on the table and then walked away to test whether she could still use her space ability. To her surprise, even without the pendant, she could still use it freely. She patted her chest in relief. That's great. The space doesn't need a physical object. It seems to exist in my mind. That means I don't have to worry about losing it or having it stolen. No one can take away what's in my head. Then she put the jade pendant back around her neck and began testing her ability again, putting different things from the room into the space. She discovered that she couldn't store things from a distance. She had to touch them physically. However, any part of her body could make contact. It didn't have to be her hands. Qian Yufei picked up the teacup on the table and silently thought, "Store." The teacup instantly disappeared from her hand. Then she gently tapped a chair with her foot and thought the same word. The chair vanished too. She closed her eyes and focused, sensing the space clearly in her mind. Everything inside was neatly arranged. Excited, she walked around the room, testing more items, even the painting on the wall. Each successful attempt filled her with joy, as if she had gained control over the whole world. She thought that with this space, she could store supplies in advance and wouldn't have to worry about food shortages in the future. However, it seemed that her space couldn't support planting. It was more like a void, no soil, no water. She would have to test later whether time inside was still or flowing. It wasn't convenient to do that here with so many people around. After finishing her tests, she realized it was almost time to eat. Outside, her second aunt was already calling her brothers to set the table. Quickly, she put everything back in place, feeling cheerful as she went to the kitchen to help carry dishes to the main hall. Her steps were light, and her face was full of joy she could hardly hide. She carried the tray steadily, with 3 large bowls of braised chicken with potatoes, one for each table. The bowls were so big they looked like the ones she used to wash her face with. There were more potatoes than meat, though there was still plenty of chicken. 2 whole birds had been used, but compared to the potatoes, the meat seemed a bit less. The second dish was fish that her cousins had caught the day before. Each table had a large bowl with 4 big fish, each weighing about 5 pounds. The third dish was a northeastern-style stew made with eggplant, beans, pumpkin, and potatoes. The last dish was a cold mixed salad. Every dish was served in generous portions, and the main food was steamed corn buns. When all the dishes were placed on the table, Grandpa brought out his homemade wine, which he only shared on special occasions like New Year's. The table was filled with delicious food, and the aroma made everyone's mouth water. Family members gathered around, smiling with happiness and satisfaction. Everyone praised how tasty the food was, especially the braised chicken with potatoes. The potatoes were soft and flavorful, and the chicken was tender and juicy. Grandpa was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. As he drank, he said, "The only thing missing in this house now is children. If there were a few little ones running around, it would be even livelier. You're all grown up now. It's time to start your own families." Here he went again, urging them once more. At the table, everyone ate quickly but politely. It seemed good manners had been passed down in the family. When everyone was about 2/3 full, the conversation became livelier. After a while, Grandma put down her chopsticks, looked at Qian Yufei, and said, "Yufei, you're graduating from high school this year, right?" Yufei was surprised. She had been enjoying her meal, and now Grandma suddenly mentioned her. She had been looking forward to this good food and wanted to eat a bit more. But since Grandma had asked, she swallowed her food and replied, "Yes, I just graduated. I'll go back to school in a few days to get my diploma." Then she heard something that completely shocked her. Grandma smiled and said, "You've graduated, so it's time to think about getting married." Then she looked at Qian Yufei and her parents and said, "I used to have an older sister friend. A few years ago, when we met and talked, she mentioned wanting to arrange a marriage for her grandson. We also agreed to become in-laws, and we made a verbal promise. Recently, she heard I was sick and wrote to me, asking if this marriage is still on. Her grandson is 21 and serving in the military in Liaoning province. He seems to be an officer. My older sister friend wants to know if we have any suitable girls here." That made me think of Yufei. She looked at Qian Yufei and continued, "You two are not much different in age, and your education matches. Don't give me an answer now. Think carefully when you go back, and in a few days let me know. I will write to my sister friend then." Qian Yufei was so surprised her mouth almost could fit an egg. She really didn't expect that just visiting her grandmother's house would lead to a marriage proposal. She wasn't sure if it was a surprise or an accident. She also wondered if she should accept. She felt she was still young, and that getting married now was too early. But reality told her that even if she didn't marry now, her mother would likely marry her off within 2 years. The future husband might not have the same good conditions. From what her grandmother said, the man was well-educated, probably not illiterate, maybe a high school graduate. He was a soldier, so his salary would be enough. She wouldn't have to worry about money or marry a farmer to work the land for 20 years. Also, marrying a soldier meant her safety would be more secure during storms or crises. Her safety was assured. Overall, the advantages seemed to outweigh the disadvantages. But she didn't know what his personality was like, what he looked like, or how he would treat her. All of this was still unknown, which made her a little nervous. Marriage was a lifelong thing, and she couldn't decide lightly. Her grandmother saw her eyes wandering and her changing expressions, then added, "No rush to decide. When you go back, take a photo of yourself. Remember to ask your mom to buy you a new dress to wear for the photo, then bring the picture to me." During the conversation, she also glanced at her parents and warned, "Did you hear that? After you go back, buy her a new dress. She's grown up now. Even if this one isn't suitable, there will be others. A new dress will definitely be useful. You can't wear old clothes to a formal meeting." Her father quickly replied, "Got it, Mom. I'll give her money so she can buy her own clothes." Grandmother nodded happily and then said to Qian Yufei, "The man's photo is on its way by mail. You should see it when you bring me the photo in a couple of days. My old friend said that this young man looks very lively. You won't lose out. If you think he looks okay, I can send your photo to my old friend so she can see it too. If both sides are happy, we can set a date." Qian Yufei wanted to cover her face. This grandmother just told her to think carefully about the decision, and now she was talking about buying clothes, taking photos, mailing pictures, and even setting a date. What date? It can't be a wedding date, right? Qian Yufei felt terrible, and with so many relatives watching, she felt a bit embarrassed. Her face was burning hot. She had no idea how she finished her meal or left the table. She was in a daze until she was walking home and felt the cool breeze, which made her feel a little clearer. She definitely didn't want to marry blindly, but if she knew the general situation and saw the other person's photo, and if it was possible, meeting once would be the best. Even in 50 or 60 years, arranged marriages were like that. Today's marriages are actually more stable than those in the past. Since the photo was about to be mailed, she decided to wait until she saw it before making any decisions. For now, she wouldn't worry. When she got home, she would ask her dad for money. Tomorrow, she planned to buy a dress. She remembered that she hadn't bought new clothes in 2 or 3 years. The outfit she was wearing today had no patches but was faded from washing. The other 2 outfits were a bit small, with patches sewn onto the pant legs and cuffs. One was patched up, which was quite sad. This also showed how thrifty her mother was. Oh well. New clothes every 3 years, old clothes every 3 years, mended repeatedly. She was already doing well among her classmates. After she relaxed, her mood instantly improved. She quickened her steps and reached her father's side, wrapping one arm around his. She whispered, "Dad, how much money are you planning to give me to buy clothes?" Her father, Qian Difu, glanced at her mother ahead and tilted his head to whisper in her ear, "How much do you want?" "Is 10 yuan enough?" Qian Yufei quickly nodded. Yes, that's enough. A few days ago, I saw a dress at the department store that cost about 7 or 8 yuan. Okay, I'll give it to you when we get home. You can go buy it tomorrow. By the way, it seems a photo costs about 70 cents, right? If you print an extra one, it will be about $1.20. I'll give you 10 yuan, that should be enough. If not, you can ask me for more. Qian Yufei nodded again. Yes, they secretly agreed on buying clothes and taking photos. As they hurried home behind the others, she thought to herself, today has been full of ups and downs, full of surprises. She had gained a space and unexpectedly learned about a marriage proposal. Although she couldn't tell if it was good or bad, she got a dress and could take photos because of it. That was something to be happy about. The original owner never even left a photo. Today, Qian Yufei felt truly happy inside and out. When people are excited, they have endless energy, so she walked the rest of the way more easily. By the time they reached home, it was almost 7 o'clock, but it was still light outside. Summer in the Northeast is like this. Usually, it gets dark around 8 at night, and the mornings are bright again by 3. It made the day feel especially long. Qian Yufei first went to the kitchen and poured a cup of hot water. Her family had a thermos kettle, which her father got last year for being outstanding. The whole family used it carefully, afraid of breaking it. If it weren't so practical, they might have kept it as a keepsake. After pouring the hot water, she took the cup back to her bedroom. She tested the water temperature with her hand, then stored the cup in her space, planning to check the temperature again in the morning. She also decided that next time she visited her grandmother, she would collect some soil to try planting in her space, even though she was about 80% sure it wouldn't work. But she needed to try to be sure. Otherwise, she would keep thinking about it, and she wanted a definite answer. Then she pulled out the box from under the bed and stored all her school books into the space. She wasn't sure if, 20 years later, when the college entrance exam was reopened, she might suddenly get inspired or feel like taking the exam. To avoid regretting not having the books later, she decided to store all her used books now, so she could look at them when she was bored in the future. Review the old to learn new things, by the way. When she had time, she planned to visit the scrap collection station to see if there were any old books or overlooked antiques. She wanted to take a walk there just in case she could find a good deal. Money Yufei was making her own plans. Soon, her dad came to knock on the door. Yufei, are you asleep? She got up, walked over, and opened the door, replying, "Not yet, Dad." After entering the room, her dad took 10 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to her. "Here, this is for your clothes tomorrow." Then he took 5 yuan from another pocket and said, "Take this too. See if you need anything else and buy it." Yufei happily took the money, saying, "Okay. Thanks, Dad." Inside, she was thinking that she finally had money to go out and spend, no longer just looking but not buying. Dad waved his hand, turned to leave, and said sternly, "Don't tell your mom. She only knows I gave you 10 yuan." Yufei squinted, covering her mouth to hide her smile. "I know, Dad, it's our little secret." After closing the door, she thought to herself, is this father really that serious and old-fashioned? The original owner's judgment was so poor. It seems that from now on, I can only treat everyone I meet as a new person and not be influenced by the original owner. This is really a complete reversal. As she thought, she unconsciously rubbed her long hair, which looked as dry as straw. The next morning, she woke up to find everyone gone. Those who went to work, those out for a walk. She quickly took out the water cup from the space. She touched it and it was still hot, so the temperature hadn't changed. But her sense of touch might not be precise, so she put the cup back into the space, planning to observe it for 2 more days. Although she couldn't be sure if the space was still or not, it seemed to be about the same. If so, the possibility of the space being used for planting became very slim. But it didn't matter. Whatever the case, different functions and uses were her special advantage. She definitely wouldn't waste her golden finger. She got up, washed up, and tidied herself. Breakfast was made by her sister-in-law, but it seemed she didn't leave her any food. She didn't mind and casually found something to eat in the kitchen. After a simple bite, she left the house. She strolled again to the department store and went to the ready-made clothes section. There were shirts, blouses, pants, and various fabrics called bragi. There were yellow polka dot fabrics, small floral patterns, and red, yellow, and white striped bragi. In the end, she chose a striped bragi. The sleeves looked about 3/4 length. She also picked 2 sets of underwear nearby. The ones she used to wear were so worn out she couldn't bear to look at them. The current underwear looked similar to sports vests from later generations, made of pure cotton, with simple designs, so there was nothing special to choose from. Actually, buying fabric to make her own clothes would be cheaper, but she lacked the skills. Her mother was busy, and even if she wasn't, she wouldn't want her mother to sew clothes. From her memory, her mother's clothes were only functional, covering the body without any sense of style. She also wanted to buy a pair of small leather shoes to match her outfit, but she didn't have enough money, so she gave up. Finally, she casually headed back home, thinking she needed to find a job soon. Once she had money, she would buy a pair of small leather shoes. The shoes she had were patched and not in perfect condition. If her father hadn't said that the 5 yuan was secretly given to her, she would have bought a pair of cloth shoes, black, round-toed shoes with a strap across the top, similar to those her grandmother's generation liked to wear. She asked about the price. It was about 1 yuan 50 per pair. These shoes were relatively cheap. Besides homemade shoes, most people on the street wore these kinds of shoes. Many of her shoes were made by her grandmother, who was skilled and made beautiful shoes. But because there were too many family members, she couldn't make enough. So, the original owner only had a few pairs. Even if she wore them carefully, they still got worn out. Her mother wasn't very good at making shoes. Her clothes were barely wearable, but her shoes were even worse, hardly wearable at all. After buying clothes, she planned to go home, take a shower at her mother's factory using her shower ticket, and then change into the new dress she bought to take photos in the afternoon. She quickly returned home, packed her change of clothes and toiletries, and headed to the textile factory. Most workers were at work at this time, so only family members of the employees came. There weren't many people taking showers. Qian Yufei, because she was also a girl from Northeast in her past life, was already used to large bathhouses. So she didn't feel uncomfortable or shy about entering, nor did she have issues like embarrassment or hesitation. At this time, the water in the bath was still quite clear. She soaked for a while, then started scrubbing herself without letting anyone help. Although she didn't mind going to the big bathhouse, she was a bit shy about being touched by others. The original owner was a girl who liked to keep clean, so she wasn't very dirty. She washed quickly, taking about an hour and a half, including soaking, scrubbing, and washing her hair. After bathing, she felt relaxed. On her way home, she played with her hair as she walked. She noticed her dull, yellow hair was quite noticeable. She thought it should be cut a bit. Her hair was still long and thick, almost reaching her waist, so trimming a little wouldn't change that much. She decided to do it. When she got home, the first thing she did was find scissors. Following a method she saw in videos, She brushed her hair straight, tied a small braid near her forehead, then tied a rubber band in the middle of her hair. After securing it, she pulled downward to the part she wanted to trim. She cut about half of the braid, which was about finger length, to see how it looked. It was a good start. After cutting, she took off the rubber band and shook her head to let her hair fall naturally. She looked at the ends. Huh? Not bad. With a little more trimming to even it out, it should be fine. Just cut this much for now. When her hair grows longer, she can trim it again. She sighed and sat down on a chair, muttering, "Still not enough nutrients. I wonder when I'll see my long, shiny black hair again." She then tied her hair up. She noticed her sister-in-law hadn't come back yet. She wondered if she wanted her to cook lunch again. She didn't like always being asked to cook. But since she just graduated, had no job, and was relaxing at home, and her sister-in-law and brother paid her living expenses, she decided to just eat and work for her food. She silently comforted herself. Then she got up and went to the vegetable garden to see what to cook for lunch. In the past few days, she had already eaten all the vegetables in her garden once. Now she was starting the second round, and there probably wouldn't be new varieties for a while. She didn't choose her clothes and told herself that since she was in this era, just having enough to eat was lucky. While picking vegetables, she also took some into her space. The vegetable garden was full of produce, growing quickly. Some vegetables had grown too big and weren't tasty, some had holes from bugs, and others rotted in the ground, all wasted. So, she only took a little and usually no one would notice. Oil was very expensive and limited in this time, so people rarely fried food. Most cooking was done by stewing. The variety of dishes was also limited. Even if she wanted to experiment, she had no room to do so, especially since she didn't have many ingredients. Before she arrived here, her cooking skills were only good enough to make instant noodles, adding eggs or sausage. Well, she could also cook snail noodles, spicy hot pot, or rice noodles, all from semi-prepared ingredients that just needed heating. She had never tried other dishes, though she often looked up recipes online. She never had the chance to try cooking them herself. Now she regrets not learning basic cooking skills in over 20 years. She also complains about why takeout exists, since she wouldn't starve even if she couldn't cook. Suddenly, in this era with no preparation, she's glad the original owner left some life skills. Without them, her limited knowledge would be useless. There's no point in worrying about whether she can learn to cook now. If she can't, she might reveal herself or even be mistaken for a spy. She doesn't want to think about it anymore. Since she's managed to get by, she wonders if her family has noticed she's changed. But since they haven't said anything, she chooses to ignore it. Following the principle of saying less, doing more, and making fewer mistakes, she plans to speak as little as possible and stay out of their sight. It would be best if they ignore her. Since she's only eating vegetables from the garden for now, she doesn't overthink it. She just plans her meals for noon and night, eating from one end of the garden to the other, planning her dishes. For lunch, she will have eggplant stewed with potatoes. For dinner, cabbage stewed with vermicelli. Tomorrow noon, green bean stew. And in the evening, a big mixed stew with eggplant, potatoes, green beans, and pumpkin. Picking vegetables, washing them, chopping, and cooking, all in a smooth process. Wow, I feel quite accomplished, she thought happily after putting the food into the pot. She even said to herself, "No wonder it's me." After a quick lunch, she went back to her room. She didn't wait for everyone to finish eating or help her sister-in-law clear the table. Since she was the one who cooked, she decided to leave the dishwashing and cleaning to her sister-in-law. She wanted to style her hair and change into a new dress for a photo. Qian Yufei's hairstyle was trendy in modern times. Her hair was tied into a small bun on top, with the rest flowing down. Normally, she would just put on some simple makeup, but right now, she couldn't even do that. She had no skincare products or makeup supplies. Luckily, her skin was good, and she was young, full of collagen. She was definitely not pretty, but she looked delicate and nice. She took out a new dress she had bought. In the past, she would wash new clothes before wearing them and then hang them to dry. Now, she just put on the dress directly. She spun around in front of a mirror, even though she didn't have a full-length mirror, so she couldn't see her whole look. Still, She felt good about herself. Next, she found a small floral bag her original sister-in-law had left her before her wedding. She put 2 yuan inside. She looked around her room and didn't find anything else to put in the bag. Now she understood why the original owner rarely carried this bag. There was nothing to put in it. It couldn't be carried empty, right? The bag was flat and light and not very pretty. Finally, she found a not-too-thick book in her space and stuffed it into the bag to give it some shape. Everything was ready. She confidently headed out. The photo studio was near the department store called Hongxing Photo Studio, so she took that familiar route again. She thought to herself, it's only been a few days since I arrived, and this is the 3rd time I've come here. The original owner never came more than once a year, but I keep coming back. The photo session went smoothly. The photographer was very professional and quickly captured her most natural look. A beautiful photo was taken. She wore her new dress, a jade pendant around her neck, smiling brightly at the camera, as if all her worries had disappeared. The photographer praised her for looking great on camera, saying her smile was especially sweet and she would be very happy with the finished photos. She felt happy inside when she heard that. Although the photo was just a black and white picture, it was the first photo she took here and also the first one taken by the original owner. This photo will become one of her most precious memories in the future. Qian Yufei asked the photographer to print an extra copy of the photo. She planned to keep it herself. They agreed she would come back in a week to pick it up, bringing the receipt. She paid 1 yuan and 20 cents and left the photo studio. That was quite an expense. Today, 1 yuan and 20 cents had a lot of buying power. Rice cost only 18 cents per jean, sweet potatoes 5 cents per jean, and meat about 80 cents per jean. Ordinary families rarely bought more than a few jean of meat a year, let alone for taking photos. Because of that, not many people took photos. The photo studio only developed pictures after finishing the entire roll of film, so the wait could be quite long. After taking the photos, she went shopping at a department store. She bought a few hairbands. When she was tying her hair earlier, she noticed that the hairbands were all broken inside. Some were snapped and then tied again, but they were all worn out. Before leaving the store, she ran into her high school classmate, Gu Qingqing. They weren't close during school, just acquaintances who knew of each other. She thought they might pass by without noticing, or just nod and smile. But unexpectedly, Gu Qingqing came over to her. Qian Yufei stopped, curious about what she wanted. Gu Qingqing wore a friendly smile and approached her. She said, Qian Yufei, it's really you. I didn't expect to see you here. Your dress is so beautiful. Qian Yufei pretended to be shy, but also sincerely praised her. You look very pretty today. Like you've changed into someone else. Gu Qingqing was dressed in a red polka-dot blouse with lace, and she wore small red leather shoes. Her ankles showed socks with ruffled edges. Her long black hair was loose over her shoulders, decorated with a popular hair clip. She also wore a watch on her arm, looking much more refined. Gu Qingqing said, Did you know? The graduation certificate is out. I just picked mine up from school. Qian Yufei tilted her head in surprise. Really, so soon? Didn't the teachers say it would be ready after the first? I was planning to wait until then to go get mine. Gu Qingqing opened her small bag, took out her graduation certificate, and showed it to her. Look, I've already got mine. Qian Yufei leaned over and saw that it was just a piece of paper. On the right side, there were 4 traditional Chinese characters that read, Graduation Certificate. On the left side, there was the school name, date, principal's name, and some stamps. She also noticed a spot where a photo could be attached, but Gu Qingqing hadn't put a photo there. Qian Yufei pointed to the photo attachment area and asked, Do you really need to attach a photo? Gu Qingqing smiled and shook her head. It seems optional. The teacher didn't say anything, but I plan to go take a photo in a few days and then stick it on. Qian Yufei thought about her recent photo. Taking a 1-inch photo again seemed a bit wasteful, so she decided to give up. Never mind, I'll wait until I have a better chance to take another one. Then, not knowing what else to talk about, she shifted the topic to finding a job. She said, I've been looking at factories in our city and nearby areas these days, but it seems like no one is hiring. I don't know when I'll find a job. Jobs aren't that easy to find. My cousin graduated high school last year, and she still hasn't found a suitable job. Qian Yufei became a bit anxious and said, Really? She hasn't found a good job in a year? And this year, so many people are graduating. It must be even harder to find work. Maybe she's picky. Actually, she had a chance to work as a factory worker, but she didn't want to. She wants to work in an office, but it's not so easy to get into an office. Qian Yufei nodded understandingly. That's true. More money, less hard work, and it sounds respectable. But getting in is tough. Gu Qingqing sighed. It's not just a little effort, it's really difficult. Who doesn't want to work in an office? I also got my diploma back, and now I have to think about work. I'm worried about it. The two of them sighed together, watching the busy crowd at the department store entrance, then moved to a nearby corner to continue their chat. Initially, Qian Yufei didn't want to ask about her clothes, but after thinking for a moment, she decided to ask to keep her character. After all, if she had nothing to hide, she wouldn't be curious. Seeing her classmate change so much in just a few days, she couldn't help but wonder. Based on her usual personality, she would have asked directly. But now, it wasn't too late. Qian Yufei pointed to her dress and asked, Where did you buy this dress? It's so beautiful. Gu Qingqing was surprised. When they first met, she didn't ask anything, thinking she wouldn't ask at all. But unexpectedly, she did ask, and with a bright smile, she replied, I went to Harbin for a trip. I bought this at the mall there. What do you think? Pretty, right? She then spun around in place so she could be looked at carefully. Qian Yufei didn't ask what Gu Qingqing was doing in Harbin or why she went there. She continued talking about clothes, a safe topic. I wondered why I didn't see this piece in the mall. Yesterday, I looked through all the clothes in that mall just to find this dress, she said, pointing at her dress. Why? Did you buy this dress to celebrate graduation? Qian Yufei pretended to be shy and said, Not exactly. My grandma told me to buy decent clothes for a good marriage match. Gu Qingqing chuckled and said, There's nothing to be shy about. Our classmate Liu Hua already set her wedding date. Compared to her, you're already behind. Qian Yufei was shocked. Why are you in such a hurry? We just graduated. Shouldn't we find a job first? It seems the man arranged everything for her. I heard he's a cashier. Oh, I see. This kind of situation was common in this era, so she wasn't surprised. They weren't very close before, and both had secrets, so it wasn't good to talk too much or go into details. Soon, Gu Qingqing found an excuse to leave. Even if she hadn't, Qian Yufei would have looked for an excuse to leave. She didn't know what else to say, and felt a bit awkward. They had planned to go straight home after taking photos, but now that Gu Qingqing said she could get her graduation certificate, she decided to go to the school first and pick it up. It was a way to mark the end of her studies, or rather, the original owner's studies. On the way to school, she kept thinking if she had said anything wrong earlier, or if her outfit was inappropriate today. She realized that her hairstyle might be a little off today, and her personality might be slightly different, more talkative than the original owner. But since they had no prior interaction, Gu Qingqing probably wouldn't notice. Then she recalled information about Gu Qingqing from her memory. According to my classmates, Gu Qingqing's family situation is a bit unusual. Her current stepmother lives with her, and her biological mother passed away when she was young. Her grandfather was once wealthy and involved in business, but her mother was somewhat naive and unaware of the world. At that time, her father was good-looking, steady, and honest. Her mother liked him, so she asked her father to marry into her family. However, things didn't go well for long, and her family faced a downfall. Her grandfather became very sad and eventually passed away. Less than 2 years later, her mother also died, leaving her alone at just 10 years old. The stepmother appeared a year after her mother's death. At first, she only helped with laundry, cooking, and tidying up, but soon she started to take over the household. When she arrived, she brought her daughter, who was about the same age as Gu Qingqing, just a few months younger. The stepmother was also fertile. Within 2 years, she had given her father 2 more sons. Gradually, the stepmother became more dominant, managing the household. She spent her mother's money, lived in her house, and let her own children bully Gu Qingqing. In Yufei's memory, Gu Qingqing seemed timid and shy, not good at socializing. She often kept her head down or covered her pretty face with bangs. She was always unnoticed by classmates. She wore hand-me-down clothes from her stepmother's daughter and never had new clothes. Maybe because her family was wealthy, even the old clothes looked better than what Gu Qingqing wore. It's really. Now, she doesn't know what happened, but Gu Qingqing's personality has changed completely, like a different person. Could it be that she's just wearing someone else's body? She started analyzing her, thinking her personality changed suddenly. Her background was complicated, and the more she thought about it, the more convinced she was that it might be true. She panicked. What is going on in this world? Even in a fantasy world, things shouldn't be like this. Since she's here, she should be the main character. Even if not the main character, no other transmigrators should be involved. And if there are, why are they so close to her? What should I do now? From now on, I should speak and act carefully, think twice before doing anything, and be very cautious everywhere. Why is my life so hard? Qi Yufei thought tearfully, while still complaining to the sky. Then she remembered her current hairstyle. It seems that such styles haven't been developed in this era yet. If Gu Qingqing also traveled from her time, she might have already started to suspect her. It looks like she needs to be even more careful in her future actions. Avoid trying new things. Going with the flow is the safest choice. Before she knew it, she arrived at the school. She greeted the security guard and entered the campus. Everything here feels familiar, yet a little strange. Rows of classrooms, the spacious playground, the big willow tree at the entrance of the academic office. Each place holds memories of the original owner. Walking along the shaded path, she felt the gentle breeze on her face. The laughter, tears, struggles, and progress from before all turned into growth and memories at this moment. She reached the academic office and looked down the familiar corridor, feeling a strange sense of closeness. It seems she has also absorbed the original owner's emotions. Finally, she arrived at the office where graduation certificates are handed out. Inside, she saw the teacher who taught them math, a kind and friendly old man. He didn't look very old, but he seemed a bit hurried. The teacher saw her and wasn't very surprised. He simply asked, "Qi Yufei, why are you here at this time?" She scratched her head, feeling a little shy. She couldn't help but be nervous around teachers, and she hadn't lost this habit even in this era, especially when facing the math teacher. "Teacher, I'm here to get my graduation certificate." The math teacher nodded, took a stack of graduation certificates from his drawer, and started looking through them. Soon, he found hers, pulled it out, and handed it to her. "Congratulations, you've officially graduated." Qi Yufei took the certificate with both hands, feeling a mix of emotions. Yes, she had graduated, but she didn't know what her future held. In this strange new world, where should she go? Just then, other students came to receive their certificates. She thanked the teacher sincerely, signed her name, and then turned to leave the office. Walking across the empty campus, she suddenly remembered the days when she used to go to school and play with her classmates. But these memories weren't hers. The scene shifted again, and she remembered her modern family, friends, and classmates. She missed them a little. In this world, everything felt so unreal. It seemed like she wasn't really living but just watching from the outside, just experiencing. Yes, experiencing. It felt like she would leave this world someday and didn't quite belong here. She thought she had been in this world for many days and had gotten used to it. But she realized she had never truly fit in. A strange world, unfamiliar people, and a strange herself. She had been feeling down all along. When she was almost home, she comforted herself, saying, "Where I am now doesn't matter. Life is a lifetime. We come to experience happiness, anger, sadness, and the cycle of life and death. Since heaven has placed me in this era, I should live well here and enjoy this special time." She adjusted her mood and happily headed home. It was another busy day. As soon as she got home and changed out of her dress, it was almost dinner time. The food now was quite simple, no extra spices, just clear broth. As long as it was cooked well, Everyone would eat without complaints.
But she didn't want to cook all the time.
Inside, she was crying out for help. She started analyzing her current situation. Two big issues mattered for her future. One was work, and the other was her marriage arrangement. About work, like Gu Qingqing said, if she didn't mind the job, she could work in a factory as a worker. With her qualifications, that should be enough. But she only finished high school, which was considered quite advanced in this era. Could she be happy just being a worker? Besides, being a worker is tiring. Although people in this era value hard work, dedication, and self-sacrifice, she had just arrived and hadn't been fully influenced yet. She still wanted an easier job. That was a bit difficult. Her cousin Gu Qingqing waited a year for an office position but heard nothing. Her classmate Lu Hua got married and then changed jobs. So, she couldn't set her standards too high. She needed to be practical and choose something achievable. She thought she could find a job first and then look for better opportunities later. Although few people do this nowadays, she could try to transfer within her current company. This way, her job wouldn't be limited to just office work, teaching, or sales. She also needed to consider factory work. Starting tomorrow, she planned to go out every day to look around, aiming to find a job soon and achieve financial independence. Regarding the engagement, she decided to wait until she got the photos developed. First, she would visit her grandmother's house to see a photo of the officer and decide her next step based on how he looked. Although she didn't want to marry so early, this was just how things were in this era. She couldn't stand out or do things differently. She could only try to delay it as much as possible. Her grandmother said that if both parties found each other agreeable, she should seize the opportunity because he was a good man. Given her current situation and environment, it was hard to meet someone like him. She could try to delay marriage within her control. She would be 18 in a year, and her body should be fully developed by then. Thinking about her health, she felt worried. She ate vegetarian food and coarse grains every day, but her protein intake was too low for proper growth. She had no money, or rather, after buying a hair tie this morning, she only had about 4 yuan left. With her savings, she now had over 5 yuan. She decided to cook some eggs for herself. Having space made it easy. She planned to buy more eggs at the market tomorrow, boil them, and eat 2 a day to improve her nutrition. That evening, her father and brother came home early. They brought some materials from the factory. They planned to build a chicken coop. In a few days, they would go to her grandmother's house to retrieve 2 chickens from her family's division, so she could start eating eggs again. Her mother thought 2 chickens were too few and wanted to buy more chicks or small chickens. But it was late now. Most chicks hatch in May and are sold in June. Buying now would be a matter of luck. Her sister-in-law, who often went out and knew many people, was tasked with buying chickens because she had more information. Meanwhile, her mother also gave her a task during dinner. Her older sister didn't know about the family division yet, nor did she know that her grandmother had given each granddaughter a piece of jewelry. Her mother told Qian Yufei to hurry and go to her sister's house in the next couple of days to inform her. She wanted her to choose jewelry early, so she wouldn't miss out on what she wanted if she delayed. Qian Yufei nodded in response. She thought to herself, tomorrow's task just got one more thing added. She's quite busy lately. She couldn't afford to delay this matter. If she notified her sister late and she couldn't find what she wanted, she would be in trouble. In her opinion, her grandmother's belongings were all quite good. Some had a good background and were very valuable. She wondered where her grandmother had gotten them. After dinner, she went back to her room. She took out the water cup from her space again, checked the temperature, and it was still hot. Over the past few days, she kept taking it out to check. She could now roughly confirm that her space was stationary. Inside, she had already stored many eggplants, potatoes, pumpkins, cucumbers, persimmons, and other vegetables. Some came from her family's garden, and she was slowly filling the space, hoping to fill it before the 3-year famine arrived. Her current funds were limited, so she could only start by saving from her own resources. Once she had more money, she planned to stockpile other things. Tomorrow, when she went to the market, she also wanted to look for a basket. The vegetables in her space needed organizing. Otherwise, it would be hard to find things and could waste space. Thinking about tomorrow's tasks, she realized she needed to tell her sister about the division of the family property and ask her to quickly go back to her mother's house to pick up the jewelry. She also needed to buy eggs at the market to cook and strengthen her body, buy a basket to organize the vegetables, and keep an eye on nearby job opportunities. As she thought about all this, Qian Yufei started feeling a bit sleepy. She yawned, tidied up the vegetables in her space again, and put away the water cup. She had many things to do tomorrow, so she needed to rest early. She blew out the oil lamp and lay down on her bed, gradually falling asleep. She had a dreamless night, but in the morning, she realized she had overlooked something important. She knew that the original owner and her sister were very close. They had slept in the same bed since childhood, almost as if they could read each other's minds. If she had any subtle change, her sister would definitely notice. So, this meeting was a big challenge for Qian Yufei. She kept imagining herself as the original owner, trying to picture what she would say first when she saw her sister, what tone she would use to talk about dividing the family property, and how they would get along, whether affectionately, distantly, or indifferently. She wondered what a natural interaction would look like and what natural really meant in this context. She was feeling a bit overwhelmed, nervously messing with her hair. She didn't feel much pressure when facing her parents or her family. When she met many relatives during the family division, she handled it calmly. Now, she was about to meet her sister, and she was genuinely a little scared. Qian Yufei paced back and forth, constantly fiddling with her fingers, her mind racing to think of ways to handle the situation. She would try to act naturally according to her original personality when interacting with her sister, but it seemed difficult. So now, she needed a reason to change her personality quickly. Her parents want to introduce her to the director's son, but her dad didn't force her later, so nothing came of it. After the family split drama, she seems to have grown up overnight? That sounds a bit forced. Or maybe she just found out about the engagement, which is with a soldier. It feels like her life is now more secure, no longer worried about finding a job. She's in a good mood, more lively and cheerful, almost floating. This reason might just barely work. Having prepared her mental state, she didn't feel like eating and just tidied herself up a bit before heading out to face the challenge. Her sister and brother-in-law's house was located to the east of her home. After passing through a series of connected streets and narrow alleys, she finally arrived in front of a yard that looked old but was clean and tidy. Qian Yufei stood at the door, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her nervous heart. She gently knocked on the door, holding her breath, waiting for someone to respond. Soon, the door slowly opened. A woman who looked somewhat like her, with a slightly tired face, appeared. Qian Yufei immediately recognized her as her sister. She didn't expect that her originally beautiful and gentle sister had changed so much. Now she looked a bit worn out, with dark circles under her eyes, and an indescribable tiredness and sadness surrounding her. Unexpectedly, Qian Yufei felt a wave of sadness in her heart. She softly called out, "Sister, it's me, Yufei."
How?
"How come you look like this?" She wanted to say, "How have you changed so much? It's only been a short while since I last saw you. All your grace and charm seem to have disappeared, replaced by this haggard look." But her words caught in her throat, and she didn't say them out loud. Her sister saw her hesitant expression and smiled, saying, "Yufei, why are you here? Come in and sit." She turned aside to make way and welcomed Qian Yufei into the house. The indoor decor was simple but neatly arranged. However, a faint medicinal smell filled the air, making Qian Yufei feel even more uneasy. It seemed as if the emotions of the original owner were influencing her. Everything she said and did was heartfelt and spontaneous, not following the plans she had made earlier. But now, her genuine feelings fit better with her true self, and she no longer needed to pretend. She watched her sister busy pouring water for her, feeling a mix of emotions. Finally, she gathered courage and softly asked, "Sister, have you been facing any big problems lately? You look so tired." Her sister paused slightly, then forced a small smile. "It's nothing serious. The kids haven't been feeling well recently, always getting sick. I've been running to the hospital more often." Her sister's niece was just over a year old. She remembered the child being healthy before, so she didn't press further when her sister seemed reluctant to talk. She wasn't sure if her sister's words were completely true. After entering the house, she hadn't seen her niece. Maybe her sister's mother-in-law was watching her, or she was somewhere else. But she was sure her sister was facing some trouble. She stepped forward and took her sister's hand. "Sister, I've graduated now, and don't have much to do. If you're busy, just tell me. I can help take care of my niece and lighten your load." Qian Yufeng gently rubbed her sister's head and softly said, "It's fine now. Lulu is much better. Just need to rest and recover." Then she asked, "Why did you think of coming to me today? Have you finished all the graduation stuff?" Qian Yufei replied, "Yes, I've finished everything. I just got my diploma yesterday. By the way, I came to tell you that a few days ago, our grandparents divided the family property. Each of the 3 aunts and us granddaughters received a piece of jewelry." She took out a pendant from her clothes to show her sister. "Look, this is the one I chose." The eldest and 3rd aunts picked gold bracelets, and the 2nd aunt chose something else. I didn't see exactly what. At this, Qian Yufeng smiled sincerely and touched her jade pendant. "It's surprising that we, who are married, can still get jewelry." Qian Yufei nodded heavily. "Yes, everyone got one. But Grandma told you to go pick yours up herself and not to bring it home. She said it's a good chance to see her. Remember to go early. Those who go first get to choose first. If you go too late, you might miss out on what you like, and that would be a pity." Qian Yufeng pointed at her head and said, Okay, I will come tomorrow." Then she asked about the family division. Qian Yufei then started to tell her vividly about what she saw and heard that day. It seemed her sister felt much more relaxed after listening, no longer looking worried like when they first met. While they were happily talking, a rough female voice came from nearby. "Xiaofan, stop hiding inside and go make lunch. The family members who work outside will be home soon. You stay at home every day, not working, just watching the kids and cooking. What good are you? You're good for nothing. Only good at having a girl. I don't know how Xiaotao married such a useless person like you." Hearing this, Yufei immediately got angry. She stood up to go talk to her, but her sister held her back. Seeing how someone spoke to her sister like that, she wondered how they might treat her when no one was around. No wonder her sister looked so tired. She probably kept working all the time. And whether her sister has a say in having a boy or girl isn't her decision. Isn't that a matter for 2 people? It also seems that the relationship with the man might matter more. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Her sister, seeing her like this, was afraid she might not be able to stop her and might even argue with her mother-in-law. So she said, "Yufei, I know about the jewelry issue. I'll go tomorrow. I still need to cook here. You go home today, and I'll make you something delicious another day." Yufei knew her sister was also feeling difficult now. Her mother-in-law was just being mean, trying to embarrass her. She didn't understand why her sister was enduring it silently. She was almost at her limit, but she didn't want to make things worse. Even if she got angry, she probably wouldn't take it out on her sister, and it might cause her sister trouble. So she angrily said as she walked out, "Sister, you can't spoil them. The more you spoil them, the more they take advantage. Tonight, I will tell Mom and Dad everything I saw and heard, just as it is." She spoke loudly, sure her mother-in-law could hear her. Qian Yufeng probably expected this. She just smiled helplessly, rubbed Yufei's head, and said, "You." Maybe because she and the original character have similar personalities, or because the original's emotions influenced her today, or maybe her sister is not in a good mood and didn't notice her slight change today. In any case, she thinks she has passed this test today. After returning home, she was sure she would tell her parents about today's events. She didn't expect to encounter her mother-in-law bullying her daughter-in-law just a few days after arriving. It was simply too terrible. As a modern young woman, she couldn't tolerate this at all. She still had a lot of anger inside that she hadn't released. When she got home, she was in a bad mood while cooking, and you could hear the clattering sounds from the kitchen. Her sister-in-law, Wang Wenxiao, heard the noise and thought that Qian Yufei was upset about cooking lunch every day, so she was angry again. So, when she was cooking, her sister-in-law came into the kitchen and started helping her. Qian Yufei didn't expect to get such an unexpected help. Although her anger wasn't directed at her sister-in-law, she was just too willing to keep cooking. Since it was a lucky coincidence, and her sister-in-law wanted to help, she decided to let her. It would be best if she didn't have to cook tonight. In her anger, Qian Yufei took a moment to think. After lunch, when everyone was about to leave the table, Qian Yufei put down her chopsticks and said, "Dad, you all sit down first. I need to tell you something. This morning, I went to my sister's house. She looks very tired now, like she's aged. There's a strong smell of medicine in her house. I asked her about it, and she said it was because the kids haven't been feeling well these days. I believed her at the time. But later, when I was talking to my sister, her mother-in-law was outside, urging her to cook lunch, scolding her for being lazy, criticizing everything she did, saying she only knew how to have girls, and even saying that my brother-in-law married such a useless person." When she reached this point, her two brothers were already about to leave, but her father and brother stopped them. Her father, with a serious face, said, "Let your sister finish talking. We can go after that." Qian Yufei continued, "I wanted to go out and talk to her, but my sister didn't let me. Still, I think she's probably being bullied there. I haven't seen my niece yet, so I don't know what's going on. I think we need to go and see for ourselves and ask clearly. We can't let my sister be bullied." She felt the atmosphere in the room turn very cold. She sat up straight, waiting for her father to speak. Her father, Qian Difu, said, "All right, the sooner the better. Let's go now." He led the way and headed for the door. Everyone else followed, and the table was left untouched. Her sister's house was not far away, and they left quickly, so they arrived in no time. When they reached the door, they didn't even knock. Her brother, Qian Yumin, simply kicked the door open with his foot. Qian Yufei, behind him, was surprised and open-mouthed, feeling very impressed. She didn't expect her brother to be so forceful. The whole family swaggered into the yard. At this moment, her brother-in-law's family heard the noise and came out. Nearby neighbors also came to see what was happening. Usually, families come home for lunch at this time, so there were many people around. Her brother-in-law's father, Li Lao Wai, hurried out wearing slippers and asked, "Dear-in-laws are here. What's going on? Why do you look so angry?" Behind him, her sister, brother-in-law, her sister's mother-in-law, and her brother-in-law's younger brother and sister-in-law also came out. Clearly, he didn't know what had happened earlier in the morning. Her sister's mother-in-law probably didn't expect her to complain so quickly and that her family would come so efficiently. By noon, they were already here. Her brother saw that Qian Yufeng looked very tired, just as her sister said. Without saying a word, he punched her brother-in-law, Li Tao, while hitting him and shouting, "Who is lazy? Who is good for nothing? Who is useless? Just one question, one punch." Her brother-in-law's younger brother wanted to step in to help, but was stopped by Qian Yumin and Qian Yuan. He could only watch as his brother was beaten. After her brother finished, his father looked at Li Lao Wai and asked, "Now do you understand why I was so angry? Not knowing what happened, I ask you, what's with that wife of yours who does nothing and leaves everything unfinished?" Li Lao Wai, who was also afraid of the strong and cowardly of the weak, didn't ask what had happened. Instead, he slapped his wife and then started to apologize, bowing and saying, "Look at this mess. I don't even know what happened. Come inside, let's talk." Qian Yufei's family didn't want to stay in the yard and be watched like a show. Family problems shouldn't be made public. Her sister still had to live her life. They came to solve the problem, not to create more. A large group of people went into the house. They saw a table full of food, and on the ground there was a small table with a bowl of food. Next to it, there was a half-eaten bun, and her eldest niece was crawling nearby on the ground, still putting something into her mouth. Seeing someone enter the house, she looked up and giggled. Her big eyes blinked happily, making everyone feel adorable. However, what everyone cared more about was why they weren't eating together at one table and why there was a small table set apart. Upon closer look, the big table had 2 dishes, including some meat in the cabbage and vermicelli, while the small table only had potatoes and eggplants. This scene touched her whole family deeply. Qian Yumin, losing his temper, punched her brother-in-law again. "Is this how your family treats my sister?" he asked, pointing at the small table. No eating at the main table, relying on this. He was so angry that he stopped yelling and just started hitting. Her brother went over and picked up his niece. The child was a bit dirty, but looked healthy, not at all sick. The smell in the room wasn't from medicine for the child, so it must be her sister. Thinking about this made her even more furious. Qian Yuan kicked over the small table on the ground and then reached out to flip the big table as well. He muttered angrily, "You don't want my sister to sit at the table? Then none of you should eat." At this moment, her sister's mother-in-law refused to stay quiet. She said confidently, "What's wrong with saying a few words? As a wife, isn't it her job to cook? Why should she be tired? Besides, she's only been having girls. That girl is over a year old and still not showing, so who knows if she can have more children." Her words were like pouring oil on a fire. Even her usually kind mother couldn't hold back and started arguing with her. "Your family was in such a rush after just over a year. Didn't your first child have a girl? You had your first and second children a few years apart. Saying my daughter is useless? You're even more useless." Her sister's mother-in-law had 4 daughters and 2 sons, and the first 3 children were all girls. She was very obsessed with having boys or girls and often talked about it. At this moment, Li Laojie stepped in to mediate. "Relatives, calm down. Let's talk nicely. You're fighting and flipping tables. I need to understand what's going on first." Her father, Qian Difu, didn't give him respect and looked at her sister, Qian Yufan. He asked, "I want to ask you, what exactly is going on with the smell of medicine in your house?" Qian Yufan knew that her family was supporting her now. Even if she didn't understand everything, she couldn't lie anymore. She also didn't want to cover for her mother-in-law's family. So she said, "My mother-in-law said that after I gave birth to Lulu, I didn't get pregnant for over a year. She found a folk remedy to help me conceive and told me to drink it." Qian Yufei's eyes widened in shock, almost shouting out loud. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands, thinking to herself, "Can anyone really believe in such a folk remedy?" After hearing this, her father glared fiercely at the whole family and then looked at her brother-in-law with a stern face. "Is that what you mean?" Li Tao shook his head quickly, denying, "No, I didn't. I also told my mom not to do that, but she didn't listen to me. I only know she's been drinking that remedy. I didn't expect my mom to force her. If I had known, I would have stopped her." Qian Difu's gaze shifted to her sister again. He asked seriously, "Is that true? Did she really drink that? Is what you said correct?" Her sister nodded and replied, "At first, she drank it at night because my mother-in-law persuaded her. Later, my mother-in-law made her drink it during the day. When she found out, she didn't say anything." Qian Difu signaled to her brother, Qian Yuhua, "Go and pack up your sister and Lulu's things. They will stay with us today." Hearing this, Qian Yufan obediently did as told, silently turning to leave and pack her things. Honestly, in their family, her father's words were like an order. No one dared to oppose. Her sister didn't ask why either. She just obediently followed. At this moment, her brother-in-law got anxious and said to her father, "No, Dad, I was wrong. I should have stopped her when she was taking the medicine. I really didn't know my mom was forcing her." Qian Difu looked at him coldly. "You made many mistakes. You should reflect on yourself at home. I will take her back now. In the afternoon, I will ask her mother to take her to the hospital for a checkup. If those broken medicines hurt her body, this matter won't end easily." He also cast a faint look at her sister-in-law. Her brother-in-law opened his mouth, but didn't say anything to refute or explain. Maybe he subconsciously didn't think there was a problem with drinking that medicine, believing it was just ineffective. He never considered that it could harm her health. Only then did he realize the situation was serious. Her sister-in-law shrank back into the corner, silent and no longer confident or justified like before. At that moment, her brother Qian Yuhua entered the room and said, "Dad, my sister is ready." Qian Difu stood up, scanning everyone in the room with a sharp look, and said firmly, "Let's go, we're going home." The group left together, with Yufeng closely following her father, not looking back at her brother-in-law. On the way, no one spoke. Near the hospital, her father said, "Yuhua, and I will go back to work. Yulan, you take Yufeng to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Don't worry about the cost. Yufei and Yuan, you two come along too. Yuman, go ask your mom for a day off. She probably can't come back this afternoon. The family split into 3 groups. Yufei held her niece. Yuan carried her sister's belongings, and they headed straight to the hospital. Yuan was familiar with this place, while Yuman often fought with others and got badly hurt. Yuan always took him there to treat his wounds. In this era, traditional Chinese medicine was still common, so they didn't need to see different specialists. The 4 of them found a doctor directly, explaining their situation in turn. Then they waited for the doctor to check her sister's pulse. The doctor was a middle-aged man in his late 40s, wearing reading glasses and looking quite refined. He slowly extended his hand, gently placed it on Qian Yufeng's wrist, closed his eyes, and carefully felt her pulse. Waiting was always long, and Yufei and the others stood anxiously to the side, not daring to make a sound. Finally, the doctor opened his eyes, nodded slowly, and signaled that they could relax. It's nothing serious, just a deficiency of qi and blood. You might be tired lately, or have been frightened by something. Rest well at home. I'll prescribe some herbal remedies to boost your energy and blood. With proper care, you'll be fine after a while, the doctor said gently. Hearing this, Yufei and the others finally relaxed. Yuan quickly stepped forward, gratefully accepting the prescription, promising to follow the doctor's advice and take good care of her sister. After thanking the doctor, Yuan went to get the medicine, while Yufei and the others waited outside the hospital. The medicine was quite expensive, 6 cents a dose, and the doctor prescribed 7 doses for a week's use. If she still felt unwell after finishing, they could come back for another checkup. If not, she just needed to eat well at home. With that, the heavy burden in their hearts was finally lifted. They left the hospital, with Yufei holding her niece and Yuan carrying the belongings behind them. Everyone knows this matter is far from over, but no one knows how her father will handle it next. They need to be careful with the timing, or it might affect her sister and brother-in-law's relationship. After all, they're still living their lives, and in this time, divorce is not easily considered. When they got home, her sister put her things back into Qian Yufei's room. It seems that in the next few days, she and her husband will stay in that room with their niece. Qian Yufei also won't have much free space for herself soon. Then her mother took her sister into another room for a private talk. They probably discussed the details of their lives and her sister's situation at home, trying to figure out what to do next. Her twin brothers didn't go out that afternoon, which was unusual during the days Qian Yufei had been there. Besides eating, they were hardly seen, and no one knew what they were doing every day. Dinner was cooked by her mother. She had bought some meat earlier, planning to make pork with green beans that night, hoping to help her eldest daughter recover. The others could also benefit from this. After dinner, the family sat in the main hall, waiting to see how her father would handle the situation. Qian Difu lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled the smoke. His brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about an important decision. He glanced at Qian Yufeng sitting nearby, then looked at his wife, and finally said, "Yufeng, we need to seriously discuss this matter. We can't let go of Li Tao easily, but we also shouldn't act impulsively. We need a solid plan, or it will be hard for you to stay in that home later." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Stay at home for a while. First, it will help you recover physically, and second, it gives us time to think about what to do next." Her mother quickly nodded in agreement. "That's right. Your father is right. Yufeng isn't feeling well and still needs medication. Going back there now wouldn't be good for her rest. Staying at home is the best choice." Her sister lowered her head silently, seemingly weighing the feasibility of this plan, perhaps already accepting her father's decision. Then her father turned to her and asked, "Do you have any thoughts about this? Tell us. Maybe we can help you make it happen." At that moment, Qian Yufen's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had an idea, but then her expression dimmed again. Qian Yimin hurriedly said, "Come on, sister. You need to tell us what you're thinking so everyone can understand and help you make it happen. You didn't speak, so we didn't know which direction to take next." Qian Yuan also urged, "Yes, sister. Quickly tell us so we can discuss together." Under everyone's eager encouragement, she finally gathered her courage and said, "I also want to split the family." Now, the trend is that parents don't split the family while they're alive, just like her grandparents' family had some disagreements over building a house. Also, with great-grandchildren about to be born, it's really time to divide. Otherwise, with so many people in one family, daily arguments would keep happening, which isn't good for anyone. Qian Difu pondered and said, "After this incident, splitting the family is easier to do. But what happens after? If you still live there, and the money still needs to be handed over, and you can't be independent, then splitting might not make much difference. Also, if you don't do a thorough split now, it could cause more trouble later." Her mother also sighed and said, "Yes, there's no point in splitting the family twice. If the first split isn't clear, you and that mother-in-law and sister-in-law might fight forever. So if you want to split, do it completely. Otherwise, it's better not to split at all." Qian Difu paused and continued, "If you don't live there, where will you go? It's hard to buy a new house now, and money is a problem. You probably don't have much saved, right? Plus, with children, living in staff dorms isn't convenient." Qian Yufan replied, "The two of us, including my dowry and bride price, saved up 120 yuan. When we got married, Li Tao also had some savings. Li's family originally planned to give 20 yuan as bride price, but because her sister's dowry was quite generous, they had to add up to 30 yuan at the last minute." Qian Difu praised, "You've saved quite a bit, so buying a small house should be enough. If not, we can lend you some more." After finishing, he extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and decisively said, "That's settled. From now on, try to live separately. In the next few days, you should look around nearby for houses, see if you can buy one close to our home." As he was leaving, he suddenly turned back and added, "By the way, Yufin, tomorrow go to your grandma's house first and pick out the jewelry. Don't delay any longer." Qian Yufin nodded in agreement. The general plan for solving this issue has been decided. Now, it depends on her brother-in-law's next move. They need to prepare their responses and also bring up the matter of splitting the family. Because of her sister's situation, Qian Yufei's plan to go to the market to buy eggs and bamboo baskets was delayed. The next day, her sister took the children to her grandmother's house, but she did not go with them. Instead, she chose to go to the market alone. She wanted to take this chance to buy what she needed while she was alone. She thought that in the coming days, her actions would be limited because of her sister and niece, so she needed to be careful. The market was still lively, but it was expected that in a few years, once the rationing system officially started, trading would be restricted. This kind of open market might gradually turn into a black market or become quiet for a while. Inside the market, there was a lot of noise. It was summer and fruits and vegetables were in season. Vendors called out, people asked questions, bargained, and argued, making the scene very lively. Qian Yufei moved through the crowd, looking here and there. Although many things caught her eye, she could only buy the essentials because of her limited money. She carefully chose eggs and bamboo baskets at different stalls. She tapped the baskets to check if they were sturdy. In the end, she picked a good quality set of 20 baskets, each measuring 40 centimeters, and asked the seller to give her 2 extra baskets as a gift. Then she bought 50 eggs from a nearby farmer's wife. She checked the eggs first by holding a few to her ear and gently shaking them to make sure none were broken. Only after confirming they were good did she buy them. Each egg cost 7 cents, totaling 3.5 yuan. Seeing she bought so many, the farmer's wife also gave her an extra basket. Afterward, she carried the eggs and asked the basket seller to help deliver the baskets to an alley outside the market. When no one was paying attention, she quickly stored the baskets in her space. Just as she was about to leave, she saw someone approaching the alley. She was so frightened her heart raced, and she almost got caught. She quickly adjusted her breathing and acted as if nothing was wrong, then left the area. Outside the alley, she relaxed her nerves and almost collapsed. She had really been scared. This was too dangerous. She remembered that a pile of baskets had been placed on the ground, but suddenly they all disappeared. The shock of that scene was intense. If someone had seen her, she wouldn't know how to respond. She couldn't just silence them. Raised under the red flag and nurtured in spring breezes, she felt she simply couldn't take action or even know how to start. After this exciting experience, she secretly decided that she would try not to use the space outside again, as it was too challenging. She no longer felt like shopping, so she walked through the vegetable market to a nearby scrapyard. She wanted to see what kind of items scrapyards had during this time. Maybe, like in the stories, they hid antiques, rare books, or special furniture, giving her a chance to find something valuable. When she arrived at the scrapyard, an old man was at the door. The smell was very bad, similar to a garbage dump. She didn't want to go inside unless she had a specific reason. The old man looked at her coldly and asked, "What are you here for?" Qian Yufei answered as she often did in stories, "Sir, I want to see if there are any old newspapers or books to buy for wall covering." That worked. The old man pointed in a direction and said, "Go over there. We just got some in." She looked where he pointed and saw a pile of old newspapers and books. She quickly walked over and squatted in front of a group of mostly intact books, carefully examining them. She picked out some relatively complete books, mostly small storybooks. She also found a notebook by a barefoot doctor, some basic tools, and 2 items that looked like medical notes. She hid these books among other books nearby and secretly put them into her space. She didn't choose textbooks or literary books. While choosing, she also looked around. There were many pieces of furniture nearby, but most were old and broken, missing arms or legs. She wondered if good furniture was stored separately, or if complete furniture hadn't appeared yet in this time. She didn't ask or look further, planning to focus on the books today. Next time, she might buy some furniture, but they were large and hard to transport.
She would need to prepare for that.
Actually, Qian Yufei was still a bit timid. She didn't like to do anything that seemed out of the ordinary, worried about making mistakes, attracting suspicion, or causing unnecessary trouble. Finally, she picked up a stack of mostly complete newspapers, carried them in one hand, and held a few small storybooks in the other. She found the old man to pay, spending a total of 4 cents. She was not sure if the price was reasonable because she didn't fully understand the prices of that time and wasn't good at bargaining. She could only accept whatever the seller asked. In modern times, because she was bad at bargaining, she often lost out. Later, she only bought things at fixed-price stores or shopped online. Carrying her things home, she took the opportunity to hide the items inside her bag when she heard voices in the yard. When she entered the house, she was surprised to see her cousin, Qian Yuping, from her second uncle's family. Her first thought was that her cousin came to the city for shopping and was visiting her. But her cousin was overly friendly, which made her a little suspicious. Qian Yuping saw her enter the yard and quickly came over, happily holding her arm. She said, "Yufei, you're finally back. I've been waiting here for you for a long time." Yufei looked at her with a puzzled expression, her big, bright eyes seeming to ask, "Why are you waiting for me?" Instead of answering directly, Qian Yuping pulled a pendant from her neck, smiled, and stroked it while saying, "Grandma told me that you took this pendant. I want to trade with you." As soon as she grabbed the pendant, Yufei realized she was probably after it, but she didn't expect her to be so direct. She quickly pulled the pendant back and put it into her clothes, coldly saying, "I really like this pendant. I won't trade it." Qian Yuping didn't give up. She shook her arms and looked sad. She said, "I saw this pendant at Grandma's when I was little. I liked it very much. But I was too young then. Grandma said she would give it to me when I grew up." Yufei pulled her arm away, took a few steps to the side, and sneered, saying, "I don't believe that." Her face darkened, no longer gentle, and she stomped her foot. She said, "It's true. Ask Grandma. She did promise me back then. So what? It just shows you're not meant to have this pendant." At this moment, tears welled up in Qian Yuping's eyes. She choked and said, "Why are you like this? I really like this pendant. It means a lot to me. What can I do if you don't give it to me?" Yufei couldn't tell if her tears were real or fake, but regardless, this was not a good sign. She started to suspect that this person knew the secret of the jade pendant. Otherwise, a jade pendant doesn't seem to need to be like this. "I really like this jade pendant," or "I wouldn't have chosen it. Why should I give it to you?" Tears started to fall from Qian Yuping's eyes. At this moment, her sister, Qian Yufin, came out. Seeing the two seemed to be arguing and that Yuping was still crying, she quickly asked, "Yuping, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" and helped wipe her tears. While wiping her tears, she also said to Qian Yufei, "Can't you two talk things out nicely?" Hearing this, Yuping grabbed Yufin's sleeve like she found a supporter and pointed at Yufei, saying, "Sister Fun, the pendant Yufei is wearing, I asked my grandma for it when I was little. She promised to give it to me when I grew up. I didn't expect Yufei to take it first. I want to trade with her, but she won't." She sobbed and wiped her own tears, looking very pitiful, with a nasal voice that made her seem even more helpless. People who didn't know might think Yufei was bullying her. "It's mine now, and I like it too, so I won't trade." Yufin also felt a bit conflicted. Seeing Yuping crying, she thought that Yuping probably really liked that pendant a lot, and her sister seemed to like it less. She wanted to persuade her sister. She looked up at her sister, about to speak, but Yufei saw her sister like this and knew she was convinced by this innocent girl. She wanted to persuade her to give up the pendant. "No way," she quickly said. "If she likes the pendant more than I do, should I give it to her?
Why?
I love money more than her. Does that mean she should give me all the money she has in the future?" "Yufin, what kind of reasoning is that? Yuping isn't just asking for your stuff for nothing. She wants to trade." Yufei didn't want to argue with them anymore. She left with a final word, "I'm not trading," and went straight back to her room. Yuping saw Yufei go back to her room and stomped her feet in anger, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only turn to her sister, Yufin, and act cute, saying, "Sister Fun, look at her. She just won't trade with me." Yufin sighed helplessly, patted her shoulder, and said, "Yuping, don't be too upset. When I get a chance, I'll try to persuade her and see if she changes her mind." Then she looked at the jade bracelet on Yuping's wrist and said, "Your jade bracelet is also very pretty. It doesn't seem any worse than that pendant." When Qian Yuping heard this, she knew there was little hope, but at least she had something to look forward to. She stopped crying and nodded, saying, "Yes, Sister Fun, thank you." Qian Yufin smiled and gently patted her head. Then she turned around, shook her head helplessly, and thought to herself, "Am I getting old? I really don't understand these young girls. How can they get jealous over a jade pendant?" Qian Yufei thought the matter would end here, but during lunch, Qian Yuping said she wanted to stay there for a day and leave the next morning. At the dinner table, she played the little victim again, trying to pull her parents into her camp. Luckily, her parents didn't pay much attention. But even so, Qian Yufei couldn't enjoy her meal. She felt uncomfortable. Plus, she had to sleep in the same room with her that night. Just thinking about it made her annoyed. Qian Yufei was already cursing in her mind. If it weren't for her status, and knowing that the jade pendant was unusual, she wouldn't believe it at all. But she couldn't just easily exchange the jade pendant with Qian Yuping. Although her current space was linked to her soul and didn't depend on the pendant as a medium, giving it away so easily was risky. If Qian Yuping only liked it sincerely as she claimed, and it meant a lot to her, that would be fine. But she was worried that Qian Yuping knew the pendant's function and had an ulterior motive for swapping it. After exchanging, if she recognized the owner through blood and then found out there was no space, she would always be suspected. Her life would become difficult and restless. It would be better not to give the pendant to Qian Yuping so she could pretend she never knew about the space. However, if she didn't give it, Qian Yuping would definitely keep bothering her. Think about it. If she knew such a space existed, she would go to great lengths to get it. To get rid of this ticking time bomb, she needed to find a chance to lose the pendant. Ideally in front of witnesses, so it would be clear and undeniable. This way, she could not only avoid suspicion but also make Qian Yuping behave more cautiously in the future. If done well, it might even shift her attention elsewhere or make her give up entirely. Throughout that afternoon, Qian Yufei felt distracted and absent-minded. Her sister cooked dinner, and her sister Qian Yuping kept trying to talk to her, using family affection to persuade her. But she was not interested and refused to change her mind. That night, the three sisters shared a bed, each with different dreams. Their niece, went to sleep with her grandparents. After lying down, Qian Yufei couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about how to naturally and unexpectedly lose the jade pendant. She wasted a lot of brain power but couldn't come up with a good plan. Finally, she sighed silently and thought, it looks like I'll have to deal with Qian Yuping's persistence for a while. I hope she doesn't chase too hard or act too obvious. Fortunately, the next morning, Qian Yuping went home without mentioning the idea of changing the pendant. This gave Qian Yufei a big relief and some time to think of a plan. That day, she stayed at home. Her sister went out gossiping, and her sister's daughter visited friends before her wedding. She was alone in the house, thinking. Suddenly, she heard loud knocking at the door, urgent and loud, like someone in trouble. Qian Yufei quickly got up and opened the door. It was a young man, looking a bit disheveled, with dusty clothes and some bruises on his arm. He seemed familiar, like a friend of Qian Yumin. She had a bad feeling. Sure enough, he spoke. Sister Fei, I'm Li Peng, a friend of Yumin. Yumin got hurt and is in the hospital now.
What?
He's in the hospital? Did you guys fight again? How is he? Is it serious? Li Peng hesitated but then said, he probably broke a rib. The doctor hasn't finished checking him, but I came to tell you. We need to go quickly. Qian Yufei hit her forehead, thinking, what trouble? She turned to go inside, saying as she walked, wait a moment, I'll get some money. Li Peng replied, okay. He probably came to deliver the message because they didn't have money. If they did, they wouldn't have called her. Maybe a few days later, once Yumin was feeling better, they would go home and say he was visiting friends. This kind of thing happens often and parents usually don't pay much attention. After some time, they might hear from others that her younger brother got into a fight again. By then, the incident has usually passed, and his parents might just give a quick lecture or ask about what happened, or they might not ask at all. Fighting among young men was common in those days. Usually, if there was no serious danger, they wouldn't tell their parents. It was very different from later times when even a small cut with a fruit knife might require a hospital visit and stitches. Parents often kept some spare change in a drawer at home for emergencies. Even if they weren't there, any family member could use the money if something urgent happened. Qian Yufei took out 3 30-yuan notes from the drawer. I'm not sure if the Great Unity currency was issued at that time, but let's assume it was in use. She hurried with Li Peng to the hospital. When they arrived, Qian Yumin was already bandaged and had some stabilizing measures in place. He was sitting calmly, waiting for them to pay and get medicine. When Qian Yufei saw her brother, she quickly ran over and checked him carefully, asking, what did the doctor say? Qian Yumin looked a bit shy and embarrassed, probably feeling guilty about being hospitalized. It's nothing serious. I just can't do intense activities for a while. It's best to rest at home. Qian Yufei looked at his bandaged area and nodded. It doesn't look serious. No surgery needed. Then she reached out her hand and asked, where's the bill? I'll pay and get the medicine. She was familiar with the process, going to pay and pick up the medicine. She remembered her older brother often came here to handle these things for her 2 younger brothers, showing how much her brothers relied on her. Even the academically good Qian Yuan sometimes got into fights and ended up in the hospital. The total cost for bandaging, wound care, and medicine was 18 yuan. Since there was no surgery, the cost wasn't high. Most of the money was spent on the medicine. After buying the medicine, Li Peng helped his younger brother and the others walk home slowly. When they got home, he directly helped the person into his bedroom, told him to lie down, and then left the medicine aside, not bothering further. Qian Yumin's injury wasn't serious and didn't affect his movement much. He could take care of himself. She didn't ask who her brother fought with, why they fought, or if anyone else was hurt. Some people might think that her actions show she doesn't care enough about her younger brother. However, in the original owner's memory, the more she questions him about his injuries, the more upset he becomes. Getting hurt means he lost a fight, and he feels ashamed. He doesn't want others to ask too many questions. So, she just acts like before, not deliberately showing concern or asking about it. This time, he used over 10 yuan for his injury. Her mother will probably scold him a lot when she comes back. She can't avoid a serious lecture. Qian Yufei put the remaining money back into her parents' bedroom drawer and then went back to her own room. She realized she has had a lot to deal with these past few days, wave after wave. Luckily, she remembers some of the original owner's memories, or she would be completely lost. After these incidents, she feels she has become more comfortable with her family. She can now face each family member calmly and no longer feels nervous or out of place like at the beginning. In the evening, when her parents came home from work and heard about her brother's injury, her mother started scolding him again. Even though her brother was hurt, her father still gave him 2 light slaps on the arm. Those slaps were gentle, more like formalities than real punishment. This shows how much her parents spoil their younger brother. Her father also said he had talked to the factory leaders. Soon after her brother recovers, he will go straight to work at the factory as a temporary worker. Since the family just moved out, they now have some money. Her father feels her brother can't keep fighting all the time. Too many fights can lead to trouble. Less than 10 days ago, he fought again, which isn't good, whether he hurt others or himself. So, her father spent some money to buy a job position for him. At this time, not many people are buying jobs. Most work is found on their own because the factories haven't been hiring for a while. Reluctantly, her father bought a position for about 100 yuan. It's not exactly a job, but more like taking over a machinist's spot since the original worker is going back to his hometown, leaving the position empty. Her father might also need to give gifts or treat the supervisor to a meal to secure the position, but he didn't say much about that. Just wanted Chi Min to stop going out and showing off. She should stay at home and rest properly during this time. Also, I asked her mother to take out more money to improve the family's meals. Not long after dinner, while everyone was sitting in the yard chatting, her brother-in-law Li Tao came over with a bunch of gifts, canned food, peach pastries, and candies, to apologize. He entered with a big smile on his face, calling out Dad, Mom, so affectionately. It seemed like nothing serious had happened. It looked like he was just visiting relatives. Then he apologized and even said he would hit himself, and he made a promise. Dad, Mom, I was wrong. I will care more about Yufin. My mom also agreed not to give Yufin those folk remedies anymore, and she won't pressure us to have children. Her mother, Zhang Yulan, looked directly at Li Tao and asked, Is that all? Did you talk about how to eat, how to share house chores? Will you give her some money when you earn it? Li Tao looked confused and didn't answer. Clearly, he didn't realize these things needed to be changed. He thought things could stay the same as before. It seems that the meal the other day was a waste. You should ask your parents at home how to handle these issues. Your sister-in-law shouldn't be the only one doing all the chores while Yufin does everything and has to listen to your family's harsh words. That's unfair. Her brother-in-law was honest and wouldn't lie. He lacked opinions. Her mother told him everything, and he wouldn't make decisions without approval. Qi Yufei watched all this and felt angry. Living with someone like that made her feel sad for her sister. It was right to agree that her sister should split from the family so she could be independent and not have to look at others' faces anymore. Although her family had already decided that they wanted her sister to split off and live separately, they couldn't reveal their bottom line on the first visit.
They needed to do it step by step.
That's why her mother asked those questions, to let her brother-in-law's family know they were very angry and that this matter should be taken seriously. It wasn't something that could be fixed with a few cans of food and some pastries. Li Tao left feeling embarrassed after a while. During this time, her sister didn't show up. She stayed in a bedroom just a wall away, listening to their conversation. After Li Tao left, her sister also came out, looking a bit nervous and asking Mom, Do you think their family will agree to split up? Genuine. Their family hasn't yet changed their attitude or realized how serious this matter is. They probably think a simple apology will be enough to bring my sister back. Qian Yumin sat cross-legged on a chair, swaying gently, and said, I don't think they are thinking about splitting the family. Otherwise, they wouldn't come empty-handed, not even bringing meat. They have no sincerity at all. They are desperate for meat. Qian Yufei. So, next time my brother-in-law visits, how can I make them think about splitting the family? We can't force them to split, as that would be very difficult. Their father, Qian Difu, was smoking with confidence. Unexpectedly, his words made everyone speechless. Yuan, you are smart and good at studying. Think carefully these days about how to get their family to agree to split. It's best if they suggest it themselves and do so willingly. Qianyuan looked surprised and speechless. Dad, you're making things difficult for me. There's no perfect solution that benefits everyone. Qian Difu also thought the conditions were a bit strict, so he lowered his expectations. It doesn't have to be perfect. As long as they agree to split and we can break off with them, that's fine. But we must not let your sister and brother-in-law drift apart, or life will be hard later. Qianyuan looked hopeless. I'll think about it carefully. You all help me come up with ideas too. 3 heads are better than 1. Let's brainstorm together. He looked at Qian Yufei, Qian Yumin, and Qian Yuhua. Yes, this important task is now up to you. Go home and think carefully. Everyone is about to start work, so use your brains more, she said. Then she and her mother headed to the bedroom. They were left standing there, looking at each other. That, after all these years working with so much social experience, they still couldn't think of a good plan. It's hard for these young newcomers to come up with ideas. The 5 siblings were silent. Brother Qian Yuhua broke the silence. Let's talk. What ideas do you have? No matter if they're good or bad, just say them. It might help us think better. I have no ideas right now. Qian Yumin, I think the best way is to propose an unreasonable condition that their family can't accept. Only if they agree to meet that condition will my sister go back. It's best if this condition harms their brother-in-law's family interests, so that his sister-in-law will eventually suggest splitting the family. Qian Yuan said, so, based on what you said, the conditions their family can't accept might be money or a house. But what's the reason? If they ask for too much money, our parents can't say yes easily, and it wouldn't sound good if it got out. If they want a house, isn't that like secretly dividing the family? Qian Yufei replied, secretly dividing the family is just that, secretly dividing. Anyway, since they are being so unreasonable, my sister wants to leave and live on her own. Neighbors and others can understand that. That wouldn't be perfect then. It would be like our family proposing a division, and in the future, my sister might face some gossip, said Qian Yuan, looking at his sister, Qian Yufan. Qian Yumin raised an eyebrow and said, then how about asking them to find a job for our sister? Qian Yuan chuckled. Haha, you really dare to think about that. But it's true, that's a difficult condition to accept and to achieve. If they agree, it might also cause trouble with my brother-in-law's sister-in-law. Everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed like a good idea. Qian Yuan said, all right, everyone go home and think about it. We'll discuss again at breakfast tomorrow. If nothing else comes up, next time brother-in-law visits, we'll ask our dad to find a job for him. Then everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Qian Yufei didn't mind that her family was trying to find a job for her brother instead of for her. One reason is that her parents believe she will get married soon. Even though her supposed fiancé's birth date isn't confirmed yet, if this one doesn't work out, the next one will be arranged quickly. For men, it's easier to find a wife without a job, but women don't have many strict requirements. Having a job is a bonus. If they have it, good. If not, most families won't insist too much. In stories, families fighting fiercely over jobs might take another 7 or 8 years to happen, if the timeline matches her world. Her sister might not have been feeling well today because of her brother-in-law's visit, or maybe she's worried that the idea of dividing the family can't be realized. She stayed quiet all night, looking unhappy. Qian Yufei didn't know how to comfort her, so she said nothing. Since it was already dark, she simply lay down. She had a peaceful night without dreams until morning. This morning, she experienced a small surprise. Her period had started because she felt some fluid flow down. In an instant, she lost her usual bad mood and didn't even need time to react. She jumped out of bed quickly, planning to go to the bathroom. But when she got up, she realized that in this era, there were no sanitary pads, and using toilet paper was considered a luxury. She tried to remember what the original owner used during her periods. The images she recalled made her a little uncomfortable, but she had to accept them. The original owner used cloth menstrual pads, mostly filled with ash, and sometimes used pieces of cloth. She hurriedly searched through the box to find the original owner's menstrual pad. It was a bit old, and she didn't want to use someone else's leftovers. But since her body was still her own, and she couldn't go out to buy new supplies, she decided not to complain. She took some cloth and quickly went to the outhouse. While tidying up in the bathroom, she also planned her day. There wasn't much paper left in her room, probably enough for today, so after breakfast, she needed to buy more. She also wanted to find a chance to boil the eggs in the space. These days, she had a lot to do and had forgotten about nourishing her body. Now that her period had started, she knew she had to take care of herself. Otherwise, her poor nutrition might cause her menstrual cycle to become irregular. In her memory, the original owner's periods were often irregular, which was related to her lack of nutrition. Her sister was always at home, and now she was in charge of cooking, so she had no chance to cook eggs. Even if she did, it was hard to find an opportunity to eat them. It was really frustrating, probably because her hormones were fluctuating with her period. Having a big family was really inconvenient. She didn't know how long her sister's problem would take to resolve. She was eager for it to be fixed quickly, so she could have her own space. For now, she could only endure. Maybe her brother-in-law's family realized how serious the situation was, or maybe they couldn't stand the gossip from neighbors. A day later, her brother-in-law brought his parents to her house, choosing a time after dinner. They brought quite generous gifts, cigarettes, alcohol, and meat, and since his parents came too, it showed that his family's attitude was quite decent. When Qian Yufei's family saw how formal they were, everyone came out, including her sister. My sister's mother-in-law started shouting loudly even before entering the house, saying, "Oh, dear, we are here to apologize." Then she strolled in casually. It's hard to understand how she has such thick skin, as she spoke about apologizing as if she was bringing good news. Seeing that her mother didn't look pleased, her smile remained unchanged. She quickly stepped forward and took her mother's hand, saying, "Dear, you've been staying at your family's house for several days now. It's time to go back. Why are you still staying here?" She spoke while patting her mother's hand. She kept smiling, her expression very appropriate, but her words were off. Her mother, Zhang Yulan, shook off her hand and snorted. "Yufin, why did you go back to your family? Don't you know?" "Do I have to say it again?" Her brother-in-law, Li Laowai, quickly stepped forward and scolded her mother-in-law. "If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all." Then he turned to smile and said, "Dear mother-in-law, we didn't mean it that way. We are here to apologize, after all. We are relatives, one family. These two should not be living apart forever." Zhang Yulan looked up with disdain and said, "Come to apologize." Then she looked at their family of three and asked, "What are you apologizing for? From your tone, it sounds like we did something wrong. Come on, tell me, where did we go wrong?" Li Laowai quickly stepped forward shyly and said, No, dear mother-in-law, you are overthinking. The wife just has a bit of a tone. Don't mind her. She means no harm. She just wants the young couple to live peacefully at home." Zhang Yulan retorted, "Do I not want them to live peacefully? Or does your idea of peace mean my daughter has to eat plain food, work non-stop, never rest, and be scolded? She has suffered, and your family's life will be peaceful. Is that what you call peace? How come? Do you think your daughter-in-law also needs to be ranked? I haven't seen your younger daughter-in-law doing chores at home. Are you bullying my Yufin because she's honest?" My sister-in-law, Lu Chunhua, muttered nearby, "Household chores can't be that tiring. Besides, she didn't say she was tired. If she is tired, she can just stop. No one is forcing her. It's all voluntary." Although her voice was quiet, the room was very still, and everyone heard her. Her mother was even angrier this time, upset that her daughter Qian Yufin was not doing well. She felt disappointed and said to her sister, "Are you just going to watch? When you're tired, you stop working. No one can blame you. You're hurting yourself, and everyone takes it for granted. How is it? There are 3 idle people at home, and you're the only one working hard. You rush to do all the chores. If you don't, they have to wear dirty clothes to work and go hungry." Qian Yufin blushed deeply from the scolding and didn't dare to argue. At this moment, Old Li came out to play the good guy and said, "Yufin is a good girl. In the future, she will do her own work. She and the second child will take turns cooking. The house cleaning will be left to the wife, and they don't need to interfere." Her mother seemed even more angry and continued. Is that all? So, all the previous trouble was for nothing? Which good family makes their daughter-in-law and granddaughter eat at separate tables? Which good family forces their healthy daughter-in-law to take medicine every day? Luckily, Yufin is healthy, or I wouldn't leave your family alone, she added. They want to send some gifts and apologize, so this matter can be forgotten easily. I tell you, no. It can't happen. Old Lee also saw that her family was quite assertive, probably because of some conditions, so his expression turned serious instead of joking around. He asked firmly, what do you want? Say it and we can discuss. Her mother didn't beat around the bush and said directly, my girl has suffered a lot. You need to find her a job. Once she has a job, she won't be bullied by you anymore. Before she finished, Lu Chunhua interrupted, that's impossible. Why is it impossible? My girl is just too honest. If she keeps being mistreated at home every day, she'll lose years of her life. You just can't stand to see her doing well. How can I not want her to do well? I even treat her like a treasure. Your family's treasure is always busy washing and cleaning, running around like a spinning top. That's nonsense. She has no right to call herself a treasure or an ancestor. The atmosphere was already tense. When she said, no right, in front of her mother, it was the last straw. There was no more talking and they started fighting. The two mothers began to scratch, pull hair, and tear clothes. Her mother was a bit stronger, so no one stepped in to stop them, and they also prevented her brother-in-law and Old Lee from intervening. After they got tired, both sides resumed their discussion. Both mothers didn't suffer serious injuries, at most some messy hair, a few scratches on their faces, bruises from being pinched, and a couple of panda eyes. Qian Difu glanced at Lao Yili and said, does your family think you're right? That we're just looking for trouble? Or do you think we can't do anything about you? Yufin will return to your home sooner or later. Lu Chunhua curled her lips to speak, but Lao Yili hit her again, so she stayed silent. Qian Difu said, I think the mother-in-law isn't here to solve problems, but to make conflicts worse. Since your family isn't sincere, then go back. I can still support my daughter. Lu Chunhua angrily said, if you want to leave, just go. Who do you think you are? As a daughter-in-law, I still have to beg my father-in-law and mother-in-law 3 or 4 times. Who are you showing off for? She turned to pull her brother-in-law to leave. Let's go, son. Let's go home. I'll find you a obedient wife. Her brother-in-law looked at his sister with a sad face, moving his mouth but not saying a word. Everyone was worried for him. But Yufei didn't expect her sister's mother-in-law to be so tough and her brother-in-law so useless. The situation felt a bit off. Could they really end up divorcing? Yufei looked at her dad, Qian Difu, and then at her brother, Qian Yuhua. Seeing they looked calm and confident, she felt relieved. Qian Difu's expression grew more serious. He didn't look at Lu Chunhua, probably thinking she couldn't make decisions, so talking to her was pointless. He also didn't look at her brother-in-law, since he couldn't say anything useful. Instead, he turned to Lao Yili, the head of the family, and asked, are you sure your family is this attitude? Lao Yili was still rational. Finding another wife was not easy, and he couldn't guarantee that the new one would get along peacefully with Lu Chunhua. In the past 2 days, the eldest daughter-in-law wasn't home, and his wife started scolding the second daughter-in-law. Now the second daughter-in-law had gone back to her parents' house. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to apologize in person. He was afraid that if the news spread that Lu Chunhua had scolded both daughters-in-law back to their parents' homes, it would be even harder to bring them back. He also didn't want to be embarrassed. Besides, can a wife be married just like that? Does she not need money? Not need a good reputation? However, despite his reluctance to admit it, it seems that the conflict between his wife and his eldest daughter-in-law has become quite serious, almost to the point of being impossible to resolve. Previously, the daughter-in-law's side showed weakness and things remained peaceful for a while, but now they refused to suffer any more injustice. Even if they were willing, the whole family probably wouldn't agree. Old Lee thought for a long time and came up with a solution, dividing the family. Although splitting up might reduce his authority, he didn't like dealing with family disputes anyway, so it wouldn't affect him much. He's still young, has a job, and doesn't need to worry about retirement. After thinking it through, Old Li said, "Dear in-laws, your suggestion to find a job for Xiao Fun is a bit difficult to achieve. Your family also has unemployed members, and you should know how hard it is to find a job these days. But I understand that the conflict between my wife and Xiao Fun is quite serious. Maybe it's better to separate. How about this? I suggest we divide the family, and they can live separately." Lu Chunhua shouted, "We can't split the family." Old Li glared and raised his hand, saying, "Shut up." Lu Chunhua nervously moved behind her son. Qian Yufei guessed that her father-in-law might have a habit of hitting people. Otherwise, Lu Chunhua wouldn't be so scared. It seemed automatic. Whenever he raised his hand, she would hide behind her husband and not dare to speak. What surprised her even more was that they hadn't yet discussed how to proceed with the family division, but the idea of splitting had already been mentioned. It was too easy to reach this goal, and everyone found it hard to believe. Her father was quick to react. Qian Difu said, "Splitting up is fine, but what about the house? Are they going to keep living together? That would just cause more arguments." Old Li thought for a moment and said, "There's no other way. After splitting, they can live in their current houses, or they can use the money from the division to rent or buy new homes." Qian Difu was happy because her daughter got what she wanted. She didn't push for any unreasonable conditions and nodded in agreement. Old Li said, "All right, since your family agrees to this plan, Li Tao will come to pick up Xiaofan the day after tomorrow. At that time, I will proceed with the family division." Chanfa did not ask why it was the day after tomorrow instead of today or tomorrow. He happily saw off the three of them. After closing the door, the family burst into laughter. Sister Qian Yufan was laughing so hard that she started to cry, choking out, "Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Mom."
Thank you, everyone." Her mother, Zhang Yulan, hugged Qian Yufan and comforted her, saying, "Why thank the family? You can go out and look at houses these days. We don't know how much we can get from dividing the property, but you can look at some bigger ones. If they're not enough, we can borrow some for you." Qian Yufan's eyes curved with a smile. Although tears still hung on her face, it was clear she was truly happy now. In the next 2 days, Qian Yufan accompanied her sister around looking for houses and also inquired about jobs. Her sister had some news about a house, but her own job still hadn't been settled. She couldn't help but think, do I have to get married first? Is it really that hard to find a job? They say many factories are just starting up now and are hiring a lot of workers. Why is there no news from my side? 2 days later, her sister and niece were picked up by her brother-in-law to go back home for the property division. She went to the photo studio to pick up the photos and then headed straight back to her grandmother's house in the village. On the way, she also tried to gather some soil into her space. Although she didn't have high hopes for planting there, she still wanted to test it. The weather was still very hot, but compared to the extreme heat of 38 or 39 degrees in later times, it was nothing. It was dry heat typical of the north. To Qian Yufan, the temperature felt like at most 27 or 28 degrees, so it was quite comfortable for her. She walked and stopped along the way, not rushing herself, so she didn't feel too tired. The sun was a bit strong, and she was a little thirsty. When she arrived at her grandmother's house, it was just noon. They had lunch at her grandmother's. This time, she didn't have to worry about her eldest or second aunt's expressions. In the past, when she visited her grandparents, her eldest and second aunts often looked down on her, thinking she was just coming to eat for free. Now that they had divided the property, it was better. She wouldn't eat with them anymore, and they weren't looking down on her anymore either. After clearing the table, her grandmother took her into the room. She then took out a photo from a box. Qian Yufan felt a little excited and nervous. The moment she saw the photo, she knew. If she married this person, she could accept it. This is a photo of a man in military uniform. The man looks between a boy and a young man. His height isn't clear from the photo, but the faint muscles under his clothes suggest he has a good build. He has a short haircut, strong and three-dimensional features, and slightly unruly eyebrows, giving him a slightly rebellious and handsome look. This man matches Qian Yufei's taste. In her past life, she liked boys with a bit of a rebellious look. Seeing this photo, she couldn't help but smile. Grandma Chen Shumei teased, "So? Do you like him? I told you this young man looks good." Shy, Qian Yufei nodded slightly. She could clearly feel her face getting hot. In her 2 lives, she had never been in love. Now a man appeared, and he might become her fiancé.
Of course, she felt shy.
Although she had seen handsome senior and junior students at school in her past life, it was just admiration. She was still young and naive, always playing with her best friends and classmates, not thinking about love or liking anyone. Now, society is different. People mature early and marry young. It's good if you like him. The boy has good conditions. It would be perfect if you two get together. By the way, did you bring your photo? Grandma looked up and asked. Qian Yufei quickly took the photo from her bag and handed it to her grandma. Grandma took the photo, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. My granddaughter is pretty, and she matches him perfectly. Then, Grandma held her hand and praised her future fiancé, Zhou Hainan, for a long time. She also briefly introduced his family background. Her fiancé is 21 years old, graduated from high school, and is now a company commander earning 76,000 yuan a year. His father and grandfather are soldiers, and his mother is a teacher from a high-ranking family. His conditions are quite good. However, he doesn't live with his biological mother. She passed away a year ago, and his father remarried. He has a brother and sister from the same mother. He also has a 10-year-old brother and a 7-year-old sister, who are from his stepmother. His stepmother has captivated his father, often whispering sweet words to him. This has caused a distance between him and his half-siblings, who are children of his father's previous wives. This is because the younger child is still too small and hasn't reached the age to compete for family assets or resources. Otherwise, their relationship might become even more strained. Chun Xiaomei said, "If you want to marry him, you should consider his family carefully. You will have to interact with them in the future. Although I think you two are a good match, you also need to think about what you might face, how to get along, and whether you can accept those things." Qian Yufei asked, "Is Zhou Huainan's rank not high enough to be assigned to the military?" Qin Xiaomei replied, "It's still a bit short, but if you get married, he probably won't let you stay alone in that family. You can rest assured about that." Qian Yufei spent the whole afternoon talking with her grandmother. She felt her grandmother was very wise, thoughtful, and valued her opinions. She also helped her analyze what life might be like if she married him. Her grandmother was very kind and caring. In the end, Qian Yufei decided to leave her photo and try her luck with Zhou Huainan. Just as she had thought before, this man was the best among her and her relatives, friends, and neighbors she could meet. Marrying him meant she wouldn't have to worry about money. Her job was optional, and she wouldn't have to suffer hardships. Plus, she genuinely liked his looks. So, on this ordinary afternoon, she decided to take a chance on herself. As for whether the other person would accept her, her grandmother said they had to wait for news. Qian Yufei didn't stay for dinner at her grandmother's house. She set off home before sunset. She walked slowly, surrounded by the sounds of birds and flowers, in a quiet, peaceful place perfect for thinking. In her eyes, the only flaw this man had was his family. She didn't think about whether he might be abusive or whether they would be respectful or loving after living together. Those thoughts didn't cross her mind. If there was any family trouble, she believed she could just talk to his boss to solve it. If that didn't work, she would divorce him. Although military marriages seem hard to end, she thought he might just accept it. It all depended on whether he wanted to get promoted or stay in the military. If that didn't work, she would just accept it. However, from her grandmother's words, she believed his character was good, and the chance of family violence was very low. The only problem might be his stepmother, who could be difficult to deal with, maybe just a troublemaker. She didn't care much about family wealth. She hadn't dared to think about that yet. If they married, it might be different. Still, she guessed Zhou Huainan cared about his father and grandfather's connections in the military. So, if they get married in the future, dealing with his stepmother is inevitable. Luckily, her younger brother is only 10 years old, and her fiancé still has at least 6 years to develop himself quickly. Maybe when her brother becomes an adult, he won't need to rely on family resources or connections anymore. When she got home, she met her sister, Qian Yufei, at the door. Her brother-in-law's family had finished dividing their property today. She came back to tell her parents the details of the division. Qian Yufan heard about the property division and was eager to hear the news. She was also very hungry because her stomach had been growling for a while. She hurried to the kitchen, found the food her family had left for her, and quickly carried it to the main hall, worried about missing any important details. She brought the food to the living room, where her parents and brothers had also come out. She ate while listening to her sister explain the situation. Her brother-in-law's family division was very simple. Her brother-in-law and his brother were given separate parts. The issue of caring for the elderly was to be discussed in a few years. The family was given 100 yuan, and they kept their current house. The pots, bowls, and utensils were divided according to the number of people. Their family didn't stockpile a year's worth of grain like some rural families. They bought food as needed, so there was no issue of grain division. The main point of this property division was that they would live separately and cook their own meals from now on. After the division, her mother-in-law suggested that since they would be cooking separately, it would be wasteful to use too much firewood. She proposed that each family contribute some grain each month to a shared pot and take turns cooking. Her sister obviously disagreed. They had just divided the family and now they wanted to gather again? That would be a waste of the division. After the final family dinner, she ran back home. She planned to buy a house tomorrow and move out as soon as possible to avoid complications. Before nightfall, she was already thinking about how her mother-in-law might continue to make her cook. She didn't know what would happen in the future. She could refuse today, refuse tomorrow, but if she delayed too long, her mother-in-law might say she was wasteful. Even though the three families shared one pot and cooked similar meals, why did they need to cook separately? It seemed wasteful. Her sister didn't think this was fair. As long as they still lived together, conflicts would happen. Their division wasn't thorough enough. Mother Zhang Yulan said, "Then just buy the house we finalized yesterday. It has 3 rooms, just built not long ago, and is in good condition. No need for repairs, and you can move in directly. The yard is quite big. You can grow some vegetables there, which will be enough for your family. Your in-laws' yard is too small to grow enough vegetables, and in the hot summer, even buying vegetables feels like a hassle." Qian Yufan: "Yes, I think so too. I want you to come with me when I buy the house tomorrow." Zhang Yulan nodded, knowing she would definitely be there for such an important matter and could help make decisions. "Okay, I'll take 2 hours off tomorrow and go with you." Then she looked at Qian Yuan nearby. "Yuan, do you have plans tomorrow? If not, come along and take a look." Qian Yuan: "I'm free, Mom. I'll go with you guys." Zhang Yulan: "Good, then it's settled." She then asked Qian Yufan, "Is all the money from the family division in your hands?" Qian Yufan: "Yes, after we divided everything. He handed the money to me when we entered the house. It's all in my pocket now. I didn't even dare to put it inside." Zhang Yulan: "Not keeping it at home is the right choice. I feel like your mother-in-law doesn't play fair. She might try to take back the money after you leave." Qian Yufan held her mother's hand. "That's what I think too. You wouldn't believe how she acted today when she tried to take out money. She looked at me like she had a knife, like she wanted to eat me. I don't even dare to stay in that house anymore. I was planning to talk to you about buying the house tomorrow, but seeing her like that, I got scared and just came here." Zhang Yulan: "Why are you afraid of her? You have brothers and a younger brother, right? No matter how proud she is, she'll get a lesson." Qian Difu said at the right moment, "The family is divided now. We should move out quickly. Last time she came knocking, we were in the right, but even if we are, we shouldn't keep provoking her. It's not good to let others hear about this." Qian Yufan: "I understand, Dad." Qian Difu: Yes. Just bear with it tonight. If everything goes smoothly with the house purchase tomorrow, your brothers will help you move out the day after tomorrow. You can start living your own life sooner." Qian Yufan nodded. Later, she went to the bedroom to whisper something to her mother. Meanwhile, Qian Yufei finished her dinner and went back to her room. She didn't know when her sister left. Finally, she could live on her own again. This house was hers now, her own territory, where she could do as she pleased. The next day, Qian Yufei woke up early, planning to go house shopping with her sister and them. The house was about 300 or 400 meters from her home, surrounded by rows of houses. A few people walked through an alley, and soon arrived at the small courtyard gate. The homeowner had several houses. This house was originally built for her son's wedding, but he was in the military and never came back. This year, he married a nurse in the army and also didn't return. The house became useless, so they decided to sell it. Qian Yufin was lucky. Just as they decided to sell, her mother heard the news, and yesterday they agreed on a price. She had wanted to look at a few more houses to compare, but since her sister was eager to move, this house was suitable, so they bought it today. The house was bought smoothly for 270 yuan. It's likely her sister borrowed some money from their mother. After they split up, her brother-in-law's salary will go directly to the family, so they shouldn't have any money worries in the future. Her sister looked very happy today. After finishing the paperwork and heading back, they passed by an alley and heard a loud argument. The three siblings went to see what was happening. Their mother went back to work at the factory, and their sister was tidying up the new house, preparing to move in tomorrow. So, the three of them, who were unemployed and free, couldn't resist the excitement of the commotion. When they got closer, they saw a crowd gathered around, and the sound of arguing. As they approached, Qian Yufei was surprised to recognize the main person involved, her classmate Gu Qingqing, who was fighting with someone. Gu Qingqing was the girl who had become wealthy after graduation and had changed a lot. Qian Yufei suspected she might be a time traveler, too. After listening to the argument and hearing from a nearby auntie who was watching, she roughly understood what was happening. It was quite dramatic. It turned out Gu Qingqing had a childhood sweetheart named Lu Jun, who had taken good care of her in school. After graduation, they planned to get married. But her childhood friend ended up with her cousin, and they were caught hugging and holding hands. Gu Qingqing saw them and caught them in the act. There were also other witnesses, like their classmate Wang Shui. The story was that Gu Qingqing went to Wang Shui's house to meet her, and they planned to go shopping. Just after leaving Wang Shui's house, they saw her childhood sweetheart holding hands and hugging someone else. Gu Qingqing couldn't stand it and went to question them. Suddenly, she realized that the person she was involved with wasn't just anyone, but her older cousin Gu Ran, who was 7 months older and from her uncle's family. She got even angrier, and the two started fighting. Her childhood friend tried to break up the fight, but surprisingly sided with her cousin. Wang Shui couldn't bear to watch, and went to help her. This led to the current scene, with 4 people fighting together. At this moment, a few people ran over from a distance. At first, they didn't know who they were, but some people in the crowd recognized them. They heard an older woman shout, "Quick, make way. Gu Ran's mom is here." Then another woman called out, "Oh, isn't that Lu Jun's parents?" They came quite fully prepared. Looks like they want to meet each other's families and get married directly. Everyone's hugging, so they must be getting married. Poor Gu Qingqing. Her mother passed away early, and she finally had her childhood friend protecting her. Now that they're about to get married, someone else is trying to steal her happiness. Look carefully now. Gu Qingqing isn't as pitiful as you think. What's going on? Is there something I don't know? I'm telling you, not long ago, Gu Qingqing went to her dad's factory and, with the factory manager's witness, reclaimed her mother's belongings and inheritance. She's now a little rich girl. I've noticed she's been wearing new clothes lately. Turns out she got her mother's money back. Ugh, Lu Jun is such a bad guy. Later, I'll introduce my nephew to Qingqing. Your nephew? With that look? Do you think Gu Qingqing would like him? I think my son is better. He works in an office. Qian Yufei listened nearby, feeling a bit amused. While they were still upset over her childhood friend's betrayal, they were already trying to set her up with someone else. But from her intuition, she suspected that today's scene of catching someone in the act wasn't just a coincidence. According to her memories of the original story, Gu Qingqing and Wang Shui weren't close at school. It's only been a few months since graduation, yet Gu Qingqing and Wang Shui had already become very close, even to the point of helping each other fight. Although friendships among girls often develop quickly, sometimes just after a single meeting and a few conversations, they became such close friends so fast that it seemed unusual. She had always suspected that Gu Qingqing might be a time traveler, so her opinions of her were biased and often based on dramatic novel plots. The current situation was a typical example. The heroine was reborn, believed her childhood sweetheart was a scumbag and didn't want him anymore, then set up a scheme to catch him cheating, making herself the victim and gaining everyone's sympathy. She then easily escaped and started looking for a wealthy, handsome man to love. While she was lost in her thoughts, the chaos had already been separated. Lu Jun and Gu Ran had been pulled away, and Wang Shui also left with Gu Qingqing. When they left, Gu Qingqing still had tears on her face, looking very pitiful, which stirred everyone's sympathy. The older women quickly went to comfort her. "Qingqing, don't be sad. Aunt Wang will introduce you to someone better. Lu Jun isn't good enough. He doesn't even have a job. If you two get married, you won't have any income. Aunt Wang is right. In a few days, I'll call my nephew over to meet you. I think you two are a good match. Old Lu, you should forget it. Your nephew isn't as good as Lu Jun. Lu Jun at least graduated from high school. Has your nephew even finished elementary school?" The group argued and tried to introduce Gu Qingqing to potential partners. Gu Qingqing didn't speak. She just looked very hurt and silently shed tears. The main characters had already left, and the crowd watching the scene dispersed. The three siblings also decided to go home. The sister left, and the responsibility of cooking fell back on Qian Yufei. She noticed her sister-in-law was truly indifferent. She really didn't care about anything. But she thought such a person was quite easy to get along with. While cooking, she finally boiled the eggs she had been longing for, able to enjoy a day or two with just 2 eggs. In the afternoon, her younger brother Qian Yuan needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. She and Qian Yuan went along. Unexpectedly, this sudden follow-up revealed the aftermath of the incident from earlier that morning. Then Qian Yuan decided not to continue the checkup. The three of them stayed in the corridor, completely focused on gossiping. That afternoon, the main characters were Gu Qingqing and Gu Ran. The childhood friend was not present. From what they heard, Gu Ran was going to be hospitalized, claiming he felt dizzy, nauseous, and even said he didn't want to live anymore. Then Gu Qingqing was pulled by her father and stepmother to apologize to Gu Ran. They said that as a family, they shouldn't argue openly outside. Can't they discuss things at home? This made Gu Ran worry about how she would be seen by others in the future. Gu Qingqing stubbornly refused to apologize and called Gu Ran shameless. Her father then slapped her with a loud smack that even Qian Yufei felt was painful. However, Gu Qingqing seemed unaffected and just glared angrily at her father. Her stepmother then told her father, "Old Gu, how can you hit the child? Qingqing is very upset about this." She also told Gu Qingqing, "Your dad is angry now, be patient with him." She acted like a kind person, pretending to care. Her aunt-in-law also added fuel to the fire, saying Gu Qingqing should ask for medical expenses and that she was responsible for the whole thing. Qian Yufei was amazed at how strange this family was. They even thought it was okay to fight over someone else's boyfriend. She didn't see how it was finally resolved, probably because they didn't want others to know about the family trouble. Someone came out and closed the door to the ward, so they couldn't see what was happening inside. Qian Yufei asked her brother, "Do you still need to go for follow-up check?" Qian Yuan replied, "Of course I do. Otherwise, why did I come here?" Qian Yuan made a sound of agreement. "How can you say you came for nothing? Isn't this quite a show?" Then they went with her brother for the checkup. The doctor said, "You're recovering very well. Just wait a few more days and you'll be free." Before leaving, they could hear the doctor muttering inside, "Young people recover quickly." But when they finished the checkup and walked past Gu Ran's ward, they heard loud banging and arguing inside, as if a fight had started. Just as everyone was about to peek through the door, Gu Qingqing ran out crying, covering her face. The three of them and a few nurses who wanted to watch the scene looked awkward. Some scratched their heads, others turned away, pretending nothing was happening. It seems that Gu Qingqing's older cousin has the upper hand this time. I wonder if Gu Qingqing will get revenge later, Qian Yufei thought as they headed back. She also felt a bit sorry for Gu Qingqing. What kind of family is this? They might as well not have a family at all. Li Xiaoran had a feeling that the big drama involving Gu Qingqing's family was going to be a long series. She probably wouldn't be bored in the future. Although she wasn't very familiar with Gu Qingqing and didn't catch all the details, She found it quite interesting. Before going to bed, I secretly added an egg to my meal, but suddenly I remembered I forgot something important. Lately, I have been very busy, and I have completely forgotten about Qian Yuping. I don't know why she has been so quiet these days. Maybe she has given up on the jade pendant. If she has, that would be great, but I don't think so.
She must be planning something.
It makes sense that the jade pendant might accidentally get lost. Before losing it, she would want Qian Yuping to see that she still has the pendant, especially the one she wants. It would be best if she could lose it right in front of her. If she loses it in front of her, it could fall into the river by accident, or she might not be able to find it easily, especially if it lands somewhere hard to reach. She also thought about the river near her grandma's house. There, women often wash clothes, and the water is shallow in some places and deep in others. Her twin brothers and cousin often go to the deeper parts to catch fish. Her grandfather's birthday is coming up in a few days, and everyone will return home. Qian Yuping will probably be there too. She plans to follow her brothers to catch fish, and then secretly drop the jade pendant into the river. This might make Qian Yuping less worried. Of course, she will need to act quickly and cleverly when the time comes. She also thought about some extra details, like what to do if something unexpected happens, and how to pretend to be sad and ask her grandma to get the pendant back after losing it. She stayed up late and got up late in the morning, but her mom woke her up. Usually, her mom wouldn't bother her, but now they need her and her brothers to help with moving house. Her two brothers, her sister-in-law, and she are all helping. The three working adults can't take time off, but they have enough people to move everything without needing to ask for leave. According to her sister, there isn't much to move, and her brother-in-law didn't take any time off either. They hurriedly ate breakfast and left the house with the neighbors, borrowing a wooden cart with 2 wheels. It's like a ox-drawn cart, but there are no oxen or donkeys available. Her younger brother, Qian Yuwen, will have to do some of the work since her other brother, Qian Yumin, is still injured. The doctor said he should rest for a few more days, and he definitely shouldn't do heavy work. Four people pulled a cart and arrived at their sister's house. Before entering, they heard their sister's mother-in-law making sarcastic comments in the yard. She really has no ability. She just moved out and spent all the money, leaving a lot of debt. What will happen when my grandson is born? He won't know how to live. Then another elderly woman's voice responded. She didn't spend recklessly. After buying a house, she can give her grandson a place to live. That comment sounded reasonable and fair. Lu Chunhua sighed. Even though there is a house at home, she just wants to avoid work. She insists on buying a house even if it means borrowing money. I don't understand her thinking. Enough. Now that she's gone, your mood can improve. If she stayed here, you wouldn't be happy, and you two often argued. Now that she's leaving, it's just right. You can worry less. Lu Chunhua paused, silent. She had some things she didn't say aloud. She thought, since her eldest daughter-in-law left, she's taken over all the housework. Ever since her daughter-in-law married in, she hasn't done much work. Just 2 days after moving out, she's already overwhelmed. But her daughter-in-law still does some chores at home. She's been thinking of ways to get her to pick up the work she left behind. Now she's buying a house and moving away. Can she be happy about that? After the 4 people stopped talking, they waited a moment before knocking on the door. While knocking, Qian Yufei called out, "Sister, we're here to help you move. Open the door." Soon, her sister's voice responded, "Coming, coming." Her sister came to open the door, followed by her little niece Lulu, who was a bit of a shadow. When they entered the yard, they saw Lu Chunhua sitting in the corner with an elderly woman beside her. The others were a bit rude. They didn't greet Lu Chunhua and her sister. After parking the cart, they headed straight to their sister's house. Inside, they saw that most of the belongings had been packed. There were 2 large wooden trunks and 2 sets of bedding, which were her sister's dowry. There was also a table and 2 chairs. Those were the big items. There were also some scattered small things, shoes, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings in a few bundles. In some baskets there were scissors, threads, plates, bowls, chopsticks, and her niece's small toys, along with other small items. Although there weren't many things, they couldn't fit everything in one trip. So, they first took the 2 trunks, some bundles, and baskets. The table and chairs would be moved later. The box was very heavy, probably filled with clothes and some valuable items from my sister's house. The five of us kept busy. My sister's mother-in-law didn't offer to help. She just chatted with the elderly woman nearby, occasionally pointing at us and saying something I couldn't hear. I didn't see my sister's sister-in-law. My sister was quietly talking to them inside. She told me that her sister-in-law had been staying at her parents' house these past few days. She came back on the day they divided the family, then left again, seemingly planning to buy a house and move out. Maybe she couldn't stand her mother-in-law's constant nagging, or perhaps she was tired of doing chores since my sister stopped helping. The chores then fell to her sister-in-law. She was willing to work but annoyed by her mother-in-law's fussing about cleanliness and other things, so she decided to go home. Although they knew her mother-in-law probably didn't speak kindly about them, they didn't mind. Today was a happy day. My sister was finally free from her troubles. They wouldn't let her mother's words ruin this special day. After loading everything into the car, Qianyuan drove in front, while the others pushed from behind. My niece was bouncing happily beside us, sometimes overtaking, sometimes running back to wait for us, clearly very happy. When we arrived at the new house, we started working again, unloading everything. My sister and her sister-in-law stayed behind to organize the things. The three siblings plus my niece made another trip to bring all the furniture and remaining items. Originally, my sister wanted to come last to help, but she was persuaded not to. There weren't many things left, and the three of us were enough. We didn't want her sister to go back and cause trouble. If she went back, her mother-in-law might say more unpleasant things. Sure enough, when they returned, her mother-in-law saw that Qian Yufan wasn't there and looked unhappy. As they were about to leave, she asked loudly, "Where's your sister? Why did she move out so quietly? Isn't that good manners?" "Good upbringing," Qian Yuman replied. "What does manners and good upbringing have to do with this? Besides, if you have good manners, why didn't you come help us move?" Lu Chunhua said. "There are so many of you. I didn't need to help." Qian Yuman responded, "It doesn't matter where my sister lives. The house belongs to them, even if she doesn't stay there. Don't think you can take over." Then she turned to ask Qian Yufei, "Sister, do you have a lock and key?" "It's better to lock it up," Qian Yufei replied. "I don't have those things. I'll ask my sister to lock it when she comes back later." Then she turned to Lu Chunhua and said, "Annie, my sister will come back later to lock the door and say goodbye to you properly." After they left, the niece tilted her head and quite seriously reminded them, "My mom said she won't come over except during the new year." When they heard this, they all laughed. They didn't know if her sister's mother-in-law in the yard heard what was said. When they returned to the sister's house, they saw that the inside and the yard had been cleaned up. When they arrived, they also saw some neighbors chatting with her sister and sister-in-law in the yard. The neighbors seemed friendly, and her sister was in a much better mood. Seeing them pull the cart over, the neighbors came forward to help carry bags and move tables and chairs. In less than 10 minutes, everything was arranged neatly. Then her sister started cooking. She wanted to invite the neighbors to eat, but they all made excuses, saying they needed to go home and cook because they had work and their family members would be coming soon. Qian Yufan planned to cook extra dishes and give some to the neighbors later. They would often visit each other in the future. In the morning, she told her parents that everyone would eat at her sister's house for lunch today as a housewarming meal. The vegetables were all picked and brought over by her sister from her mother-in-law's garden. She had grown and watered those vegetables herself, weeded them, but now they couldn't be taken or eaten. Qian Yufei helped by picking and washing vegetables. Qian Yuman played with his niece, and he planned to help his sister tidy up the yard and plant some vegetables for their own use. While washing vegetables, Qian Yufei teased her sister, "Sister, you moved to a new house, and you seem much happier. Is it true that good news makes people feel better?" Qian Yufan sighed, then smiled again. "Yes, finally free from that family. Less trouble, fewer worries, so of course I feel better. We will still see each other sometimes, but it's better than fighting every day." Qian Yuman said, "That old woman spoiled her. When you married into her family, you had to do all the chores at home and outside. At first, she was nice and even thanked you, but later it became expected. This year, it got worse. She even started picking fights. I think you should have already spoken out. If it weren't for second sister coming back and telling us, you wouldn't have known how long you'd have to suffer. Qianyuan also agreed, saying, Big sister is just too honest and easy to talk to. Qian Yufan explained, actually there wasn't much work at first. It was added little by little later. I thought that adding a bit more wouldn't matter, but I didn't expect it to increase so much. In the end, all the chores at home became mine. Qian Yufei quickly changed the subject, saying, Let's not talk about this. Today is a good day, and we shouldn't ruin the mood. Life will only get better from now on. Isn't that right, sister? While they were talking, father and mother came over. Father brought 2 bottles of wine and a pound of meat, and mother brought some new bowls and plates, ready to eat. Father smiled and said, Today is truly a good day. We should celebrate properly. Soon, brother-in-law also returned. Seeing the new yard, he was happy too. Although he wasn't good with words, that didn't mean he could accept his mother's constant nagging and occasional scolding. The family was busy in the kitchen, full of laughter and joy. Qian Yufan looked at her busy family and felt grateful and happy. She knew that although they had faced many difficulties, she always had a warm home and a loving family. As little sister said, life will only get better. After the meal was ready, sister and brother-in-law went around to visit neighbors. Each family gave a bowl of food with meat. Although each bowl only had 1 or 2 slices of meat, it was still considered a meat dish. Since they had to go to work in the afternoon, they didn't drink much alcohol. Each had a little to celebrate, finished the food, and then went back to work. The house was moved in, the meal was eaten, and the tasks for Qian Yufei and her 2 sisters were finally done. After saying goodbye to sister, they went home. On the way, they saw their little niece playing with a neighbor's child in the alley. It was clear they had become good friends. Qianyuan said, Lulu, you can play outside but don't go too far, or your mom will get worried. Got it, uncle. Life returned to normal. Qian Yufei no longer held much hope of finding a job. Maybe her luck really wasn't very good. Other people who traveled through time often found jobs easily, and some even held on to jobs just to sell for money. It's good that she came here, but she can't find a job and has no money, which makes some people who travel through time feel ashamed. The only money she has is from her family, given to help her find a partner. She's been having a tough time. So far, even with some special abilities, she hasn't used them yet, and her situation isn't very good. Well, maybe they are useful after all. She used her abilities to sneak food, so they do help a little. Qian Yufei comforts herself in her mind. Now she finally understands why the original owner's classmates started looking for partners, dating, and getting married right after graduation. Sometimes people need to follow local customs. Every era has its own way of doing things. Going along with the main trend helps people survive better. Being different from everyone else isn't easy. Look at her now. She's graduated and doesn't need to go to school anymore. Her education is good for this time. But she still can't find a job. Does that mean she has to stay at home and do nothing? Someone who stays at home still needs to support themselves. Think about her family. There are 3 people to support. Her younger brother is still in school, but will graduate next year. Her father wants to buy her a job, even if it costs money, because her brother eats a lot and is hard to support. Most families now follow the rule: if you find a job, you take it. If not, you send the person away quickly. Since men are usually the main breadwinners, if they get a job, they're the first choice to support the family. Girls' goal is to get married soon. They don't need much dowry, but they want to leave home early. The sooner they leave, the less food they need to buy. A few peaceful days passed, and suddenly it was her grandfather's birthday. In the original owner's memory, every year on his birthday, the family would gather together. So, on this day, her parents and older brother all took leave from work. It seems this has become a family tradition. Everyone must come back home for his birthday. Her older sister, Qian Yufan, and her brother-in-law arrived early with their daughter, waiting to leave together. Her mother took out some prepared wine, canned food, a piece of cloth, and 2 gin of pork that Qian Yuan had bought early in the morning. 10 people in total set out to the countryside. Qian Yufei had been preparing for this day for a long time. A few days earlier, She had arranged for her younger brother to go fishing by the river, saying she wanted to eat fish. If they caught extra fish, they could bring some home to eat. The departure was early, and by the time I arrived at my grandfather's house, it was just 9 o'clock. Washing vegetables and cooking are not really related to their generation. Their cooking skills are not very good in such situations. Today, the main cook was still Second Aunt. Second Aunt's father used to run a banquet service in the countryside. When she was young, she traveled around with her father, helping out, and she developed good cooking skills. Then she followed her cousin and younger brother, carrying a bunch of small radishes. The older kids and younger children went to the riverbank together. They walked happily and cheerfully toward the river. The scenery by the river was beautiful, with clear water gently hitting the shore. Occasionally, small fish jumped out of the water, splashing tiny droplets. The children excitedly ran to the river, playing and splashing in the water. The older kids took out their fishing tools. Qian Yumin was especially eager. He held a delicate fishing cage that he had asked his father to help him make last night. He was very confident in this cage, believing it would catch many fish. Cousins and younger brothers also didn't want to be left out. Some carried wooden buckets, some started lowering cages into the water, and others held sharpened wooden sticks, planning to spear fish. Of course, everyone wanted to catch more fish, so they made some fish bait. Our family's bait was prepared in advance by Qian Yumin at home. It seemed to contain cornmeal and some cooking oil. He lightly sprinkled it near the fishing cages, hoping to attract more fish. After setting the cages, Qian Yufei watched the boys go into the water to fish while waiting for Qian Yuping to arrive. She also wandered around the riverbank to get familiar with the terrain and check the spots. While observing, she relied on the original owner's memory to find the deep water areas, preferably where the current was strong, to ensure that if the jade pendant fell, no one would want or be able to retrieve it. She circled around and initially chose a stone bridge as her location. This bridge connected their village, Laoshantan, with Shiha village. The bridge was very old. Although the water flow underneath was not very fast, the water was deep, and there had been fatalities there before. So, if the pendant fell here, no one would be willing to go down and fish it out. This was the first ideal spot she selected. If she couldn't lure Qian Yufei here, her second plan was to set fish traps in the shallow water flats. When the pendant fell, it would land on the rocks and break. If the broken jade pendant still interests Qian Yuping, she can exchange it for her. Even if she later finds out there is no space inside, she would just think it was because the pendant was broken. Qian Yufei silently thought to herself. She returned to the riverbank and saw the boys had already caught a few small fish. Everyone was excited and cheering. At that moment, Qian Yuping finally arrived, accompanied by Qian Yuhong and Qian Yulan from De Beau's family. Qian Yuping wore a flowery dress and had 2 ponytails, looking fresh and charming. Fei Fei, you came quite early. How many fish did you catch? Qian Yuping asked as she approached and looked into the bucket. Qian Yufei replied, Not many, we just arrived not long ago. We didn't catch many fish. Why did you come too? Then she turned to Qian Yuhong and Qian Yulan and said, Big sister Hong, where's the little one? Why did you leave him behind and come alone? And sister Lan, I heard you're pregnant. Why are you at the river? It's dangerous. Qian Yulan said, We didn't want to come either. It was Yuping pulling us here to help persuade you. Qian Yufei pretended not to understand and asked with a puzzled look, Persuade me about what? Qian Yulan replied, Oh, what else? It's about that jade pendant. Qian Yufei acted surprised again, then took a step back, away from Qian Yuping. Wow, Yuping, you're so persistent. I thought you'd given up. Why haven't you let go yet? She then pretended to be helpless, touching her forehead. After thinking for a moment, she said, Sisters, I also really like this jade pendant. She pulled the pendant from her clothes around her neck. Then she said, I really don't know why this jade pendant is worth so many exchanges with Yuping. I wouldn't trade it, but she keeps asking for help. So I brought some friends. To make it easier for them to see, she took the pendant off her neck. She held it in her palm, raised her hand, and looked at it carefully. Look, there's nothing special about it. I'm really amazed she keeps bothering me. Let me see. Qian Yuhong said, reaching out to grab the jade pendant from Qian Yufei's hand. But she quickly withdrew her hand. The jade pendant was clenched tightly in her fist and carried behind her back. She tilted her head and confidently told them, "It's okay, but don't try to take it. I can't let you hold the pendant now. If you give it to Sister Ping, she might not give it back, and what if she tries to swap it forcibly?" Qian Yuping was a bit angry and stomped her foot, unsure if her plan had failed or if Qian Yufei was thinking too badly of her. "Why do you think so badly of me? If you don't swap, I can just take it by force." Qian Yufei ran further away, making 3 lullaby sounds and said as she ran, "It's because you're so stubborn. Now I don't trust you." She was heading toward the small bridge. Sure enough, as she ran, Qian Yuping chased after her. "Fifi, I told you to run, but don't let me catch you." Later, Qian Yuhong and Qian Yulan also started to block her from behind. The path near the small bridge was blocked. She knew her plan had failed, and the pendant was really taken by them. If they tried to swap it forcibly, her efforts would be ruined. So she started running toward the riverbank. There were many children there who thought she was playing and helped block some people. Qian Yufei ran and shouted, "Good Yuan, help Annie catch your big auntie. They are bullying me." The children helped by blocking even more people. Qian Yufei stood by the river, hands on her hips, looking proud. "See? I have helpers too. Now you can't catch me." Qian Yuhong, exhausted and panting, looked weak, probably because she had recently given birth. She had run only a few steps and couldn't go on. "Fifi, stop running. Just let us look at the pendant carefully. I want to know why Ping Ping is so obsessed with it." Qian Yufei pretended to run into the water, then turned back and said, "No way. The 3 of you are together. Maybe you're just trying to steal it." This time, she ran a bit slower, as if water interference slowed her down. She moved step by step toward Qian Yumin, who was still fishing with many large and small stones nearby. Gradually, Qian Yuping and the others got rid of the children and entered the water. Seeing Qian Yufei reach near Qian Yumin, who was still focused on fishing, they quickly moved forward and surrounded her. Then Qian Yuhong started to coax her. "Let's see what happens." "Fifi, why are you being so petty?" Qian Yulan supported her, but perhaps because she was pregnant and afraid of touching anything, she kept her distance from them. "Yeah, just look, you can't ruin it." Qian Yufei, surrounded by them, huffed angrily. "It's not about ruining it, but about losing it." While they were still arguing, Qian Yuping reached out and grabbed Qian Yufei's arm with one hand, trying to pry open her fist. But Qian Yufei couldn't just watch her take it, so she started to fight back. However, with 2 fists against 4 hands and now 6 hands, it was hard to win. Seeing her fists clenched tightly and unable to open them, Qian Yuhong began to tickle her, which made Qian Yufei give in completely, with no chance to fight back. Seizing a moment, she pretended that they had accidentally dropped it during the struggle. In reality, she had deliberately let go, using the force of Qian Yuping pulling down on her, causing the jade pendant to fall onto the rocks and shatter into 3 pieces, 2 large and 1 small. All 4 of them stopped moving at once. Now it was time to test Qian Yufei's acting skills. She immediately pinched her thigh hard, her eyes turning red, tears threatening to fall. She slowly raised her hand, pointed at the 3 of them, then at the broken jade pendant. Choking up, she said, "You 3 are bullying me. I will tell Grandma." She cried while wiping her tears and picked up the broken pieces of jade scattered on the rocks and in the water. Looking at the fragments in her hand and crying more and more sadly, others nearby noticed and started to gather around. Qian Yumin asked, "What happened, sister?" Seeing the broken jade in her hand, he exclaimed, "Wow, what happened? How did it break?" Qian Yufei began her first act of telling on them, sobbing and pointing at the 3 girls. "The main culprits are them. They wanted to see my jade pendant, but I didn't let them. Then they started to grab it and they broke it." Qian Yuping was stunned the moment the jade pendant fell. She hadn't expected that fighting over a pendant could lead to an accident. Now the pendant was broken. Her eyes were blank, and she didn't argue with Qian Yufei. Adding to this, Qian Yuhong and Qian Yulan tried to shift the blame. Qian Yuhong kept waving her hands and said, "This has nothing to do with me. I was behind Qian Yufei and didn't even touch her hand." Then Qian Yulan quickly added, "It has nothing to do with me. I was holding her other hand and didn't touch the one with the pendant. You can't blame me." Qian Yufei, with red eyes, complained, "It has nothing to do with you." Pointing at Qian Yuhong, "If you hadn't tickled me, I wouldn't have struggled so much, and Qian Yuping wouldn't have been able to pull my hand away." Then she turned to Qian Yulan, "And you, if you hadn't held my other hand, maybe Qian Yuping wouldn't have been able to make my pendant fall." They started blaming each other, blaming Qian Yuping for dropping the pendant and making her suffer the consequences. Next, she made a final statement. "You all are accomplices. The three of you are in this together. You came here just to steal my pendant. It was planned from the start." The surrounding cousins and brothers became witnesses. Qian Yuping didn't argue, but indirectly admitted it. Qian Yuping still looked dazed and confused. Qian Yufei was worried she was losing her mind, but it was better than her going crazy, so she kept pretending. Then she wiped her tears, showed a fierce expression, and said to the three, "I will make you all pay. None of you will escape." She started running toward her grandmother's house. While running, she added, "I'll tell Grandma. I want her to judge for me. You three are too mean." Qian Yumin also went back with her. Then Qian Yuhong pulled Qian Yuping and said, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you say anything just now? We were both helping you." Qian Yulan grabbed Qian Yuping's other arm, trapping her between them. Qian Yulan said, "Let me tell you, Qian Yuping, this has nothing to do with us. You begged us to help, and you have to take responsibility." Qian Yuping finally regained some composure, glaring at them, and said, "If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have asked for your help. It was a waste of money and a mistake." She then shook off their hands and hurried home angrily. When she arrived, Qian Yufei had already finished her complaint and was sitting next to her grandparents, crying. Qian Yumin also glared at Qian Yuping, clearly still upset with her. After entering the house, Qian Yuping stood in the middle of the hall, constantly fiddling with her fingers, looking like she was about to cry, but not quite crying. Qian Yufei saw her like this and got angry. She stood up directly, pointed at her, and scolded. She didn't understand why people didn't point at others when they were angry, as it seemed less powerful, so she ignored the idea that pointing at someone was rude. She said fiercely, "You're so aggrieved now. Why are you feeling wronged? The thing that broke is my jade pendant, not yours." Then she turned and pulled her grandmother's arm, shaking it. "Grandma, my jade pendant is broken. I want her to pay for it." She spoke more and more sadly, acting a bit overly dramatic, as if she was really into her role. "She's always been jealous of my jade pendant, trying to swap it with me many times. I didn't want to swap, I liked it very much. Today, she brought 2 accomplices to try to steal it. Without them, it would be like a robbery." Grandma smiled happily, seeming to not care that a jade pendant was broken. She found the kids making noise quite amusing. She patted her hand and said, all right, Grandma will compensate you. Is that okay?" Qian Yufei pouted. "No, it's not. It's clearly Qian Yuping's fault, but she didn't lose anything at all, and you're the one paying me. Besides, you don't even have the same jade pendant anymore." Grandma patted her hand hard and scolded with a smile. "What? You're not satisfied with just one? Do you want to extort 2 more from me?" Qian Yufei awkwardly waved her hand. No, that's not it." She was thinking that she really did think that way. After all, the jade pendant was her favorite. Other things would need 2 to match. She had completely forgotten that when she first chose the jade pendant, her first choice was actually a jade bracelet. At this moment, Qian Yuping seemed to have made a decision. She said, "I'll pay." This surprised both Qian Yufei and her grandmother, who was about to open the cabinet for compensation. Then Qian Yuping continued, "I'll pay you with a jade bracelet, but you also have to give me the broken jade pendant." Although Qian Yufei had a feeling that even if the jade pendant was broken, Qian Yuping would still want it, she still found it a bit unbelievable at that moment. She didn't pretend. She just naturally gasped in surprise and said with a look of helplessness, "Hey, no, Sister Yuping, do you really like this jade pendant that much? Even if it's broken, you still like it?" Then she pretended to be confused and scratched her head, saying, "Are you crazy?" Grandma gently slapped Qian Yufei on the head and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Qian Yufei looked upset and muttered softly, I didn't say anything wrong. I won't say anything more now. Then Qian Yuping walked over to the table. She looked at the broken jade pendant on it, picked up the pieces carefully, and gently packed them into her bag. Finally, she took off her jade bracelet from her arm and placed it on the table. Then she turned to leave. Qian Yufei quickly stopped her. Hey, Sister Pingping, don't go. I really can't take your jade bracelet. What if you regret it someday and want to take it back from me? Like this time. I should keep the one Grandma gave me. It's more reliable. She then shook her grandma's arm and called out loudly, Grandma, Grandma. Grandma smiled warmly and looked at her, then said to Qian Yuping, Yufei is right. If the jade pendant is broken, it's broken. Grandma will fix it for you. Just wear the bracelet. She then opened a cabinet, took out her jewelry box, unlocked it, and said to Qian Yufei, All right, pick another one. This time, make sure to take good care of it, understand? Qian Yufei looked at the box and replied happily, Yes, yes. After I take it home, I'll keep it safe and see who can steal it from me. She then snorted softly. This made Grandma angry, and she slapped her again. Qian Yufei happily put on her bracelet. It was a funny coincidence. The bracelet she got was a matching pair with the one Qian Yuping was wearing. Qian Yuping stared at her in surprise, seeming still a bit stunned. Grandma looked helpless. She picked up her own broken jade bracelet from the table, slowly put it on Qian Yuping's wrist and comforted her. It's okay. Pingping. We agreed, one each. Everyone should have one. The pendant is broken, so you can't wear it anymore. If you really like it, you can take it home. Later, maybe you can use the broken jade to make something else. Grandpa and Grandma didn't seem to mind this small fuss. To them, it was just a childish argument. They didn't know the true value of the jade pendant. They only saw that it was broken, which reduced its worth. It was just a small loss of money. In the end, Grandma took out another jade bracelet, and Qian Yuping got a few more broken pieces of jade. Qian Yufei clearly didn't want the broken jade pieces. Today's events were all carefully planned by her, with the goal of making the jade pendant get lost or damaged, so it could fall into Qian Yuping's hands. Because of this, she naturally wasn't interested in the broken jade pieces. As for the others, maybe because they saw how much Qian Yuping cared about the jade pendant and still looked distracted, they didn't ask for the broken pieces. From Qian Yuping going to the riverbank to Qian Yufei getting a jade bracelet, the whole process took less than 2 hours. Qian Yufei finally managed to give away the jade pendant perfectly, and a weight was lifted from her heart. Now she was in a good mood to go fishing. She called her brother, Qian Yumin, who was nearby, and they happily headed to the river. On the way, Qian Yumin asked curiously, Sister, you really liked that jade pendant, didn't you? Why aren't you sad that it broke and ended up with Sister Pingping? Qian Yufei smiled and looked up at him. She had to look up because even though he was younger, he was almost 1.8 meters tall. Well, I liked the pendant, but I definitely didn't love it as much as Qian Yuping did, she said, swinging her arm with the jade bracelet. And the bracelet is pretty too. Look at its quality. It might even be better than the pendant's material. Then shouldn't you be happy? Why should I be happy? I didn't lose anything. Whether it's the bracelet or the pendant, I can still wear them. Qian Yumin was speechless. When Sister Pingping asked to exchange it, you could have just done it. Look, the bracelet you're wearing now matches hers perfectly. Why make things so complicated? Qian Yufei tilted her waist and snorted. I won't exchange it. I chose it first, so I have the right to keep it, she said, crossing her arms and walking quickly toward the river. Qian Yumin sighed. I just don't get it. It was almost noon, and the water in the river was no longer as cold as before. Qian Yufei also went into the water to fish, rolling up her blue pants and wearing a floral shirt. Her hair was tied high into a ponytail, looking neat and tidy. Holding a simple fish spear, she stood in the water, focusing intently on the surface, as if she was trying to breathe more quietly. Whenever a fish swam by, she would quickly strike, her movements swift and accurate. Soon, she caught several fish, smiling happily as she threw them into a wooden bucket on the shore. At this time, the bucket was almost full, and everyone should head back. If they didn't go now, it would delay cooking the fish. When they returned home again, many people had already gathered in the yard, and the main room was full of people. The women were chatting while washing, cutting vegetables, and cooking. All the stoves in the rooms were lit, or they wouldn't be able to keep up with the cooking. Qian Yufei, based on the original owner's memory and considering who had come and who hadn't, counted the people. It seemed like they needed 6 tables. Wow, this was truly a big family. Inside the main room, she saw second uncle's daughter, Qian Yufang, whispering with her sister, Qian Yuping. When she entered, Yufang glared at her. Naturally, she glared back. Then, it became a silent, non-violent standoff. To others, their behavior looked a bit childish, glare for glare. Usually, they only had 2 meals a day. The mealtime was around 2 or 3 o'clock. After eating, everyone could go home on time. So, if you were hungry at noon, you just ate a little snack to tide you over. Qian Yufei came to the main room looking for food but didn't find any. In this era, there were hardly any snacks, cakes, candies, and such were saved or only brought out when guests arrived. Walking into the yard, she saw Qian Yuhua and others already starting a fire to grill fish. She immediately became interested and hurried over to join the fish grilling. Qian Yuhua saw her and handed her a freshly prepared fish, inviting her to try. Yufei took the fish, watched everyone else, and made a few cuts on the fish, sprinkled salt and seasonings, then carefully placed it over the fire to grill. The firelight reflected on her face, showing her excitement and satisfaction. She kept turning the fish carefully, worried it would burn. As the fish skin turned golden, a tempting aroma spread through the yard. The fish was almost ready. When both sides turned golden, Yufei tore off a piece and tasted it. The tender fish with seasonings was a bit fishy still, but acceptable and quite tasty. Everyone sat together, eating grilled fish and chatting about everyday life. The atmosphere was warm and friendly. Suddenly, a voice came from the kitchen. "Set the table, start stir-frying the dishes." Everyone knew the main dishes were ready, and they just needed to cook a few more dishes before the meal. People standing or sitting in the yard moved quickly. Some people went to relatives and friends' houses to move tables and chairs. Others were tidying up inside, and of course, Qian Yufei and her friends were busy preparing the grilled fish. They were putting out fires and cleaning up. Then they started placing the cold dishes that had already been arranged, along with the freshly cooked chicken, fish, and meat dishes onto the existing tables, because the kitchen was almost full. Since the weather was nice today, everyone wanted to eat together to make it more lively. So, they set up 4 tables outside, and 2 in the main hall. My second aunt, who had hosted big banquets before, arranged the dishes one after another. The whole yard was filled with the smell of food, making everyone almost drool. Qian Yufei didn't want to admit she was hungry, but she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It's true that her family is quite large. Even with 6 tables, it was a bit crowded. But being crowded made it more lively, and no one minded. Good wine and delicious food. There are only 2 times a year when everyone gathers like this. Today for Grandpa's birthday and during the New Year. Even during the New Year, everyone might not be all together because people are often visiting relatives. Maybe when you come, she has already left. The only time everyone is truly gathered might be Grandpa's birthday. Everyone cherished these moments. They sat around the tables, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. The elders talked about family matters, while the children focused on eating the delicious food. After eating, they moved aside to make room for the adults. The adults toasted and talked about this year's harvest, their children's marriages, and work situations. At this point, the topic of Qian Yufei's marriage came up. Since her engagement was announced when the family split, many people knew about it. Someone brought it up during the meal. Grandma saw someone mention it and decided to speak directly. She called Qian Yufei to the main hall, using a little kid as a messenger. When her older cousin called her to the main hall, Qian Yufei was still finishing her meal. The cousin didn't say who sent her, just asked her to go. The main hall was full of elders, so she knew it was important. Reluctantly, she left her food and got down from the table. Curious, Qian Yufei entered the main hall and asked, "What's the urgent matter? I haven't finished my meal yet." Grandma looked at her, still hungry, and smiled. Your lifelong happiness is more important than eating meat. Qian Yufei tilted her head, had a guess in her mind, but didn't say anything. How could she be the one to ask first about such matters? What's the matter, Grandma? Don't keep me in suspense. Go bring a chair and sit here. Eat while we talk. Don't wait until the end of the birthday celebration and find you're still hungry, Grandma teased. Okay. Qian Yufei happily went outside to fetch a chair. She then squeezed and sat at the table. Currently, the table was occupied by her mother, Zhang Yulan, her eldest aunt, her second aunt, her little aunt, and 3 aunts with some sisters-in-law. Grandma Chen Xiumei saw her sit down and, without teasing anymore, said directly, Your photo was received a few days ago over there. Zhou Huainan, himself, his father, and his grandparents all agreed to this marriage. Now, think carefully. If you also agree, I will send a message to my old friends, and then we can finalize your marriage. Zhou Huainan's grandfather has a birthday in August, and he will take leave to come back. You two can meet then, and if everything goes well, you can get engaged. After saying this, she looked at Qian Yufei with a smile and added, Don't think it's too fast. Just look at how old Zhou Huainan is. Qian Yufei's face turned red. She felt a bit shy in front of so many people. She had guessed her grandma was calling her over to talk about the marriage, but she didn't expect the news to be so shocking, going straight to engagement after just one meeting. Although the news was sudden, she understood. Soldiers don't get leave easily, and nowadays, most marriages happen after a suitable match is found. There are few chances to date. Even though she agreed in her heart, she didn't give an immediate answer publicly. She shyly said, Grandma, I need to think about it. I'll tell you before I leave. Grandma knew she was shy. She had wanted to talk to her privately when there were fewer people, but since everyone was asking, she just told everyone openly. Because of this marriage arrangement, her daughters-in-law and her own daughter weren't happy. They felt she hadn't introduced such a good match to her own daughter. But at that time, her old friends hadn't contacted her either. She thought the marriage was unlikely. Now, only her granddaughter hadn't married yet. So, they say that fate is really unpredictable. Qian Yufei walked out of the main hall with her eyes half closed and returned to the dining table. The delicious food she had been looking forward to no longer seemed appealing. Although her reason told her that choosing this marriage was the right decision, her heart was still deeply moved. She thought, Am I really about to get engaged? Am I just so confused that I'm giving my future away so easily? Who is Zhou Huainan really? How will he treat me? What does he think of this marriage? Is he being forced into it? Wait. Her mind started to wander wildly, full of random thoughts. If only there wasn't such a rush in time, or things weren't going so smoothly, she probably wouldn't be overthinking. It's just a bit of fussiness, really. Maybe if someone else wanted her marriage, she'd be more honest about her feelings. But with such a big family, she was the only girl her age left. It's just that others married too early, so she never had a chance to compete. After dinner, her mother didn't clean up the table but pulled Qian Yufei into the room. Her mother, Zhang Yulan, held her hand and said emotionally, Time flies, Fei Fei. You're already of marriageable age. It's so fast. After her words, she moved straight to the main topic. Fei Fei, your grandma mentioned this marriage. You've seen the groom's photo, and your grandma probably told you about his family too. They've already agreed to the marriage. What do you think? Qian Yufei replied, Mom, I agree to the marriage, but I think it's a bit too soon. Her mother gently patted her hand and comforted her. Fei Fei, I know this is sudden. You might not be fully ready yet. But trust me, your grandma's judgment is never wrong. The match she chose for you is carefully thought out. Hearing her mother's words, Qian Yufei felt a little calmer. Mom, I understand. I'll talk to Grandma soon. Since things were already set, she decided not to overthink it. Just because the marriage was easy to arrange didn't mean it was a bad idea. She also felt that if she missed this chance, she might regret it. For a peaceful future, she went to find her grandma in the main hall. She sat next to her grandma, shyly grabbed her arm, and whispered softly, Grandma, I agree to this marriage. After saying that, She finally relaxed completely. Grandma also smiled warmly and patted her head, saying, "Don't be afraid. Zhou Huainan is a good boy. After you get married, you will surely be happy." Once the big life event was settled, she felt more relaxed and started to observe Qian Yuping. Qian Yufei sensed that her current state was very unusual. Normally, if she knew there was a space inside the jade pendant, and now the jade was broken and the space gone, she should be very sad, upset, or angry, or even hate her. But instead, she was surprisingly calm, almost dazedly calm. Maybe the shock was too much, and she hasn't recovered yet, Qian Yufei guessed. However, she didn't have to wait long. Around 5 o'clock, when they went to say goodbye to the grandparents before leaving, she saw a look of crazy jealousy and a hint of hatred in Qian Yuping's eyes. Her expression was complicated, and she didn't quite understand it. When her grandma said, "Fei Fei, come over again before the end of the month." By then, Zhou Huainan's leave should be confirmed. She smiled and waved, replying, "Okay, Grandma." In that moment, she saw Qian Yuping's face twist uncontrollably. Qian Yufei was startled, feeling a cold chill in her heart. She patted her chest and thought to herself, "Did I just offend her too much? That was pretty scary. I should be more careful around her in the future." Jealousy can make people twisted and crazy. Later, her life became very simple. She didn't need to find a job anymore. Every day, she just cooked at home and went out for walks. She was almost bored to tears. She had wanted to do something to earn some money and stock up, but then she realized she didn't know much. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't try. This period was too sensitive. Doing business would be asking for trouble. Her partner was in the military, and it might affect him later. So, she found a simple hobby, fishing whenever she had free time. She would usually put the caught fish into her space. Sometimes, she would dig up wild vegetables, but she didn't know much about them and only picked a few types. Her motivation for gathering was not very strong. She was feeling indecisive all day. Today, after fishing and walking home, she passed by a state-run restaurant and surprisingly saw Gu Qingqing again. Gu Qingqing was coming out of the restaurant with a soldier, and they were chatting happily. The soldier was tall and looked a bit distant, so his face wasn't clear, but he had a good build. He wore a neat military uniform and looked very brave and handsome. Qian Yufei couldn't help but think to herself, Gu Qingqing is really talented. She found a new partner so quickly. Where does she get these resources? She truly has the potential to be the main character, and her luck is extraordinary. But then she thought, my own partner is also in the military, so I feel a bit more balanced. Her curiosity grew stronger, and she quietly found a hidden spot to secretly watch Gu Qingqing and the soldier. She saw them laughing happily, seeming to get along very well. Qian Yufei wondered herself, does Gu Qingqing also want to get married quickly like me? And she chose a soldier too. Just as she was lost to her thoughts, Gu Qingqing and the soldier finished their chat and parted ways. Qian Yufei took the opportunity to step out from the corner, pretending she was just passing by. It was as if she had just discovered her secret. She smiled at Gu Qingqing, who also saw her but didn't seem shy. She walked closer and asked, "Why are you here?" Qian Yufei blinked and teased, "If I didn't come here, how would I find out you're dating someone?" She then pouted and leaned in, asking, "How did you two meet? How long have you known each other?" Gu Qingqing pushed her head back and said, "I didn't realize before that you're so nosy." Qian Yufei grabbed her arm, looking proud and mischievous, and said, "What nosy? Just tell me, are you two dating now?" Gu Qingqing looked resigned and scratched her head, replying, "We just met today for the second time." She didn't give a direct answer, but her tone suggested she was interested.
Wow.
"I guessed right. You're dating. Can you tell me how you two met?" "I feel like he's not from around here." Gu Qingqing looked at her with some surprise, curious, and asked, "How did you guess he's not local?" Qian Yufei made a cutting sound and said, "If he were local, he would have already become an important resource for matchmakers. If you meet him, he would have been taken already." Gu Qingqing looked speechless. Actually, she met Chu Mingchen by accident because her dressing had become a bit too flashy recently, which attracted attention. A few days ago, when she was shopping at the market, she was cornered in an alley. The place was quite deserted, with few people around, and it was so quiet that no one responded to calls. At that moment, she had already decided to risk money to save her life. Suddenly, Chu Mingchen appeared, looking noble and heroic, as if he descended from the sky. He quickly subdued the troublemakers and safely escorted her home. Because she was frightened at the time, she reacted slowly. When she wanted to stop him to thank him or invite him for a meal, Chu Mingchen had already hurried away without even leaving his name. She thought they would part ways and never meet again, but unexpectedly, they met again this morning. So, she took the opportunity to invite him to dinner. During their conversation, she learned he was here to deliver something for a comrade and would leave in a few days. They exchanged contact addresses during the meal, planning to keep in touch. They both felt a vague liking for each other and had the idea of getting to know each other better. But she couldn't admit that, so she said, "You're overthinking. We just met recently, and it's not what you think." Hearing this, Qian Yufei blinked, seeming a bit doubtful, but not asking further. Then she changed the subject and asked, "Have you been looking for a job lately?" Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes. "You know I've been busy lately. When would I have time to look for a job?" Qian Yufei silently thought to herself, "I know you're fighting over a man with your cousin, but aren't you the daughter of the heavens? The guy is already sent to you, so finding a job is no problem." But she knew she shouldn't say that out loud. Gossiping about others isn't good, and if she got caught, it wouldn't look good. So she awkwardly asked, "So, how did things end with your cousin?" Although she knew it was rude to pry, she was really curious. She had been bored lately with no entertainment, so gossip was her only pastime. However, Gu Qingqing seemed to not care at all. She calmly said, "How else can we solve this? Should I fight with her? Besides, forcing something rarely works. It's better to be kind and let them have their way." Qian Yufei gave her a thumbs up. "You're really generous. You didn't ask for any compensation or try to get revenge." Gu Qingqing sighed. "I dare not. My dad and my stepmother are involved, and they're all relatives." In the end, it was all settled quietly. "Their wedding is coming up on the 10th of next month. Are you really okay with that? What can I do if I'm not? They're getting married, and I just want to live better than them. That's the best way to show I'm better." Qian Yufei smiled and patted her shoulder. "Yes. I think the soldier today is pretty good. You should work hard to win him over. I support you. Go away." She didn't admit it, but she didn't oppose it either. The two walked and talked along the way, growing closer. Both of them found soldier boyfriends, which was quite a coincidence. Qian Yufei didn't know, but even more fortunate things were still to come. That evening, during dinner, her mother kindly said she would make a set of clothes for each of the 3 siblings. Her younger brother, Qian Yumin, was going to start work in 3 days. Boys tend to wear out their clothes faster, especially since he liked to get into fights sometimes, so his clothes were already torn and worn out. So, he definitely needed a new set. Qian Yufei's own marriage was already arranged. If everything went smoothly, she would meet her fiancé next month and possibly get engaged. So, making a new set of clothes was the right thing to do. Since her family had already made new clothes for the younger two, Qian Yuan couldn't be left out. The 3 of them each received a new outfit, and they were all very happy. This showed the benefit of having a sister-in-law who didn't compete or fight for things. In a normal family, if the younger siblings all had new clothes, why wouldn't she and Qian Yuhua have some too? But, well, some people, even if they don't fight or compete, are lucky. Heaven tends to send good things their way. Just as they had brought home their new clothes and were happily trying them on, their sister-in-law suddenly made a sound of discomfort, clutching her chest and leaving the room. Soon after, she returned looking teary-eyed after vomiting. Qian Yumin and the others thought their sister-in-law was unhappy with their clothes. When she looked upset and was about to say something, her mother appeared excited and asked carefully, "Wenxiao, have you been feeling nauseous these days? Are you pregnant?" Hearing this, Qian Yuhua was the happiest. He had married late and still didn't have children. His peers already had 1 or 2 kids. Qian Yumin and Qian Yufei immediately forgot about the clothes and looked at their sister-in-law with surprise. Wenxiao blushed and nodded softly, saying, "It seems so." My period has been late for several days this month. This was double good news for the Qian family. Qian Yufei's engagement was almost settled, and now his sister-in-law was pregnant. Mother Qian was so happy she couldn't stop smiling, repeatedly saying, "That's wonderful, really great." Qian Yuhua was so excited he almost jumped. He hugged Wen Xiao and spun around several times, saying happily, "I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to be a dad." Qian Yumin and Yufei also gathered around, smiling and congratulating them. The small house was filled with laughter and joy. However, to be safe, they decided to wait a little before going to the hospital for a checkup. They were worried that too early a test might not show anything and waste money. Qian Yumin started working officially. He no longer spent all his time hanging out with his friends. Instead, he followed his father and brother, leaving early and returning late, studying hard to try to get a permanent position soon. A week later, Yufei went with her sister-in-law to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor felt her pulse, nodded, and said, "Congratulations, you are indeed pregnant. It's been 6 weeks. You should rest more. The baby is still unstable in the first 3 months. Avoid heavy work and eat well." Once the news was confirmed, they began telling everyone. Don't forget, when the family split, Grandpa had said the first grandson of the old Qian family would be born soon. There was also over 30 yuan to be received, but they didn't know if the other sister-in-law was pregnant. After that, their diet improved visibly. They could eat meat once a week, and eggs 2 or 3 days a week. Sometimes they steamed egg custard, other times they stir-fried eggs with scallions or chives. Yufei also started fishing openly, often with Yuan. Their catches increased, and sometimes they couldn't eat at all, so they began ordering takeout. Initially, they were on their way back from fishing, carrying a basket full of fish. Someone saw them and asked where they bought the fish and how much it cost. When they said they caught the fish themselves, the person asked if they were willing to sell. Of course, they sold some. During this time, they had eaten enough fish soup, grilled fish, stewed fish. Normally, fish is very tasty, but now they hardly used any oil or seasonings when cooking, so the fish they made was just okay. They had eaten enough of the good-tasting fish, so the fish they sold were just average. The basket had 2 big fish, 7 or 8 small fish, weighing about 20 jin, around 10 kilograms. They sold it for 2 yuan and split the money. After the first sale, they did it many times. Sometimes, when they couldn't find buyers, they saved the fish for a few days and then sold them at the market. After 10 days, each of them earned over 20 yuan. With the money, Qian Yufei immediately bought herself a pair of small leather shoes for 7.5 yuan. That was a third of her money, and although she felt a bit sad to spend it, she thought it was worth it when she saw her new shoes. The leather shoes were very sturdy and could last for several years without any problem. On July 30th, Qian Yufei planned to visit her grandmother to see if her legendary suitor had contacted her yet and when he would come to meet her. She had prepared her clothes and shoes, all new. She still wanted to buy a bottle of face cream and some fabric to make underwear and other clothes, but she decided to wait until she returned from her grandmother's house. She planned to buy fabric and sew her own clothes, but neither she nor her original self knew how. So, she needed to find someone to teach her. She would ask her grandmother if she had time to teach her some crafts. If she did, that would be great. If not, she would ask someone else. After all, these close-fitting clothes might be needed for many years, and she might even have to make her own coats someday. So, she wanted to learn sewing, cutting, and even shoe repair. Her goal was to learn all these skills before she got married, not necessarily to become an expert, but to make sure her clothes and shoes looked good and were wearable. Qian Yufei went to her grandmother's house, and Qian Yuan went with her. They used to go fishing at the same spot, but now many people gathered there, and the fish had become fewer. Just as Qian Yufei was coming to her grandmother's house, he also arrived, bringing some fish he caught in the nearby river to share. Qian Yufei was sweaty when he reached his grandmother's home. First, he ran to the main room to pour himself a glass of water, drank it eagerly, washed his face, and then went to find his grandmother. Usually, at this time, she was under the tree in the village, chatting with others. Qian Yuan didn't go with him. He drank some water, took his tools, and went fishing directly. He told Qian Yufei to remember to save him some lunch at noon, and if he didn't come back, to send it to him. Qian Yufei happily agreed, because she knew the money he earned included her share. Not far from home, she saw a group of elderly women under a big tree, repairing shoes, entertaining their grandchildren, and chatting about gossip. From a distance, Qian Yufei saw her grandmother among the crowd, so she called out, "Grandma, I'm here. I guessed you'd come. Let's go home first," her grandmother replied. Qian Yufei nodded and greeted the women one by one. Then her grandmother and her old friends agreed to chat again in the afternoon, and they slowly walked home together. After walking a while, her grandmother said, "My old friends wrote to me. Zhou Huainan will probably start leave around mid-month and return to the army in early September. It seems he took about 20 days off, but he needs to visit home first before coming here. There's one more thing. If you two meet and feel okay, he wants to take you to his grandfather's birthday party, and they might set the wedding then." Qian Yufei opened her mouth in surprise, a little disbelief. "Huh? Going to his grandfather's birthday? When we get engaged, you can't just not be there. You'll be all alone." Her grandmother chuckled and explained, "Zhou Huainan is coming here, right? Then you two can spend a few days together. If everything feels right, his father and sister will come over, and you'll get the wedding fixed here. Then they'll take you to his family to meet people and have a meal, which is like a second engagement." Oh, Qian Yufei didn't know what to say. The pace was a bit fast. Her grandmother continued, "After the engagement, he can go back and report the marriage." She looked at Qian Yufei and scolded her gently, "Don't run around outside with your brother all the time. You're already tanned. You haven't even met him yet, and you need to leave a good impression." Qian Yufei rubbed her forehead and said, "Grandma, I am fishing with my brother to earn some money. I also want to make a few more sets of clothes." Then she added, "By the way, Grandma, do you have time? I want to learn how to make clothes from you. My mom's sewing skills are not very good and a bit rough." Grandma replied, "Sure, it's a good idea for you to learn how to make clothes and shoes. Don't go fishing for now. When the time comes, your mom can give you some money to buy more fabric for clothes. Let's put the earning aside for now. Stay at home and take care of your skin. Okay. Today I will buy some fabric, needles, and thread. Tomorrow I will come back to learn how to make clothes from you. Yes, stay here for a while longer. When Zhou Huainan comes, you'll be the first to know, all right?" At noon, Qian Yuan came back carrying a big bucket of fish himself, without asking Yufei to deliver the meal. "Wow, you caught a whole bucket so fast," Qian Yuan showed off proudly. "I'm amazing, right? These 2 hours catch is as much as what we usually get in a whole day." "Huh, I think there are more fish in this river," Yufei said. Then she added, "I can't go fishing with you for a while. I plan to stay here and learn how to make clothes from Grandma." Yuan said, "If you don't go fishing, I can do it myself. I'll stay here for a while too, and after fishing I'll sell the fish. That's quite far. Can you manage to go back and forth?" Yufei replied, "I'll ask Qian Yuan today if he wants to work together. I'll fish here, and he can handle selling and delivery at home. When he delivers, he can come pick me up. Okay, if you two work well together, that's good. Otherwise, our home is a bit far from the market." Then she sighed, "When will we be able to buy a bicycle? If we had one, it would be so much easier." Yuan's eyes started to turn as he listened. "I'll ask about second-hand bikes later. I don't think that will work. Even second-hand bikes are in high demand." That afternoon, the two of them went home early. Yufei bought some fine cotton fabric to make underwear, some small floral fabric to make a blouse, and a piece of corduroy fabric for fall pants and clothes. Autumn is coming soon, and it gets cold early in the Northeast. Then she bought some needles and thread. After buying everything, her money was almost gone. Looking at the fabric in her hands, Qian Yufei sighed. This skill isn't something just anyone can learn. Without fabric to practice on, what's the point of learning? She planned to use up her current fabrics first, then persuade her younger brother to buy more, so she could help make clothes. The next day, Qian Yufei and her brother Qian Yuan took the fabric and their food supplies, and happily went back to their grandmother's house. Her journey of learning craftsmanship had begun. First, she learned to measure and tailor clothes with her grandmother. Measuring a person's body is a skill. It's not just about using a ruler randomly. Accuracy is very important. Next, she learned how to cut fabric. She learned how to decide the size of the clothes based on a person's height and build, and then how to sew the cut fabric into clothes with her grandmother. She found her grandmother's skills to be very good. A piece of ordinary fabric, with her grandmother's skillful hands, could turn into a well-fitting and beautiful piece of clothing. Qian Yufei first learned to make simple underwear and pants. These were easier and used less fabric, so even if she made mistakes, the loss wouldn't be too big. Her grandmother was happy to see her serious attitude and shared her many years of experience with her. Qian Yufei didn't let her grandmother down. At first, her hands were pricked many times by the needles, and her stitches weren't very neat or tight. The clothes she made were crooked and uneven. Her grandmother also had her practice on a piece of scrap fabric for a long time before she was considered qualified to continue working on the cut fabric. After 10 days of relentless effort and intensive teaching, she finally managed to make a decent piece of clothing. Seeing her own work, Qian Yufei felt very proud. She thought that once she finished making clothes from all the fabric, her skills would be quite good. Then she could start making clothes for her family. Just as she was feeling confident, her brother Yuan and Yumin brought more fabric to her, asking her to make clothes. Her enthusiasm grew even more. She also learned how to sew shoes by hand. However, sewing soles required strength, which was quite tiring for her, so her progress was a bit slow. After finishing her brother's clothes and making 2 pairs of shoes from scraps, she received news that her legendary crush was coming. This news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in Qian Yufei's mood. She felt both curious and nervous about this mysterious person. She imagined what this person looked like and thought about their first meeting. Would they get along? A series of questions spun in her mind, making her both excited and a little nervous. To prepare for Zhou Huainan's visit, Qian Yufei started to get busy. Since they were meeting at her grandmother's house, she cleaned the place thoroughly, making it spotless. She also changed into a new outfit, wanting to look her best when she saw him, to leave a good first impression. During the waiting time, her mood was like a roller coaster, sometimes excited, imagining a pleasant conversation, sometimes nervous, worried she might say the wrong thing or do something awkward. Her past memories influenced her actions, making her both eager and afraid of that moment. Finally, the person she had heard about arrived as scheduled. That morning, bored at home, Qian Yufei was making a hair tie from scraps of cloth. Someone knocked on the door. She went to see who it was. At first glance, she didn't recognize him. Maybe he was a stranger or had come to the wrong house, but he looked quite handsome. She asked, "Who are you looking for?" Her eyes widened suddenly as she remembered. This was her date. He was much more handsome in person than in the photos. The man clearly recognized her and raised an eyebrow, a charming smile on his face as he looked at her with interest. He said with a slight smile, "If I'm not mistaken, I'm here for you." He then asked cautiously, "Qian Yufei?" Her face turned red with embarrassment. She wished she could disappear into the ground. She had seen his photos but didn't recognize him at first glance. Now that he was here, she felt awkward, but she couldn't back out. She had to face it. She quickly calmed herself, thinking that as long as she didn't look awkward, he would be the one feeling uncomfortable. "Yes, I am. You must be Zhou Huainan," she said, tilting her head to look at him. Honestly, she was a little starstruck. Zhou Huainan, with his hands in his pockets, looked at her with a half-smile, amused by her blushing and trying to stay calm. Seeing she had no intention of inviting him in, they both stood there, one inside the door, the other outside. Neighbors passing by had already started to notice them. He had to speak up and remind her, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a sit?" Qian Yufei covered her forehead, thinking to herself, beauty can be misleading. I really messed up today. Then she opened the door, turned sideways to hide her embarrassment, and adjusted her expression as she said, "Please come in." As she turned, she faintly heard a low laugh behind her. Qian Yufei told herself it was just her imagination. She led the guests into the main room. While pouring water, her grandmother returned, which eased the awkwardness between them. Actually, It probably eased Qian Yufei's own discomfort. Zhou Huainan, however, was unaffected. After entering the room, he placed what he was holding on the table and looked around at the surroundings. Grandma quickly walked over happily, grabbing his hand and saying, "Xiaonan, you're here." She spun around him and patted his arm, satisfied. "You've become much stronger." Seeing how familiar they seemed, Qian Yufei asked curiously, "Grandma, have you met them before?" Grandma replied, "Yes, I have. I visited your Grandma Zhou before, and he was the one who picked me up." With Grandma joining the conversation, the atmosphere became more relaxed and friendly. The three of them chatted comfortably about Zhou Huainan's busy work, the living environment around the army, how her grandparents were doing, who had come home for her grandpa's birthday, and other questions. Grandma helped ask questions she thought Qian Yufei wouldn't dare to ask. Qian Yufei listened quietly, secretly praising her grandma for being so helpful, truly a great assistant. Of course, she also briefly introduced her own situation, acting like a mediator, carefully finding topics and asking about both sides' basic backgrounds. Zhou Huainan showed great respect to Grandma, answering all questions very formally. It felt like he was a different person from the one she saw at the door. She seriously wondered if she had mistaken him earlier. But when Grandma went out to prepare lunch and left them to chat, she was sure she hadn't been mistaken. He was just pretending to be obedient and honest in front of elders. As soon as Grandma left, he casually leaned back in his chair, a mischievous smile on his face. Qian Yufei couldn't stand this anymore. Her heart was racing, and she was secretly screaming inside, but she pretended to be calm. She kept glancing at him from time to time. They sat there openly staring at each other, one secretly sneaking looks while the other was just watching. They sat quietly, facing each other. Maybe because they were too nervous or didn't know what to say, they seemed very unfamiliar with each other. This awkwardness was broken by Zhou Huainan. He heard her sister's boyfriend was coming, and since he had already done most of his fishing, he hurried back to see him. He wanted to see what kind of person he was to help his sister decide. In the next half hour, Zhou Huainan gained a little fan. Qian Yufei looked up at the sky in frustration. It was too easy to win him over. Couldn't he last a bit longer?
Just to see how he really was.
During lunch, it was clear that this person was very good at socializing. He made her grandparents and uncles very happy. Her aunt even wished her daughter would marry him. Qian Yufei watched in amazement and secretly admired him. He was so impressive, he managed to make her whole family like him in just one meal. She quietly observed her grandparents' expressions. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes showed admiration. It was obvious they had already accepted this future son-in-law. After lunch, he helped clear the table, but no one let him do the work. Instead, Qian Yufei and her aunt did it, while Zhou Huainan chatted with her grandparents. As she served food, Qian Yufei muttered, "He's really good at pretending. How long can he keep it up?" What she didn't know was that he could keep pretending for a long time. After she finished tidying up, her grandmother called her into the room. She said, "Take him around your home this afternoon so your parents can see him." And she took some money from her pocket, saying, "Take him shopping for ice cream or something." Zhou Huainan probably won't let you pay, but you should have some money in your pocket. Qian Yufei accepted it. It's hard for a hero to be without money. She didn't want to take it, but her money was all spent on fabric and thread. Going shopping, she couldn't really go without a single penny. They were walking along a country road. Just when Qian Yufei thought they would walk home in silence, Zhou Huainan spoke up and introduced himself in a detailed, formal way. "You may have a general idea about my background, but not everything. Let me introduce myself. Recently, I was promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander, but the official appointment will happen after I return from this leave. My salary is over 80,000, which should be enough if I don't spend excessively. If you want to buy something expensive or run out of money, just tell me in advance, and I will find a way to help. Once the appointment is official, I can apply to have my family move with me. The family housing area has new houses, so you don't need to worry about where to live. Also, my grandmother probably told you about my family. My father remarried after my mother passed away when I was young. My mother was sick and died when I was little. My father's new wife had 2 children with him, a boy and a girl, both just starting elementary school. I usually don't go home often, so you probably don't have many chances to meet them. This trip is special because I haven't been home in a long time, and it coincides with my grandfather's birthday. I also want to see if I can get engaged directly. Suddenly, he turned around, bent down, and looked into Qian Yufei's eyes. He asked softly, "Will you marry me?" Caught off guard by his sudden move, Qian Yufei's mind was still catching up, but her body instinctively nodded. She saw Zhou Huainan smile, his lips curling up, a happy glow shining in his eyes. He reached out his hand, and as if enchanted, Qian Yufei also raised her arm and shook his hand. Then, as if completing a ritual, Zhou Huainan said gently and formally, "It's settled then. Later, I'll ask my father to come and propose. We'll get engaged." It took a moment for Qian Yufei to realize what had happened. She hurriedly pulled her hand back, looked around nervously, and said, "You haven't even met my parents yet. They need to agree first." Zhou Huainan chuckled softly, feeling a little tingling, and said, "Okay, don't worry. I will definitely get your parents' and siblings' approval. You have to trust my ability." After that, they seemed to break some barrier and started chatting casually. Their interaction became more natural and friendly, less awkward and unfamiliar than before. After arriving in the city, they didn't go straight home. Instead, they asked for the address of Qian Yufei's shopping mall. They started walking in that direction. Qian Yufei thought he wanted to buy some gifts for her, so she didn't think much and led him to the mall. However, once inside, he began to lead Qian Yufei from one counter to another. After she repeatedly refused, he bought her a watch, 2 sets of clothes, and a pair of shoes. It was Zhou Huainan who was still being pulled out of the mall by her. Otherwise, he would have continued shopping. After walking a short distance, Zhou Huainan said, "I haven't finished shopping yet. If I go to your house, I should bring a gift, right? You can't just show up empty-handed." Qian Yufei rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why didn't you buy anything just now? We've already come this far. Didn't you drag me out?" he replied. "Can I really refuse?" Qian Yufei was speechless. She looked at him and then thought for a moment before saying, "Well, do you want to go back to the mall or to the supply and marketing cooperative up ahead? They're about the same distance. Let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative. They have more food there," he said. After a pause, he asked, "By the way, do they still sell meat now?" Qian Yufei replied, "Not sure. We can turn around and check at the meat factory." "Okay, let's go see and buy some meat," he agreed. The two of them then went to the supply and marketing cooperative, bought wine, canned food, and pastries, and also went to the meat factory to buy 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms, of pork belly. Qian Yufei tried to stop him from buying too much, since it was hot and the meat wouldn't stay fresh. Buying so much at once seemed wasteful. But Zhou Huainan had a different opinion. He thought his family was large and 5 jin of meat would only last for 2 meals, so it wasn't a lot. Unable to persuade him, she agreed to buy it. Carrying many things, they didn't browse around but headed straight home with their bags. It was time for lunch. Since his sister-in-law was at home and Qian Yuan said she wouldn't return until evening, he planned to bring fish along later. Because they bought a lot of meat, Qian Yufei decided to cook braised pork for lunch, along with stir-fried chives and eggs, bean curd with meat, and a cold dish. The portions were generous, enough for their family to eat. While cooking, Zhou Huainan also helped by lighting the fire and washing vegetables. He was quite eager to help, which Qian Yufei secretly thought was quite attentive. The dishes were ready, and the workers had all gone home one after another. There was another round of introductions and checking household registration. Throughout the process, Zhou Huainan remained completely patient, acting very polite, generous, and steady, showing he was family-oriented. Seeing his behavior, Qian Yufei thought to herself, "This person is such a good actor. Is what he's showing me also fake? He probably doesn't have any bad habits, but this is so deceptive. I can't see his true self at all." As Zhou Huainan said, in just one meal, he managed to meet her parents, brother, and younger brother. Her sister-in-law was already quite satisfied with him when she was cooking. Watching him busy around, Qian Yufei's mother quietly took her hand and whispered, "This young man is pretty good. He seems honest and treats you well. You two should live happily together. Since he has time now, you should set the wedding date." Her parents agreed, and Zhou Huainan then started writing a letter to his father, asking them to come over and propose marriage. He sent a telegram, and once they received the message, they would immediately set out to come over. Since everything was prepared in advance, they didn't have to wait long. That evening, Zhou Huainan, Qian Yuan, and Qian Yumin shared a room. The three got along very well, and their relationship improved dramatically overnight, more like brothers than relatives. The next day, after breakfast, Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan went to watch a movie and then strolled in the park. Throughout the day, Zhou Huainan was very considerate, often helping Qian Yufei carry things or asking if she was tired. Although she still had some reservations about him, she had to admit that this kind of interaction made her feel very comfortable. In the park, they sat on a bench to rest, watching children playing and young couples in their dreamy phase, one after another. In this rare atmosphere, their feelings started to grow warmer, and they found they had more in common as they talked. They only returned home at sunset. The next day, Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan went early to the train station to pick up someone. At the station exit, people came and went. Soon, they saw a man and a woman walking toward them. Zhou Huainan waved his hand, indicating they were waiting for someone. The visitors were Zhou Huainan's father and his sister. Zhou Huainan's father is not tall, looks very kind, and his eyes are full of smiles, clearly very pleased with Qian Yufei as his future daughter-in-law. His sister is a brave and elegant woman, somewhat resembling Zhou Huainan in her features, and she also shows approval when she sees Qian Yufei. The group exchanged a few simple greetings at the station. Zhou Huainan gave a brief introduction of both families, and then they walked to Qian Yufei's home. The journey was not far. Zhou Huainan took the large bag his sister was holding, and everyone chatted and laughed as they arrived. Qian Yufei's parents were home today and had taken leave. Her mother prepared a big, delicious meal and warmly welcomed the visitors. At the table, everyone talked happily, and the atmosphere was very friendly. After the meal, Zhou Huainan's father and Qian Yufei's father discussed their marriage in the main hall. They talked about the details of the engagement, including the date, location, who to invite, and what to prepare. Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan listened quietly, occasionally adding their thoughts and opinions. The discussion went smoothly, and both families agreed easily. They decided on a bride price of 88 yuan. Usually, families like theirs give 15 or 20 yuan, and even the bride's dowry of 50 yuan is considered high. But the 88 yuan from Zhou Huainan's family was given according to their standards. They also mentioned that the house and furniture for the wedding were already prepared by Grandma. In a few days, when Grandpa's birthday comes, they can go see if anything else is needed and add it. It was clear that their family respected Qian Yufei very much. During the visit, Qian Yufei didn't feel any awkwardness between Zhou Huainan and her father. She wondered if it was because both sides were holding back during this special time, or for some other reason. She thought their relationship might be tense or silent, but it wasn't. She was overthinking. After lunch, Zhou Huainan's sister, Zhou Yingxian, started opening the packages she brought. She took out clothes, shoes, scarves, and bags for Qian Yufei, almost everything from head to toe. All the items looked high-end, the kind she couldn't buy in their small town. Of course, there was plenty of food, including local specialties like various smoked meats, alcohol, sweets, tea, and snacks. Also, Zhou Huainan's mother left some jewelry for his wife-to-be. She planned to give it to her when she visited their home, but since the items were quite valuable, Zhou Yingxian didn't bring them along. After a short rest here, the whole family headed together to Qian Yufei's grandmother's house. The engagement banquet would be held in Laoshanton. Grandpa, Grandma, and most of their relatives were there, and the yard was big enough to host the celebration comfortably. From Zhou Huainan's words, I learned he hoped this engagement party would go smoothly and include all the necessary steps for marriage. In the future, their wedding might be held directly at the military unit, so they wouldn't need a separate celebration. Therefore, they wanted to invite all the relatives they should meet, to avoid strangers when they meet again later. The engagement was scheduled for 2 days later. During these 2 days, Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan prepared carefully and efficiently, shopping for food, decorating the venue, and inviting friends and family from the village. Most of the invitations were managed by Qian Yufei's father, since they were her relatives. However, Zhou Huainan also personally invited some guests to show respect, especially since most of the guests lived nearby in the village. The chefs preparing the feast were her Uncle Heir's father and brothers, who were professional cooks. They also helped with some ingredients, saving them a lot of trouble. The day before the engagement, Qian Yufei went to the barber shop to get a simple, elegant hairstyle, so she would look more beautiful at the celebration. Meanwhile, the two of them took a break and went to a photo studio to take a wedding photo as a keepsake. In the picture, Qian Yufei wore a red dress and smiled sweetly. Zhou Huainan was dressed in his neat military uniform, handsome and charming. They stood together, a perfect match. The dress was one of the outfits Zhou Yingxian brought, and Qian Yufei planned to wear a red dress on the day of the engagement. Even for an engagement, there should be a sense of ceremony. Although busy, both of them felt full of hope and happiness. On the day of the engagement banquet, relatives and friends from all around came to celebrate and send their blessings to the couple. Qian Yufei's grandparents were so happy they couldn't stop smiling. Seeing their granddaughter so happy made them very joyful. After the banquet started, friends and family sat together, enjoying delicious food and chatting happily. Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan moved among the guests, accepting blessings and congratulations, with big smiles on their faces. The engagement ceremony was simple and warm. In front of everyone, they promised to be together for life. The engagement party ended happily, and Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan officially began their life journey together. On the day the celebration ended, Zhou Huainan's father and sister hurriedly left to go back to work, preparing for his grandfather's birthday party in a few days. After sending Zhou Huainan's father and sister to the train, they bought tickets for an early train the next day. Once they finished the arrangements today, they planned to leave soon. According to Zhou Huainan, many people were invited to his grandfather's birthday, including some top managers and his grandfather's old friends and colleagues. Qian Yufei felt a little nervous. Luckily, Zhou Yingxian gave her many beautiful dresses, various styles of dresses, so she felt more confident. Later, she thought maybe her sister also considered this situation. She was worried she wouldn't have suitable clothes and might feel awkward, so she brought many outfits, including clothes, bags, and shoes. The clothes her sister gave her were completely different from what Qian Yufei had bought or made before. They were very well designed, made of high-quality materials, and made her look more elegant. They could compare to the high-end clothes sold in big stores before she traveled here. Qian Yufei tried on a few outfits, and each one made her look stunning. She secretly praised Zhou Yingxuan's good taste and style. She also reflected that no matter the era, the gap between people can be very big. While packing her clothes, Zhou Huainan told her she only needed to bring 2 or 3 outfits. Once they arrived, he would take her shopping or have clothes custom-made by a tailor. Although Qian Yufei was curious about the shopping convenience and tailoring services there, she trusted Zhou Huainan. So, she only brought 2 dresses, 2 sets of pants, and some small items, all fitting into one bag. The next morning, the two of them boarded a train heading to Liaoning province. The train slowly started moving, and the scenery outside the window quickly passed by. Qian Yufei leaned against the window, feeling both excited about the unknown journey and a little sad about leaving home. Although she had only recently arrived here, her feelings for her family were very sincere. It was as if she truly lived in the place of the original owner, respecting her parents and loving her relatives. Zhou Huainan sat beside her, separated by the aisle to prevent passers-by from disturbing her rest. He held a book in his hand and occasionally looked at Qian Yufei with gentle and comforting eyes. On the way, there were no troublemakers or dramatic scenes like in stories, no fighting over food or romantic rivals. Qian Yufei felt a bit disappointed because the train ride was quite boring. As the rhythmic clattering of the train and the sounds of conversations around her continued, Qian Yufei gradually became sleepy. Her head nodded slightly, and Zhou Huainan saw this. He smiled and gently moved her head onto his shoulder so she could sleep more comfortably. At noon, Qian Yufei woke up. They ate some dumplings her mother had prepared and asked for hot water, enjoying a nice lunch together. Not long after, a young couple sat across from them. The woman was pregnant, and the man was dressed in a military uniform. It was clear that Zhou Huainan was also in the military. The man carefully helped the woman, and both looked very happy, obviously a newlywed couple. After sitting down, they noticed Zhou Huainan was also in uniform and started talking naturally. The man spoke first. "Brother, are you visiting family or heading to the military?" Zhou Huainan smiled and replied, "Visiting family, just coming home to see them. I also brought my fiancé out for a walk." He then looked at Qian Yufei with a big smile. Although they were already engaged and she was called his fiancé, Qian Yufei felt a little shy and lowered her head, blushing. The woman said warmly, "That's so nice. You two seem to get along well. When are you getting married? You should do it soon. It's not easy for soldiers to get leave, right?" Before Qian Yufei could answer, she happily shared her own news, smiling happily. "We're also visiting family. After we get married, we'll be apart often. After visiting his parents this time, I can go with him directly to his unit." The man beside them smiled happily, full of affection. Zhou Huainan also smiled and replied, "Yes, this trip is for my engagement." The group talked happily from work to life, from hometown to future plans, as if they had known each other for a long time. During the conversation, they learned that the man's name was Lu Yang, the woman's name was Hiyao, and their destination was also in Liaoning Province, Yangshi City. The woman was 6 months pregnant. She was visiting her family this time, and she wouldn't be able to return soon after going back. Since holidays are already short, plus pregnancy and childbirth, it's not convenient for the baby to travel. Neither side asked which military district they belonged to, probably because of work confidentiality or privacy rules. Qian Yufei didn't ask further. Knowing or not didn't matter much, as they were just strangers who met by chance. If they belonged to the same military district, they might meet again someday, which would be a happy surprise. If not, their meeting today would just be a lovely encounter to remember. Qian Yufei silently thought this, with a gentle smile on her face, enjoying this rare moment of warmth and harmony. As the train slowly moved forward, she gazed out the window, lost in thought, imagining their future life together. She looked at Zhou Huainan, her eyes shining with hope and anticipation. Hiyao, probably because she was pregnant and easily tired, had already fallen asleep leaning on Lu Yang. Around 4 p.m., the train finally arrived in Yangshi City, Liaoning Province. They carried their luggage and got off the train together. Qian Yufei took a deep breath of the unfamiliar city air, feeling its unique atmosphere. Lu Yang and the others saw the person waiting for them. After saying goodbye, Zhou Huainan led her toward a jeep, where a stylishly dressed man was leaning against the vehicle. Seeing them approach, he immediately greeted them with a warm smile. "Brother Huainan, you're finally back. I've been waiting for a long time," and then gave him a hug. Qian Yufei followed behind Zhou Huainan, curious as she looked him over. The man was tall, probably around 1.8 meters, dressed in a casual suit that looked free-spirited, yet a bit youthful. Zhou Huainan put their luggage in the car, then introduced them to each other. He pointed to Qian Yufei and said, "This is my fiancée, Qian Yufei. You know her." He smiled afterward. Then he introduced her to the man, saying, "This is my second aunt's cousin, Zhang Hao. Everyone calls him Haozi, or you can call him that too." Then he opened the car door and helped Qian Yufei get in. "Shall we first go to my place to tidy up, then visit Grandpa?" he asked, as if seeking her opinion. Qian Yufei definitely agreed. She had been on the train all the way and still felt uncomfortable. It was very hot, and she was sweaty all over. The train was crowded with all kinds of people, smelly sweat, chicken manure smell, and she felt pretty bad. Fortunately, her seat was by the window, which could still be opened in this era. That way, she wouldn't feel carsick or at least she could endure the ride better. Her cousin, Zhang Hao, was chattering nonstop. He seemed very close to Zhou Huainan, talking about everything, his recent life, who got married and had children, who got into trouble, who got promoted, and his latest news. To take care of Qian Yufei, he also shared many funny stories from Zhou Huainan's childhood, making the atmosphere lively. Qian Yufei sat beside them, occasionally saying a few words, but mostly listening. She noticed that although Zhang Hao looked a bit carefree, his eyes were clear, and he was a simple-minded person. Zhou Huainan, though usually quiet, was very gentle with his family, especially patient and tolerant with his cousin. They talked and laughed all the way, and soon they arrived at Zhou Huainan's home. It was a courtyard similar to a traditional sihiyuan, with a pomegranate tree in the yard. Its branches were lush, bringing a bit of coolness to the hot summer day. The yard was tidy, clearly well-maintained. There were a few potted plants in the corner, adding some life to the slightly old-fashioned space. Zhou Huainan led Qian Yufei and Zhang Hao to the main house. The interior was simple but cozy, with a few landscape paintings on the wall, giving a gentle, elegant feel. Qian Yufei looked around and thought to herself that the arrangement of this house was quite unique, combining classical elegance with a lived-in feel. Zhou Huainan said, "You should tidy up first and find some clothes to change. I'll take you to the bathhouse later. We'll wash up first, then go straight to Grandma's house. This place isn't usually lived in, so there's no firewood or proper supplies." Qian Yufei happily agreed. It would be better to wash at the bathhouse. If she tried to wash in this house, she would feel too awkward. After tidying up for a while, the three of them went out again. The bathhouse was nearby, and it only took about 10 minutes by car to get there. When Qian Yufei and the others arrived, there weren't many people in the bathhouse. Qian Yufei found someone to give her a thorough wash, feeling like she had washed away 2 pounds of dirt. Since she came here, it was the first time she had taken such a complete and comfortable bath. Back at home, because of the cost of boiling water and fetching water, she only used a big basin of water to wash quickly, sometimes just wiping herself. So she always felt she hadn't washed completely, but given her conditions, she had no choice. This time, she finally had the chance to wash properly and happily. She soaked and scrubbed herself inside the bath, and in the end, she wasn't sure how many layers of skin she had shed. She looked refreshed and felt light and relaxed as she stepped out of the bath. She looked more energetic and radiant, especially since she had changed into the clothes, shoes, and bag her sister Zhou Huainan had given her. She looked like a completely new person. Zhou Huainan and Zhang Hao leaned against the car, chatting. When they saw Qian Yufei come out, their eyes clearly showed surprise and admiration. She couldn't help but smile softly, feeling happy to impress someone, and her smile became even more charming. Zhou Huainan cleared his throat as if to hide something. He didn't say much, but Qian Yufei knew she had been in the bath for a while. She saw that the ice cream she bought had already melted into soup. After changing into her new clothes, the three of them didn't go back to their place, but headed straight to Zhou Huainan's old family home, where his grandparents lived. The old house was located in the city center, with beautiful scenery along the way. Sitting in the car, Qian Yufei enjoyed the view outside the window, feeling very happy. Zhou Huainan drove while occasionally chatting with Zhang Hao, making the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. When they arrived at the old house, Qian Yufei was immediately attracted by its simple yet grand and majestic atmosphere. Inside, there were pavilions, elegant buildings, carved beams, painted rafters, small bridges, flowing water, and a well-organized layout, like a beautiful painting that made her want to stay forever. She couldn't help but think that such an old house must have been passed down through many generations, with a rich history. It suggested that their family was quite special. The old house was very large. Zhou Huainan's uncles, aunts, and other relatives each had their own rooms. Even Zhou Huainan had a separate room for resting temporarily. These details were introduced to her by Zhou Huainan last week. The yard was full of various flowers and plants, lush and fragrant. Each house showed signs of age but was well maintained, giving a sense of old elegance and dignity. Qian Yufei followed Zhou Huainan and Zhang Hao, curious as she looked around. Finally, the three arrived at a large hall-like place where an elderly couple sat. Nearby, many young men and women, old and young, were gathered. The first to speak was the elderly lady sitting at the front. She had a gentle smile and a kind face and said warmly, "Huainan is back." Then she stood up and walked over to Qian Yufei, saying as she moved, "This must be Yufei. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I only heard about you from your grandmother before, and you are indeed a beautiful and well-behaved girl. Let me take a good look." She reached out and took Yufei's hand, examining her carefully, with a look of satisfaction and affection in her eyes. Yufei felt a little shy under her gaze, but could sense the genuine kindness from the old lady. She smiled sweetly and replied, "Hello, Grandma. I am Qian Yufei." The old man sitting nearby also smiled kindly at them, full of warmth. The other young men and women also stood up to greet Zhou Huainan, making the scene lively and cheerful. Yufei felt the joyful atmosphere, and her mood lifted. But she was too happy too soon. Amid the compliments, an untimely voice interrupted. "I thought you were some kind of fairy, but you're just so. And little Lian is so adorable." Yufei's attention was immediately drawn to the speaker. It was a woman in a cheongsam, sitting gracefully on the sofa. However, her expression spoiled her overall beauty. Next to her sat a delicate, petite girl who looked fragile and pitiable. She wore a white dress and had a faintly sad expression, as if the whole world owed her kindness. When the girl saw Yufei looking at her, she smiled softly, but her smile seemed to carry a hint of provocation and pride. Zhou Huainan's face slightly changed, clearly surprised that Sun Lian was here at this moment. Sun Lian was a relative from her second uncle's family. Since her second uncle's family was full of boys, but he liked girls very much, he often brought her along to teach her. Naturally, they often met at the grandmother's place. Sun Qianlian has liked following him since she was young. When he refused to take her along, she would cry. Later, he stopped coming to her house, but she still tried to create chances to meet him, which annoyed him a lot. When she found out he was engaged and still came to see him, Zhou Huainan could only hold Jin Yupei's hand to show his stance. "I only like bright and confident girls like Yupei. I'm not interested in the gentle, modest type. Maybe you should ask Brother Feng." Qin Feng is the son of the second aunt and Zhou Huainan's cousin. His second aunt once wanted to marry Sun Qianlian to Qin Feng. This plan scared Qin Feng away, and he joined the army, rarely returning for a year or two. Second Aunt Zhou Yan, sitting on the sofa in a cheongsam, snorted and said nothing more. She had already given up on matchmaking. It was Sun Qianlian who asked her to help bring her in, saying it was her last chance. If it didn't work, she would give up. Sun Qianlian looked tearful and delicate, pleading, "Brother Nan, even if you don't like me, you shouldn't marry a girl from the countryside." Hearing this, Zhou Huainan's grandmother got angry. She had arranged this marriage herself. Saying it was a bad match was like insulting herself. "Our Zhou family chooses our daughters-in-law. It's none of your business. Just take care of your own family. And Yen, stop bringing unrelated people here." The first part meant Sun Qianlian was an outsider. The second part said she was irrelevant and started to chase her away, which was something new. Sun Qianlian was stunned, her face turning pale. She didn't know which words offended her grandmother, and her tears were held back. In the past, although her grandmother didn't like her, she wasn't mean to her. She had never been spoken to harshly before. Now, being chased away, she worried she might not even be allowed to enter the house again. She thought that even if she couldn't marry Zhou Huainan, there were many talented young men in the Zhou family. She could find someone else easily. She was a bit anxious about what to do next. She wanted to say something to save the situation, but Zhou Yan stopped her. "Mom, don't be angry. Xiaolian might like Huainan too much. She was a bit upset today, so she said the wrong thing. I'll take her home first, and we'll come back another day to apologize." Grandma didn't give any face. "No need to apologize. Don't come to me again," she said, waving her hand to signal that she should be taken away quickly. Once the unrelated person left, A few of her cousins started joking around to change the subject. The atmosphere in the room immediately became much more relaxed. Then, Grandma held Qian Yufei's hand and patted it gently. Yufei, don't take what just happened too seriously. Your marriage with Huainan is something we all agree on. Someone unrelated can't change that. Qian Yufei pretended to look a little upset on the outside, but she was secretly very happy. This was interesting, so exciting. Wasn't this what they call a classic comeback? The opening was so thrilling. Maybe because Grandma was protecting her just now, the White Lotus girl didn't get her chance to make trouble. The confrontation hadn't even officially started, and the first round was already over. She didn't know if there would be another chance to meet again. Her thoughts spun around in her mind, but she didn't let it show. She nodded lightly and shyly said, "Grandma, I'm fine." Although she said that, her face showed no smile at all. She was just putting on a show for them. After all, anyone would be upset if they encountered such a thing on their first meeting. To be honest, they didn't treat her well, and not showing her displeasure was already very kind. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Grandma smiled happily. Then she turned to Zhou Huainan and spoke seriously and kindly. "Huainan, Yufei is a good girl. Today, she was upset because of you. You need to treat her well in the future. If I find out you're bullying her, I won't forgive you. Also, tomorrow take her to the mall to buy some clothes and bags. Comfort Yufei properly." Zhou Huainan nodded seriously and looked at Qian Yufei with gentle eyes. Although he didn't think he had done anything wrong, she was indeed upset today because of him, which was an undeniable fact. Qian Yufei pretended to be surprised and quickly waved her hands. "No need, no need." Grandma stood up, patted her shoulder, and said confidently, "Yes, you must. It's Huainan's fault. He needs to make up for it. Whatever he buys for you, take it." Then Grandma turned and headed to her bedroom. Zhou Huainan walked up to Qian Yufei and softly said, "You don't need to feel guilty. Even if today's event hadn't happened, I had already promised to buy you clothes, shoes, and bags. These are necessary for the engagement and also part of the bride price." Qian Yufei nodded slightly, looking a bit reluctant, then quietly sat down and listened to everyone chatting. Soon, Grandma took out a small jewelry box. She waved at Qian Yufei, saying, "Yufei, come here." Then, in front of everyone, she opened the jewelry box. Inside, there was a pair of jade bangles. The jade was smooth and shiny, clearly valuable. Grandma smiled warmly, picked up the jade bangles, and gently took Qian Yufei's hand to put them on. "This was my dowry when I was young. Today, I give it to you. Consider it a gift from Grandma." Grandma's action of taking out the jade bangles surprised everyone around. Some people immediately stood up, causing their chairs to creak loudly as they moved. Others looked at the bangles on Yufei's wrist with shock. Some hurried over to check, as if to confirm something, while others looked at Grandma thoughtfully. Their expressions varied. Some looked at Yufei with envy, some with anger, and others with surprise. Yufei felt a little overwhelmed by the scene. She looked down at the jade bangles on her wrist. Then, a beautiful middle-aged woman with sharp eyes appeared. She wore a gorgeous qipao and had a gentle, elegant aura, like a lady from old times. She was Wang Minhui, Zhou Huainan's stepmother, known as Madame Zhou. She softly said, "Mom, this jade bracelet is a family heirloom. Are you really going to give it to Yufei?" Grandma smiled even more happily, saying, "There's nothing to hesitate about. I like Yufei very much. She will be part of our Zhou family in the future. I trust her with this jade bracelet." Then, a person who looked like Zhou Huainan's cousin or niece eagerly spoke up, "Grandma, I also like this bracelet. There's a pair, right? Can you give me one? I'm getting married soon, so I can use it as part of my dowry." Grandma smiled and scolded gently, "You can't be without your dowry. Bracelets should come in pairs. Giving just one doesn't make sense. When you get married, Grandma will pick out a matching pair for you. Don't worry, I still have plenty." The girl pouted playfully. "Grandma, just give me this pair, okay? Can you pick out a new one for her instead? Please?" She then leaned forward and shook Grandma's arm. Grandma looked a bit serious and said firmly, "Inging, stop joking. How can a greeting gift be changed just like that? Sit properly. The girl sat down quietly beside them, secretly shooting a quick glare at Qian Yufei, which made Yufei look confused. She thought to herself that these days, things probably wouldn't settle down easily. Seeing that both of them didn't get what they wanted, and Grandma didn't change her mind, the others remained silent. Zhou Huainan stood beside Qian Yufei, silently supporting her, as if saying, "My wife wearing this pair is very suitable. No one else can take it." Qian Yufei looked at the two women talking, then at the bracelet on her wrist. She thought to herself that this bracelet must be quite valuable. The more they didn't want me to have it, the more I want to keep it. Feeling the gentle coolness on her wrist, she was filled with mixed emotions. She slightly bowed her head and sincerely thanked Grandma. "Thank you, Grandma. I will cherish it." Grandma smiled kindly, full of pride and love in her eyes. "Yufei, as long as you like it. Grandma just hopes you all will be happy." Zhou Huainan saw this and gave a faint smile. Just then it was time for dinner. A maid came to call everyone to eat, and they all stood up and headed to the dining hall. Qian Yufei followed behind, walking beside Zhou Huainan. The two whispered softly, "Are there any taboos or customs for your family's meals?" "Nothing special. Just follow me when we sit down. Eat freely, and tell me if you can't reach something," Zhou Huainan said with a smile. Okay. The dining hall was very spacious, able to hold 5 or 6 tables. 3 tables were already set with various delicious dishes, their aromas tempting and mouth-watering. Grandpa and Grandma sat at the main table, with a few men and women they hadn't seen before, as well as Zhou Huainan's father and his stepmother. Between them were 2 small children. Qian Yufei guessed that these were probably the 2 children born to his stepmother. Then Zhou Huainan led her over to greet everyone and made introductions, helping her get to know his family members. Seated at the table were Zhou Huainan's eldest uncle, aunt, second uncle, and second aunt. He mentioned that his younger uncle and his wife hadn't arrived yet, and he would introduce them to her when they came. Qian Yufei and the others sat at a different table. This table was filled with men and women of the same generation as Zhou Huainan, most of whom were unmarried. There was Zhou Yingying, who had just tried to grab a bracelet from her, Shai Zhou Jia, who looked a bit younger, and lively, talkative Zhou Li. These 3 were Zhou Huainan's cousins. All the older cousins had already married and weren't here today. Next were the cousins Zhou Huijun, Zhou Huiming, Zhou Huijia, and the younger cousins Zhou Huili and Zhou Xian. All 3 older cousins were married. Their wives and children sat at another table, chatting happily. From where Qian Yufei looked, she saw 3 women with 6 children. The oldest child looked to be over 10, and the youngest was still being held in someone's arms. When all the dishes were served, there was no formal speech. They started eating right away. As soon as Grandpa took the first bite, everyone else followed, and the atmosphere in the dining hall instantly became lively. Many of the elders and younger family members from the Zhou family didn't usually gather at home. They only came together now for Grandpa's birthday celebration, so they didn't see each other often. It had been a long time since they last met. Suddenly, everyone gathered together, each with endless things to say and share. Some asked about careers, others about studies, promotions, or difficulties they faced and needed advice on. Some wanted to introduce their younger siblings or cousins to potential partners, and others needed help with job arrangements. During the meal, someone also asked about Qian Yufei, showing great concern and enthusiasm for her. She politely responded to everyone, trying her best to blend into the warm family atmosphere. Zhou Huainan sat nearby, watching her get along well with his family.
He felt secretly happy.
From time to time, he helped serve her food, carefully making sure she didn't feel shy about taking some and that she wouldn't go hungry. At the table, everyone was chatting happily, sharing stories and funny moments from their lives. Qian Yufei generally understood the members of Zhou Huainan's family and took the opportunity to learn about the family's culture and traditions. She gained a deeper understanding of this big family. Apart from Yingying, everyone else seemed kind-hearted overall. However, with a large family, you can't judge by appearances alone, so it's too early to draw conclusions. She knew she should behave modestly, pay attention, answer questions when asked, and remain silent when not asked. She adopted an attitude of listening more and speaking less, finishing the meal peacefully. By the time they finished eating, it was almost dark. Shopping today was impossible, so they planned to do it the next day. When it was time to go home, Grandma pulled Qian Yufei aside and secretly handed her a large amount of money. Yufei, here's some money. When you and Huainan go shopping tomorrow, buy a couple of new clothes and maybe a watch or something. Don't be afraid to spend. Qian Yufei tried to refuse, saying, "No need, Grandma. I have enough clothes." But there were many people nearby, and she was worried about drawing attention, so she didn't want to make a big scene. "No, Huainan told me you didn't bring many clothes. Be obedient." "Keep it," Grandma said, pushing the money into her hand. They started to tug at it playfully. Qian Yufei looked at Zhou Huainan, signaling him to ask Grandma to take back the money. But Grandma looked serious and pretended to be stern. "If I give it to you, just take it. Elders give and you accept." Seeing this, Zhou Huainan realized he couldn't refuse. It wouldn't look good if everyone saw. So he said, "Grandma, just let her keep it." Finally, Qian Yufei reluctantly accepted the money after some playful tugging. In her heart, she had already decided to keep it. Of course, she had to go through this process. Tugging was necessary. They were brought here by Zhou Huainan's cousin, who had left after delivering them. Now, they had no transportation and had to walk home. But walking back after a meal was quite nice. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the long street, giving the land a gentle golden hue. Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan walked side by side, occasionally exchanging smiles, enjoying this rare moment of peace and harmony. A gentle breeze blew, lifting Qian Yufei's long hair. She gently brushed it aside, unconsciously showing a soft, graceful demeanor. Zhou Huainan quietly watched from the side. On both sides of the street, occasionally, pedestrians hurried past, each with their own busy lives and stories. They walked and talked, discussing the relatives they had just seen, their personalities, family backgrounds, and how close they were to him. Qian Yufei showed a strong interest in the family network of Zhou Huainan. She listened carefully and asked some questions, trying to learn more about the family that would soon become an important part of her life. Zhou Huainan patiently answered her questions, speaking with love and respect for his family. As they talked more, it seemed like the distance between them was quietly getting smaller. They shared their thoughts and feelings, and a sense of understanding grew naturally between them. The sunset cast long shadows of them, making it feel like time slowed down and became more beautiful. Time seemed to pass quickly. Before they finished their conversation, they had already arrived home. They opened the door. Zhou Huainan turned to Qian Yufei and said, "Fei Fei, tidy up a bit and go to bed early. You woke up early today, sat on the train for a long time, and tomorrow I'll take you shopping." "Okay, I'll pack up soon and go to sleep. I am a bit tired." Zhou Huainan found a basin, filled it with water, and washed up briefly. After returning to his room, he opened his bag to see how much money his grandmother had given him. When she gave it, it was a stack, and he thought it must be enough. To his surprise, there was actually 500 yuan. Qian Yufei was very happy. She suddenly felt like a little rich girl. Having money made her happy, and she smiled as she went to sleep. She slept well all night, without insomnia or dreams, and woke up refreshed in the morning. In the morning, Qian Yufei washed her face, quickly braided her hair, and Zhou Huainan took her to a noodle stand near his house. The place wasn't big. Outside, there were a few stalls and a few tables where customers were having breakfast. The owner was busy serving dishes and clearing tables. Qian Yufei asked, "Is this place pretty popular?" "So many people." Zhou Huainan replied, "It's an old shop. The food is good and many customers come back regularly." Then he asked, "What would you like to eat?" "Their wontons and hand-pulled noodles are quite tasty. They also have soy milk, fried dough sticks, porridge, and buns. The menu is quite complete." Qian Yufei, "Then let's have some wonton." Zhou Huainan walked to the shop in trance and called inside, "Boss, 2 bowls of wonton and 2 fried dough sticks, please." "Sure, please find a seat first." It'll be ready in a few minutes. The wontons here have thin wrappers and large fillings, not much smaller than dumplings. The pork and chive filling is quite fresh. A big bowl fills her up, and Qian Yufei doesn't eat a single fried dough stick. Zhou Huainan finished the fried dough sticks himself. While eating, they saw many customers coming and going. The tables are mostly full, and many people carry bowls and basins to buy fried dough sticks and wonton. Zhou Huainan. The food here isn't expensive, not much more than making it at home. That's why many people come daily to buy ready-made food. They focus on selling a lot. Qian Yufei. That's pretty convenient. It saves the trouble of cooking, especially in this hot summer. Zhou Huainan. Yes, it's much easier. After breakfast, it was almost 8 o'clock. Since the mall opens at this time, they didn't rush, but strolled slowly, digesting their food and taking a walk around to introduce Qian Yufei to the nearby environment. First, Zhou Huainan took her to a private tailor shop. Custom-made clothes take time, so they went there first. It was a 2-story, small Western-style building, decorated luxuriously, yet with a sense of dignity. A gold embossed sign hung on the door, reading, Lee's Tailor Shop. Zhou Huainan pointed to the sign and said, "This is an old shop. My grandmother usually had her clothes made here. The tailors here are all experienced artisans, very skilled." Qian Yufei looked around. "This shop is quite big, Zhou Huainan." "Yes, there are more than 10 tailors just for sewing. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you bring fewer clothes. They deliver quite quickly." Inside the tailor shop, a woman in a cheongsam with full curls and charming appeared. She looked to be in her 40s. She wore a proper smile and said to Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan, "Welcome to Lee's Tailor Shop. Are you here to make clothes or buy ready-made ones?" "Do you have an appointment?" Zhou Huainan. "No appointment. We're here to order a few outfits. Time is tight." "Are there any tailors available who are not busy right now?" The attractive woman said. "Yes, we have a few sets ready. We currently have 2 tailors who can start working on them. Please sit and wait for a moment while I call the tailors." Zhou Huainan replied, "Okay." The upper floor stores various ready-made clothes, while the lower floor is the reception and fabric display area, as well as the tailoring workspace. Although busy, everything is well organized. The tailors worked skillfully, showing professionalism and attention to detail with every stitch. Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan found a seat and waited to be measured and fitted. Looking around, Qian Yufei saw many types of fabrics, from silk to cotton and linen, all very diverse. Each piece of fabric had a unique shine, dazzling to the eye. She couldn't help but marvel that in this era, such a large tailoring shop still exists. The service and professionalism are comparable to modern standards. Qian Yufei didn't expect that wearing this outfit would upgrade her treatment. She was used to modern standards, but here, she was enjoying the benefits of custom-made, handcrafted clothes, something usually only wealthy people could afford in any era. While observing the shop, a tailor came out. Zhou Huainan was talking with the tailor nearby. Then the tailor, holding a measuring tape, approached her. "Miss Qian, hello. I'll start by taking your measurements, okay?" Qian Yufei replied, standing up and following the tailor's instructions to stretch her arms and legs. After recording her measurements, the tailor led them to the fabric display area. "Miss Qian, these are our best fabrics. What kind of clothes would you like to make?" the tailor asked enthusiastically. Qian Yufei looked at the many beautiful fabrics, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She touched one piece, then looked at another, unsure of what to choose. Zhou Huainan smiled and said, "If you're unsure, let's go upstairs. There are ready-made samples. We can pick a style first, then come back down to choose the fabric." She nodded heavily. Okay, she really didn't know what kind of clothes people of this level wear in this era, which made it quite difficult for her. So, the two of them followed the tailor upstairs. The space on the second floor was larger, displaying various ready-made clothing samples. The tailor patiently explained the features of each style and suitable occasions for wearing them. The store had a wide variety of clothes, including suits, kipeos, dresses, and, of course, Western-style dresses. They selected some styles and patterns that Qian Yufei liked from these options. In the end, Zhou Huainan casually chose 2 of each style, making a total of 8 outfits. Qian Yufei was surprised. Is that too many? Some of these clothes I won't wear often. Zhou Huainan reassured her. Not at all. Since you've been here, you've almost worn each one. After choosing the styles, they took the sample clothes downstairs to pick fabrics and accessories, especially for the Western dresses, which needed many accessories. Most of the clothes were made in the colors recommended by the tailor, with only 2 outfits made from higher quality fabrics. They also picked out 2 pairs of matching leather shoes. Once all the clothes were ordered, Zhou Huainan also ordered a suit and a Zhongshan suit for himself to wear at their engagement. They scheduled a delivery for 2 days later and then said goodbye to the tailor shop. These clothes couldn't be finished quickly by just one tailor, but since the shop had many tailors, they could rush the order and deliver in 2 days. When they left the tailor shop, Qian Yufei still felt a bit dazed. She thought this was different from her impression of the 1950s and 60s. Did people really have 8 outfits made at once back then? Was her understanding of this era wrong? Or was she just inexperienced? She thought maybe her knowledge was limited and a bit narrow-minded. She wondered if she could get used to normal life in 1957 after staying here a few more days. She looked up at the sky, feeling speechless. Next, Zhou Huainan took her to a shopping mall. He explained that it was the most luxurious and comprehensive one around here. It had everything to eat, drink, and enjoy. Listening to Zhou Huainan's introduction, Qian Yufei's eyes lit up. She curiously looked around, seeing a busy, lively scene. The mall was full of shops, offering both imported and domestic goods. It was a colorful mix, from fashionable clothes to traditional styles, from fine jewelry to antique jade, from food shops to high-end skincare products. Everything was there, dazzling and overwhelming. They first went to a watch counter that sells both domestic and international brands. Qian Yufei, in her previous life, knew some big international brands, but only through logos on billboards. Not all products had logos, and based on her knowledge, she didn't recognize all the brands. Now, looking at the rows of various watches, she had no idea about their prices or brands. She just thought to herself, wow, watches in this era are so high-end, elegant, and beautiful. How do they do it? Why haven't I seen such watches in modern times? Is it a sign of falling behind or just because I'm poor? After choosing a red leather strap watch with a rose gold dial embedded with diamonds, an automatic watch, Qian Yufei liked it very much. Zhou Huainan, seeing her choice, also picked the same model but in black. The logo on the watch looked familiar, probably from a famous foreign brand, but she couldn't quite remember which one. When Zhou Huainan paid, she realized it wasn't because of the times. It was simply that she was too poor in this modern world and hadn't experienced many good things. He took out a thick stack of money, thicker than the money his grandmother gave him yesterday. Yesterday, she was proud to be a little rich, but today she had to face reality. That money wasn't enough to buy 2 watches. If she had known, she wouldn't have bothered so much, and she could have just bought something cheap. Oh well. Qian Yufei hadn't heard the staff's prices earlier because she was lost in admiration for the watches and frustrated with modern society, wondering why shops made their products so ugly. Now she knew she was wrong and needed to apologize. She looked very disappointed, watching Zhou Huainan spend money like water, constantly pulling out more cash to buy her bags, shoes, skincare products, and some jewelry, along with more fashionable clothes. Whenever she glanced at an item, Zhou Huainan would ask, "Looks good. Want to buy it?" If she said no, he would reply, "Then let's keep looking.
Pick a few you like."
We should buy a few things. It was as if she had to buy something. Not buying was not an option. She now begins to suspect that Zhou Huainan spending so much money to buy her things is not just because he is rich or likes her and wants to give her the best. She feels that at his grandfather's birthday celebration, many important people will be present. If she dresses too simply and modestly, she will feel inferior herself and also embarrass his family. So today, he keeps buying her things. He boosts her confidence through external gifts. Although she enjoys shopping, as any girl would love pretty clothes and bags, whatever his reason, He is willing to spend money on her, and she truly benefits from it. On the surface, she acts indifferent, but inside she is full of thoughts. How beautiful this dress is. How cool these boots look. Wow, this bracelet is so shiny. I love it. Buy it for me quickly. As she keeps buying more things, she eventually can't carry everything and asks the store staff to deliver the items later to their home. That's when she learns that the mall now offers home delivery services. During shopping, she also sees other wealthy women, young ladies, and well-dressed men and women, all carrying big shopping bags. All rich people confirmed. When Zhou Huainan paid for a set of skincare products for Qian Yufei, her gaze shifted from the dazzling display of counters to the pocket of his clothes. She tilted her head and whispered, "How big is this pocket? How can it hold so much money?" Zhou Huainan, who was curious why she had been distracted from the start and kept staring at his pocket, chuckled softly when he heard her mumbling. He then gently ruffled her hair with a smile and said, "Don't worry, enough for you to spend." They had bought almost everything they needed, and it was already noon. Neither of them wanted to go far, so they chose a nearby store in the mall for a simple lunch, 4 dishes and a soup. Qian Yufei felt like she was floating. It seemed she needed to get married soon, or else she worried that this handsome, wealthy man might be taken away by someone else. She currently had no real leverage, except that her grandmother and Zhou Huainan's grandmother seemed to be close friends, maybe even best friends, which might give her some advantage. But she also knew that things could go wrong at any moment. After all, there are many women who are more beautiful, wealthier, more elegant, and come from better families. She really doesn't have many advantages. Her mind kept racing. Sometimes she thought about winning a man's heart by first impressing his stomach, but she can't cook well, whether in her past life or now. She can barely manage simple home-cooked meals. Sometimes she thought about dressing up beautifully. After all, in her past life, short videos were very popular, and she could learn how to style herself from them. She could even experiment with different hairstyles. But in their city, she met 2 other people who seemed to have traveled from another world, just like her. She couldn't be sure there aren't more. So, she needs to stay low-key and keep her fake identity safe. She isn't good at cooking, and her efforts to look pretty are limited. Does she have to rely on acting cute? Yikes, she shivered, feeling goosebumps all over. She doesn't seem to be very good at it, and she's not sure if she has the courage to learn. Zhou Huainan heard her make a strange sound and felt a bit proud. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you cold?" Qian Yufei quickly shook her head and denied, "No, I think a bug just crawled on me." Zhou Huainan hurriedly stood up, went to her, and helped her up. He looked around to make sure there were no bugs. After confirming, he asked, "Can you still feel the bug now? It should be gone." "Maybe it just fell off," she replied. "That's good," he said, then asked, "Have you eaten? Let's go out first. The bugs are crawling on you, and this place isn't very clean. If you're still hungry, we can buy something else to eat." Qian Yufei didn't expect that her lie would cause this place to be labeled as unclean, but she would never admit she lied. "I'm full, really full," she said, then stood up, packed her things, and they left the shop. In the afternoon, the 2 of them stayed at home without going out. One reason was to wait for the shopping mall to deliver the things they ordered. The other was that Zhou Huainan had arranged for a stylist to come and style her hair. "Looks like she's going to get a full makeover," Qian Yufei said with a sad little face. Deep down, she wondered what was going on. Who would be at this banquet? Was it really necessary to go all out? Was she so unimpressive that she needed a complete transformation? She fell into deep self-doubt. However, her look was quite different from what she imagined. She simply styled her hair in a manageable way, curling it naturally so that it looked effortless, so natural that no one would notice unless she told them. She also tidied her eyebrows, took care of her hair, and trimmed her nails. There was no elaborate skincare routine or outfit coordination. This made her feel much better. At least she was still herself, not a completely different person. Her hair was done, and all the items she bought at the mall had been delivered. She chose a slightly simple dress and casually picked a bag. She was going to her grandmother's house with Zhou Huainan again. From what he said, They might have dinner at the old house these days. His relatives would be coming one after another, so she could get to know them gradually. If she met too many at once, she might not remember them all. Before leaving, she looked in the mirror and felt good about herself. Zhou Huainan also changed out of his military uniform and put on a suit.
Wow.
Your aura immediately changed. When he wore his military uniform, he looked tough and cool. Now, he seemed more refined and charming. But no matter what he wore, he was still handsome. Qian Yufei really admired his looks. Although Zhou Huainan noticed her daydreaming, he just smiled secretly and felt pleased. Qian Yufei secretly prepared herself, picking out some accessories from her new items. She added them to her outfit and muttered, "I can't let him outshine me. We should look like a couple. With these accessories, I look much more elegant." It's true what they say, clothes and accessories boost confidence. There are no ugly women, only poor women. She looked at herself again. She realized that money can boost a man's confidence, but high-quality clothes and jewelry are a woman's source of confidence. She felt different from just a moment ago. Comparing herself now to a few days ago, she felt like she was from two different worlds. With a bold stride, she arrived at the old house. She then realized that everyone there was dressed in formal clothes. It didn't seem like a simple family meal. It looked more like a banquet. Do they have to be so fancy? Qian Yufei complained. Recently, she has been complaining so much that she feels exhausted. The confidence that crossing people usually have is almost gone. All her foresight, long-term vision, and knowledge seem to mean nothing here. She feels like just a little sister. From their conversations, she clearly senses that these people are very knowledgeable, well-rounded, and cultured. Their speech is graceful and calm, showing elegance and composure. Although Qian Yufei feels a bit ashamed inside, she would never admit it. She doesn't want to embarrass the many crossing people. Even if she's not the main character, she doesn't want to be just a supporting role. Even as a background character, she must keep her personality strong. She needs to be confident and act appropriately. Finally, she comforts herself and walks toward the hall with a smile. Zhou Huainan is amused by her colorful expressions and just wants to laugh. It's the first time he's met someone with such a rich inner world who also shows everything on their face. Now that her expression is steady and she's no longer distracted, he quickly steps forward and pulls her back from the wrong path. It turns out that when Qian Yufei is lost in thought, she doesn't watch where she's going and walks randomly. Zhou Huainan doesn't disturb her, but quietly watches her change expressions. Now that her performance is over, it's time to get back on track. After being pulled in a different direction, Qian Yufei realizes she's taken a wrong turn. Although she knows she's made a mistake, her modern confidence, "As long as I don't feel embarrassed, others will," helps her stay calm and expressionless. She even secretly glares at Zhou Huainan, thinking, "Why didn't you remind me earlier? What were you thinking just now?" Zhou Huainan also feels he might be at fault for not reminding her sooner. He was still watching her amusingly and then awkwardly touches his nose, quietly taking her hand as if apologizing. When they arrive at the hall, it's already full of people. They walk to a corner and find a quiet spot to sit. Today's main characters are not them. Instead, it's Qin Feng, the son of the second aunt who wanted that innocent girl to be her daughter-in-law, as mentioned yesterday. At first, she didn't understand what was happening. She only saw that the elders around looked serious, and their faces weren't happy, especially Zhou Huainan's second aunt, who was silently crying and feeling guilty. Gradually, I listened to the elders talking, giving advice, warnings, gentle guidance, and sharing facts and reasons. I finally understood that the cousin, Qin Feng, hadn't been home for 2 years and had suddenly returned. Everyone thought it was a good thing, but today he brought back a boyfriend. Yes, just as everyone suspected. In the time before Qian Yufei's life, homosexuality was not widely accepted, and today, in a society that deeply values male heirs and traditional family lines, it is even harder to accept. When this news broke, the whole family unanimously disapproved. Second aunt felt upset and guilty, believing it was her fault. She thought her son had given up and found a man. Now she deeply regrets trying to match her son with Sun Qianlian. Qin Feng sat quietly in the middle of the hall. No matter what anyone said, he didn't respond. He just sat silently while relatives around him discussed him. Some shook their heads and sighed, some whispered among themselves, but most showed disappointment and confusion. Second aunt cried loudly, wiping her tears and muttering, "It's all my fault. As a mother, I was wrong. I forced you to be with Sun Qianlian, and that's why you ended up like this." Qin Feng remained silent, lips pressed tightly, eyes looking blankly ahead, as if everything around him didn't matter. Inside, he was full of struggle and pain. He knew his feelings would disappoint his family, but he couldn't go against his heart. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the hall grew heavier. Everyone knew that his relationship was not just about continuing the family line. Qin Feng had 2 older brothers, so he wasn't the only one. But if he continued this relationship, it could affect his future and career. More importantly, he had to face the strange looks from everyone. Not everyone could bear that. Qian Yufei looked at Qin Feng sitting in the middle. She appeared expressionless on the outside, but inside, she was guessing whether Zhou Huainan's cousin was the one above or below. Looking at Qin Feng's build, he probably has abs. His appearance is relatively tough-looking. Although he was sitting, so she couldn't judge his height exactly. Based on his upper body and leg length, she guessed he was at least 1.8 meters tall. So, Qian Yufei's first impression was that he must be someone important above them. But she couldn't be sure just from that, since she hadn't seen the other person, and even if she had, she might not be able to reach a definite conclusion. Such matters are too sensitive to even gossip about openly. While watching Qin Feng, she also noticed the expressions of the younger people around him. Their eyes showed curiosity and understanding, not disdain or rejection. They didn't look like the older generation, who might be upset or disappointed. She wondered whether these young people didn't understand what it means to have a same partner, or if they supported him and believed in love. Maybe they already knew the news and were shocked but accepting. Just like Zhou Huainan now, who was calmly watching everything. Soon, a middle-aged man in a military uniform came in. He looked serious and angry, as if holding back something. He first nodded to the grandparents and said, "Dad, Mom, sorry to trouble you." Then he looked around and said, "Sorry to disturb everyone's fun. Qin Feng, I'll take you back now." He didn't care about others' reactions. No one knew how to stop him. He walked straight to Qin Feng, grabbed him, and pulled him up. Qin Feng looked dazed, stumbling a little from the force. It was clear he was pulled hard. His tone was rough as he said, "Come home with me." He started to walk out, and Qin Feng was dragged along, staggering. Considering their height and build, Qin Feng seemed weaker, maybe because he didn't resist. Qian Yufei guessed that this was Qin Feng's father, here to take him home for a talk. Near the door, the grandfather spoke. "How you? Be sure to talk nicely when you get home. He's still young and might not realize everything. He could do something impulsive. But you can't just state facts and reason with him. You need to help him understand." He continued, "Kids grow up with their own ideas. If you can't persuade him, as elders, we shouldn't interfere too much. As long as he's happy, that's what matters, right?" His words were sincere. In summary, try to reason with him. It's best if he understands. If not, don't force it. The child's happiness is the most important thing. The old revolutionary was very straightforward, with a very modern and open-minded attitude. Grandma also emphasized, "Be sure to talk to him nicely and don't hit the kids." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then looked up and made eye contact with Grandpa. He sighed and said, "I know, Dad. I'm just worried he might regret it later." "Don't worry. I will talk to him properly. I've listed all possible outcomes for him. If he can handle those consequences, I won't oppose it." Grandpa replied, "Yes, it's enough to explain everything clearly. Let him choose for himself. As for what happens next, that's up to time." Maybe Grandpa's words weren't just for the middle-aged man, but also for Qin Feng. After all, he is an adult and must take responsibility for his choices. He needs to see if he can handle unexpected results and setbacks. The middle-aged man said, "Dad, Mom, we'll go now," and then left the hall directly. From the moment he entered until he left, he didn't even glance at second Aunt Zhou. Qian Yufei guessed he probably blamed her too. Maybe he thought that if second Aunt Zhou hadn't pushed him away in the first place, Qin Feng wouldn't have met that man, and this situation wouldn't have happened. He would have married, had children, and lived peacefully. Second Aunt Zhou saw them leave, wiped her tears, and slowly stood up with a vacant look in her eyes. She almost fell back onto the sofa. She looked very exhausted and pitiful. Fortunately, a girl next to her helped her up. "Mom, are you okay? Let me support you a bit." At this moment, others nearby also spoke up. "Qining, you should support your mom and let her rest. Don't think too much." Then someone tried to comfort her. "Yes, no matter what, it's the child's own choice.
He's grown up now.
It's his business. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. It's not your fault, right? Qin Haoyu also has responsibility. He's busy with work all day and doesn't take care of the kid. When something happens, he blames you. Why didn't he care more about the child? If he had paid more attention, could this have happened?" Exactly. It all happened after he joined the army. The main responsibility lies with him. He's in the military zone, and he can't even control things. You, who stay at home and don't know anything, how can you manage it? Yes, all the problems occurred within his jurisdiction, so he is fully responsible. The incident has already happened. Feeling sad won't help. It's better to go back and see if there's a way to comfort him. You know Qin Feng's personality well. He's a bit stubborn. Didn't you notice just now when we tried to talk to him? He didn't say anything, probably didn't listen at all. The person speaking these words, Qian Yufei, had never met before. It seemed they were Aunt Zhou's relatives, since they are sisters with a second aunt and tend to speak straightforwardly. Don't think everything is your fault. You had good intentions back then, wanting to find a good, understanding wife for your son. Qin Haoyu didn't stop you, did he? And Qin Feng didn't like you, but you didn't force him. So, why is it all your fault? It's true that Qin Haoyu acted like a good person, as if he had no faults at all. Enough, enough. Let's all stop talking. Qin Haoyu didn't say much. Did he say he was wrong? Did he blame Yanzi? Don't stir up trouble. Everyone, the grandmother said firmly. He didn't say it directly, but that was what he meant, someone added, looking quite angry. Grandpa said, "All right, dinner is ready. Everyone go to the dining hall. Don't get involved in this. Yanzi, finish your meal here first." Then he looked at Qining. "Help your mom to the dining hall and let her eat some. Even if she's upset, she still needs to eat. Okay, Grandpa." Fortunately, Grandpa and Grandma stopped this topic in time. If they hadn't, who knows what other upsetting things might have been said by the second aunt. She had just stopped crying, but now she started again, tears flowing like water, endless and unstoppable. Qian Yufei wanted to hand her a glass of water to help her hydrate. Haha, her way of thinking is quite unique. She probably only notices this because she has the leisure to pay attention to whether the second aunt is crying out of dehydration and needs more water. Right now, she seems like she's watching a show, completely detached from the situation and not sharing their feelings. The group moved to the dining hall. Today, all 5 tables were set up, showing many guests had come. Each table was full of delicious dishes, steaming hot and fragrant. Despite the delicious food, everyone's faces lacked their usual joy, and the atmosphere felt a bit heavy. Everyone ate with little appetite. When someone spoke, it was only brief greetings, and soon they fell silent again. However, this did not include Qian Yufei. She ate a lot. Honestly, since she confirmed her relationship with Zhou Huainan and her sister-in-law's pregnancy, her family's meals improved. Over the past few days at Zhou Huainan's house, her diet became even better. She clearly felt that she gained some weight, her skin became smoother and more radiant, and even her hair looked shiny and healthy instead of dry and dull. Since she had been less exposed to the sun recently, she also became much fairer. She returned to being a lively, energetic girl. She was very happy with her changes. During this time, thanks to Zhou Huainan's careful care, her health reached an all-time high. She wasn't sure if love, money, or better food made her happier, but she liked herself more and more. She was no longer the delicate, plain girl she used to be. Now, she looked a little more, yet still had a youthful, innocent charm. It's hard to describe, but she was just getting better and better. Zhou Huainan watched her enjoy her meal happily. He also felt happy as he served her food. Over the past few days, he learned what she liked to eat, so he mostly served her favorite dishes. One enjoyed the food, and the other enjoyed feeding her. Their small, cozy, and sweet atmosphere made it seem like only they existed in the world. However, halfway through the meal, someone outside came to inform them that a guest had arrived, visiting the old man. "Grandpa, what does he look like? Has he been here before?" "Guard, I haven't seen him before, and he hasn't visited before. He's a tall young man. Grandpa, let him in then." At the dining table, everyone silently continued eating while glancing toward the door, curious about who had come at this time. This is mealtime, and usually, visitors don't come at this hour. It's considered impolite unless there's an urgent reason. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded at the door. Soon after, a tall, handsome man with a confident posture and a look of determination and calmness appeared. His steps were steady, each one seeming to touch people's hearts, making everyone focus on him. As soon as he entered, he drew everyone's attention. His military uniform fit him perfectly, as if made for him, highlighting his strong build. His eyes were sharp and deep. After glancing around the room, he finally looked at the grandfather and grandmother sitting at the main table. He respectfully bowed and said, "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. My name is Gu Yuanxiao. I am Qin Feng's partner." Qian Yufei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she accidentally shouted out loud. Fortunately, everyone was still in shock, and other surprised sounds covered her voice, so no one noticed her. However, Zhou Huainan was right next to him. He heard and saw her starry-eyed look, and with a look of affection and helplessness, he just shook his head. Grandpa and Grandma were so surprised they couldn't speak. They wondered how this person found their home today, and what his purpose was. They also wondered if he didn't know their family didn't like him, so why did he come alone? Was he not afraid of getting hurt? While thinking, he quickly responded. Grandpa asked seriously, "Why are you here today?" Gu Yuanxiao replied, "I believe Xiaofeng has already told you about our relationship. We plan to announce it together tomorrow, but he told you earlier. Today, I want to say that I am serious about my feelings for Qin Feng. I was the one pursuing him first. Before I started, I knew what we might face. But I have thought it through. I can handle this responsibility and will take good care of Qin Feng, so he won't face criticism from others." "How can you guarantee that? You don't look very old," Grandpa asked. "Because my family name is Gu," he answered simply. "I'm from Beijing. I am currently a team leader in the military, working in the same division as Qin Feng. I promise that even after I retire, I will make sure he has everything he needs and can live freely and happily." Inside, Qian Yufei was excited, thinking, "Wow, this is so impressive. So powerful. Such a caring boyfriend. This fruit is so filling and exciting." She nervously clenched Zhou Huainan's arm tightly, causing him to shift his gaze from Yuan Xiao to his arm. Then, following the hand that had pinched him painfully, he saw Qian Yufei with an excited face. He felt helpless. Why was her partner so excited when someone else's partner arrived? Moreover, in such a serious setting, her behavior seemed a bit out of place. Wouldn't it look strange if others saw her like that? Zhou Huainan was both indulgent and speechless. He had to use his body to block her view so her excited face wouldn't be seen by others. "Grandpa. And your family? Would they agree?" "Gu Yuanxiao. My family, I make the decisions." One statement settled everything. Everyone wanted to ask, "What do you mean you make the decisions? Do your parents listen to you? Don't your grandparents care? Don't your relatives and friends oppose? Why do you think you can just say whatever you want?" But everyone was silenced by Gu Yuanxiao's strong presence. No one dared to oppose or question him. It seemed that if he said he was in charge, he definitely could be. Grandpa looked into Gu Yuanxiao's determined eyes and felt a bit more at ease. Maybe Qin Feng would like someone like him, which didn't seem so hard to understand or accept. Seeing his confident attitude and the strong aura he projected, she felt that perhaps this young man truly had the ability and determination to take good care of Qin Feng. He slowly nodded, seeming somewhat satisfied with Gu Yuanqiao's answer. But even if he was satisfied, their matters still needed to be discussed. After all, this was a major life event. You couldn't just send Qin Feng away based on a good first impression. Their relationship still needed more testing. Whether they would succeed or face setbacks depended on how strong their bond was. Qian Yufei watched this scene from the side, her smile almost uncontrollable. She kept covering her mouth, afraid of laughing out loud, and also worried her cheeks would hurt from holding back. She pinched her cheeks to ease the tension. Now she was very sure that Qin Feng was definitely the one below. The man's aura was too strong. Qin Feng couldn't suppress it. Zhou Huainan really wanted to hide Qian Yufei's head in his arms. He was also afraid she might laugh out loud. He couldn't understand what she was laughing at. He looked around and saw no one else like her. He felt relieved, realizing that it wasn't him who was strange or out of place, but the person sitting next to him. Gu Yuanqiao found out shortly after Qin Feng left that he had already told his family about their relationship. This showed he was quick to get the news and was paying close attention to Qin Feng. Coming to visit so soon showed he cared a lot. Since that was the case, their family couldn't be rude. Grandpa called Gu Yuanqiao to sit at the main table. Gu Yuanqiao politely sat down. He chatted with Grandpa and Grandma, mainly introducing himself. Grandma asked the most questions, almost like checking household registration. She asked about the family members, what their parents did, how many siblings they had, what jobs relatives had, their family wealth, future plans, and so on. Gu Yuanqiao answered very seriously and politely, not showing any impatience. He also subtly showed off his muscles. Although they didn't know much about the Gu family in Beijing or what it meant to be from the Gu surname there, they could catch some clues from his introduction. The Gu family is a well-established old family, apparently bigger than the Zhou family. Its members work in many fields, some in the military, some in politics, some diplomats, some lawyers, and some in business. The family wealth left by ancestors is enough for them to spend freely. Even without working, they can live well. However, Qian Yufei was cautious about this. If the pattern of development in their world was similar to her own, she wondered if, in 10 or 20 years, when storms come, they might face trouble or be scrutinized. Even large families might not withstand it. After dinner, Gu Yuanqiao left without staying long. Once he left, Grandpa called his eldest and second uncles, Zhou Huanan his father, his little uncle who just returned today, and a few other uncles and aunts into the study. Qian Yufei guessed they were probably investigating Gu Yuanqiao. But she understood. If she were in their place, she would also want to find out everything first. Know your enemy to win. Zhou Huainan called Qian Yufei, who still wanted to watch the show, and said, "Let's go home and rest first. Staying here won't get you anywhere. It's better to go back early tonight and come early tomorrow. Gu Yuanqiao will come with Qin Feng tomorrow. If you don't rest well now, you won't be able to get up and you'll miss an important part." Qian Yufei nodded. "You're right." Then, as if she just realized something, she froze for a moment. Her expression changed repeatedly. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Zhou Huainan guessed her meaning from her small expressions. "How do you know I want to see the rest? When did you find out? And how do you know I want to come early tomorrow to watch the whole thing?" Zhou Huainan gently ruffled her fluffy hair and whispered in her ear, "As soon as Gu Yuanqiao appeared, I saw you wanted to watch the show. That little gossiping look in your eyes, I couldn't help but notice." Qian Yufei leaned in and whispered, "Is it that obvious?" Zhou Huainan chuckled. "Very obvious, indeed." Qian Yufei widened her eyes, looked left and right, afraid others might see her. Her indifferent attitude and her interest in watching the show were not appropriate. She had just been so caught up that she forgot where she was. Feeling guilty, she lowered her head and whispered, Zhou Huainan gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry, no one saw. Even if they did, it's nothing. People won't say anything about you." Qian Yufei looked up, her eyes showing a bit of uncertainty. She seemed to ask, "Are you sure?" Zhou Huainan nodded confidently and then changed the subject. "Let's go.
Head home early and rest.
Do you still want to get up early tomorrow to see the rest?" Qian Yufei shook her head like a rattledrum. "Yes, I do." Then she took his hand and walked toward the door. "Let's go home." Zhou Huainan smiled slightly and let her pull him along. Back home, Qian Yufei immediately started washing up. Then she picked out her clothes and accessories for tomorrow from a pile of clothes and jewelry. She tried on the top and felt it was perfect. After that, she began to prepare for bed. Since they were not officially married and didn't have a marriage certificate, they still slept separately. Zhou Huainan probably wanted to spend more time with her, as they hadn't known each other long enough and didn't understand each other well. Qian Yufei did not sleep well that night. In her dream, a romantic story played out, with the main characters being Gu Yuanxiao and Qin Feng. There were no dramatic breakups, no third parties, and no family opposition. It was all about love and affection. Early in the morning, Qian Yufei's understanding of herself reached a new level. She wondered, "Am I this passionate? I've never been like this in modern times. What's going on?" She comforted herself, thinking it was because she received some shocking news yesterday. In her past life, she only read novels, but now it was happening right in front of her, and she was getting first-hand gossip. How could she not be excited? Even after dreaming all night, she didn't delay her morning routine. She quickly washed up and went out to find Zhou Huainan. Luckily, he was already awake, or she might have gone to knock on his door. Seeing her ready early, Zhou Huainan watched her pack up while he washed. He sped up his own washing, a smile never leaving his face. Maybe it was the first time he met someone so eager to gossip. "Are you that impatient?" "It's still early. Gu Yuanxiao and the others definitely won't come so soon. You have a house over there, right? Let's have breakfast first, then go wait there. When the time is right, we'll come out." Haha, okay. He was truly impressed. This was real enthusiasm. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare, afraid to embarrass her. So he just went along, supporting her and helping cover for her when needed. The two of them went to the breakfast stall they visited yesterday. After a simple breakfast, they headed to the old house. As expected, they arrived too early. There weren't many people around, and some relatives were still sleeping. Zhou Huainan then took Qian Yufei to his residence at the old house. They walked through a corridor, around a garden with fake mountains, along a small path. She admired the precious flowers and plants, appreciating the old, elegant style of the house. Qian Yufei followed Zhou Huainan, looking around, hoping to remember the route. But there were too many turns, so she gave up and focused on enjoying the scenery instead. Soon, they reached a small private courtyard. Behind it was a lush bamboo grove, quiet and refined. They pushed open a redwood door, and a faint floral scent greeted them, making her slow down naturally. The inside of the house was very carefully decorated. Along the small path paved with blue stones, there were various potted plants, including strong, old pine and cypress trees, as well as bright, beautiful flowers. This added some life to the quiet courtyard. Zhou Huainan led Qian Yufei into the main house. The furniture inside was simple yet elegant, showing signs of age and good taste. Qian Yufei looked around curiously, her eyes shining with excitement and interest. She softly asked, "Is this small courtyard your own? Do you have someone to clean it?" "It looks very tidy." Zhou Huainan smiled slightly. "Yes, I moved in here when I was 10. I live alone. Usually, someone comes to clean once a week. Recently, my grandfather's birthday was coming up, so maybe someone has been here every day to tidy up." They then visited other rooms in the house. Afterward, Qian Yufei ran to lie down on a lounge chair beside the flower bushes in the yard, enjoying the morning sunshine. She also reminded Zhou Huainan to watch the time, saying that when it got close, they should go to the main house. Just as Qian Yufei was starting to doze off, Zhou Huainan called her. "It's almost 9:30. Let's go now. People are probably starting to gather at the main house." Qian Yufei immediately perked up. "Okay, let's go. Have you washed your face?" Qian Yufei looked surprised. "Is there something on my face?" Zhou Huainan pointed at her eyes. Embarrassed, Qian Yufei went to wash her face, muttering as she did. So embarrassing, I have eye boogers, but when she came out, she looked calm again. She had already comforted herself. Everyone sleeps and gets eye boogers sometimes. Normal people aren't perfect after all, not gods. Zhou Huainan didn't tease her, but simply led her back to the main house. When they arrived at the hall, many people were already sitting there. Qian Yufei asked, "Do they usually come so early?" Then she grinned mischievously. "Are they here to gossip too?" Zhou Huainan didn't answer her. Instead, he rubbed her head and handed her some sunflower seeds. "Eat some seeds to keep your mouth busy. Just watch your words." Qian Yufei took the seeds and huffed softly. She didn't say anything else, quietly cracking and eating the seeds. Sometimes, she would hand the shelled seeds to Zhou Huainan to eat. I didn't make them wait too long. Around 10 o'clock, Gu Yuanxiao and Qin Feng arrived at the hall, walking shoulder to shoulder. Of course, they were followed by a group of people dressed in black suits. Everyone was carrying a bunch of things, probably gifts for the ceremony. First to speak was the eldest aunt. "Xiao Feng, you're here. Wait a moment, I'll go call your grandparents." Qin Feng replied, "Thank you, aunt." The eldest uncle said, "Xiao Gu, you two sit for a while. Your grandparents will probably take some more time to arrive." Then the second uncle and several aunts started chatting with Gu Yuanxiao, taking turns. From the conversation, it was learned that after Gu Yuanxiao left yesterday, he went to visit the second aunt and her husband at their home. Seeing Qin Feng's current mood, Qian Yufei thought Gu Yuanxiao might have already won over the second aunt and her husband. It was hard to believe that Gu Yuanxiao was so decisive and effective, and that the second aunt and her husband were so easily persuaded. Just in one night, they had given in. Qian Yufei found it hard to accept. But after seeing Gu Yuanxiao's generosity, she understood. If she put herself in the second aunt's position, she might have been persuaded too. When the grandparents came out, Gu Yuanxiao politely stepped forward and bowed. "Grandpa, Grandma, hello." The two elders looked in good spirits. Grandpa was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, and Grandma wore a beautifully embroidered Tang suit, both looking joyful. Then Gu Yuanxiao stepped forward from behind a man in a black suit and handed a box to Grandpa. "Grandpa, I heard you like to write calligraphy with a brush. I got this set of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone from a master collector." Grandpa took the box, opened it, and saw a finely crafted set of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. The brush handles were carved with intricate patterns, and the ink sticks emitted a faint fragrance, evoking a sense of history and cultural richness. The paper was delicate and flexible, and the inkstone was smooth and jade-like, clearly a valuable treasure. Grandpa was so pleased he put it back in the box, saying, "You're thoughtful." Then Gu Yuanxiao took another box, similar to a jewelry box, from the man in black, and with both hands, presented it to Grandma, saying, "Grandma, this is a set of jewelry made from high-quality Hetian jade I recently acquired. I hope you like it." Grandma happily took the box and opened it to reveal a beautiful set of Hetian jade jewelry. The pendant on the necklace was smooth and delicate, shining faintly. The bracelet was round and shiny, giving off a gentle warmth. The earrings were small and exquisite, with each piece of jade carefully carved, radiating a noble aura. Grandma's face lit up with a satisfied smile, full of happiness and pride. She gently touched the jewelry and said, "It's really beautiful. Grandma likes it very much." Next, it was other people's turn to receive gifts. He turned around and said to the others in the room, "I also brought some small gifts for everyone. I hope you like them. Please help take care of Qin Feng from time to time." "Thank you all." As he spoke, Gu Yuanxiao also bowed slightly to everyone. Honestly, his gesture was very proper. Did you notice Qin Feng nearby already had tears in his eyes? Isn't it said that men shouldn't cry easily? Especially since he's a tough soldier. Now, tears were welling up in his eyes as he looked at Gu Yuanxiao, who had done so much for him. He was probably moved. If what Gu Huainan said yesterday was true, then he must be a very talented and fortunate person. It's understandable that Qin Feng was touched by everything Gu Yuanxiao had done for him. Maybe it was just a feeling, but Qian Yufei thought Qin Feng looked a bit softer now. Then, they saw the bodyguards in black clothes bringing large and small boxes to each person. Yes, each and every one of them. Even Qian Yufei, who had only been here a few days, received a jewelry box. Inside was a set of jewelry, necklace, earrings, and a pair of bracelets, made of what looked like yellow jade and gold. It seemed Gu Yuanqiao had carefully researched each person's preferences. Qian Yufei noticed that everyone who received a gift looked very happy. They all showed joy, holding and playing with the jewelry as if they couldn't part with it. Gu Yuanqiao was really impressive. It probably took a lot of time to find out what each person liked and prepare personalized gifts accordingly. This also showed that his influence was quite strong, whether in manpower, resources, or money. Not only did he spend a lot, but he also managed to find out exactly what each person liked and gave them something meaningful. From another perspective, if he wanted to target someone intentionally, it would be very easy for him. Perhaps he tried to buy people's favor with these gifts, hoping everyone would stop opposing his relationship with Qin Feng. As for whether there was a hidden warning behind it, that remains unknown. It must be said that he achieved his goal of winning people's support. Even if some still disapprove of their relationship now, they probably won't oppose it too strongly because of the gifts. At least, they will give them a chance to be together. Once the people in black suits all left, the hall became lively and cheerful again. Gu Yuanqiao was surrounded by uncles and elders, chatting happily. However, the noise in the hall was quite loud now, a bit too noisy. Qian Yufei stopped watching the scene because the number of people in the room had reached about 60 or 70. It was like many ducks quacking at once. Although everyone was trying to keep their voices down, there were just too many sources of sound. Qian Yufei could only hear clearly what the people closest to her were saying. Most people sat together, sharing the gifts they received, with happy and satisfied expressions. But some people's conversations gradually shifted from gifts to Gu Yuanqiao and Qin Feng's relationship. It was obvious that most people were praising Gu Yuanqiao. Listening and watching all this, Qian Yufei secretly admired Gu Yuanqiao's clever methods. However, the process felt a bit dull and not exciting enough. She had expected some intense emotional struggles, maybe a few rounds of push and pull, before they could be together smoothly. But why were these people no longer shy or reserved? Later, Gu Yuanqiao and Qin Feng were surrounded by elders until lunchtime. Qian Yufei didn't get a chance to see what happened afterward. At noon, they went back to Zhou Huainan's small courtyard for a nap. When they woke up and returned to the hall, many people had already left, including Gu Yuanqiao and Qin Feng. Zhou Huainan looked at Qian Yufei with a bored expression, looking left and right, then focusing on listening to others talk, and then staring out the window in a daze. Do you want to go out for a walk? Or go home? The clothes you ordered earlier should be ready today. You can see if you want to make any adjustments. Qian Yufei pulled Zhou Huainan's arm. They've already finished some of them? Then let's go home quickly. I want to try on those clothes to see if they fit. There was no need to say goodbye to anyone because they would come over for dinner later. Right now, I was bored and just staying here. It's better to go back and try on some clothes. If I didn't try them on this afternoon, I would lose sleep tonight. Since I traveled here, I've been sleeping very regularly. I don't stay up late. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know how to stay awake. No phone, no internet, and even reading doesn't help because there's nothing interesting to read. The lights are also very dim, not bright enough, which makes me feel sleepy. I tried on all the clothes that arrived. There weren't many adjustments needed. I told the delivery person, and he said he would take them back to fix and bring the next batch later. Then I rested at home for a little while. Around 4 o'clock, I headed back to the old house. Dinner there is usually around 5 o'clock unless something special happens. When I entered the old house, I noticed something unusual. There were many cars parked in a row, more than I had seen before. I looked at Zhou Huainan and signaled with my eyes, wanting to ask what's going on. He raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and shook his head, clearly not knowing either. He had been at the military district and didn't come home often. He couldn't tell whose cars they were. But I guessed that people from other places had come to celebrate my grandfather's birthday. His birthday is the day after tomorrow. Over the next 2 days, people from outside will keep arriving. Even if they can't come in person, they will send their wishes. They're probably all here to celebrate Grandpa's birthday.
Let's go inside and see.
As we got closer to the main hall, I saw many people outside, gathered in groups and chatting. Someone greeted Zhou Huainan. Huainan, you're back. He smiled and waved, then took my hand and walked toward them. As we walked, he quietly introduced, "This is my childhood friend Wu Tao, Sun Haijun and Lu Yang. Why are all of you back?"
Lu Yang replied, "What do you think? Just like you."
Wu Tao blinked and looked at me. "Aren't you going to introduce her?" Zhou Huainan pulled me in front of him, put his hands on my shoulders and introduced, "This is my fiancée, Qian Yufei." "Hello, sister-in-law." The three of them said in unison. Qian Yufei smiled and replied, "Hello everyone." Wu Tao is quite friendly and talkative. He took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello sister-in-law, my name is Wu Tao. I grew up with Huainan. My family runs a big pharmacy. If you need anything, remember to find me." Zhou Huainan patted Wu Tao's shoulder. "What are you talking about? Why would I look for a drug seller?" Wu Tao grinned mischievously. "If you're sick, I give medicine. If not, I just make up some supplements." Then he ran a few steps away and continued, "Don't hide your illness or avoid treatment, haha." Next, a tall, disciplined-looking man who seemed like a soldier said, "Sister-in-law, don't mind Wu Tao. He's just joking around." He then introduced himself. "I'm Lu Yang, also a childhood friend of Huainan. We're still colleagues, but in different military districts. The last one was Lu Haijun." He wore glasses, looking quite refined. Before speaking, he adjusted his glasses and said slowly, "Hello, sister-in-law. I work in the government now. If you encounter any problems here, you can come to me." That sounds impressive, thought Qian Yufei, but she only smiled and nodded politely. The three began to chat casually about the current situation, career development, and the overall environment. Of course, they also talked about their marriage plans. It seemed like this visit was for a family-arranged marriage. The day was set for the night before Zhou Huainan's grandfather's birthday banquet, which was tomorrow evening. There would also be a banquet here, mainly for young people of marriageable age. The main purpose was for everyone to meet and get to know each other, making it a kind of matchmaking event. Hearing this, Qian Yufei became interested. From feeling sleepy just moments ago, she was now fully alert in an instant. Wu Tao, sitting opposite her, noticed her change and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you interested in the matchmaking banquet?" He smiled and looked at Zhou Huainan. Zhou Huainan understood what he meant, but he clearly misunderstood. Qian Yufei wasn't interested in the matchmaking banquet itself. She was interested in all the lively events and gossip. "Your sister-in-law is interested in what happens at the matchmaking banquet." Wu Tao. Oh, she just likes to watch the excitement." Zhou Huainan smiled and nodded, indicating she guessed correctly. Qian Yufei shyly turned her head away. Although she didn't think there was anything wrong with enjoying the lively scene, she felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling. Wu Tao said, "Sister-in-law, if you're interested, come to the banquet tomorrow and take a look." After all, no one said that having a marriage engagement means you can't attend. There will probably be many people there, and conflicts or arguments are inevitable. You can watch as much as you like. She cleared her throat, trying to hide her embarrassment. Feeling like she had left a bad first impression, she waved her hand and denied, "No, it's not that.
I don't have to come if I don't want to."
Seeing her a bit awkward, Zhou Huainan smiled to comfort her. "It's okay. Since our family is hosting, we should be there. Not coming would be rude." "Don't listen to Wu Tao's nonsense," he said, giving Wu Tao a sharp look. Wu Tao chuckled indifferently. He thought teasing his little sister-in-law was pretty fun, but Huainan wouldn't let him. However, Sun Haijun and Lu Yangguang just watched the scene without helping him, which was quite annoying. Clearly, they preferred to enjoy the show. Today, the old house was lively, with many visitors. But most of them left after paying visits or giving gifts, so not many stayed for the meal. Therefore, only one dining hall was open. During the meal, Qian Yufei asked Zhou Huainan, "What if there are so many people? The dining hall doesn't seem big enough." Zhou Huainan pointed to the dining hall and the building beside it. "The place we've been eating at these days is only part of the dining area. It's separated by screens. If there are more people, We'll remove the screens to fit 200 or 300 people for dinner. Seeing that Qian Yufei still wanted to ask, he added, You probably want to ask, right? The guests at tomorrow's banquet will definitely be more than just 200 or 300, right? Qian Yufei nodded. Yes, there are already so many today. Tomorrow there will probably be even more. It will be more, but the banquet won't be held here, Zhou Huainan said. Qian Yufei tilted her head, staring with big, round eyes. She genuinely didn't know where large banquets were held in this era. She was curious. Where will it be? You'll find out tomorrow, Zhou Huainan said, wanting to keep it a secret. Qian Yufei was very curious and a little impatient. She tugged at his clothes and shook it back and forth, her eyes fixed on him, eager to know. She looked upset and curious at the same time, silently expressing her feelings. I just wanted to know what she was thinking. Zhou Huainan couldn't handle her little expressions and gave up easily. All right, I admit defeat. Actually, if you paid attention this afternoon, you would have noticed that when we went back to the bamboo forest courtyard, we passed by a garden. There's a large banquet hall on the north side of that garden which can hold over 1,000 people easily. Tomorrow, we can come early so you can see it first. Why can't we go see it today? Because someone is setting up the venue there today, and it will be messy. It's easy to get noticed if you go over. Qian Yufei nodded. Oh, okay, the next day arrived quickly. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Qian Yufei pulled Zhou Huainan to the old house, but today they didn't rest in their small courtyard. Instead, Zhou Huainan took her to the large banquet hall near the garden. The hall's big door was open, and inside, many staff members were busy doing final checks and decorations. Bright flowers were arranged neatly in every corner, quietly creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Elegant tablecloths, shiny marble floors, and sparkling crystal chandeliers all showed that the upcoming event would be grand and luxurious. On the walls, there were paintings by famous artists, giving a sense of art under the soft lighting. There were pairs of sofas decorated with flowers, providing private space for young men and women to chat, matching the theme of the party perfectly. In the center, there was a fountain with water flowing gently, making a soft bubbling sound. On the west side of the hall, there was a dance floor with musical instruments ready, as if waiting for a musical celebration. The party started at 4 in the afternoon. They didn't stay long, as it might disturb the staff working there. Back in the main hall, they found that their grandparents weren't there today. There weren't many elders, but a few cousins were welcoming the younger family members. The young people were chatting freely, and the atmosphere was lively. However, not long after sitting down, Qian Yufei noticed several unfriendly looks directed at her. She also saw that little white lotus flower. She didn't need to guess. She was sure they were talking badly about her. She couldn't understand why he still had the courage to appear at the Zhou family's gathering, smiling and chatting with others as if nothing had happened. Was the Zhou family so kind-hearted? Qian Yufei was very suspicious. Although Qin Feng's matter had been resolved, it didn't mean the impact was over. Her presence was like an unsolvable knot. Whenever people saw her, they would think of the Zhou family's grandson not liking the girl his mother introduced, but instead running away to find a man. Most importantly, the entire Zhou family accepted her happily, without opposition, and didn't seem worried about rumors spreading outside that they sold their son to gain favor with powerful people in Beijing. It sounded nice, just wanting to be happy. But in reality, people can't ignore gossip completely, no matter how strong they are inside. She didn't know if this was brought here again by Zhou Huainan's second aunt. If it was, then things would get interesting. That second aunt probably had some flaws in her character, because no normal person would do something so thoughtless. Qian Yufei glanced around, her mind racing with different thoughts. Just then, a beautiful woman sitting beside the white lotus suddenly picked up her glass and slowly approached Qian Yufei. No, she was actually heading toward Zhou Huainan. She stopped in front of Zhou Huainan with a gentle smile, swaying her wine glass and speaking smoothly. Brother Huainan, long time no see. How have you been lately? Zhou Huainan held Qian Yufei's hand as if comforting her, then raised his glass and clinked it with hers, taking a small sip.
Not bad, he replied.
Then he pulled the woman beside him, who was watching the scene, into his arms, nuzzling her neck and sniffing her. Very intimate. The woman's smile suddenly froze on her face. She glared at Qian Yufei with resentment, then looked sadly at Zhou Huainan. Finally, she finished her drink and, without hesitation, turned and left. Qian Yufei was a bit surprised. She muttered softly, "She's leaving so soon? How can she be so sensible? So rational? Why not try to fight for him a little more?" Zhou Huainan was amused and pinched her cheek. "Don't you know she's here to compete for your husband? And you're blaming her for being too sensible? What's wrong? You just love watching the show, don't you? You seem to enjoy it very much." Qian Yufei realized her mistake, stuck out her tongue, and leaned into Zhou Huainan's embrace. "I'm sorry." Zhou Huainan casually ruffled her hair, deliberately messing up her hairstyle. Seeing her pouty face, he felt better and said, "I'll forgive you this time. But next time, watch out for how I deal with you." Their little flirtation made Bai Lian and the others nearby look unhappy. Maybe Bai Lian didn't expect that, after only a few days of knowing each other through a blind date, their relationship would progress so quickly. After the previous person was upset and left, no one else disturbed them. Qian Yufei was happy to be left alone, sitting quietly and watching the show. Zhou Huainan was chatting with other friends and occasionally passing her snacks. After lunch, Zhou Huainan forcibly took Qian Yufei back to the bamboo forest courtyard and pressed her onto the bed. "Sleep well. The dinner party starts in a few hours, and it might last quite a while. Aren't you afraid you'll be too sleepy and miss the fun?" Qian Yufei didn't resist and closed her eyes obediently. Zhou Huainan chuckled. "Haha, you act like a child. Missing the fun is the best excuse." Qian Yufei quietly opened one eye, saw Zhou Huainan still looking at her, then pulled the blanket over her face. Zhou Huainan pulled the blanket away. "Sleep well. I'm leaving now." The banquet started promptly at 4 o'clock. Zhou Huainan, and she arrived just in time. The hall was already filled with beautiful music and many men and women had been brought by their parents. The main idea was to participate. Even if they didn't get a partner to take home, they could meet more friends or potential partners. Qian Yufei took a glass of wine, held Zhou Huainan's arm, and mingled with others. But her eyes weren't on them. She was looking around everywhere. Later, because Zhou Huainan went somewhere far from the center, she missed some of the show. She decided to split from him and found a comfortable sofa with a good view to sit on. She knew how to take care of herself. She grabbed plenty of snacks from the buffet area. However, as soon as she left Zhou Huainan, she hadn't even started enjoying her meal when trouble came knocking. Her mood at this moment was a mix of happiness, excitement, and a bit of frustration. She inwardly muttered, "Why am I so easy to bully? As soon as I leave Zhou Huainan, you come looking for me. Why didn't you come over just now?" The person approaching was a tall woman with 2 braids, wearing a fluffy, white dress. Her appearance was quite ordinary, and she walked slowly towards her with what she thought was an elegant gait. Qian Yufei almost wanted to laugh. Her outfit was neither fashionable nor plain. Calling her cute was not accurate at all. Her looks weren't remarkable, and she was pretending to be elegant. Plus, with her tall height, trying to look cute was a bit of a stretch. If you said she wasn't cute, she was still wearing a white fluffy dress. When she spoke, her tone was sharp and proud. "You're the matchmaker's girl from the countryside that Huainan mentioned." Qian Yufei could tell her tone was unfriendly, so she didn't hold back. "And which corner did you come from?" "I'm not even his match anymore." She stood up and introduced herself. "I'm Zhou Huainan's fiancé, the one he's engaged to." The woman pursed her lips and looked her up and down, from head to toe, then from left to right. "You're not as pretty as my sister Yuan. Your family background isn't better either. You've only known Huainan for a short time. How could he be interested in you?" So, she wasn't the main character. Qian Yufei relaxed a little once she realized the so-called Yuan wasn't her rival. She responded more casually. "Maybe we're just destined to be together. We're a perfect match," she said with a raised eyebrow and a teasing tone. You're shameless. Huainan and Yuan are a couple," the woman snapped. Qian Yufei leaned in and whispered, "Are you here to gather information on your sister Yuan? What benefits does she give you?" What information? What benefits? She replied, then looked in a certain direction. Qian Yufei followed her gaze and saw a girl with a sweet face, wearing a pink and white long dress, with flowing hair and a crown on her head. If this girl was the so-called Yuan, she was indeed quite beautiful. See that? That's Yuan. Isn't she prettier than you? Don't you feel inferior? And I tell you, they've known each other since childhood. Their relationship is definitely better than yours. Stop, she said. Since we grew up together, none of us have succeeded, and you still talk about how close we are. I can only say she's not the type Zhou Huainan likes. Qian Yufei wagged her finger and looked provocatively at Yuan. The girl started to doubt herself, maybe thinking she was right. Qian Yufei was amused by her confused expression and thought, why does she believe everything others say? No wonder she came out to stand up for others and end up as a scapegoat. Her mind is clearly being used by others. Her teasing worked. The sister Yuan also stepped forward, of course, accompanied by 3 poorly dressed followers. Yuan smiled, while her followers looked aggressive, as if they wanted to intimidate her. When they reached her, neither side spoke. They just exchanged smiles. The usual scapegoat, unable to hold back, spoke first. He introduced himself, which was quite interesting. The scapegoat said, "See? Look carefully. This is Li Mingyuan.
I'm Yuan.
Isn't she very beautiful?" He looked at Qian Yufei with a proud expression. Qian Yufei thought, if she weren't a bit tall, her expression would be very cute. Now, even with her proud look, she could only lower her head because Qian Yufei was shorter. To meet her gaze, she had to look down. Qian Yufei examined the lady carefully. As expected of a wealthy girl, her appearance, temperament, and family background all matched. And those followers made her look even more the part. The wealthy girl didn't speak. Qian Yufei also stayed silent, just watching her with a smile. Finally, the wealthy girl couldn't hold back. Though she looked calm on the outside, Qian Yufei saw her face twist with restraint. "Why aren't you talking?" she asked. Qian Yufei tilted her head and pretended to be innocent.
What?
"I don't know you, so there's nothing to say. Besides, I think you came to find me. If you don't know what to say, just go back." "I'm busy." The wealthy girl clenched her fists. "I'll give you money. Leave Zhou Huainan." Wow. Here it comes, the classic scene. Her heart fluttered. She sneered and said coldly, "You give? How much can you give?" "Zhou Huainan's money is nothing to me. I spend it freely." After saying that, she raised an eyebrow and looked at her proudly. The socialite was angry. "Don't be ungrateful. You are not from the same world. Brother Huainan is just playing with you. Don't take it seriously. It's better if I give you some money now, and you leave happily." Qian Yufei smiled. "Haha, sister, you're so funny. Have you forgotten what kind of job Brother Huainan has? He's a soldier. As soon as he files for marriage, our marriage isn't real, but it will be. Then I can spend his money however I want." She shook her head and teased her. "Oh, and by the way, what do you mean by not being from the same world? Are you not Chinese? Then go back to where you came from," she said, waving her hand as if to chase her away. "You really can't reason with you." "I'm just trying to help," she said earnestly. Qian Yufei looked disgusted. "Stop pretending to be kind. You're just trying to fool that cute guy next to you. If you think you can fool me, your skills aren't good enough. Basically, you're just after his money," the socialite said with disdain. Yeah, you're right," Qian Yufei said carelessly. "Then why don't I agree to give you money?" "Why don't you want it?" the sister asked curiously. "Tisich, is your money so easy to spend?" Qian Yufei looked at her as if to say, "Are you joking? Aren't they all money? What's the difference?" she asked. Qian Yufei counted on her fingers. "First, the amount is different. What you give might not be as much as Brother Huainan gives. And he keeps giving continuously. As long as we're married, his money is mine. I can spend it all. Yours is just a one-time thing, and it's far from enough. Are you just after money?" the socialite asked in disbelief. How could someone be so accepting of greed?
Yeah.
"And if I left Brother Huainan just for your little bit of money, I guarantee I wouldn't be able to keep what you give. In the end, I'd lose both people and money, she sighed. That's not worth it. I don't do business that loses money. Then she added, plus Brother Huainan is so good-looking and men with money aren't easy to find. Don't you want to give up too? And you came to find me. If you have the ability, go find him. We'll see. We'll see, Qian Yufei proudly replied. Then she turned her head and saw Zhou Huainan standing nearby, smiling at her with interest. She didn't know how long he had been listening or how long he had been standing there. A socialite sister next to her shot her a teasing look. It was clear she had noticed everything earlier. Qian Yufei pointed at her, a little angry, and said, "You tricked me." The socialite sister shrugged, smiled sweetly, and walked away gracefully. Left behind, Qian Yufei felt a bit confused and unsure. She quickly ran over to Zhou Huainan, grabbing his shirt and asking carefully, "How long have you been listening?" "All of it." Just as Qian Yufei was about to think about something else, Zhou Huainan pulled her into his arms, gently tousled her hair, and softly said, "It's okay. Just a little greedy for money. I have plenty of it, so you can spend as you like." She instantly felt comforted. Qian Yufei was sensible and didn't ask who that socialite was, how their relationship was, or why she wasn't chosen. Whether it was because she didn't like her, didn't feel a connection, or for some other reason, she didn't want to ask. She just wanted to know that Zhou Huainan ultimately chose her. Qian Yufei changed from tugging her clothes to hugging her arms, acting a bit coquettishly. "Are you done talking? Do we have to stay here tonight?"
Not yet.
"I just came to see if you were being bullied. Looks like you're doing okay. Even resisting a little. That makes me feel better. Sit for a bit. The party will go on for a while longer." Qian Yufei nodded obediently. "Oh, okay." Then Zhou Huainan tousled her hair again and left happily. After walking a few steps, he looked back and pointed at her wine glass, adding, "Drink less. The wine you chose is pretty strong. Be careful not to get drunk." Qian Yufei looked down at her glass, tilted her head, and seemed to doubt him. She muttered to herself, "It's so sweet. How can it be strong?" Seeing she didn't believe him, Zhou Huainan didn't try to persuade her further. Since they were on his territory, he figured he could keep an eye on her. But it was clear he was a bit too confident. In her past life, Zhou Yufei rarely drank alcohol. The only time she did was during the New Year at home, drinking a little beer. She didn't get drunk, so she thought her alcohol tolerance was good. Now, she tastes this delicious, sweet wine. Her first thought is that it must be fruit wine, probably with low alcohol content. After finishing a glass, she doesn't feel drunk, which makes her more sure that Zhou Huainan is lying, that he just doesn't want her to drink too much. So she ignores Zhou Huainan's warning and unknowingly drinks glass after glass. But as Zhou Huainan said, everyone here is very careful. Seeing her so drunk, no one bothers her. When Zhou Huainan comes back again, he sees her as a little drunk cat. She is sitting alone at the table, staring with blurry eyes at her glass of wine, her eyes fixed on it. She shakes her head and sways, her hand flailing on the table, muttering, "Shouldn't there be 2 glasses? Where did that other one go?" Zhou Huainan immediately knows she didn't listen and drank too much. Her eyes are starting to cross. He begins to soothe her, saying, "The wine here is finished. Let's go home and drink, okay?" Qian Yufei hears the voice and takes a while to look up at Zhou Huainan. She reacts slowly, saying, "Huh?
Who are you?"
"You're pretty handsome." She reaches out to try to grab him. But just as she tries to stand up, she wobbles and almost falls to the ground. Luckily, Zhou Huainan catches her in time and pulls her into his arms. He lowers his head and says, "What? You're so drunk you don't even recognize me? You just said you wouldn't leave me, right?" Qian Yufei can't stand steadily. Her head presses against his chest. She looks up at Zhou Huainan's face carefully, then rubs her eyes to see more clearly. Finally, she nods slowly, as if confirming something, and softly says, "Oh, you're Zhou Huainan." Her voice is sweet, and Zhou Huainan's heart melts. Then she grabs Zhou Huainan's arm and says, "Let's go. Hurry and get the marriage certificate. Let's register our marriage, so no one can bother us. And all your money is mine now, I've spent it all. Your thinking is pretty clear, huh? You even know to get a marriage license." Zhou Huainan hugs her to keep her from wobbling. Let's go home and write the report, okay? Yes, okay. I'll help you write it when we get back. She says this while tugging at his clothes and pulling his hair. But her hair is too short, so she can't grab it well. Okay. You help me write it. I gently guided her out of the banquet hall. At first, Zhou Huainan was supporting Qian Yufei as they left, but after drinking, Qian Yufei became very playful. Her mind was wild, and her actions were chaotic. She kept touching here and looking there. At one point, she even wanted to lift Zhou Huainan's shirt to feel his abs, acting like a flirt, but Zhou Huainan stopped her just in time. She also damaged many flowers in the garden. When she was told she couldn't pick them, she looked sad and stubborn. Zhou Huainan felt helpless, but had no choice but to let her pick. She tore the flowers into pieces, scattering them like fairy dust. Luckily, she lost interest after a few flowers, or else they would have to spend the whole night transplanting new flowers for her grandfather's birthday tomorrow. She was unsteady on her feet, almost falling over. Zhou Huainan didn't need to hold her. She kept wandering, sometimes squatting down to whisper to ants, as if complaining. Sometimes she said she wanted to climb a tree to steal bird eggs, or stop to watch a show in the banquet hall. Zhou Huainan was exhausted by her antics. He finally carried her away. No, not just a princess carry, but she kept struggling, trying to pull her hands away. In the end, Zhou Huainan had to carry her back. Fortunately, the path back to the bamboo courtyard was quiet, with no one around, so no one saw her drunk inside. Otherwise, she would have been terribly embarrassed the next day. Luckily, she was just drunk and didn't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had a peaceful night. Back in the bamboo courtyard, Zhou Huainan took a lot of effort to settle Qian Yufei onto the bed. She lay there with a faint blush on her face, a silly smile on her lips, as if thinking about something sweet. Zhou Huainan looked at her and shook his head helplessly. You really are a little drinker. I told you the wine is strong, but you didn't listen. Now you're drunk. Next time, I hope you'll think twice before drinking so much, he said softly. Qian Yufei seemed to hear him. She mumbled and turned over, clutching Zhou Huainan's arm tightly, whispering, No, I want to drink sweet wine. Her actions made Zhou Huainan smile. He gently pulled his arm free, covered her with a blanket, and then went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of warm water. Back in the room, he carefully helped Qian Yufei sit up and gave her some warm water. Here's sweet wine. Drink more, he said, hoping it would help her feel less dizzy. Then he gently wiped her with a damp cloth and let her sleep. Maybe she was tired from tossing around, or maybe it was bedtime. Soon she fell asleep. At first, Zhou Huainan stayed by her side, but when he saw she was sleeping peacefully and nothing else was happening, he went back to his room to sleep. He also needed rest. Tomorrow was his grandfather's birthday party, with many guests coming. He needed to help greet them, so he had to sleep well tonight to be energetic tomorrow. The next morning, Qian Yufei woke up with a headache. She knocked on her head with her fist and shook it, trying to clear her mind, but it didn't work. She muttered, What's wrong with me? I don't remember drinking much, and it was just fruit wine. Why does my head hurt so much? Hearing her wake up, Zhou Huainan knocked on the door and asked, Yufei, are you awake? Can I come in? Come in. When Zhou Huainan entered, he saw her sitting on the bed, rubbing her head. He teased, Headache? Feeling bad? I told you to drink less last night, but you didn't listen. Then he handed her some hangover soup. Here, drink this. Afterward, we need to change into our formal clothes and come back. Qian Yufei obediently took the bowl and drank the hangover soup in one go. She looked like she was taking medicine, drinking it very bravely. She carefully asked, Did I drink a lot last night? I don't remember. And how did I get back? Zhou Huainan looked a bit surprised. You don't remember? I should remember, right? He chuckled bitterly, resting his hand on his forehead and sighing. Not remembering is actually good. He didn't say the rest aloud, but what he really wanted to say was, if she remembered what she did drunk last night, she'd be too embarrassed to face anyone. Maybe she'd never drink again, but Zhou Huainan thought it might be better if she didn't know. In the future, when she was bored, she could still have some wine to drink. It could be fun, right? It has to be said, Zhou Huainan's heart is a bit mischievous and a little dark. The two of them quickly washed up and then went to the dining hall for breakfast. The kitchen here prepares meals on a set schedule, and many guests stayed overnight at the old house yesterday. So, Qin Yufi's breakfast felt like a buffet, rich and delicious. She thought she could eat this kind of breakfast every day for a year without getting tired. She also felt a bit confused. Am I back in modern times? Otherwise, shouldn't this era lack clothes and food? Why is the breakfast here more delicious and abundant than what I had in modern times? After leaving the old house, she went back to Zhou Huainan's place to change into a formal dress. The clothes they ordered and bought recently were stored there. Today, she planned to change her outfit and do her hair and makeup. She also needed to bring a few sets of clothes to the old house, just in case. It's important to be prepared for these kinds of fancy banquets, which can be quite dramatic. More clothes and jewelry are always better to have. By the time they finished getting ready, it was already past 11. This was mainly because makeup and styling in this era are not as elaborate, saving a lot of time. Qin Yufi didn't want to look like someone else. She just wanted to highlight her best features with a simple style that wouldn't embarrass Zhou Huainan. After delivering their spare clothes to the bamboo forest courtyard, they returned to the main hall. It was already noon, and the banquet hadn't started yet. Most of the people gathered here are family members. Those who came to visit usually arrived a few days earlier or came when the banquet started. The banquet was scheduled to begin at 3 in the afternoon. They planned to arrive around 2, so there wasn't much time left. It's noon now, and lunch was already set up in the dining hall. Today's lunch was a buffet. Eat whenever and whatever you wanted, without needing to gather everyone together and waste time. Everyone was busy today. Not everyone had time to sit down and eat properly. Some were busy handling urgent matters, while others went to entertain guests. Some people were so busy they had no time to eat, while most just grabbed a quick bite when they could. This buffet style suited their needs perfectly. Qin Yufi had nothing to do and ate quite well. However, Zhou Huainan was halfway through his meal when his cousin pulled him away, and she didn't know where he went. Before leaving, she left a message. Yufei, after you finish eating, go wait in the lobby. I will come to pick you up before the banquet starts. Today, we need to attend together. Qian Yufei was eating and didn't have time to reply. She just nodded to show she understood. By 2 o'clock, most people in the hall had left. Many had gone to the banquet hall, or were busy with other things. Qian Yufei felt very bored staying there, mainly because she didn't know most of the remaining people. Fortunately, her grandmother was still chatting with her peers, so she knew the banquet hadn't started yet and didn't feel anxious. Zhou Huainan didn't make her wait long. He came to find her at 2:30. How is it? Are you getting anxious? Qian Yufei didn't lie. She wrinkled her nose and nodded. Yes, I am anxious. They all left. Okay, my mistake. I was late, so I left you here alone. I'll make it up to you after the banquet. Qian Yufei was easily comforted. She smiled and ran up to him, wrapping her arm around his, and asked, How will you make it up to me? He looked into her eyes and asked, How do you want me to keep you company? Anyway is fine. Yes, anyway is fine. Then I'll think about it carefully, she said, shaking his arm playfully. All right, take your time. But we need to hurry to the banquet hall or it will start soon. Yes, let's go quickly. But even if we're late, it's your fault, not mine, she said, pulling him along and making excuses for herself. Zhou Huainan let her pull him as they walked toward the banquet hall, joking and laughing. Seeing many people coming and going nearby, they slowed down a bit. Qian Yufei immediately became more elegant. She thoughtfully tidied Zhou Huainan's clothes, then linked her arm with his, straightened her back, and looked poised and polite. She walked with him toward the banquet hall, her face glowing with happiness, but her eyes were already scanning the room. Zhou Huainan looked at her with a smile, thinking to himself, why does she love to watch the excitement so much? As soon as we come in, her eyes start wandering everywhere. He gently patted Qian Yufei's head and said, We need to visit some elders first. I'll also introduce you to them. Our engagement party won't be held separately. We will announce it directly at the banquet later. Qian Yufei felt a little nervous and thought, so many people, can I do this? Zhou Huainan seemed to notice her fear and worry, and he comforted her. Don't be afraid. Not only do we need to announce our engagement today, but my cousin will also be announced at the same time. Qian Yufei patted her chest and whispered, that's good. At least I have someone with me. It was then that she realized, somewhat slowly, that the jewelry and accessories she was wearing today were all put on again by Zhou Huainan at the old house. They looked very valuable. Then Zhou Huainan took her around to meet many elders. Luckily, she only needed to say a few words, greet the elders, and keep smiling. Zhou Huainan handled most of the talking. Even so, it was quite tiring. When the banquet officially started, Qian Yufei was still moving her cheeks, feeling her muscles stiffening. And it wasn't over yet. Zhou Huainan said there would be another group of people to greet later. Her grandfather was speaking on stage, and her grandmother stood beside him, holding hands happily. Qian Yufei kept glancing at the stage. Her grandfather looked energetic and was passionately speaking about something. She didn't pay much attention because her eyes were drawn to Sun Qianlian, who looked like a pure white lotus flower. She felt speechless. Her eyes widened. If it weren't for the occasion, she really wanted to ask, how do you have the nerve to come here? She was curious about who had brought her in. Had she ever thought about whether the banquet would welcome her? If she wasn't mistaken, when she was greeting guests earlier, she vaguely saw Qin Feng, and standing next to him was probably his newly acknowledged partner, Gu Yuanxiao. Although Gu Yuanxiao might not take that little white lotus seriously, bringing her to such an important event was a bit rude. She wondered how Gu Yuanxiao was feeling now. After all, the little white lotus could be considered Qin Feng's ex, though she never officially dated him. Everyone knew she was his ex. She was a bit distracted, her mind wandering with random thoughts, but her attention was quickly pulled back when Zhou Huainan softly reminded her in her ear, in a little while, we'll go on stage. Just pay attention, don't be too nervous. You don't need to say anything, just smile. I've got everything under control. Honestly, Qian Yufei had never experienced such a situation before, not in her past life or this one. She was very nervous right now. Even if Zhou Huainan wanted her to say a few words, she probably couldn't. She might just awkwardly say, eat well, drink well, and end awkwardly. Fortunately, they didn't give her any difficult tasks. She just needed to smile and follow Zhou Huainan onto the stage. As the host enthusiastically announced, let's warmly welcome the two couples, Zhou Huijun and Li Muran, Zhou Huainan and Qian Yufei, to the stage. Music started playing, soft and romantic. When the four of them reached the stage and stood still, the host's loud voice rang out again. Today is not only old Master Zhou's 66th birthday, but also a joyful moment for these two couples as they get engaged. Let's send them our most sincere wishes. Suddenly, the guests clapped and cheered, filling the scene with happiness and good wishes. Qian Yufei took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Her hand unconsciously clenched Zhou Huainan's sleeve. Zhou Huainan felt her nervousness, gently patted her hand, and gave her a reassuring look. Standing on stage, they received everyone's blessings, feeling a mix of emotions that words couldn't describe. At that moment, the host spoke again. These two couples look so perfect together. I believe their future will be full of love and happiness. We also wish them a lifetime of togetherness and happiness. With the host's words, the applause grew louder. The four of them bowed in thanks, and then stepped down. The banquet officially began. They didn't stay on stage for long, since today was the birthday celebration, and Grandpa was the main guest. Their engagement was just a side event. Hosting a big birthday banquet and then holding two separate engagement parties would be a bit unnecessary, and not everyone invited to the engagement would necessarily come. It was better to introduce the two couples directly at this formal occasion, rather than holding separate engagement parties. This was much more efficient. After Qian Yufei came down, she immediately looked more lively and no longer seemed nervous or confused. Zhou Huainan admired how quickly she changed her mood. We're visiting some elders now, so you can move around freely. Just keep holding on a little longer. Hearing that she could soon be free to move, Qian Yufei became very happy. Her smile was bright and natural, and her genuine happiness seemed to spread to others. As a result, the elders she met liked her even more. They kept saying, "This girl is very pretty, cheerful, and always smiling." Zhou Huainan chose well. Listening to their praise, Qian Yufei felt even happier and became more confident in her interactions. Time passed quickly, and she had met most of the people she needed to see. Now, Zhou Huainan had to handle the rest himself. He took Qian Yufei to the snack area and told her, "You can play here and help yourself to anything you want to eat. Just one rule, no drinking alcohol. Do you understand?" Although she didn't remember what happened after drinking yesterday, she knew she had blacked out. So, she paid more attention to the drinks now. She definitely didn't want to get drunk again. "Yes, I won't drink anymore." Today, many guests were here. Most of them were chatting inside the venue. With nothing to do, she decided to find something to eat to fill her stomach. But as she carried her plate back to the buffet area, she felt her dinner might be delayed forever. Because she had just overheard a big gossip about that white lotus flower. She saw the white lotus woman arguing with a beautiful lady in a white dress, just like her. They were exchanging words, but she was too far away to hear clearly. She started looking for a good spot to watch the scene without being noticed by either of them. Her eyes scanned around and found a pillar. But as she approached, she saw someone hiding there. It was none other than the girl she met yesterday, the one who stood up for the socialite sister, the little cutie who was watching the fight with great interest. Qian Yufei wanted to scare her a little. She quietly tiptoed over, tapped her shoulder, and before she could scream, covered her mouth with her hand. She put a finger to her lips and whispered, "Shh, be quiet. Do you still want to watch the show?" Qian Yufei raised her eyebrows at the two people who were confronting each other. "Just like you." The little cutie didn't have time to pay attention to her. Watching the scene was more important. Then, the two of them put aside their previous disagreement and hid behind a pillar, leaning their heads together to secretly listen. They heard the white-dressed girl softly crying and saying, "It wasn't my fault. I was just here, carefully picking vegetables, and you bumped into me." After saying that, she rubbed her eyes, as if wiping away tears or trying to make her eyes look redder to seem more vulnerable. It's important to note that the girl facing her was the white-dressed girl, but behind her were two other friends. If she kept acting like this, everyone would think the white-dressed girl was the one being bullied. The girl in the white dress looked very angry and blushed, but she didn't shout loudly, afraid of attracting others' attention. It was clear she was well-mannered. "Don't you know? When you turned around just now, you clearly saw me coming, and you threw the plate at me." The white-dressed girl started crying again, tears falling one by one, her eyes red. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, easily stirring protective feelings in others. Qian Yufei shook her head and sighed. "Are they both little cats? Their voices are so soft I can hardly hear them from this close." She then turned to the little cutie and gently nudged her with her elbow, whispering, "Did they start fighting just because of a bump?" The little cutie looked at her with a truly innocent expression. "No way. Didn't you see Wang Jiao's white dress got stained?" Qian Yufei smiled knowingly. As expected, a classic scene. "Really? I can't see where it's dirty from here. Let's switch places." Although the little cutie found it troublesome, she agreed and swapped seats with her. Now the view was better. She saw that the girl in the white dress, Wang Jiao, had a large stain on her right side waist, big enough that it couldn't be easily cleaned or hidden in a short time. TSK, looks like the troublemaker is the one complaining first. Poor Wang Jiao. The little cutie rolled her eyes at her again and silently turned back to watch the scene. At first, Qian Yufei didn't understand why the little cutie gave her a cold look, but after watching for a while, she realized she was too naive. None of these women were simple. Perhaps because they kept standing still, others noticed them. Then, they saw a young man with a gentle, refined look, wearing glasses with gold rims and a gray suit, walking toward the two of them. "What's going on here?" Suddenly, Wang Jiao noticed her dress was dirty and quickly stepped forward. Jiao Jiao, are you okay? How did your dress get so dirty? She took off her blazer to cover her, trying to hide the stain. Wang Jiao cried and pouted, pointing at Bai Lian and saying, Brother Yun, it was her. She hit me with a tray, got me all messy, and didn't even apologize. She's lying, saying I bumped into her on purpose. Then, she grabbed the refined young man's shirt and cried, How could I be so stupid? What kind of event is this? Besides, I have no reason to cause trouble. Before the so-called Brother Yun could speak, Bai Lian also spoke up, sounding sweet and coquettish, with red eyes and tears on her face, saying, Brother Yun. Her words seemed to twist around. Qian Yufei shivered and felt goosebumps all over her body. She then heard the other side say, I really don't know what happened. I was just choosing food, and when I looked back, she bumped into me. I didn't even react. Both sides insisted their stories, and it was clear they both knew Brother Yun well. Qian Yufei quietly whispered to her little friend, Guess who Brother Yun will help? The little friend seemed very familiar with their relationship and confidently said, Of course, he'll help Wang Jiao. They're engaged. Wow, this is getting more interesting. There's even this kind of connection. Qian Yufei thought to herself, but she asked aloud, Why do I feel like that Bai Lian? No, son Qianlian also seems interested in Brother Yun. Bai Lian? Never mind. It's not important. None of this matters. Qian Yufei quickly waved her hand. Oh, okay, the little friend said, not paying much attention. She continued, I think so too. They didn't seem very close before, but now they look like they have a special relationship. Qian Yufei, who loved to watch drama, guessed boldly. Do you think Brother Yun might be involved with son Qianlian? Why are you guessing like that? They didn't seem to have any interactions before. Do you know something? No, I just arrived a few days ago. Before today, I didn't know them at all. I see. Qian Yufei turned her head and said, Watch the show. Maybe we can guess something from their talk. That Cloud brother now looks stuck between two sides. Both seem to want him to help decide, but he doesn't want to hurt either one. He can only step back first to keep peace. Jiao Jiao, your dress is dirty. Let's find a place to change it. We have dancing later, so we can't delay. Wang Jiao pointed at Bai Lian with sad and disappointed eyes and said to Cloud brother, What about her? Doesn't she have any responsibility? Did she make me get all dirty for nothing? Cloud brother looked at Bai Lian and Wang Jiao, both looking upset. He felt torn and finally sighed. She didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive her. Wang Jiao looked shocked and raised her voice, clearly angry and upset. Zhang Yun, you're helping her? I told you she deliberately bumped into me and dirted my clothes. She hasn't apologized, and now you're helping her. Wang Jiao's hands started to shake with anger. Fine, Zhang Yun. You're so good. You believe her, and not me. You're helping her. Her voice grew louder and more furious. At this moment, her close friend stepped in. One helped Wang Jiao by patting her back to calm her down, while the other started explaining what just happened. Brother Yun, you're being a bit too much. Don't forget, Jiao Jiao is your fiancé. If you're not going to help, that's fine, but to falsely accuse her and bully her? You can't be so unfair. At first, we kept our distance from her, just eating. We didn't know what Sun Qianlian was up to, but then she moved next to Jiao Jiao. When she turned around, she spilled everything from her plate onto Jiao Jiao. Also, when we arrived, she clearly saw what happened and even looked back. She did it on purpose. White Lotus, I really saw you all come over earlier, but I didn't know Jiao Jiao was right next to me when I was picking food. If I had known, I wouldn't have bumped into her. We have no grudges from the past or present. What am I trying to do? Little follower. You're just jealous. You're jealous that Jiao Jiao is wearing the same white dress as you, jealous that she's prettier than you, and jealous that she has a fiancé. White Lotus's face twisted a bit, as if she was hit in the heart. You're talking nonsense. At first, little follower was just joking around, but now it seemed she had accidentally discovered the real reason. She exaggeratedly pointed at her. No way, no way. Are you really jealous of Jiao Jiao? You're so scary. Just because you envy someone, you have to accuse her? What are you jealous of? That Jiao Jiao is prettier than you, or that her fiancé is Zhang Yun? White Lotus seemed even more excited. Shut up, stop talking, second little follower. That's. Yu. I think you might be right. I feel like whether Jiao Jiao is prettier or has a fiancé, she's jealous of both. Then she asked White Lotus, could it be that you like Brother Yun? At this moment, Wang Jiao was also watching White Lotus, trying to see the truth in her eyes. But after White Lotus told her to shut up, she seemed to realize something. She had already controlled her expression, so whether it was Wang Jiao nearby or Qian Yufei watching from afar, no one could tell what she was thinking from her face. White Lotus, you can't falsely accuse me. I just met Brother Yun a couple of days ago. How could I have any inappropriate thoughts about him? Zhang Yun also spoke at the right time. Stop guessing nonsense. We're not that close. Then he turned to try to hold Wang Jiao's hand. Wang Jiao looked a bit suspicious. Slowly, she reached out her hand, then suddenly seemed to trip and fell toward Zhang Yun.
Ah!
Brother Yun, Zhang Yun caught her naturally and comforted her. Be careful. Are you hurt anywhere? As he spoke, he took her hands to check her. Wang Jiao, true to her name, was very delicate. She pretended to touch her leg, pouting and acting cute. Brother Yun, I think I twisted my ankle. What should I do? I might not be able to dance later. As she spoke, her eyes started to turn red little by little. Tears began to gather, as if they would fall at any moment. Zhang Yun said, It's okay. Let me take a look. He then helped her sit on a nearby chair, took off her shoes, and quickly adjusted her bones. In no time, he finished. Now you check again. Are you feeling better? Wang Jiao was also very good at providing emotional support. She stood up and took a few steps forward, then praised, Brother Yun is really amazing. No wonder he's the director of the hospital. I'm already feeling better. She looked sincere and admiring, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yun. I'm glad to have you. Zhang Yun was pleased. He looked at her affectionately. It's good that you're better. Let's go, I'll help you change clothes. Then he gently supported Wang Jiao as she walked gracefully. It was as if they had already forgotten about Sun Qianlian. The two little followers both turned their heads to sneer at the innocent girl, then raised their heads and strode after them. After they left, Sun Qianlian's eyes filled with resentment. She stared fiercely at Wang Jiao's back, as if she wanted to swallow her alive. But that fierce look quickly disappeared, replaced by a kind smile. She stomped her foot and turned away. At this moment, Qian Yufei finally patted her chest and stepped out from behind a pillar. She had wanted to come out earlier when Wang Jiao and the others left, but it was only thanks to the little cutie beside her pulling her that she got a chance to see the hidden side of that innocent girl. She patted her chest, still trembling, and said, I was wrong. She shouldn't be called White Lotus. From now on, she's Black Lotus. Too scary. She looked at the little cutie and reached out her hand. We've become friends through hardships. I still don't know your name.
I'm Qian Yufei.
What about you? The little cutie hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out her hand and touched hers. My name is Zhou Shi, she said awkwardly. But we're not really friends through hardships. At most, we just peeked at each other. Qian Yufei waved her hand. No, that's not called peeking. We just happened to see what was happening. And with those arguments just now, it was a classic case of two women fighting over one man. And we weren't the only ones watching secretly. Others are paying attention too? Sure, here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Of course, I saw it. You were probably too focused on them and didn't notice what was around you, she said with a proud little smile. But I did see that many people were deliberately passing by here, and the waiters were bringing drinks over. Is it just watching a show? As long as we don't tell anyone, no one will know we saw anything. Why are you so worried? Zhou said. I'm not worried. You don't understand Sun Qianlian. She's like sticky gum, very clingy. Once she sticks to someone, it's hard to get rid of her. She only stops when she's peeled off completely. Do you know why Qin Feng left his good life to join the army? Qian Yufei quickly answered, because she couldn't get into the military zone. Exactly. She can't get close or cause trouble inside the military area. And she's afraid to act recklessly there. Qian Yufei's eyes lit up with curiosity. Before Qin Feng joined the army, how did little White Lotus behave? Or should I say little Black Lotus? But Zhou ignored her and went to pick some food from the side. Qian Yufei didn't give up. She followed her, also picking food, and gently bumped her arm. Tell me, since you're just sitting around anyway. At first, she didn't say anything. When Qian Yufei bumped her a second time, she turned to signal her to look ahead. How can you say I'm just sitting around? I'm not free at all. Qian Yufei looked up and said, Wow, that little black lotus is really busy. They just sent off a couple over there, and now she's looking for Qin Feng and his partner. She's got some nerve. That Gu Yuan Qiao isn't someone to mess with, she agreed. She nodded and said, she probably isn't crazy enough to provoke them. I think she's there to apologize. Didn't you see her bowing and making gestures? Wow, this girl is impressive. She's flexible and knows how to handle things. But I wonder why she's apologizing. If it's because she likes Qin Feng, then it's not really an apology, it's more like looking for trouble. I told you she's not simple. Just watch. If we don't deal with her now, she'll cause more problems later. Qian Yufei was curious. What do you mean by deal with her? Do you want to marry her off? She looked at her with a tired face, as if she was looking at a fool. Qian Yufei got anxious. Hey, sister, don't look at me like that. I just arrived a few days ago and don't know much yet. Can you tell me honestly and share any gossip you know? Wouldn't that make you happier? I would also feel happy listening to it. Isn't it better for both of us to be twice as happy? It seems she was convinced by her and explained a little. Her main support has always been Qin Feng's mother, who is your partner's second aunt. As long as this confused second aunt keeps supporting her, she can keep going. Do you think Qin Feng would fight his own mother? Would her new boyfriend fight his mother-in-law? Qian Yufei nodded understandingly. That makes sense. I'm just very curious. As far as I know, Sun Qianlian is just a relative of that second aunt's family. Why does she treat her so well? Don't tell me it's because she likes girls and can't have children. I don't believe that. She gave her a knowing look. You're very smart. Qian Yufei asked, then why? She looked ahead at Sun Qianlian, who was still bowing and smiling, and leaned close to Qian Yufei's ear, saying, I heard, just heard, don't spread it around. She emphasized, and Qian Yufei understood that the story was interesting. It said that a very powerful fortune teller predicted it. The fortune teller said Sun Qianlian would bring her good luck. As long as she keeps her around, your partner's second aunt will have everything go smoothly. She moved closer and lowered her voice, and strangely enough, since she brought Sun Qianlian into her life, career, love, and children have all been going very well. Really so magical, she nodded heavily. Exactly so. Otherwise, why do you think that second aunt has been protecting her and bringing her along? Qian Yufei looked as if she understood. That explains a lot. I was just wondering why she could appear so openly at such an important event, especially right after what just happened. How could this dark lotus show up so confidently and loudly? She just caused trouble with Wang Jiao and then went to find Qin Feng. It turns out she was confident because she knew she had backup. Knowing the second aunt was supporting her, no one could do anything to her. She sighed. Sun Qianlian is very tricky. Sometimes her luck is really extraordinary. But she also tends to cause trouble. Over the years, your Zhou family has invested a lot of effort and resources into her. Maybe this is the easiest chance for the Zhou family to get rid of her. If they miss this opportunity, she will become even more tightly bound to that second aunt. About our old Zhou family, I haven't even married in yet. But the more you talk, the more interested I am in this little black lotus. Also, was second aunt really unlucky before she met the little black lotus? Why does she always need to carry a mascot with her? She smiled mysteriously and wagged a finger. I can't tell you everything. You can ask Zhou Huainan if you want. All I can say is, before she met Sun Qianlian, second aunt was like cursed. She kept tripping over herself, choking on water and almost passing out, arguing with her husband every day, getting hit by flower pots, encountering robberies and human traffickers. Even when people followed her 24/7, she still got hurt and was scammed out of money and feelings. There was a lot of information. Qian Yufei wanted to say, that's not just one thing, you're telling me everything you know, but she also found it interesting. She paused for a moment. Now I understand second aunt better. If I were her, I would protect her too. She looked as if she agreed.
Exactly.
Most people think that way. But, well, she then whispered softly, but over the past few years, second aunt hasn't been unlucky. Instead, all the bad luck has shifted to the direct descendants of the Zhou family. They've all been unlucky one after another. It's really strange. Qian Yufei looked surprised. No way. Is it that serious? She nodded hard. These things aren't secret. If you ask around among the wealthy, everyone knows. It shouldn't be like that. If the Zhou family knew about this, they should step in and stop it. Just if, the bad luck of second aunt is entirely caused by the little black lotus and has been transferred to other direct descendants of the Zhou family, then those unlucky ones should fight back. Things shouldn't just keep getting worse. That's unreasonable. She looked at her as if to say, you still don't know enough. You should know that the current head of the Zhou family is second aunt's biological father, your grandfather. He will definitely protect his daughter. Also, the misfortunes in recent years were small and scattered. Not many people paid attention.
They were seen as accidents.
It's only since last year that things started to get more serious. Gradually, everyone has come to this conclusion. So, I think this incident is the best opportunity to deal with her and get rid of her. Qian Yufei enjoyed her time at the party very much. She wished she could stay a few more days because the gossip in this big family was much more interesting than in her small hometown. She also wanted to know how the story of the White Lotus would end. She was very curious. Plus, she had a tiny suspicion about the Black Lotus. I feel that since things are getting more and more exaggerated by the day, the resolution is coming soon. Maybe soon, someone will start to challenge the family authority and the old grandfather might choose to cut ties and make a clean break. After all, family comes first. Compared to a daughter-in-law from outside, he would find it easier to make a decision. She nodded. I think so too. The birthday party is the perfect time for this to happen. I'm just waiting for the event to break out. Then she suddenly thought of something and whispered, if it happens inside your family, can you tell me some news when it happens? Seeing her, Qian Yufei knew she was like-minded. Both love gossip and want to know what happens next. She nodded. If I see anything, I'll tell you a little. But, some things are private and I can't talk about everything. Got it? Just a rough idea is enough. The important thing is the outcome. The process doesn't need to be detailed. Qian Yufei and she high-fived, happy about their cooperation. Their initial friendship was built on sharing gossip, and for now it was stable. As the saying goes, family secrets shouldn't be shared outside, especially when they involve mysterious things that science can't explain. So, nothing unusual happened during the party. Only after everyone left did Qian Yufei realize something was different. The atmosphere had changed. The inevitable was about to happen. She felt excited, but a little nervous. Inside, she was thinking how thrilling it was. She had just enjoyed the gossip, and now the ending might be coming. It was so exciting. All the family members with the surname Zhou stayed behind. None left early. Even those who had left earlier returned. But the two main characters, the Black Lotus and the second aunt, weren't there anymore. They had already left. Qian Yufei didn't go to find Zhou Huainan. He seemed busy talking to others, so she didn't want to disturb him. She didn't try to move toward the center, since she wasn't officially part of the Zhou family yet. In this situation, her presence was best kept low, just in case she was asked to leave, so she wouldn't miss the interesting parts. She hid behind the crowd, listening to the noisy chatter in the hall, but couldn't hear clearly what was being said. Before long, someone started to speak out. It was a young man she didn't know. He stepped onto the stage, picked up the microphone, looked around at everyone, and the crowd stopped whispering and talking. He said, "Second Master, I know you care about Sister Qing, but you can't ignore everyone's safety. Our request isn't big. We just want to move that person with the surname Sun somewhere farther away. We haven't hurt her. Why do you refuse? Or is there something we don't know?" Grandpa Zhou Huanan looked upset. This was directed at him, and he got straight to the point. Seeing everyone glaring at him angrily, he suddenly felt old and helpless about protecting his daughter. He didn't go on stage but stayed where he was and said, "I'm very sad about Huining's death, but we can't blame Qing for everything. She didn't do anything wrong. And no one can be sure that their deaths are related to bad luck, right? It was just an accident. But no one can guarantee that their deaths have nothing to do with Sister Qing either. Don't you think their deaths happened at the same time as some of her movements? Soon after Huaining died, Qing got a promotion. After Huiyan died, that clueless person with the surname Sun suddenly joined the arts troupe and became a formal artist. And after that girl from the Xiao family died, Qing's badly injured leg, which might have needed amputation, suddenly healed for no reason. Aren't these things enough to suggest that the person with the surname Sun is suspicious? So, does Second Master mean that my sister Qing has a problem? Wow, how exciting. No wonder that little cutie hasn't said anything. These things, honestly, are hard to explain, Money Yu Fei thought silently. People might have heard or guessed some of these before, but few connected all the dots. Now, someone had put all the pieces together, and everyone suddenly realized how closely related these events really were. As long as someone around them was hurt or died, good things would happen to them. Even if they were injured, as long as they sacrificed others, their wounds would heal completely. It was very frightening, and everyone felt chills. I really can't think about it anymore, or I might scare myself to death. Before the old man could speak or show his opinion, someone else spoke up. This person was a bit older, a middle-aged man, second uncle. Although right now only our more distant relatives are affected, you can't guarantee that it won't eventually reach your side. We're not just sitting around. If someone dies, it's not nothing. Now that we've found the source, we must deal with it. This means they are just informing him now, so he can be mentally prepared. They are planning to take action. Then someone else said, yes, second uncle, as the head of the family you should be fair and strict. But now, since it involves Sister Qing, you can't handle it by the rules. So, we'll handle it ourselves. Don't worry, we won't hurt Sister Qing. Our initial guess is that this matter isn't really about her, but mainly about Sun Qianlian. The old man asked, what do you plan to do? He knew he couldn't stop this, publicly or privately. He had no reason to interfere. After all, as everyone said, he couldn't guarantee that his direct descendants wouldn't be affected. Plus, they had promised not to touch Zhou Qing for now, which was also a sign of respect. We plan to send Sun Qianlian to the northwest to get her married. It sounds nice to say married off, but basically it means finding someone to watch over her. Maybe one day, as everyone's attention shifts and she gradually fades from view, she might quietly pass away without anyone noticing. But everyone still had some concerns about her because she seemed a bit strange, as if she could borrow luck. So, they needed to be more careful and detailed in their actions. The old man said, all right, I won't interfere with how you handle it. In a few days, I will send Qing to Sichuan for a visit and performance. She won't be able to come out for a while. Thank you for understanding. It seemed like the Black Lotus was just arranged this way without opposition or argument, as if it was just a casual chat. Everyone discussed and decided someone else's fate. Although the atmosphere was tense at first, since they were dealing with outsiders, the whole process was surprisingly peaceful. But no one knew if that Black Lotus was so easy to deal with, or if they could just follow the plan. However, Qian Yufei suspects that today's event was so easily agreed upon possibly because Qin Feng's new boyfriend, Gu Yuanqiao, was involved and helped push things along. Otherwise, the death would have happened earlier, and the idea that bad luck was transferred would have been mentioned sooner. So, why wasn't anyone forced to send He Lian away before? It was probably because that grandfather strongly protected her. Now, why did they agree? Most likely because Sun Qianlian now poses a threat to Gu Yuanqiao. Even if their family doesn't handle it, the Jingqing family would step in to solve the problem. And maybe they will deal with Zhou Qing together at the same time. Right now, it seems both sides are giving each other a way out. Zhou Qing is Qin Feng's mother, and she isn't a main character, so they used the main culprit, who is also a key person, Sun Qianlian, to show strength. Everyone seemed satisfied with this solution. Once the matter was settled, the banquet was completely over. Zhou Huainan found Qian Yufei. Seeing her still lost in thought, he guessed she might not have fully understood what just happened. But he didn't plan to explain in detail, since the issue was resolved today and probably won't be brought up again. He had no idea that during the 2 or 3 hours he was socializing, Qian Yufei had already fully digested the story, knowing all the details. Zhou Huainan, you were quite obedient today, didn't drink any alcohol. What she wanted to say was that she was so busy listening to the story that she didn't even have time to eat, let alone drink. But she only thought that silently. On the surface, she still looked obedient, linking her arm with his, smiling and saying, "Yes, yes, I'm fine. How do you want to reward me?" Then, as if casually, she added, "Are we sleeping at the old house tonight? Tonight's too late. We'll definitely stay here." Then, the two slowly left the banquet hall and returned to the bamboo grove courtyard. Qian Yufei didn't expect that her casual remark yesterday would be fulfilled the next morning. When she got up, she found a square jewelry box on the bedside table. It was the other part of the jewelry she wore yesterday. The set was likely made of emerald, with a total of 12 pieces, including necklaces, earrings, hair accessories, and bracelets. Yesterday, she only wore simple jewelry, not daring to wear more luxurious pieces. Some of the more expensive ones didn't suit her age, and others were too flashy. Unexpectedly, this morning, those jewelry pieces appeared on her bedside table. She got up, holding the jewelry box, ran out, and when she saw Zhou Huainan, her eyes sparkled as she asked, "What do these mean?" Actually, she wanted to ask if they were for her, but she was afraid they weren't meant for her, and she was just imagining things. That would be so awkward. Zhou Huainan probably guessed her thoughts. Without teasing her, he nodded and said, "You're right.
They are for you.
This set of jewelry belonged to my mother's dowry, and now I'm passing it to you. There are some other pieces, too. I'll take you to see them later. If you like any, you can take them too." Qian Yufei didn't care whose they were before. Now, they were hers, and that was enough. A smile appeared on her face as she held the box and ran over to Zhou Huainan. She tiptoed and kissed him, then quickly hugged the box and ran away. Zhou Huainan touched her cheek, where she had kissed him silently, and shook his head with a smile. Since these jewelry pieces now belonged to her, she wanted to look at them carefully and think about how to take them with her. From Zhou Huainan's words, it seemed they might be leaving soon. That made sense, his holiday was probably almost over. If you add the time to take her home, they might really be leaving. Her life, which was out of the ordinary, was about to end. She would soon return to normal life. It's easy to enjoy good days, but hard to endure hardships. After a few days of happiness, she wondered if she would still be able to adapt when she went back. In the next 2 days, Zhou Huainan was especially busy. She only saw him at night. The meals and other things were brought to her, or she went to the dining hall herself. Yes, they were temporarily staying in the bamboo forest courtyard, which was more convenient and safer for meals. Qian Yufei didn't know what he was busy with, but she didn't pay much attention. She was busy too, knowing that it was almost time to go home. So, in these 2 days, she was stockpiling supplies. The longer Zhou Huainan stayed outside, the longer she wandered around. Her space finally came in handy. She had money to buy things, but she was very restrained in her shopping, buying only a little from each place. Because of the many guests at the recent banquet, she probably didn't remember many faces, but others were likely to recognize her. If she bought too many things, like fabrics, candies, pastries, or special foods, others might think she was wasting money. After a few good days, she might forget who she really is. This could lead to gossip about her, and might also affect Zhou Huainan, which would be a bad outcome. So, she always bought small amounts of things each time she went out. Even if she was seen, it would only be a few times. If she was seen every time, then she would just be unlucky. Most of her purchases were stored in her space, and some she planned to take home. She told Zhou Huainan she was just bringing gifts and special foods for her family, which was normal. Everyone takes something when they go out. Qian Yufei was busy shopping and stockpiling. She also remembered her role and stayed respectful. Every day, she visited her grandmother to say hello before going out to shop. It wasn't just politeness. She also wanted to hear the latest news. Sure enough, her persistence paid off. On the 3rd day, Zhou Huainan finished his work. After breakfast, they planned to say goodbye to their grandparents. Zhou Huainan was leaving the day after tomorrow. He wanted to take Qian Yufei home first and then return directly to the military area. When they arrived in the hall, the atmosphere felt different. Surprisingly, Zhou Qing, who was visiting to support a performance, was also there. She looked upset and seemed to have cried. Qian Yufei quietly found a corner to sit in, acting as if she wouldn't leave until she heard some gossip. She guessed that something might have gone wrong with the plans. Otherwise, her second aunt should have already left and wouldn't be here now. The hall wasn't just filled with her grandparents, second aunt, and her grandfather and uncle. There were also her uncles and other family members. Since they rarely all gathered, everyone was spending time together and visiting relatives and friends. There were about 20 people in the hall, including younger family members. Qian Yufei's presence didn't seem out of place. Zhou Huainan looked at the scene and decided it wasn't the right time to say he wanted to leave. Tomorrow was fine. The current atmosphere was tense, and it didn't seem appropriate to bring up leaving now. Looking at Grandpa's expression, it seems he is very angry. Grandma is trying to calm him down, and everyone around is afraid to speak, quietly waiting for Grandpa to settle his emotions. However, they can endure it, but Zhou Qing couldn't hold back anymore. As expected, someone who is loved feels fearless. Zhou Qing angrily looked at the old man and asked, "Why did you move me to that remote place without asking me? It was supposed to be by Ling before, and this time I was laughed at again." Grandpa was so angry, he pounded the table.
Why? Why?
"Since you became the deputy head of the cultural troupe, what have you done? You do nothing all day, don't take responsibility, and even fight over small things. Not only do you not develop talent, but you also brought a burden to the troupe. Your complaint letters are filling up a drawer. Oldley has talked to me several times and even asked why."
Why?
"This performance was hard for me to arrange for you, hoping you could make up for your mistakes. If you don't appreciate it, fine, but then you come here to question me." Zhou Qing was speechless. "You should have told me earlier. I didn't know. Let's not talk about this now. What's going on with Xiao Lian? I wanted to introduce her to the troupe. Why does the third uncle want her to marry Su Zhou? What's wrong with Su Zhou? Is he not good enough for her as a battalion commander? He's too old. They're 10 years apart. He could be her father by now." Grandpa pounded his cane. "Nonsense. What are you talking about? Age doesn't matter. Su Zhou is a war hero. He just returned from a victory and is about to be promoted again. If she wants to marry him, she can, but she shouldn't choose him. Even if he gets promoted, he's been divorced and has children. Isn't that unfair to her? What's wrong? Sun Qianlian complained to you? She doesn't want to? Didn't she choose him? Back then, your third uncle mentioned several candidates, including some young, handsome guys, but she chose Su Zhou because she liked his quick promotion and military achievements. Now that everything is settled and they agree, she wants to back out?" Qian Yufei just wanted to say, if she didn't know beforehand that they were going to marry Xiao Balian to the northwest and that Zhou Qing was visiting for the performance. She would definitely believe the old man's good intentions. Certainly, people who reach this position are not ordinary. She now can't tell if the old man truly cares for Zhou Qing, or if he's just doing it for that promise they made that day. Zhou Qing stood up, took a deep breath, her eyes slightly red, and shouted loudly, "Wasn't I forced into this? What do you mean I have to choose one of those people? What exactly do you want from us?" Grandpa's anger disappeared from his face, replaced by a serious look. He looked at Zhou Qing carefully, as if trying to understand her again. "Is that what you really think of me? Just arguing with me over a stranger? Where is your manners? Have you learned anything at all? There's one more thing. I didn't want to say it openly, but it seems I have to now." He lit a cigarette and continued, "I think you already guessed why we had to send Sun Qianlian away. You should know the truth. Although the idea that bad luck can be transferred sounds unbelievable, everyone can see that your bad luck really has been moved away. Every success of Sun Qianlian comes at a cost to our Zhou family. This is something we can't allow. Even though I am your father, I am also the head of the Zhou family. I can't let someone like Sun Qianlian, who is not even related by blood, ruin the future of our descendants. Maybe you think she's close to you and brings you good luck. You've been doing well these past few years. but you should understand that it's at the expense of the lives of our family members. Do you really not know what son Qianlian has done? Or do you know but still let her do whatever she wants, knowing the consequences? If it was just small trouble, a few accidents, it would be okay. But now, people are risking their lives.
Can you really accept that?
Don't you get scared at night? Have they ever come looking for you? Haha, that's pretty frightening. Zhou Qing probably didn't expect her father to say all this openly. She was a bit confused and didn't know how to respond. She kept saying, "That's not true. It wasn't like that. Their deaths have nothing to do with me. It was all accidents," she said, accidents, but her expression didn't look like she believed it herself. How long do you plan to keep covering for her? Just so you can live more easily, you want everyone else to pay the price for her? When she's not around, weren't you living just fine? Zhou Qing was a bit excited and tearful as she said, "Everything was fine before. I don't dare go out or make friends. Others talk behind my back and say I'm unlucky. Isn't your family protecting you? No one dares say anything to your face. What can they say behind your back? You're not missing any meat, and you're still lively. Yes, they don't say it to my face, but the things they say behind my back are really harsh. And about brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, everyone seems fine on the surface, but behind the scenes, they follow others and talk about me, mock me, more and harsher than what others say. All right, you're really opening up now. You actually have resentment towards your family, right? You're doing this on purpose, right? You're taking revenge, right? The younger ones who died, you also picked them and spoke badly about you, didn't you?" Qian Yufei hid in the corner, wide-eyed in shock, thinking, is this really what I can hear? If they find out these secrets, they might kill to keep quiet. From now on, I can't be separated from Zhou Huainan. If anyone tries, they'll drown her and feed her to the fish. The grandfather's words made the entire hall fall silent. Everyone truly thought it was Sun Qianlian's doing. No one suspected him. Now that it was suddenly exposed, everyone's jaws dropped in surprise. Zhou Qing was just crying, neither admitting nor denying. But seeing her attitude, everyone realized that probably what the grandfather said was true. Suddenly, everyone felt cold inside and thought they'd better not speak badly of others behind their backs anymore. Fortunately, today only family members were present, no other relatives. Otherwise, Zhou Qing might have been torn apart alive, especially the two families of the deceased. This was a deadly grudge. Maybe the grandfather's words were just angry words. Maybe he was trying to scare her. But no one expected that Zhou Qing wouldn't even argue back. Not arguing was like admitting it. The grandfather reached out, pointed around for a long time without saying a word, then suddenly lost his breath and fainted. Well, typical scene when something big happens, it often ends with someone fainting. Now the family was in chaos. No one paid attention to Zhou Qing. They hurried to send the old man to the hospital. Although everyone knew not to talk about such important matters openly, Grandma still emphasized it seriously, saying, "I think you all understand how serious today's matter is. I won't say more warnings. Once you leave this house, keep your mouth shut." Everyone stayed silent, as if agreeing. After sending Grandpa to the hospital, everyone in the hall dispersed. Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan silently returned to the small courtyard. Qian Yufei really didn't know what to say. She wanted to comfort him, but it didn't seem quite right. This wasn't a situation that needed comforting, and she didn't know how to do it anyway. It was a big matter, and such things weren't something a daughter-in-law who hadn't married and should know about. So, she just quietly stayed with him. Zhou Huainan also thought that their home was a place full of trouble and chaos. Originally, they were supposed to leave the day after tomorrow, but after learning that Grandpa had woken up in the afternoon, he took Qian Yufei to say goodbye. They planned to leave the next day. When they went, they also knew that others planned to leave early as well. On the surface, it looked like Grandpa's birthday celebration was over, and everyone who needed to work went back to work. But in reality, no one knew how to get involved in this matter. After all, secrets can't be kept forever. One day, the families of the two deceased, actually 3, including the Xiao family, would find out, and the household would surely be in chaos. Qian Yufei no longer felt like watching the show. She was a bit afraid of being affected. After all, that's second aunt. She wanted to live a peaceful life for herself, and she could easily send people away just by speaking a few bad words about others. What more did she need? Although she couldn't guess Zhou Qing's solution, she suspected that the little white lotus might face some reckoning. Maybe she would be gone from this world soon. She just didn't know if her strange skills could save her. When Qian Yufei heard the little cutie mention her before, she was a bit suspicious. If that white lotus wasn't skilled in traditional healing arts or divine powers, maybe she had obtained some unscientific thing like a system. It wasn't that she was overthinking this complicated world. It just seemed like many people had traveled through or been reborn here. Adding a system wasn't impossible. She accepted this idea very peacefully. If she has a system, she should stay away from it. Who knows what kind of system it is? If it can sacrifice lives, transfer bad luck, or even take others' lives, it's clear that this isn't an ordinary system. Just thinking about it is scary. After deciding when to leave, Qian Yufei started packing her things. Even though she had only been here a few days, she really had a lot of stuff, several boxes of clothes alone. She also had jewelry, bags, shoes, and things she bought for her family. She felt like she might not be able to take everything. Looking at the room full of belongings, she felt stuck. Then she hurried to find Zhou Huainan. She knocked on his door, but didn't hear anything. She pushed the door open a little and peeked inside. Zhou Huainan might have heard the noise and turned around. They looked at each other. Zhou Huainan smiled and asked, "What's up? Have you finished packing?" Qian Yufei entered the room and saw him sitting by his desk, writing something. She scratched her head in frustration and said, "I'm just packing. I found I have too much stuff. It seems we can't take it all. How much is there?" "A lot. All right, let's go see how much there is." They went to the room where Qian Yufei had been staying. The things she packed were indeed many. Some clothes were packed in suitcases, others had no place to go. There were also many food packages. The items were not very organized and looked messy, which showed there was a lot.
I'll find some more suitcases to pack everything.
Later, you can sort your clothes, some you need to wear, and some valuable jewelry. You can take those home. The rest of the clothes, shoes, and bags, I'll arrange for a car to send them to our unit. Then she looked up at Qian Yufei and asked for her opinion. "How does that sound? Have you already applied for a house?" "I'm working on the marriage paperwork and also applying for a house. Once I go back, the marriage approval should come through soon. Then I can find time to take you to join the military with me." Qian Yufei blushed a little. She still felt it was a bit fast, but in this era it seemed normal. She reluctantly agreed. She nodded and said, "Okay, then let's send the extra clothes, shoes, and things to your place first." Zhou Huainan was worried she might overthink and feel he didn't care enough, so he emphasized again. "For the wedding, I plan to hold it with you in the military area. Once the paperwork is done, I'll come to pick you up and we can have another wedding at your home. As for my family side, we can look for another time. But probably not in the short term, you should understand that." Qian Yufei thought to herself, I know too well. She replied sweetly, Yes, I'll listen to you." Next, Zhou Huainan somehow found a few more boxes and started helping Qian Yufei pack her things. She only picked out a small part to take home, while the rest was packed by Zhou Huainan. Zhou Huainan was really good at packing. She didn't know how he managed to fit everything in, but he packed quickly and neatly. The stuff inside was twice as much as what she had packed before. It was quite amazing. She watched from the side, tempted to open the boxes and look inside more carefully, but in the end, she didn't dare. She was afraid that if she touched them, she wouldn't be able to fit everything back in. After packing, they each went back to their rooms to rest. The train was leaving at around 7 a.m. the next day, so they had to get up early to go to the station. Early the next morning, when the first sunlight peeked through the curtains, Qian Yufei woke up. She quickly washed up and prepared to go to the station. Their cousin, who had come to pick them up, was still helping carry their luggage. He didn't let Qian Yufei do anything. He even bought their train tickets, which he brought along. This time, they had a sleeper car. She was surprised she could still ride in a soft sleeper in this era. Her cousin's warmth and thoughtfulness made Qian Yufei feel very comforted. While carrying the luggage, He kept reminding them to stay safe on the way and to call him when they arrived home to let him know they were safe. Qian Yufei smiled and agreed. Zhou Huainan was also helping with the luggage. He seemed to share a special understanding with her cousin. They worked together very smoothly. Soon, all the luggage was loaded onto the train. As the train slowly started moving, Qian Yufei and Zhou Huainan waved goodbye to their cousin through the window. Their cousin stood on the platform, watching the train until it disappeared from sight, then turned and left. Inside the soft sleeper, there were few people and the space was very large, so she felt completely comfortable. Everyone here is very polite. Each person quietly does their own thing. Qian Yufei was once again disappointed not to see any unusual characters. She felt bored and, with the trains rocking, fell asleep again. She realized that the train is really a good place to sleep. She doesn't get used to unfamiliar beds, so she slept for a long time without even thinking about food. It wasn't until they were almost at the station that Zhou Huainan woke her up. "Wake up, we're almost home. Go wash your face and get some energy." Yawning and rubbing her eyes, Qian Yufei couldn't believe she had slept so long. "Are we there already?"
So fast?
"I slept for so long. You're a pretty good sleeper," he said with a small smile, closing his book and putting it into his backpack. Qian Yufei didn't know what he was laughing about, but seeing him start to pack up, she quickly tidied herself at the end of the carriage. Just as she finished and was about to return, the train's announcement sounded. "Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at the final station. Please take your belongings and prepare to disembark." Hearing the announcement, Qian Yufei felt a little excited. She was finally going home. She looked at Zhou Huainan and saw him checking his backpack to make sure nothing was left behind. As the train stopped with a hoo-hoo sound, they carried their bags and, with other passengers, headed toward the door. Zhou Huainan ran back and forth a few times to carry all their things. When they stepped outside, a fresh breeze hit them, making Qian Yufei feel energized. Even though the sleeper car wasn't crowded, the air inside was still not as fresh as outside. Their return was a last-minute decision, so they didn't inform their family. No one was there to pick them up, so they had to find a ride. The trip wasn't far, but they had a lot of luggage. "Wait here for a moment. I'll find a car," Zhou Huainan said, still a bit worried. He emphasized, "Don't move, stay right here. If someone tries to steal your luggage, just let them." He gently patted her head and warned, "Be good and wait for me. Don't get distracted or look around." "Understand." With a warning look, he quickly strode away, walking fast and hurriedly. He was probably worried something might happen to her. Zhou Huainan's reminder was quite reasonable. She really saw a lively scene, but the chaos at the station was too much. Her luggage was quite expensive, and losing it would be a big loss. So, she didn't go near the busy area, just stayed in place and listened carefully. From afar, she heard arguing. It seemed an elderly woman had come to visit her daughter-in-law for her postpartum period, bringing along 2 younger sisters-in-law. When the son came to pick her up and saw 3 people, he was unhappy and wanted to buy tickets to send the 2 sisters-in-law back. Then, the mother and son started arguing. Qian Yufei, although standing among her luggage and not moving, was eager to listen closer. She wished she could get nearer to hear better, focusing intently. When Zhou Huainan returned with someone, he saw her stretching her neck, trying to see the lively scene. He smiled helplessly, reached out, pulled her over, covered her ears, and then tousled her hair. "You left just a little while ago, and you found something interesting to watch." Qian Yufei felt a bit embarrassed, but only for a moment. She tilted her head and said reasonably, "I didn't move. Haha, now you have a reason? Let's go." "It's too crowded and chaotic here." He said this while carrying her belongings with the man who came back with him, holding her hand as well, as if afraid she might run off to join the crowd. But her ears kept listening to the gossip from that side. Since they left so quickly, she wasn't sure if the man had sent the 2 sisters-in-law away. They arrived at an ox cart, loaded all their things onto it, and then sat inside. They started heading to Qian Yufei's home. Sitting on the bumpy cart, watching the simple-dressed people passing by, Qian Yufei felt once again that she had truly returned. This was the real 1957. Her previous life had made her feel lost and forget herself. She decided that after Zhou Huainan left, she would start stockpiling supplies so she wouldn't go hungry in the future. When they reached her home, her sister-in-law was cooking dinner. Her parents, brother, and younger brothers were probably about to come back from work. "Ah, Fei, you're back. Why didn't you tell us in advance?" Her sister-in-law was surprised to see them. Qian Yufei guessed that her sister-in-law probably didn't bring their meals, and after Zhou Huainan moved her belongings into her bedroom, she thought. Qian Yufei tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Brother Nan, we came back suddenly. Maybe my sister-in-law didn't prepare enough food, and it's too late to cook now. Let's go to the state-run restaurant and buy some dishes." Zhou Huainan patted her shoulder and said, "I'll go. You go back and pack your things and rest a bit." Without waiting for her response, he turned and headed out the door. After he had been gone for a while, she realized that in this time period, bringing food back requires a lunchbox. She hurried outside to look, but it was too late. Zhou Huainan had already walked far away and was out of sight. Why did he leave so quickly? Qian Yufei muttered, then went back to her room to pack her things and also tidy herself up.
They arrived just at mealtime.
She still wanted to take a shower, but now she only washed quickly. Soon, her father, older brother, and younger brother came back first. They were all surprised to see Qian Yufei. Qian Yuman said, "Sister, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell us? I would have come to pick you up." He looked around and didn't see Zhou Huainan. "Where is my brother-in-law? Did he let you come back alone?" Qian Yufei quickly waved her hand. No. We came back together. We just arrived home.
It was so sudden, and dinner is about to start.
It's too late to cook now." He went to the state-run restaurant to buy some food. Qian Difu looked a bit annoyed. "You kid. You're already home, and he's still out buying groceries? Just eat later. It's fine if dinner is late. Your sister-in-law can just cook a couple of dishes." Qian Yufei wanted to say, "Let my sister-in-law cook? Do you want her to make 4 different stews?" She might as well do it herself. But she had just returned, and although she had been sleeping on the train, she still felt a bit tired and didn't want to move. It's fine. It's normal for him to buy a couple of dishes to show respect, isn't it? The dishes are already bought. Soon, her mother, Zhang Yulan, and Zhou Huainan entered the yard together. Each held 2 lunchboxes. As they entered, they said to everyone, "Quick, take the lunchboxes. The dishes just came out of the pot and are still hot." Then he scolded Qian Yufei, saying, "You said you wouldn't even give him a bag. Just let him use his hands. Aren't you afraid he'll get burned?" Qian Yufei stuck out her tongue, wanting to say she had forgotten to prepare even the lunchbox, let alone a bag, and hadn't thought about it at all. Zhou Huainan put down his lunchbox and said, "It's okay, Auntie. It's not very hot." Hearing this, Zhang Yulan looked at Zhou Huainan's reddening hand with concern. "Look at how sensible and thoughtful this kid is. You must treat him well in the future." Qian Yufei nodded eagerly and quickly promised, "Don't worry, Mom. I will treat him well." Then the family started to get busy, setting the dishes on the table. They sat together happily, enjoying their meal. Although their home was small and there were few people, it felt warm and cozy, very different from the Zhou family's place. At the dinner table, Qian Yufei's father, Qian Difu, kept scooping food for Zhou Huainan. "Here, Huainan, eat more. You're too thin." Zhou Huainan smiled and nodded. "Thank you, uncle." Zhang Yulan liked him more and more. She kept scooping food for him and said, "Huainan, eat more. Tomorrow, Qian Yuan should bring back fish and I will stew it for you." Zhou Huainan put down his chopsticks quickly and interrupted, "Annie, we probably won't get to eat the fish this time. Maybe next time. I plan to return to the army tomorrow." "Oh, so soon? Don't you have a few days off?" "That's how it is, Auntie. After I go back, I will submit my marriage report and housing application. Once approved, I will come back again. When I come back next time, I want to hold my wedding here too. I will need some leave then. This time, I plan to go back a few days early to save some leave." He looked at Qian Yufei's parents with hopeful eyes. Qian Difu looked at them and said, "Didn't you just have the engagement banquet? Why not hold the wedding at the army?" "You don't need to do it again," Zhou Huainan replied. "That was just a simple engagement, and only relatives attended. Many friends and relatives couldn't come. So I want to have a proper wedding this time. Chanfa spoke firmly. No need, no need. These days, kids don't have big wedding ceremonies. Usually a simple meal counts as a wedding. Not many can hold a big banquet. Plus, you're in a special profession, so just a simple ceremony in the army is fine. Zhou Huainan looked at Qian Yufei as if seeking her opinion. Well, although she thought she had adapted to this era, some habits and old ways of thinking still hadn't changed. Now, hearing her father speak like that and recalling her past memories, it seemed that big wedding banquets weren't common in this time. If they were too fancy, it might cause trouble later. How about just listen to my dad? Keep it simple. Whatever others do, we do the same. Being too extravagant might cause problems. Zhou Huainan looked at her expression as if he was being sincere, so he agreed naturally. But he didn't make a final decision. He looked at Qian Yufei casually but seriously, saying, "It's okay. Think about it. When I come back next time, you decide whether to do it or not and tell me. I'll prepare, okay?" So gentle. Qian Yufei felt Zhou Huainan was really good at listening to her opinion. She was touched, feeling cared for and valued, which made her very comfortable. Qian Yufei smiled sweetly and nodded. That evening, Zhou Huainan still stayed at his brother's place. Early the next morning, Qian Yufei got up early and made him a few fried egg pancakes. They were made with modern techniques, very oil-heavy and made with pure white flour. They were really tasty, but also a waste. Her family each tried one, and the remaining 10 or so were packed for Zhou Huainan to eat on the way. Qian Yufei wanted to see him off to the station, but Zhou Huainan refused, saying the place was too chaotic and he wanted to avoid it. Maybe he was also worried she'd get distracted watching the crowd. In the end, Qian Yuman took a day off to help send him to the station. When they parted, Qian Yufei gave him a big hug. Feeling a bit reluctant, she tugged at his clothes and said, "Remember to write me when you get back." Although the two just met recently, she seems to have developed a certain dependence on Zhou Huainan. Her feelings came unexpectedly and suddenly. Now, she feels very reluctant to part. Zhou Huainan affectionately ruffled her hair. "Be good, stay at home, and take care of your parents. I'll come to pick you up soon. Remember to eat well at home. I've left some money in your suitcase. Don't be afraid to use it. When it's gone, just ask me for more." Then they shared a tender, lingering moment. After a while, Qi Yufei obediently left him. Watching his back fade into the distance, she felt like she was about to cry. This was unexpected for her. She really didn't understand why she had developed such deep feelings in such a short time. Was it just sadness about parting? Or had she secretly fallen for him? Or was there some other reason? As a skilled time traveler, she quickly remembered Zhou Huainan's last words. He left her some money. She hadn't noticed it before. She decided to look for it and see how much he had left her. Her sadness was instantly replaced by a desire for money. She hurried back to her bedroom and started opening each suitcase, searching through them. Finally, she found a box of money. Qi Yufei squinted her eyes, covering her mouth with her hands to avoid laughing too loudly and attracting attention. Once she calmed her emotions, she slowly opened the box. As soon as she did, she covered her mouth again. Inside was a full box of 10 yuan bills. Judging by its thickness and weight, she estimated it contained about 4 or 5,000 yuan. This was her favorite activity, counting money. She counted again and again, becoming happier each time. Finally, she confirmed that Zhou Huainan had left her 5,000 yuan. This was 5,000 yuan from the 1950s, quite a large sum. She had initially planned to use the 500 yuan gift from Zhou Huainan's grandmother and the 2,000 yuan his father asked him to bring as her stockpile funds. Now she had even more money, but she realized she probably didn't need that much. Her space wasn't very big, so she couldn't stockpile too many things. She didn't plan to hoard excessively. She just wanted to stockpile some limited edition, hard-to-buy items and, most importantly, food. She started making plans, taking out a pen and paper to list what she needed to stockpile. First, she decided to stock up on rice, flour, and cornmeal, These three were essential and should be accumulated as much as possible within her limits. After all, if her guess was correct, the next 10 or more years would be a time of food shortages. Even though she believed Zhou Huainan wouldn't let her go hungry, she still wanted to prepare some supplies just in case. Of course, meat and eggs were also important. She planned to buy these at the market several times. The market was lively this season, with many fruits and vegetables available, and trading was very active. She could take the opportunity to buy more. She also wanted to stock up on fabrics, cotton, and sugar. She knew from many historical novels that after the planned economy was introduced, these items became hard currency. Even if she didn't need them now, she could exchange them for other things. Of course, she also needed to stock up on cooking essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and some snacks and candies. She knew that in the planned economy, everything required ration tickets. Even matches were on her list. She wanted to buy as much as she could. For now, her main focus was on buying grain, because the first concern was the natural disasters coming, followed by the planned economy. She needed to prioritize and plan carefully. After finishing her shopping list, she realized it was almost noon. She hadn't planned to cook herself, wanting her sister-in-law to get used to cooking and practice her skills, since she wouldn't stay at home much longer. But then she remembered her sister-in-law was pregnant. Feeling compassionate, she comforted herself that she would need to cook in the future, so she might as well practice her cooking skills now. From then on, the household's meals noticeably improved. Since she wanted to practice cooking, she was willing to use more oil and seasonings. Almost every day, they ate a meat dish. Her main goal was to eat more meat at home, so she could buy and store more without others noticing. If someone found out she was buying a lot, they might just say her family's diet had improved. They would tease her, saying she didn't know how to manage a household. Her mother, Zhang Yulan, also told her to lower her food standards because she was being too extravagant. But she explained she wanted to practice cooking, and Zhou Huainan had even left her some money to improve their meals. Her parents thought, since it wouldn't be long before they ran out of food, it was a good chance for her to practice her cooking skills. They agreed to her actions. Her cooking skills did improve quite a bit. From barely being able to eat her dishes, with inconsistent salt and spice levels and sometimes burnt, she gradually learned to make tasty, well-balanced meals that looked and smelled good. However, the idea that everything is perfect in taste, aroma, and appearance is just the family's opinion. Actually, Qian Yufei's cooking skills are only average now. But because she uses enough ingredients and follows some simple methods she learned from videos, she can make her dishes stand out in the family. In reality, she is still far from being a professional chef. But she doesn't set high standards for herself. As long as the food is tasty and she can make what she wants to eat, that's enough. While preparing meals to nourish herself and everyone else, she almost goes to the market every day. She stocks up on 20 chickens, ducks, and geese in her storage space. Some of these are cleaned and prepared while she processes the chickens, removing feathers and other work, then stored in the space. She bought 3 pigs, but they are small now, each about 230 jin, around 115 kilograms, not comparable to the big white pigs of the future, which can weigh 400 to 500 jin. She understands why people in this era prefer fatty meat. The 3 pigs she bought don't have much fat. Each has a thin layer of fat, mostly in the belly area. All the pork was processed and divided into parts, then stored directly in the space. She also asked the shopkeeper to help make blood sausages, so nothing was wasted. She bought even more eggs, about 30 or 50 each time. One day she bought chicken eggs, the next day duck eggs, then goose eggs. The family eats eggs almost every day. She also marinated salted duck eggs using a simple method, washing them and then soaking them in salt water, without complicated steps. She thinks these homemade salted duck eggs taste much better than those bought outside in later times. Of course, she also visited the market and the supply and marketing cooperative often. Recently, many areas opened new supply cooperatives, making it easier for her to stock up. Buying small amounts from different places adds up over time. She bought various daily necessities, hot water bottles, teacups, towels, toothbrushes, ointments, matches, toilet paper, soap, and other items. She also bought candies, pastries, twisted dough snacks, and canned foods. She stocked up on cooking essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and dried goods. Some regions started to have cotton available, and she bought some. But she plans to stock up more in the fall when large quantities are easier to buy without attracting attention. She bought everything she needed for eating and daily use. Of course, she also bought some clothing tools, different grades of cotton fabric, scissors, rulers, thimbles, needles, and threads. She didn't buy finished clothes, shoes, or socks because she had already bought enough from the Zhou family before. Of course, she bought fewer fruits and vegetables, mainly to satisfy her cravings during daily life. She was very careful when buying grains. She would go to the supply and marketing cooperative or the market to buy some, but not every time. Sometimes she only bought a little, about 20 or 30 jin. She saw stockpiling food as a long-term task and planned to do it step by step. She stored food carefully for nearly a month. Her space was almost full, so she slowed down her pace. Now she only needed to fill in the gaps. Also, because her family had been well-fed and cared for during this month, everyone looked healthier and gained some weight. Her two younger brothers had also grown taller. Even Qian Yuan, who was busy catching fish and working on his career, came home every day to eat. Eating became his main goal, and catching and selling fish was secondary. Sometimes, to enjoy her cooking, he even changed his fishing schedule to the evening. All his activities were done at night, and he would sleep during the day, waking up in time for meals. During this time, Qian Yufei also received a letter from Zhou Huainan, reassuring her that he was safe. The letter said, "Seeing these words, I am safe. Don't worry about me." The marriage registration and housing application had been submitted and were awaiting approval. However, there was one matter that needed her opinion. Currently, there are 2 types of houses available in the family compound, and she had the right to choose where to live. One is an apartment building, and the other is a small courtyard. The difference is that the apartment is cleaner, with a shared water pool on each floor, making water access easy. But the indoor space is small, and many people cook in the hallways. There are also piles of coal, wood, and miscellaneous items in the hallways, making it look messy. The small courtyard houses are newly built, made of brick and tile, with a standard layout of 3 rooms. They are larger and include a yard where she can grow vegetables and fruits. Water access is more complicated because they need to fetch water from their own well, but if she chooses the courtyard, they could dig a well themselves. She should think about where she wants to live and then write her decision in her reply. I will wait for her letter and then apply for the house accordingly. Seeing this, Qian Yufei thought to herself, this is a common plot in stories. She will probably choose the courtyard. She can grow her own vegetables and most importantly, it offers better privacy. If she lived in an apartment building, surrounded by neighbors, just separated by a wall, even a dropped bowl could be heard downstairs or upstairs. In tough times, it would be hard to get good food or improve their meals. If she had difficult neighbors or a family that argued every day, her good days would end. So, overall, choosing a small yard was the best option, and there was no need to think twice. However, the well definitely needed to be dug by him. This way, when Zhou Huainan was not at home, she could wash clothes, cook, and water the plants using the well water. She didn't want to carry water under the hot sun all year round. That was not an easy task. Now, it was mid-September, almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. The factory didn't close for the holiday, so Qian Yufei's mother gave her a task to deliver festival gifts to her grandparents and her maternal grandparents. The gifts mainly included pork, canned food, and local specialties that Qian Yufei brought back. Later, they added fish caught by Qian Yumin from her grandmother's house. There was no need to send gifts to her grandmother's side because there was a water source in Shanshantan, so they wouldn't run out of fish. During the holidays, when Qian Yuan went fishing there, they almost ate fish every day, meal after meal. They probably wouldn't want to eat fish for a while. Since her grandmother's house was quite far, more than 3 hours on foot one way, and 6 hours round trip, it was too tiring. The road was also quite deserted, and walking alone wasn't very safe. So, they decided to go on Sunday when everyone was off work, with Qian Yumin or Qian Yuan accompanying them. During summer vacation, Qian made many contacts selling fish. When he heard they were going to his grandmother's house, he started asking around to borrow a bicycle because walking was too far. Finally, just before leaving, he managed to borrow one. The task of delivering the festival gifts then fell on both of them. Qian went to her grandmother's house, and no one was free to stay idle. On Sunday, everyone got up around 5. When Qian woke up, she saw her mother had already bought the meat and packed the other gifts. After breakfast, they took the gifts and went their separate ways. Sitting on the back of the bicycle, Qian thought about her memories of her grandmother's house. To be honest, she remembered very little, and even her grandmother and grandfather's faces were somewhat blurry. The reason is that Qian had been in school before, and the journey was very far. Since she is a girl, she usually came back with her parents, or her mother would bring her brother or younger brother. Qian was rarely brought here. The last time I remember going to my grandmother's house was 2 years ago, when I came back for my cousin's wedding. The bride was from the city, and my grandmother's family wanted to show they also had relatives from the city, so they called the whole family to visit. The original owner didn't like visiting Grandma's house, feeling that everyone didn't like her. But after experiencing similar situations before, Qian didn't jump to conclusions. She planned to see those relatives with her own eyes before deciding if her previous thoughts were wrong. She also wanted to decide how to treat those relatives in the future. It takes more than 3 hours to walk there, but only about an hour by bike. Qian was riding very fast. When Qian got off, her whole bottom felt numb. She stood still for a long time, then jumped a few times before she could walk normally again. Grandma's house is at the edge of the village. After crossing a grove of apple trees, they arrived. The yard was large, with a tall wall. Inside, the houses were built with stones and mud. The yard was very tidy and well-planned. As soon as you entered, you could see the vegetable garden, chicken coop, storage shed, and a row of main houses facing the door. Grandma had 2 sons and 4 daughters. Qian mother, Zhang Yulan, was the second to last, the 3rd daughter. She also had a younger sister, who is Qian aunt. Among Grandma's children, only her mother and aunt have moved out of the countryside and live in the city. The others either married into rural families or remarried local women. Most of them live in this village or nearby villages. Qian family lives farther away, so they don't visit often. Among the younger generation, only her eldest brother, Qian visits more often and knows these relatives well. The others rarely come. In summer, rural people wake up very early. Even though they arrived here after 7 o'clock, everyone was already up. Some had even started working. Qian found her grandmother in the main room and called out, "Grandma?" Qian followed quickly and said, "Grandma, we're here to see you." Then he handed her the gift he was holding. This grandmother's attitude was a bit cold. After taking the items, she carefully looked them over before smiling and kindly asking, "Why did you come here today?" Qian, following the traditional Chinese virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, suppressed her unhappiness and forced a smile. "It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival. My mom asked us to bring you some festival gifts. Her factory can't give her time off this year, so she probably can't come. She asked me to tell you that she'll visit when she's less busy." While she was speaking, the grandmother had already locked away all the food except for pork and fish in a cabinet on the Kong bed. Qian saw from the corner of her eye that many good things had been stacked inside. When she opened the cabinet, she smelled a mix of fruit aroma and various pastries, suggesting there were plenty of treats inside. When the grandmother finished locking the cabinet and put the key in her pocket, she patted it to make sure it was secure, then said, "Stay busy and make more money. Unlike your uncles who work from dawn to dusk, facing the earth and backbreaking work, they can't earn as much in a year as your mom does in a few months." Qian couldn't really respond to this and just smiled silently. Actually, there were many old stories behind this. About a year ago, when her mother first got her job, her grandmother had even asked her mother to give up her position for her eldest uncle. Her mother refused, and they argued loudly. After that, her grandmother didn't come home often, only returning during the new year to bring a gift. Later, during festivals, her family was asked to bring some gifts, but her mother rarely came back, which showed that their relationship had become a bit strained. This memory suddenly surfaced, like a trigger when reaching a certain place or hearing a familiar phrase. It was something she hadn't thought of before, but now it flooded her mind. Qian Yufei stopped speaking, not wanting the conversation to fall into silence. So, Qian Yumin changed the subject. "Grandma, where did my uncles and cousins go? I didn't see them around." At this moment, she saw her grandmother rarely showing a genuine smile and said, "They're busy helping out at work. They earn a yuan a day." She deliberately mentioned the wages, probably to make them feel envious and show off that they could earn money even at home. Qian Yuan cooperated. "Oh? Do we have such good work here?" "Yes, but the time is a bit short. It's only once a year. The apples at Wang Xuesher's house at the end of the village are ripe now. We need to pick them quickly and send them to the shops in the city for sale." Qian Yuman. "Once a year is enough to make good money. My uncle, aunt, cousin, and his wife all went, right? They can earn quite a bit in just a few days. Plus, our family sent so many people." Grandma was even happier, her wrinkles more pronounced, with a proud look. "That's right. They pay us daily, no delays at all." Qian Yufei also praised, "This job is really good. Just picking apples, not too tiring." "Isn't that right, Grandma?" "Yes, not tiring at all. Your sister-in-law's work is even easier. She's pregnant, so she just sits there and puts the apples into baskets. She gets the same pay." Qian Yufei initially wondered why pregnant women had to work, but then thought that in this era, pregnant women working outside was normal. Some even gave birth in the fields. They have so many workers. Even my sister-in-law, who is pregnant, has such a good job. Exactly. All the adults in our village went. I wanted to go too, but they said our family has already sent enough people, and others should go too. Qian Yuan, it's okay to leave someone at home. We need to cook lunch for them. Yes, my current job is just cooking for them and watching the kids. Qian Yufei. Grandma, are Wang Xuesher's apples tasty? Can they be sold? He hires so many people to pick apples. He must not lose money. Grandma kept shaking her head. How could he lose? His apples are big and red. They're from old trees that are over 10 years old. The quality is good, and the picked fruit is sent directly to the city to sell. They say they even send the better ones to big cities for higher prices. They have connections. With the nickname Wang Xuesher, he must have some contacts. They originally planned to visit the orchard to see Grandpa and their uncles, since they had come all this way. But Grandma said they weren't allowed in. The place was very strict. So, that plan was dropped. Then Grandma went to the kitchen to deliver some meat, but she came back with a basket of apples. She handed it to them and said, "There's not much good stuff at home. The apples in our backyard are ripe too. Take some for your mom." I was feeling conflicted. Since they were just standing still and not saying anything, I thought they were going to have lunch here. Grandma added, "I need to go to the field later to do some work and pick vegetables for lunch.
I'm Buse.
Next time you come, I'll make something tasty for you. We've been busy these days, so I won't keep you long." All right, it seemed like she was trying to send us away. "No need to worry, just go. It's good to know your limits." Carrying a bag of apples, we looked at each other and headed for the door. Grandma followed us outside and immediately saw the bicycle. "Wow, is that a bicycle? Where did you get it?" she asked, standing on her tiptoes and rushing ahead of us. She looked around the bike from all sides. Qian Yufei couldn't help but smile. Grandma's mood changed so quickly, and she was quite adorable. Qian Yuan said, "Yes, this is a bicycle. I borrowed it from a friend." When she heard it was borrowed, she hesitated a bit, reaching out to touch it. She looked a little disappointed and said, "It's borrowed? I thought your family bought it. If it was yours, you could let your cousin ride it. When your cousin gets married in a couple of months, he could use it too." Then she looked at Qian Yuan with her bright eyes and said, "When your cousin's wedding comes, you can borrow this bicycle again. He's marrying someone from the city, and this bike would suit her perfectly." It was quite a big statement. Such a valuable item. Borrowing it just to ride once was fine, but lending it to someone else? He wouldn't dare. If a part got lost or it got scratched or bumped, he couldn't afford to fix it. But even though he thought this, He couldn't say it openly. Grandma would be upset. So he politely said, "Grandma, this bike belongs to my friend's family. I might not be able to borrow it later." Grandma either didn't hear him clearly or chose to ignore it. She said, "It's okay, adults have their own things. When the time comes, you can ask their family to lend it to you. Maybe just give them some money." Qian Yumin really wanted to say that it wasn't about money. Buying a bicycle at this time wasn't just about having enough money, it also depended on connections. Otherwise, it would be impossible to buy one. But he didn't want to argue with his grandma. After all, it was 2 months away. He could find a reason to refuse then. Maybe he'd forget about it by then. So he replied, "We'll see then," pushed the bicycle, and planned to walk outside. At this moment, Grandma wanted to keep them both. She didn't mind risking damaging the bicycle and grabbed the back seat of the bike, saying, "How about you two stay for lunch before you go?" Qianyuan quickly waved his hands and joked. It was clear Grandma was trying to take the bike. The two uncles, along with a tall, strong cousin, if they wanted to take the bike, he definitely couldn't ride away. So he decided to run first. Although it was unlikely they would force the issue, what if they did? If they tried to borrow the bike without permission, what could he do? He couldn't fight them and they were relatives, so he couldn't just accuse them of stealing the bike. Qianyuan said, "No, Grandma, you should go to the fields quickly. We're leaving now so I can return the bike." Without waiting for Grandma's shout, he rode off quickly.
Wait.
"Stay for lunch. What's the rush?" Grandma called after him, jogging a few steps. Then she stomped her foot and muttered, "This kid is really something." Qianyuan pedaled so fast that sparks seemed to fly from the wheels. Only after leaving the village did he slow down. This made Qian Yufei uncomfortable. She rubbed her sore backside and complained, "Why are you riding so fast? Grandma can't catch up. Maya's all bruised. I'm just worried she'll grab the bike again. If she catches us, we might not be able to run away. We might even have to walk back," he replied. Qian Yufei also had this feeling, so she said nothing more. Since it was still early, they weren't in a hurry to go home. They rode leisurely back. Not long after, near the entrance to Lu's village, they saw a few people pulling and pushing each other. Next to them was an ox cart with some onlookers sitting on it. As they approached, Qian Yufei heard familiar arguing. "Oh wow, isn't that the mother and son we saw at the station? And that little girl coming to eat for free?" Hearing her sister's muttering, Qianyuan asked, "Do you know them?" Qian Yufei didn't look at him and shook her head. When she saw he couldn't see, she said, "I don't know them. I saw these people at the station." The old lady came to take care of her postpartum period and brought along a little girl to eat for free. Her son didn't want to, and they had a big argument at the station. They even wanted to buy tickets to send the two little girls back. We left in a hurry that day and didn't know what would happen next. I didn't expect to meet them here. That little sister-in-law is quite impressive. We've been here for over a month now. But now, what's the situation? Qianyuan rode his bike closer and stopped by the carriage. He whispered, "Just listen, you'll find out." After Qian Yufei got off the bike, she started talking to the women sitting in the carriage. They seemed to love gossip, or they wouldn't have stopped the carriage to watch. They were happy to share stories, and it seemed they all came from the same village, so they knew a lot. One fancy-dressed woman waved her hand and said, "Come sit on the carriage and listen." They're still arguing. Qian Yufei looked a bit confused, as if asking why. Next to her, a woman in bright red couldn't help but speak up. "Because this kind of scene has happened several times already. Do you remember how many times today? Either the 4th or 5th time. I've seen it myself 3 times. And there are more I haven't seen." The woman in red continued to share more. "Let me tell you, that wind woman doesn't want to leave. She just wants Fengyu to keep her a few more days, and then she keeps causing trouble. Now, everyone knows what kind of person she is. Fengyu has good reasons to send her away. She can't stay if she doesn't want to leave, and no one is defending her." She then turned to the others on the cart and said, "I think Fengyu is determined to make her leave this time." The others responded, "It's about time she left." They said she came to rest after giving birth, but instead, Juanzi ended up taking care of their 3 children. Look at Juanzi. She's lost weight and looks sick. It's clear she didn't recover well from childbirth. They're all well-fed and chubby, with greasy mouths. I think they've all gained weight. Juanzi's mother brought some chickens, and they ate them all.
Exactly.
One day, I saw Juanzi working in the fields. They were all at home cooking chicken. Later, I asked Juanzi if her mother-in-law's chicken was tasty. Guess what she said? Seeing everyone look at her expectantly, she smiled and continued. She said her mother-in-law didn't cook chicken at noon. They ate eggplant with potatoes. Did all three of them eat? Did they leave none for Juanzi? How can there be such people? The lady in red said angrily. Qian Yufei was stunned. She had never seen such a strange person before. But seeing how tired the lady and her two younger sisters looked, they didn't seem to be doing well. However, the ladies still looked quite spirited. Their conversation paused because the argument over there had escalated. The noise grew louder and louder, loud enough that they didn't need to listen closely to hear it. The lady was pointing at her son's nose and scolding him. I just gave you some chicken, and now you're so upset? I've raised you for so many years, and now you go to someone else's house to be a son-in-law? Don't you know what people in our village say about you? That you ran off with your wife. I thought you found a fairy, but no, she's just rich. I didn't expect she'd be poor, and just because of some chicken, you're so upset. The man's eyes were red, and he looked angry. He shouted, Mom, Juanzi and I are in love.
There's no such thing as a son-in-law.
Who spread that gossip? Tell me, I'll go find him. The lady kept talking. Who are you looking for? All your relatives are here. Besides, they're not wrong. Why did you quit your good job and move so far away? It's all because of that woman. The two younger sisters didn't try to stop or argue. Instead, they tried to stir trouble. The slightly prettier girl said, Brother, those relatives and neighbors are saying really mean things. Dad brought us here just to see what's going on. If it's not good, we'll bring you back. You moved your job to the city and now you're living in the countryside? They probably spent all your money and you can't afford a house. The slightly chubbier girl said seriously, I think Sister Wei is good. You've known her since you were little. She likes you.
Why did you go so far away? It's not easy for us to come see you.
And now, because of her, you're arguing with our mom every day. The man covered his chest, clearly overwhelmed by three people. He was so angry, he couldn't speak and stared at the two girls. The chubbier girl shrank back and hid behind her mother, saying nothing. The prettier girl wasn't afraid of him and kept looking at him. That person helplessly withdrew his gaze and looked at his mother. Mom, you all should go back first. Juanzi just finished her confinement, and her health isn't fully recovered. She can't take care of you. Then he added somewhat sadly, I really didn't expect living in the village to bring so many rumors. But I rented this house here. In a while, I will buy a house in the city and move there. At this, the older woman's expression softened a little, as if she had won a battle. You must keep your word. Don't come back and settle in the village. Our family can't afford to have that kind of trouble. She still looked a bit worried about him. When you're ready to buy a house, I'll ask your brother to help you find one, so you won't have to worry about it while working. The man was very helpless.
Mom.
Really? There's no need. I just transferred here not long ago, but I know some people. Finding a house is easy. I don't need my brother's help. His brother wasn't really there to help. He was just visiting and eating, maybe causing trouble. He might only make things worse. He was already overwhelmed and couldn't handle more problems now. The mother looked impatient. Everything she said was opposed. Seeing her son so distant, she probably thought he was being manipulated by that woman. She sighed again. I'm doing all this for whom? You know, now you think everything is our fault. You believe we came here to bully your wife. But you haven't seen how she treats us when you're not home. I've never seen such a two-faced woman. Then she became a bit serious. But I want to remind you, leave this village early and pay more attention to your wife. I always feel she's not entirely honest. Seeing her son's expression turn impatient, she stopped talking. She sighed again, pointing at her with a look of disappointment. You'll regret it someday. After saying this, she pulled the two young girls along, upset. The man followed behind them, unsure if he was worried about them, wanting to see them off at the train station, or afraid they might not leave halfway. While the main characters had already left, the onlookers were still reminiscing. It was clear they hadn't moved on from the scene, even starting to discuss what the older woman's words might mean. The elegantly dressed woman looked uncertain and suspicious. Do you think what that woman said is true? Could there really be something going on with Juanzi? A kind lady on the bus spoke mysteriously. I think it might be true. She wouldn't want her son to be unhappy, right? She must really feel something. A fancy lady replied. What could she have noticed? Maybe Juanzi has someone outside. As soon as she said that, everyone stopped thinking and the scene seemed to freeze. A woman in red clapped her thigh as if she had just discovered something. Hey, I always said Juanzi looks average, but she's always sad or sometimes flirtatious, which might attract men. Wasn't she seen with Wang Mazi's oldest son from our village? They were seen in the cornfield, pulling and teasing each other. Then Juanzi disappeared, and when she came back, she had a child and a man with her. Suddenly, Qian Yufei's voice sounded like a loud surprise. Wow, could this kid belong to someone else? She thought of this naturally, like in a soap opera, and blurted it out without meaning any harm. When she tried to cover her mouth, it was too late. She had already spoken. She felt regret, but the words were out. Her comment disturbed everyone and opened new thoughts. They all remembered her words and started to think and check if it was possible. One woman softly said, "If you count the child's birth date, it really matches." Another woman patted her thigh loudly, making Qian Yufei feel sorry for her. She seemed unaware and said excitedly, Juanzi's mother said she spilled water while fetching it, which caused her early labor. When I visited the baby, I praised her for taking good care of the child. The baby looked healthy and chubby, not like a premature one at all. She then rubbed her hands and said excitedly, "Now I realize this child isn't Feng Yu's. So, he's not a premature baby." Others looked surprised or thoughtful, as if recalling something. Qian Yufei and her friend covered their mouths to stop themselves from screaming, crouching in the corner without speaking. Their minds were racing, shouting inside. No way. Could it be true? Did I just say something that turned out to be real? This is so exciting. What is this? A hero taking over? I can't believe I found such a juicy secret on the street. I don't know why, but these women seem to be convinced of this conclusion, believing that the child is not Feng Yu's. They then start to speculate further. Their guesses become more convincing, like seeing the eldest son of that troublemaker Wang Mazi bringing food to Wanzi or helping her fetch water, with their eyes meeting. They also say that after the child was born, the first person to hold her wasn't Feng Yu, but Wang Mazi's eldest son, Wang Tiniu. No one else has spoken to clarify Wanzi's situation, and their stories are starting to sound more and more believable. These people discussed this for a long time. It was only because the old man driving the ox cart wanted to go home for dinner that the gossip group finally dispersed. Before leaving, the woman in the red dress told Qian Yufei to come visit her anytime, clearly considering her a close friend across generations. Qian Yufei also wanted to know what happened next, so she asked the woman for her name. The woman is called Huang Tsuehua, and she said everyone in the village knows her. Just asking around would lead to her house. After everyone left, Qian Yufei and her friend got on their bikes to leave. Sitting on the back seat, Qian Yufei was still thinking whether what those women said was true or just wild guesses. She was lost in thought when Qian Yuan couldn't hold back and asked, "Do you think that child really isn't Feng Yu's?" Feng Yu must be so miserable. He left his hometown for her, even changed jobs, and upset his mother and sister. If one day he finds out everything was a lie from Wanzi, he might go crazy. I don't know if he'll go crazy, but I do think this woman is very clever. Now I feel a bit sorry for Feng Yu. Yeah, if all that is true, then Wanzi is really scary. She went to another place, kidnapped a man, willingly changed jobs for her, and even moved into the village where she lives, abandoning her parents and family. How did she do it? Qian Yuan asked with a deep voice. I also want to know, what tricks did she use? She's really a role model for us. Qian Yuan turned around in surprise. The car swayed several times, almost driving into the cornfield. Hey. Drive carefully. Why are you turning around? Because you scared me. Why are you praising her now? Aren't you impressed? Qianyuan didn't reply. She mumbled softly. Even if I am impressed, I can't say it out loud. Then she raised her voice. Sis, don't learn from her. She's too mean, and it won't end well for her. Qian Yufei made a sharp sound and said, I'm not crazy. Why would I imitate her? I have a fiancé. Do I need to use shady tricks? Then why did you praise her for being clever? I guess maybe her relationship with that iron bull was accidental or not her intention. But since it happened, she had to fix it. I was praising her for how well she handled the situation, turning things around when she was at a disadvantage. Isn't that impressive? That makes sense. Hey, why doesn't she just be with Wang Tiniu directly? That would be easier. That was a mistake. I forgot to ask those women earlier. She looked back at the empty cart, which had already turned into the village. Both of them felt restless and anxious. In the second half of their journey, neither of them spoke. They were lost in their thoughts. As they neared home, Qian Yuan suddenly said, In a few days I'll go to Lu's village to ask Aunt Huang about it. I'll also find out what's going on with Feng Yu. I think you should wait a few more days, she replied. Why? Because, based on my first impression of those women, they can't keep secrets. I believe that in just a day or two, everyone in Lu's village will know everything. The news will spread fast. Can it really spread that quickly? After all, it's just gossip. Are you really unaware of how powerful gossip can be? They won't be able to keep it to themselves. I even feel like sharing it myself. You're right. I feel the same way. I might tell someone when I go to give my friend a bike.
Exactly.
In 3 days, not only Lu's village will know, but the whole city will be talking about it. Feng Yu's situation will be impossible to hide. So, what do you think Feng Yu will do? Qian Yufei jumped off her bike as they reached home, opening the door while saying, What else can he do? Just accept it. Qian Yuan rolled her eyes and parked her bike in the yard. 2 days later, when Qian Yufei went to the supply store to stock up again, she overheard the clerk whispering. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but then she heard words like Feng Yu, Juanzi, and Iron Bull. She smiled knowingly, covering her mouth, thinking, Only 2 days? Just 2 days? How come everyone at the supply and marketing cooperative already knows the gossip? The news spreads so fast. Actually, if no specific names were mentioned, the gossip wouldn't spread so quickly. But these gossipers clearly said everyone's full names without hiding anything. She was distracted while shopping, and the seller was also distracted, both listening carefully to the gossip. Later, she accidentally overheard that the accountant at the cooperative was actually Feng Yu, which made her realize why the gossip spread so quickly, because it reached Feng Yu's workplace. Moreover, people were so openly chatting, because Feng Yu was on leave. It seemed things had gotten a bit serious. After buying everything she wanted, Qian Yufei started heading home. On the way, she was thinking about whether to go to Lu's village to see the gossip in person, but it was a bit far, so she hesitated. While walking and pondering, she bumped into someone. She almost fell, but was caught by the person. A familiar voice came from the side. Why aren't you watching where you're going? What are you so deep in thought about? Qian Yufei blurted out, thinking about Feng Yu. Suddenly, there was a puffed sound, followed by uncontrollable laughter. Qian Yufei looked up and saw it was Gu Qingqing. She smiled for a moment before calming down and asked, What? Have you heard the rumor too? Qian Yufei raised an eyebrow. What? You heard it too? Gu Qingqing looked up. Of course. Now, it seems almost no one hasn't heard it. It's everywhere. Is it that exciting? What version did you hear? Any follow-up? Did Feng Yu share the rumors after he went home? Ha ha, Gu Qingqing burst out laughing. You're so concerned. Seeing Qian Yufei about to roll her eyes, she quickly added, But I happen to know what you want to know. Let's go sit over there for a while, she said, pointing to the path leading to the park. Since they had nothing to do, and they couldn't see the gossip in person, listening from others' mouths was also good. So, the two headed toward the park. Gu Qingqing didn't keep her in suspense. As they walked, she told Qian Yufei what she knew. I heard that Juanzi didn't admit that the child wasn't Feng Yu's, and even said Feng Yu wanted to dump her and find someone else. However, Feng Yu revealed some shocking news. It turns out that their first encounter was an accident. One day, Fengyu was drunk at a friend's house. On his way home, he accidentally bumped into Juanzi. After that, Fengyu doesn't remember much, but when he woke up, he and Juanzi were lying together. Juanzi was crying and said she was forced into it. Qian Yufei interrupted. So Fengyu was forced to marry her? No way. No way. Fengyu actually believed that. Well, they were lying together at the time. He was probably panicked and didn't have time to think much. That makes sense. According to Aunt Huang and others, Juanzi looked tearful and quite charming. So, what's the current situation? Does Fengyu remember that night now? I don't know. Nothing has been confirmed. Now both sides are sticking to their stories, and there isn't enough evidence. Fengyu still has a job, so he can't just leave. It seems they're at a standstill. Qian Yufei asked about a previous doubt of hers. By the way, do you know what the deal is with Iron Bull? Why didn't Juanzi just be with him directly? Gu Qingqing said mysteriously. You wouldn't know. Iron Bull is a bit simple-minded, with some intellectual disability, but very strong. People guess that Juanzi was forced into it, and she was afraid to speak out afterward. If it got out, Iron Bull's family could marry her. Do you think she would want that? Rumor has it that Juanzi is proud and wants to marry into the city. No wonder. Exactly. Usually, people wouldn't speak out in such situations. Plus, Iron Bull's family has some influence in the village. The village chief is related to them. Wow, I understand Juanzi a bit better now. Fengyu really got a raw deal. Yeah, and Juanzi too. Why did she insist on having the child? She should have found a way to get rid of it. Qian Yufei looked at Gu Qingqing in silence. Her thoughts about the situation were quite different from her own. Although she agreed, the people here wouldn't easily abort a child. After all, if she wanted to secretly get rid of the baby, she couldn't go to a hospital. She would have to create an accident or use some folk remedies. Whether Juanzi knew about these remedies was uncertain. Even if she did, it could be deadly. Creating an accident was just as risky. Small accidents might not be enough to end the pregnancy, and if she lost control even slightly, she could be finished. Gu Qingqing chuckled. Haha, yes. I heard that Juanzi's situation is pretty bad now. Maybe she really tried, but it didn't work out, or something unexpected happened. Yeah, maybe she's just scared. Exactly, that's probably it. The two of them continued to speculate about what might happen next, and agreed that if anyone heard any updates, they should tell each other right away. They enjoyed gossiping happily, but an unexpected event occurred as they left the park. They saw a couple walking together. When the man saw Gu Qingqing, he looked away quickly and lowered his head in embarrassment. Qian Yufei also caught a whiff of the gossip but saw Gu Qingqing's gloomy face and didn't dare to eat openly. She quietly watched, pretending to be invisible. Soon, Gu Qingqing seemed to comfort herself and happily approached the couple. The woman seemed to realize something was wrong and shyly hid behind the man. The man gently held her and patted her to comfort her. Long time no see, Lu Jianghe, Gu Qingqing said, pointing at the woman and asking, "And who is this?" The woman leaned closer to him, seeming to gain strength from his presence. "This is my fiancé." Gu Qingqing smiled bitterly. "Haha, I remember we just went on a blind date not long ago." "The matchmaker," said your side agreed. "What happened? Did the matchmaker give the wrong information?" The man quickly waved his hands, looking a bit nervous. No, he said softly, then looked down at the woman in his arms. After a moment, he seemed to make a decision and said, "Yes, the matchmaker gave the wrong information." Qian Yufei clearly saw Gu Qingqing breathe a sigh of relief. Then Gu Qingqing said, "I knew it. If they agreed, why was there no news?" No one showed up. Turns out they found true love. She looked at the couple intently, flicked her hair, and smiled charmingly. "Well, I wish you both happiness." Without hesitation, she turned around and pulled Qian Yufei away. Qian Yufei was a bit stunned. This reaction didn't seem like she was upset about losing someone. Was she not angry at all? Also, she suddenly remembered that before going to Liaoning province, she saw Gu Qingqing and that soldier having a sweet moment. What's going on now? Could they have broken up? So I couldn't help asking, "Hey, isn't that Gu Qingqing?" What happened to your soldier boyfriend? Why did you change to this one? He's not as good as the previous one. He's way behind. You should open your eyes. Of course I know that, she replied. My soldier brother has gone back to the army. Now we only write letters to each other. Qian Yufei pushed her away and took a step back, looking a bit surprised. No way, Gu Qingqing. Are you playing both sides? You just keep your distance from the soldier because he's far away and you can do whatever you want? Her expression showed no anger, but rather some amusement at the gossip. Gu Qingqing patted her lightly. What are you saying? Keep your voice down. Then she explained a little. The guy you saw just now is someone my dad forced me to meet for a blind date. I was just pretending. It's nothing serious. Besides, I already confirmed my relationship with the soldier. We've even finished the marriage report, and it might be approved soon. Qian Yufei was stunned and gave her a thumbs up. You're a real sister. But aren't you worried that this guy might like you? What will you do then? Gu Qingqing smiled but didn't say anything. She gave her a meaningful look. Guess, feeling she had everything under control. Qian Yufei thought of something and gave her another thumbs up, excited. So, the girl you arranged, is it? Is that right? Wow, she really liked her personality. The story was quite interesting. Gu Qingqing just smiled silently. Qian Yufei continued asking, Hey? Since you have a boyfriend, why does your dad still want you to meet other guys? Doesn't he oppose your relationship? Are you secretly seeing each other? What are you thinking? We are in a free relationship. My dad doesn't even know about Chu Mingchen. Ah? A secret love? And you two are about to get married. The report is done, and your dad can't hide it anymore, right? Her eyes lit up. You're not planning to run away and elope, are you? Just go with the army, so your dad can't find you. Gu Qingqing snapped her fingers. Exactly. I just don't want to tell him I have a boyfriend. Even if I join the army someday, I'll only tell him I've gone with the army. I won't say where I'm going. Are you planning never to come back? Qian Yufei suddenly felt a bit sad, unsure if it was because she was afraid she wouldn't see her again or because she would miss having someone from the same world to talk to. Gu Qingqing saw her look down without speaking, so she said, Why do you have that expression? We can write letters to each other in the future. It's almost like we're parting forever. Qian Yufei scoffed. I just think that if I stay away from you, I'll miss out on a lot of gossip, so I feel a bit down. Where are you thinking about going? All right, you Qian Yufei. I consider you a friend, but you treat me like entertainment. They started chasing and joking with each other on the road. When they parted, Qian Yufei dropped a big surprise. I'm getting married too. The guy's in the army. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Then she ran off without looking back. Gu Qingqing wanted to ask where her fiancé was serving, but she didn't. She thought, if it's meant to be, they will meet. If not, what does it matter if she knows? When Qian Yufei got home, she saw someone delivering a letter at the door. It was a mailman riding a bicycle. Qian Yufei, here's your letter. Qian Yufei took the letter, smiled, and thanked the mailman. She couldn't wait to open it right there. The message was short, with messy handwriting, probably written in a hurry. It said her marriage application had been approved, and the small courtyard had been reserved. They were currently digging a well, and once that was done, they would come to pick her up. She was asked to think carefully about whether she wanted a wedding ceremony. It also mentioned that he would probably arrive soon after she received the letter, so she should decide quickly. Qian Yufei looked at the letter, feeling her heart beat faster. So, she would be going to join him soon. Would they live together from now on? It all felt so fast. Should she have a wedding? Her father didn't seem to agree much. It might not be wise to hold a wedding banquet during this time. But without a wedding, she felt like something was missing. She thought she was being a bit sentimental. Most people in this era don't even get a marriage certificate. They just live together for life. She already considered herself complicated. Both families had held engagement ceremonies, and her fiancé promised to have a wedding ceremony with his comrades at the military district. That seemed enough, she told herself. But even though she had decided not to have a wedding, deep down, she still felt like she hadn't crossed that line. After all, what's missing is what makes it perfect, she told herself. Over the next few days, she started to organize her belongings consciously and occasionally visited the supply and marketing cooperative, hoping to hear more gossip. However, it was unclear whether those people had been silenced or if they simply didn't know any updates. Fengyu's incident appeared suddenly and then disappeared just as quickly. Until the weekend evening, when Qianyuan returned with exciting news. It was completely unexpected, yet somehow seemed logical. The legendary Zhuangzi, yes, she had become a kind of legend now. Qianyuan was quite impressive. To get the latest gossip, he specifically went to Lu's village and brought back first-hand information. Apparently, in the past few days, Zhuangzi found a third man, an official from a nearby city whose wife had died. He was here for business negotiations. After hearing about this, he met Zhuangzi himself. Somehow, they hit it off. One wanted to marry her, and she decided she could marry him. As a result, both her child's father, Tiniu, and Fengyu, who was supposed to take her in, were completely pushed aside. Yes, Zhuangzi finally admitted that the child was Tiniu's. When she left with the official from next door, she left the child with Tiniu's family, saying she didn't want the child and left it to them to handle. As for Fengyu, it's said that the official helped find someone to take him back to his hometown. The whole story was quite absurd, but the ending was perfect. After hearing this, Qian Yufin felt a deep admiration for the unknown Zhuangzi. How could she be so amazing? One man after another. How did she manage to handle it all? Thinking about it later, she realized Zhuangzi was also forced into this path. Without the official's appearance, her future would have been very bleak. Fengyu and she probably would have divorced, and even if they didn't, their life together wouldn't have been happy. If they divorced, it would have been even worse. She might have been pressured by public opinion to marry someone with a mental disability, which would have led to unimaginable consequences. So, knowing she left with that official, who wasn't even from the city, and that no one knew her past, she might have been able to live a quiet life. As for why that official married her, that's another story. Qian Yufei doesn't want to guess anymore now. She begins to prepare to leave. That morning, Qian Yufei woke up feeling sleepy. When she came out for breakfast, she vaguely saw Zhou Huainan. At first, she thought it was her imagination and muttered, "What's going on lately? Am I not fully awake? Do thoughts at night turn into dreams? Why do I see him again?" She turned to go back to her room to sleep more, but suddenly heard a low laugh. She immediately became alert. She stiffened and turned around, rubbed her eyes, still finding it hard to believe. Then she walked over to Zhou Huainan, poked his cheek with her finger. Soft and bouncy, like a real person. Before she could react, her hand was grabbed. She heard him say, "What? Not fully awake yet?" Qian Yufei shook her head in disbelief.
It's really you.
"When did you arrive?" "I've been here for a while. I've been eating breakfast at your house. Your parents weren't at work yet. They wanted to wake you up, but I told them to let you sleep longer." Who knew you could sleep so late? He smiled and looked at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock. Waking up so late was a surprise. Normally, she would get up around 7. Recently, she might be anxious about soon moving with the army and living with someone she doesn't know well, which causes her to have trouble sleeping at night. That's why she woke up late. She didn't expect him to catch her in the act. It was a bit awkward. Qian Yufei touched her nose to hide her embarrassment, then changed the subject. "Why did you come at this time?" "I thought you'd come during the day. I came with my teammate. His fiancée is also here, urging him to come pick someone up." Qian Yufei's eyes lit up. She thought, no way, such a coincidence. She asked, "Your teammate? His fiancée is here too? Do you know her name? Or your teammate's name?" Zhou Huainan raised an eyebrow.
What?
"You might know them." Qian Yufei grabbed his sleeve and pulled him to a chair, her eyes shining. "Tell me, just in case I know them."
I have a strong feeling about this.
"I don't know what my fiancé's name is. My teammate's name is Chu Mingchen."
Wow.
How can such a coincidence happen in the world? Qian Yufei clapped her hands and stood up, amazed. Zhou Huainan smiled. "Do you really know him?" Qian Yufei nodded heavily. "Yes, I know him. Not only that, we are classmates too. That's great. I was worried that after you joined the army, no one would know you and you'd feel lonely. Now it's better. You have a classmate with you, so you won't be alone. Qian Yufei felt happier. Honestly, she had some worries before. She's not very good at socializing and takes time to warm up to people. She was afraid she wouldn't find anyone to talk to after arriving, which would make her feel trapped. But now, she didn't have to worry about that. It's so lucky. Just a few days ago, she found out that Gu Qingqing was confirmed to be with the soldier. Now they're both going to the army together. It's like a dream. She smiled and said, "It's really nice. There's even someone I know there." Later, Qian Yufei took breakfast out of the pot and started eating. Zhou Huainan watched her from beside. After she finished, he asked, "Have you thought about what I wrote in the letter? Do you want to have a wedding? If yes, we need to start preparing today." Qian Yufei thought for a moment and finally shook her head. "No need. We already had an engagement before. Like my dad said, we can just have a simple ceremony when I go to the army." Zhou Huainan reached out and patted her head, then asked softly, "Are you sure you don't regret it?" It seemed he knew she was hesitant about this and that she wanted a wedding. Qian Yufei almost cried. She buried her head in Zhou Huainan's chest and said softly, "No wedding," then she whispered, "But even if we don't have one, you can't think it's easy to get me." Zhou Huainan didn't understand what she meant. He lifted her fluffy head from his chest and looked into her eyes, asking, "Why do you say that?" Qian Yufei pouted, looking like she was about to cry, but holding back. Her eyes were red. Because what's easy to get isn't usually appreciated. Zhou Huainan didn't expect that the girl he chose was a literary type. He gently rubbed her head again. "Have you read too many books? That's why you like to overthink. You should read less in the future." Then he touched her eyes with his finger. Qian Yufei's tears were already in her eyes, and when he touched her, the tears immediately fell and kept flowing uncontrollably. Uncertain whether she was scared, confused, or reminded of her past life, she just wanted to cry. This frightened Zhou Huainan, who felt helpless. He kept wiping her tears with his hands, even using his own clothes because there were so many tears. While wiping, he comforted her softly, "I will cherish you for sure. In the future, tell me how you want me to act, and I will do my best. I am serious about our relationship. Please don't cry anymore." His gentle words made Qian Yufei start crying again. Seeing him wipe so slowly, she even rubbed her face against his clothes. His shirt was soaked in front. He held her hand and placed it on his face, patting it gently. "Don't cry anymore, okay? Maybe we should still go ahead with the wedding. It's okay, it won't be too troublesome. I will handle everything. You don't have to worry about anything. I will talk to my dad, all right?" Qian Yufei slowly stopped crying. Maybe she had finished venting her emotions, and her mind started working again. She looked up with tears still on her face, sniffed, and spoke with a nasal voice. "It's a promise. You have to treat me well, understand? No second thoughts, no macho attitude. You have to spend your money on me." Every time she said something, Zhou Huainan nodded and replied, "Yes," very cooperatively. "Yes, I will spend all my money on you. When I go back, I will give you all my money." Qian Yufei was comforted. Then she said, "Since that's the case, we won't have the wedding. But if one day I want to hold it again, you have to cooperate with me." She looked up at him hopefully. "Okay?" Zhou Huainan didn't know if he was bewitched by her or if he just didn't want to see her cry. Maybe he didn't hear her clearly. Anyway, whatever she said, he agreed. "Okay." Qian Yufei smiled, showing her small white teeth. Zhou Huainan finally relaxed and thought to himself, "Finally, she's not crying." To distract her, they started talking about Gu Qingqing and Chu Mingchen. Zhou Huainan asked, "If we don't have the wedding, do you want to stay at home a few more days or leave with Chu Mingchen and the others?" She replied, "Are they also accompanying the army this time? Have the arrangements for the house and everything been made?" "Yes, everything is arranged. They started applying for the marriage early, and the house is already cleaned. We bought some furniture and plan to buy more based on your preferences after you arrive." Qian Yufei muttered softly, "Are they really that efficient? It seems like they haven't known each other for long." Then she added, "Maybe I should go with them. Traveling together would be good to have company." "All right, I'll ask Chu Mingchen and the others when they plan to leave, and we can buy tickets together." She then asked, Will we need to bring a lot of things? If so, I can mail some of them in advance. Not many actually. The things she wanted to bring were mainly the items she took from Zhou Huainan's house and her new clothes and shoes she bought after arriving. But overall, she didn't buy or make many things. Most of her belongings were from Zhou Huainan's place. She had already packed everything. Most of her clothes were light, so once she arrived, she would quickly need to bring out her warm clothes for fall and winter. She didn't plan to take her old clothes from the original owner. She wanted to replace everything with new ones. However, plans often change faster than expected. Qian Yufei knew that being too close to the heroine would likely cause some problems. Sure enough, the four of them had planned to leave together in 3 days to return to the military base, but the next morning they received a notice about a sudden mission. Their holiday was cancelled unexpectedly. Although the mission was sudden, it didn't seem very dangerous. The timing wasn't urgent, and it didn't seem too difficult. Zhou Huainan and the others guessed that it was probably because they were nearby, capable, and new faces, so the task was assigned to them. What should they do now? The original plan was broken. Zhou Huainan's holiday was cancelled, and even if they completed the mission, they might not have a chance to come back and pick them up. The four of them discussed strategies at a state-run restaurant. Gu Qingqing suggested that they could go a few days later. By then, Zhou Huainan and the others might have finished their task, and they would only need to meet them locally. The train was direct, so no transfers were needed, and they probably wouldn't get lost. Qian Yufei frowned and asked, "What about all the things?" "I have quite a few, and I don't think I can manage everything on my own." Gu Qingqing felt unsure because she had more belongings. She looked at Chu Mingchen and said, "I also have quite a few things. I don't think I can handle everything." Chu Mingchen asked, "Are your things very valuable?" Qian Yufei replied, "They're okay." Gu Qingqing nodded and said, "Somewhat." Zhou Huainan knew that the items Qian Yufei brought back, like money and jewelry, were more valuable. The other clothes she brought back were relatively low-key and not very expensive. Those clothes could probably be shipped without issue, though losing them would be a pity. But Gu Qingqing's belongings were different. She said she had some items, which probably meant some were valuable. So, she wasn't very confident about mailing them. The situation was complicated. Moreover, Gu Qingqing added, "I must take all my things this time." Qian Yufei understood well. Gu Qingqing had already upset her family quite a bit. She planned to tell her family about her marriage only when she left, clearly not intending to return. All those belongings were hard-earned. If she didn't take them now, when she came back later, they wouldn't be hers anymore. Compared to her, Qian Yufei's situation was better. First, she could leave her things behind without taking them, as she could secretly store everything in her space. Second, her belongings were not many. Zhou Huainan could take all of his, but she couldn't. She was barely able to manage. The final plan was to pack their belongings, take the valuable and portable items, and store the rest with Zhou Huainan and his partner. After completing their task, they would come back to retrieve and bring the rest home. As for why they didn't leave everything at Qian Yufei's home, no one knew how valuable Gu Qingqing's belongings really were. Her home wasn't very secure, and outsiders could come and go. If a few items got lost, who would compensate?
There was no need to take that risk.
Zhou Huainan and his team moved the items a day early, without telling them where they stored everything. Qian Yufei didn't ask or worry. She trusted that all the valuables were in her hands. They took clothes, shoes, and her mother's local specialty snacks. The next morning, Qian Yufei woke early, washed up, ate breakfast, and then, with her mother, took the homemade flatbread and the salted duck eggs she had preserved earlier. They said goodbye to their family and left. When she was leaving, she thought she would be very firm, but at the moment she turned back, tears fell from her eyes. Only then did she realize that unconsciously, she had already become part of this family. The people at home had also become an inseparable part of her feelings. Zhou Huainan helped her carry her things and quickly comforted her, wiping her tears. "When I go on a mission, you can come back and visit your parents if you're bored." Qian Yufei picked a fight. "Why is it when you go on a mission? Can't we come back together when you're not on a mission?" Zhou Huainan hurriedly nodded. Yes. Of course, it can be done. Even if it seems difficult, it will be fine. When Zhou Huainan and his companions arrived at the station, Gu Qingqing and the others had already arrived. They planned to see them onto the train and then leave. It seemed there was a last-minute problem with the mission, and they might not be able to return in time to pick them up. So, they decided to at least send them onto the train. The military had asked teammates to help with the pickup. Such situations happen often, and teammates helping to pick up people usually go smoothly without mistakes. While waiting for the train, Qian Yufei suddenly thought she saw Qian Yufeng. At first, she thought she was mistaken, but upon a second look, she realized it was really her. She saw a neat young man standing beside her. Although he wasn't wearing a military uniform, he gave her the feeling that he might also be a soldier. A silly thought crossed her mind. What does this mean? In this day and age, other careers don't seem appealing anymore. Why is everyone choosing to be soldiers? And where do all these soldiers come from? And why are they all so coincidentally the same as her? Soon, she saw Qian Yufeng start walking toward the platform. She patted her chest and muttered to herself, "Good thing it's not the same train. It probably isn't going to the same place." That would have been scary. If they were going to the same military district, it would be quite lively. Zhou Huainan noticed she kept zoning out. He looked in the direction of her gaze, but saw nothing. He thought she was just noticing the train arriving and said, "Our train still has a while to wait. It's not this one. No need to rush. I'll tell you when it's time." Qian Yufei nodded randomly, still staring at Qian Yufeng. She only relaxed when she couldn't see her anymore. But she only let out a small sigh of relief. Given her previous suspicion of Qian Yufeng, if that person was truly reborn, she would probably have shown some other signs. After all, if a person is reborn, she is likely to choose a different life, correcting all her past regrets or mistakes. For example, her jade pendant, she looks forward to hearing her news again someday and listening to her stories. She believes it will be colorful and interesting. She just doesn't know who the man beside her is or how they met. Walking openly like this probably means they aren't eloping. While she was lost in her thoughts, their train arrived. Zhou Huainan rubbed her head and said, "Hurry up and focus. It's time to board." Then he looked down and asked, "Did you get up a bit early today? Are you not fully rested? We bought sleeper tickets, so you can sleep a little more once on the train." Qian Yufei smiled and said, Yes, I'm not very sleepy. How long will it take to get to the station?" Zhou Huainan helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seemed she didn't listen at all when they talked earlier. She didn't even know what time they would arrive, yet she was about to board the train. Luckily, she was with Gu Qingqing, who seemed reliable. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to get on the train. If she were sold, she'd still have to help count the money. "You'll be on a train for about 30 hours. When you're close to the station, someone will notify you," he said, carrying her luggage with one hand and holding Qian Yufei's hand with the other. They followed Gu Qingqing and the others toward the platform. The train was very crowded, especially packed. Luckily, Gu Huainan was there to protect her. She wasn't pushed around, but even so, she broke out in a sweat once she got on the train. It was like fighting a battle so crowded. They bought her and Qian Yufei seats in the same row, one on the lower bunk and one on the middle bunk. The train car wasn't very full, just scattered people, probably because some hadn't boarded yet. After settling their belongings, Zhou Huainan held Qian Yufei's hand and started giving her advice, clearly worried. "When you sleep later, put your valuables under your pillow. The suitcase can go under the bunk. Don't keep staring at it. The more you look, the more dangerous it is. Also, if something unexpected happens, prioritize your safety. Don't get involved unless necessary. If it's serious, find a train attendant. Don't rush in yourself, understand?" Qian Yufei nodded and said, "Got it." She wasn't from this era and didn't like to act heroically or be a brave pioneer. She is very selfish. Even if he didn't remind her, she would choose not to interfere in these matters. The train didn't stay long. Zhou Huainan hugged Qian Yufei and softly said in her ear, "Be good on the way. I will come back as soon as I can." Qian Yufei also hugged him back, nuzzling into his arms and gently nodding her head. When they reached the train door, Zhou Huainan turned back and said, Everything needed at home is ready. When you arrive, you can stay in the small courtyard. If you're worried, you can stay at the guest house for a few days. Qian Yufei kept nodding, knowing that Zhou Huainan was a bit worried about her. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. Her eyes started to turn red again. She was afraid that if she spoke, tears might fall, which would make him more worried. So she looked at him with her eyes, nodded to show she understood. Just before the train started moving, Zhou Huainan was pulled off the train by Chu Mingchen. Qian Yufei felt a little sad. She had been away from her family for a day, leaving Zhou Huainan behind. Now she was alone, well, almost. There was Gu Qingqing beside her. It suddenly occurred to her that she had come onto the train with Gu Qingqing. She had been so busy talking to Zhou Huainan that she forgot about Gu Qingqing. She looked up and saw Gu Qingqing gazing out the window. She followed her gaze but saw nothing. The train was picking up speed, gradually leaving the platform. The people who had come to see her off became tiny dots. She thought Gu Qingqing would be happy to leave this place, but it didn't seem so. She was staring blankly out the window, lost in her thoughts. Both of them were immersed in their own feelings. Soon, Qian Yufei was awakened by the noise of an argument next door. She snapped out of her thoughts. She didn't try to listen closely, but stayed in her lower bunk seat because she could hear clearly without seeing who was arguing. She heard a delicate girl say, "I specifically bought the lower bunk. Why do I have to change? Just because you have a child I should give in? Who doesn't have a child?" Then she heard a rougher voice, an older woman say, "Aren't you just by yourself now? Besides, I'm not asking for the money back for nothing. I'll give you some money. Do I lack that little money? Yes, you don't lack it. Just think of the child. Let me switch with you, okay? My bunk is on the top, and the child really can't sleep there. It might fall down. I won't change seats. If you're worried about the child falling, just ask the train attendant to help you switch. There are still many empty seats on this train, so hurry up." At this moment, a kind lady passing by next to Qian Yufei interrupted, saying, "Yes, just ask the train attendant to change your seat. There are plenty of empty spots, no need to make a fuss." The lady's voice lowered a bit. Most seats are probably already sold, and the train staff can't really change them. The delicate voice spoke again. "How do you know they're all sold out if you don't ask? Maybe you just don't want to spend money." Then, her tone sharpened. "No, wait. You're not trying to sneak on without paying, are you?" Maybe she was just talking casually, but the passing lady didn't seem to care whether it was true or not. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Train staff, come quickly. There's someone trying to sneak on without a ticket." Now, not only the train attendant heard it, but also the passengers nearby. Everyone started to come over to see what was happening. The lady holding the child began to back away from Qian Yufei and her friend, waving her hands and saying, "No, I didn't." Although she said she didn't, her actions looked guilty, as if she was hiding something. Some onlookers started joking, could she really be sneaking on without a ticket? It looks like it. The train attendant arrived quickly, sweating heavily, probably having squeezed through the crowd. He asked, "Who's trying to sneak on without a ticket?" The lady and others pointed at the woman holding the child, saying, "It's her." The woman holding the child tightened her grip, perhaps because the child was being squeezed too hard, and the child started crying loudly. Everyone's attention shifted from the woman to the child. The child was dressed in a small suit, wrapped in a blanket, and was now struggling and crying, revealing some of the clothes underneath. In this era, being able to afford such clothes was rare, and it was even rarer to see a child dressed so well. Qian Yufei had a bad feeling again. Could this be a child trafficker? But she quickly dismissed the idea. Traffickers wouldn't be so obvious or showy about kidnapping a child. Just then, another train staff member ran over and asked, "Wenzi, what's going on?" The train attendant called when Z did not respond. Instead, he looked steadily at the woman and reached out, saying, "Please show me your ticket. I need to check it." The woman kept stepping back until she was right in front of Qian Yufei. She really wanted to say, "Zhou Huainan, you are so unlucky. Something unexpected has happened, and she seems forced to get involved too." She and the woman were now less than an arm's length apart. Two train attendants blocked both sides of the aisle, so the woman could only keep retreating toward her. The woman started pretending to search her bag for tickets. She looked more nervous the longer she searched. Finally, her bag dropped to the ground, spilling clothes and money everywhere. One attendant quickly crouched down to help pick things up, but it seemed more like he was checking for any clues. The woman couldn't squat easily with the child in her arms, and the child was crying loudly, calling for her mother. Everyone began to realize something was wrong. The child in her arms was not really her own. Onlookers started whispering. Could she be a kidnapper? It doesn't seem like it. Look at the child. She says she's looking for her mother, but she doesn't seem to mind being held by that woman. Are you suggesting they know each other? I don't know. But it looks like she really did try to sneak onto the train. Yes, now we just need to check whether she's a kidnapper or someone she knows. It will be clear once we ask. Hearing everyone's discussion, Qian Yufei suddenly saw Gu Qingqing, who was supposed to be sitting by the window, move to her left without her noticing. It seemed Gu Qingqing wanted to get involved. Qian Yufei really didn't want to get involved. She didn't have the strength or the hero's luck, so she chose to stay safe and moved slowly to the seat where Gu Qingqing had just been sitting. Gu Qingqing stood up and said to the woman, "Ma'am, is the child hungry? I have some snacks. Let me give her something to eat." She reached out with a piece of peach pastry. The woman, afraid Gu Qingqing might try to take the child, turned quickly to dodge. In doing so, she accidentally pushed the child toward the train attendant called Wenzi. Wenzi quickly reached out and grabbed the child. Another train attendant and Gu Qingqing worked together to control the woman. The woman resisted very fiercely, and Gu Qingqing and the attendant almost couldn't hold her. Eventually, a strong, well-built man and a woman who called over another attendant helped tie her up. They then took her away, likely to the train attendant's lounge. Gu Qingqing also went along. Qian Yufei admired her bravery. After the woman was taken away, the crowd didn't leave. Instead, they discussed even more excitedly. The story became more complicated and strange, and everyone wished they could write a book about it. Qian Yufei listened with bright eyes, enjoying the gossip. She also kept looking in the direction Gu Qingqing and the others had gone, hoping she would return soon. Not long after, about an hour later, Gu Qingqing and the others came back. They said the woman had been controlled and would be taken off the train at the next stop. They had just recorded a simple statement and didn't need to get off with her. However, they left their contact address just in case. After this incident, the passengers around became more friendly and found common topics. The rest of the trip went by quickly. No one knew, but Qian Yufei was having a very happy time. She listened to the older men and women gossip about the woman, sharing their own stories to see if their guesses were correct. According to their stories, the woman was sometimes a spy, sometimes a human trafficker, sometimes a distant relative, a nanny, an enemy, or someone who had been tricked. She was said to be responsible for sending the child for a while, with others taking over later, and she knew nothing about it. In short, the stories were all over the place. Some even guessed the full story, how she was kidnapped, what happened afterward, and the consequences. They also gave many different identities for the child. At first, Qian Yufei sat on the lower bunk, listening to their wild guesses. Later, she got tired and moved to the middle bunk to lie down. She preferred the middle bunk because it wasn't easily sat on by others and wasn't too high. Climbing up and down was also easier. Most importantly, she wouldn't be easily disturbed while sleeping. The lower bunk was better at night, but during the day, strangers might want to sit on her bed, which she would have to refuse. Just thinking about it was troublesome. Listening to everyone's casual chat, the sadness from parting with family, and the brief separation from Zhou Huainan had all been swept away. Now, she was completely absorbed in gossip. If you looked closely, you could see a sparkle in her eyes. That was the bright light of curiosity about the gossip. She also asked Gu Qingqing if she would be informed about the follow-up news. "Qingqing, if they find out more later, will they let you know?" Gu Qingqing slowly shook her head. "I'm not sure. Usually, we just give a statement as witnesses, and they probably won't tell us anything afterward. But during the questioning, they found out I'm a military spouse and that I still need to follow the troops, and my address is with the military district. So, it might involve negotiations between the military and them." Whether they will notify the military and then inform me, I really don't know. Qian Yufei understood. Different identities mean different treatment, and she thought there was a good chance the military would be informed. Maybe they hadn't reached the military district yet, but Gu Qingqing's name had already been passed along. The military leaders would definitely see her differently because of her brave act, which was a proud achievement. She also had a feeling that Gu Qingqing might gain powerful connections and support because of this, which could have a long-lasting impact on her future. It was even possible she might be recognized as an outstanding person. But she didn't envy her at all. Even if she could do it all over again, she would choose to stay out of it. She preferred a relaxed, simple life and liked to watch from the sidelines. As night fell, more people got on the train. The whole carriage was almost full, with hardly any empty seats. Qian Yufei thought that since something had already happened during the day, their carriage should be safe now. After all, there had been a kidnapping attempt, so their carriage would be under close watch, with train staff patrolling from time to time. But she didn't expect there would still be someone reckless enough to cause trouble in their carriage. That night, Qian Yufei was awakened by the sounds of arguing, fighting, and objects falling. She was sleeping deeply, so when she woke up, she was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Soon, the lights in their carriage turned on. She blocked the light with her arm, blinked a few times to get used to it, and then saw many messy bags thrown on the ground. Around her, people were pointing and whispering. The main scene was a person being pressed down on the aisle, shouting, it's not me," as chaos unfolded.
It's you.
I saw you rummaging through the stuff, said Gu Qingqing, pointing at the person being pressed down. I was sleeping peacefully there and you pulled my suitcase from under the bed. I saw it with my own eyes and caught you in the act. Do you want to deny it? No, it's not me. The person who was rummaging earlier has already gotten off the train. I saw you all didn't react, so I thought I'd take the chance to grab some things. I didn't expect you'd catch me. Why am I so unlucky? He said, looking upset. The train attendant came again, this time a woman named Wenzi. She didn't understand what was happening on this trip, as trouble kept happening in this carriage. If Qian Yufei could hear her thoughts, she would tell him, because there are people who travel through time here. But at this moment, she also noticed the items on the ground. One of the suitcases was actually hers, and it was open. Its contents were tossed around, probably searched for valuables. Qian Yufei's suitcase mostly contained clothes and shoes. Even though another suitcase held a jewelry box, the thief didn't find it. The jewelry was already stored in her space, so she wasn't worried. That's why she was just lying on the bed and sleeping peacefully. But even her clothes were her favorites. She hurried to get off the bed and tidy up so they wouldn't be stepped on. While she was packing her things, the train attendant figured out what had happened. She looked at Gu Qingqing and Qian Yufei, who were busy collecting their luggage. Of course, others nearby had also been rummaged through. Soon, more train staff arrived to help calm the crowd, guide people away, and check for lost items. Everyone, please identify your luggage on the ground and see if anything is missing. Come register with me. People who had been sleeping deeply were awakened by the noise and started checking their bags. Suddenly, screams broke out. My money is gone, and where is my gold bracelet? Who the heck stole even the dried meat I brought for my grandson? I kept my money in my underwear, and it was stolen. What a crook! Qian Yufei was squatting on the ground, checking her luggage. A row of crows flew past her. She almost wanted to laugh, but felt it wouldn't be right. She tried to hold back. At that moment, a scream came from the neighboring carriage. My documents are missing. Those files are very important. The voice trailed off, either too quiet to hear or because she didn't want to say more. Then, she saw a person who looked like a train conductor quickly leave and rush to the next carriage. Clearly, something more serious was happening there. Qian Yufei guessed that the missing files might be the thief's main goal. The other actions could have been just distractions, a trick to divert attention. Now, the person caught might just be an innocent thief who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. After tidying her luggage, she found that her clothes were a bit dirty from being dropped on the ground, but nothing was stolen or broken. She felt relieved. However, Gu Qingqing next to her was trembling and looked upset. She kept rummaging through her luggage, her 2 suitcases being searched over and over. Still, she kept looking. The more she searched, the more her hands shook, and the air around her seemed to grow colder. Qian Yufei didn't know what affected her so deeply, and she didn't dare ask. Even if she did, Gu Qingqing probably wouldn't tell the truth. Their relationship was just classmates, nothing more. There were many private matters she preferred to keep to herself. But she thought if she didn't ask, someone else might. After the train attendant checked everyone's belongings and saw that Gu Qingqing was still searching her luggage and seemed upset, she asked, "Comrade Gu Qingqing, did you lose something?" Gu Qingqing's hands trembled as she stood up, grabbing the collar of the thief. Her expression was serious and intimidating. She coldly asked, "Did you take a leather scroll from my suitcase? Where did you put it?" Without waiting for an answer, she started searching the thief herself, her movements rough and a bit out of control. Actually, the weather isn't cold now, and everyone is wearing thin clothes. If, as Gu Qingqing said, the lost item was a leather scroll, it should be easy to find. But now, it looks fine on the surface, and after searching for a long time, they still haven't found it. It might have been moved by someone else, or maybe he didn't steal it at all. That little thief hid behind the train attendant and said, "What scroll? I didn't see anything. Don't blame me for everything that gets lost." Then he jumped up and told others who were also throwing things, "Not all of your stuff was stolen by me. I only took some money from an old man and also took a lady's gold necklace. I didn't take anything else." The train attendant didn't ask directly inside the carriage. Instead, after everyone had sorted their belongings, he took all the people who lost items and the little thief away together. Gu Qingqing put her suitcase away and followed along, looking a bit dazed. Of course, 2 train attendants stayed behind in the carriage to prevent any accomplices from moving the stolen items. The lights in the carriage stayed on all night. Qian Yufei slept restlessly. She didn't wait for Gu Qingqing to come back and fell asleep. It wasn't because she was carefree. After all, she had just experienced something, and she still had the mind to sleep. It was her biological clock that forced her to sleep. Also, the carriage next door was the safest place because there were always train attendants watching. So, even though she slept uneasily and kept dreaming, she still managed to sleep. When she woke up the next morning, she realized that no one in their 2 carriages had been allowed to leave. They all had to be taken to the final station, undergo strict checks, and only then could they leave. She also heard that the other carriages on this train had been thoroughly searched by the train attendants. At the same time, after the incident, anyone who wanted to get off the train had to be searched, their luggage checked, registered, and sometimes they had to be quarantined locally before being allowed to go. Overall, the process was very strict. Qian Yufei didn't expect the situation to become this serious. She thought the lost document must be very important, perhaps some experimental data or a personnel list. During this period, spies were very active, and various small tricks kept happening, causing great trouble for the country. It was very likely that the people on their train were involved in all this. After eating a little, Qian Yufei noticed that Gu Qingqing was still in a distracted and lost state. Clearly, she had been deeply hurt, which made her start to think. What's inside that scroll that makes her so anxious? Losing it seems to have such a big impact. It can't be some kind of treasure map, right? Thinking this, she comforted Gu Qingqing. "Qingqing, this matter seems to involve a lot. They will definitely investigate carefully. Your things should still be findable." She also handed her a salted duck egg and a pancake. "Eat something first." Gu Qingqing forced a small smile, said, "Thank you," and quietly started eating. Time passed slowly in this quiet environment. During this time, Qian Yufei took the opportunity to transfer a few pieces of jewelry into an empty jewelry box in her other suitcase. After all, it seemed strange to put an empty jewelry box in the suitcase. They would probably search the luggage, and it would be hard to explain then. Soon it was noon. The train arrived at the station. Everyone took their carry-on luggage and was picked up by a special car. Their large luggage was registered and taken away by a dedicated person, stored separately, probably for a detailed check. After leaving the train carriage, instead of seeing crowds of people coming and going, They saw rows of armed soldiers standing straight with determined looks, as if they could spot any movement. Qian Yufei's eyelids started to twitch rapidly. She felt both nervous and excited inside. She had never seen such a scene before. The entire station was blocked off. This situation was so exaggerated. The people who came out were asked to follow the soldiers. Almost one soldier led one person, orderly leaving the platform and exiting the train station. Then they all got into a vehicle. The soldiers continued to sit with them on the car. Some timid ones were so scared they cried, but they only secretly wiped their tears and dared not make a sound. The vehicle left the city and headed toward a desolate area. The scenery around became more and more barren, with only a few trees and scattered houses dotting the vast land. Gu Qingqing and Qian Yufei sat together, and everyone remained silent. As the vehicle went deeper, they saw an old factory building. Soldiers were guarding the entrance, and inside, busy soldiers and police officers could be seen. It was clear that this place had become a temporary command center. These people were taken to different rooms. At first, Qian Yufei was just kept in a room with no one watching her. She sat quietly, occasionally fiddling with her fingers or pulling at her hair. When no one came in for a while, she started to relax. She got tired of sitting and stood up to walk around. When she got tired, she sat down again, looking very bored. She looked up at the light bulb on the ceiling, watching the yellowish glow. She fell into deep thought. I wonder if Zhou Huainan and the others have finished their tasks. Maybe they already found out that we took a train and got involved in this secret case. I also wonder if it will cause trouble for him. Oh, well. At first, I thought it was interesting to see some excitement, but once I became part of it, it wasn't fun anymore. It's just a big problem now. So annoying for some reason. Maybe because she wasn't the main suspect and wasn't under close watch, no one paid much attention to her after she was brought in. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, a female officer brought her dinner and even let her go to the bathroom to take care of personal needs. After that, she was left alone in the room again. By around 9 at night, it was time for her to sleep. Still, no one paid attention to her, so she simply lay her head on the table and fell asleep. What she didn't know was that everyone, after being separated, received the same treatment. No one was interrogated or searched. They were all kept in individual rooms. It wasn't just confinement. People observed their every move. Any unusual behavior was recorded. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, people started being awakened one after another, and the questioning began. Qian Yufei was the same. She was sleeping peacefully when she was suddenly shaken awake forcefully. Blinding lights shone into her eyes, showing no respect for her as a military spouse. 2 uniformed officers stood on either side of her. One held a notebook, and the other carried a flashlight, shining its bright beam directly at her. Qian Yufei was blinded by the sudden bright light, causing her to squint. She shielded her eyes with her arm and gradually adapted to the brightness. Qian Yufei, one person asked, his voice carrying a tone of authority. Qian Yufei nodded, feeling a bit annoyed but remaining calm and obedient. After all, this was official business. She was now a suspect, and the matter was likely complicated. She was grateful they hadn't used harsh methods on her. Come with us. There are some things we need to investigate with your cooperation, the person continued, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Sighing helplessly, Qian Yufei knew she couldn't avoid this. She nodded and followed them out. The interrogation went smoothly. Qian Yufei answered all questions honestly, sharing everything she knew about what she saw and noticed on the train, trying to be detailed yet objective. However, towards the end, they unexpectedly mentioned Gu Qingqing, which surprised her and made her feel a bit shocked. Her expression changed clearly, but she didn't hide it well. The interrogator seemed to understand her reaction and explained, "We're just following routine procedures." The missing scroll Gu Qingqing mentioned might have been lost along with some documents, or it could also be one of the targets of the thief. Qian Yufei's surprise quickly faded. She quickly regained her composure and thought to herself, how could Gu Qingqing's matter be related to this case? What secrets did that missing scroll hold? She carefully chose her words and replied cautiously, "I don't know about the scroll." I only learned about it after the train attendant asked her what she had lost. The interrogator nodded slightly, and the person recording notes nearby stopped writing, seeming satisfied with her answer. They didn't ask any more questions. Soon after, they returned her to the previous room and then left. The interrogation was finally over. The sky was beginning to lighten. Qian Yufei let out a relieved sigh. Although she knew she probably couldn't leave just yet, at least this part was done. I don't know how Gu Qingqing is doing now, whether she's safe. My mind keeps wandering with wild thoughts I can't control. Early in the morning, the female officer who brought her food came again. She did the same thing. Took her to handle urgent matters, helped her wash up, and brought her food. Just as she was getting ready to stay here for a long time, a soldier at the door came over to tell her someone was here to pick her up.
She could leave now.
Qian Yufei was surprised at first, then happy. She thought it must be Zhou Huainan. Given the time, place, and situation, only he would come. She smiled and thanked him, happily following the soldier out of the room. Then she turned down another corridor. Soon she saw a pile of luggage. Her luggage had been taken out separately. Someone checked her ID and asked, "Check if all your belongings are here and nothing is missing." Qian Yufei nodded. She took her suitcase and carefully checked everything inside. When she confirmed nothing was lost, she closed the suitcase and nodded to them, saying, "All good. Everything's here." The soldier signaled that she could leave. Qian Yufei pulled her suitcase and continued down the corridor, feeling very relieved. Every step felt light and happy, like walking on clouds. At the end of the corridor, she saw a familiar figure standing quietly, looking around anxiously. She immediately recognized Zhou Huainan. Her heart beat faster, and her eyes welled up with tears. When Zhou Huainan saw Qian Yufei, his face lit up with a smile. He hurried over, took her suitcase, and gently pulled her into a hug, asking with concern, "Yufei, are you okay? Did they hurt you?" He turned her around to check if she was safe, then relaxed once he saw she was fine. Qian Yufei shook her head, but tears started to form in her eyes. She pouted and forced out a small smile, saying, "I'm fine." But then she hugged Zhou Huainan and started crying. Oh, such mixed feelings. Qian Yufei cried more and more, feeling very wronged. She had never experienced such a situation before, whether in her past life or this one. It was the first time she was taken away at gunpoint, questioned in the middle of the night with lights shining on her face. Previously, no one relied on her, so she could barely comfort herself and hold on. Now that she has someone to lean on, she finally feels free to vent her emotions. Zhou Huainan gently patted her back and softly said, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you go alone. If I had known, I would have waited longer before you left with me." Qian Yufei ignored him and kept crying, as if she wanted to release all the frustration she had felt over the past 2 days. Zhou Huainan's clothes were soaked again. At this moment, he deeply understood the saying, "Women are made of water." There were so many tears, almost drowning him. But he still needed to comfort her. If it were up to him, he wouldn't let her suffer so much. He continued to gently her back and softly said, "Be good. Let's go home, okay? There are so many people watching you cry." This seemed to work. She cared about her reputation. When she heard people were watching her cry, her tears quickly stopped. She then peeked out from under Zhou Huainan's arm and looked around. Sure enough, there were people watching them. She felt a little embarrassed. She quickly got out of Zhou Huainan's embrace, wiped the remaining tears from her face with her sleeve, and then grabbed his hand, urging him, "Let's go quickly." Seeing this, Zhou Huainan smiled slightly, took her hand, and with his other hand, carried 2 suitcases and a small bag she always carried. The two of them hurried toward the exit. Throughout the journey, Qian Yufei kept her gaze straight ahead, pretending she wasn't the one who had just lost control. However, her hurried steps revealed her inner embarrassment. After leaving the building, they arrived at a military vehicle. Zhou Huainan opened the door and gestured for Qian Yufei to get in first. Once she was seated, he carefully placed the luggage, then sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Thinking back on the past few days, it all felt like a dream, full of twists, turns, and excitement. It opened her eyes wide but also made her realize one thing. It's not always good to watch the lively scenes. From now on, she decided to stay away from troublemakers when she watched the fun. Well, she knew she couldn't resist. She definitely couldn't control herself. The car slowly drove away from this place, leaving behind the location that had made her feel afraid. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, as if illuminating her heart and dispelling all the gloom. Suddenly, she remembered Gu Qingqing and asked, "Did you come back with Chu Mingchen?" Did she come to pick up Qingqing? Yes, we just finished a mission when we received news that you were involved in a confidential case. We came together. You're lucky. You can leave since there's no real connection. But Gu Qingqing seems to be in some trouble. Qian Yufei guessed a bit. Is it because of her scroll? Or is that just an excuse? It feels a bit too coincidental, but maybe I don't know Gu Qingqing well enough. Don't guess randomly. This involves military spouses, and they will investigate carefully. Chu Mingchen is there, so Gu Qingqing won't be wrongly accused. But even if her scroll is found, the secret inside might be exposed. Hearing about the secret in the scroll, Qian Yufei became interested again. Do you know what the secret is? Zhou Huainan shrugged. How could I know? I don't have that information. It's a big matter now, so don't go around talking about it, understand? Qian Yufei tilted her head and hummed softly. I don't know anyone here. Who should I tell? Besides, I understand how serious this is. Walking around there will help me remember not to do it again. Zhou Huainan reached out and ruffled her hair. Good, just remember that. Let's go home.